Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto-Verse. Read about Naruto becoming a Greek god movie. Before we start, please go support Nicuchio for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. The arrival and the revelation. A few days ago several people had left Konoha on a research mission. An ancient temple was found, trying to reveal mysteries of the past. The Sandaime, his young successor, Minato Namikaze, a few days after taking office as Yondaime, the beloved wife of the fourth, Kushina Uzumaki, the last student of the fourth, and the two Sannin loyal to the village of Konoha, Tsunade Senju and Jiraiya, had left to investigate those ruins, but as if it were a mystery. They had been missing from their home village for days, worrying everyone and causing a certain mummy to want to take power. The group had been off the radar for at least 4 days, as if the earth itself had swallowed them, but where were they? Elsewhere. The icy breeze blew through the ancient ruins, stirring up small clouds of dust that danced in the dim moonlight. Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Tsunade, and Kakashi Haddock stood in the heart of what must once have been a splendid temple. The walls, covered in inscriptions and carvings eroded by time, seemed to whisper forgotten secrets in an arcane language. The halls were adorned with fine statues that seemed to withstand the elements, displaying an ancient white color that made them beautiful, even if some lacked detail. The Konoha shinobi moved cautiously, their senses heightened, alert for any danger. Hiruzen. This place is unlike anything I've seen in our lands, he murmured as he stroked his beard, his thoughts wandering between memories and conjectures. Tsunade walked ahead, one hand on the cold surface of the walls, trying to discern something of the ancient symbols. She felt a chill run down her spine, but it wasn't just the cold. There was something more. Something deep and primitive about that place. Tsunade. This isn't the work of any known ninjutsu. The symbols, the energies, they don't belong to our shinobi world, she murmured, barely moving her lips, trying to understand the temple's Greek writings. Kakashi, his Sharigan revealed, scanned the surroundings. Though his eye allowed him to see details others might have missed, the symbols on the walls remained indecipherable even to him. There was no chakra in them, but something seemed off. Something ancient and profound. Kakashi. It's strange I can't read any of these inscriptions. Not even the Sharigan can decode this. Minato, always calm but alert, watched from a safe distance. He knew there was more at stake than just ancient ruins. They had arrived following Orochimaru's trail, given that they had begun to sense that the snake was following them, so at one point the pursuer became the pursued, but now he wondered if even he knew what he had found. Minato. Whatever it is, we have to be cautious. This place doesn't just hold history. Something lives here, he said quietly, just enough for the others to hear. Jiraiya, meanwhile, was more concerned by the silence. There was no sign of Orochimaru, and that was what worried him the most. He knew his old comrade was always one step ahead, but this time something didn't fit. This wasn't Orochimaru's style. There were no traps, no surprise attacks. Just an empty temple and those strange symbols. Jiraiya. This isn't like Orochimaru. We haven't found a single trace of his presence, not even fresh footprints. It's as if he disappeared before he got here, or worse, as if this place absorbed him. The group continued forward until they reached a larger chamber, the ceiling of which was covered by a carved stone dome. In the center, a sort of altar stood with even more detailed, but equally indecipherable, inscriptions. However, one thing caught everyone's attention. The symbols appeared to be representations of humanoid and animal figures, all clashing with human warriors, seemingly reflecting epic scenes. At the center of it all, a radiant sun seemed to dominate the scene. Hiruzen approached the altar with a mixture of wonder and caution. He touched one of the inscriptions, and the echo of his chakras seemed to resonate throughout the room. Although he didn't understand what he was seeing, something inside him told him that this was important, that this place was more than just a temple forgotten by time. Hiruzen. This altar holds a different power. I don't sense chakra as such, but there's an energy here, an ancient and vast energy. It's unlike anything I've seen before, he said, his eyes fixed on the symbol of the radiant sun. Tsunade. What do you think it represents? She asked, looking at the figures with interest. It's not chakra, it's not ninjutsu. It's something older. Minato. It looks like a language, but not one we can read. Perhaps they're symbols from a civilization much older than ours. We might be looking at something that existed before ninjutsu. Kakashi. Or even before the first shinobi, he added, frowning. But if it's so old, why would anyone want refugees in this place? Before they could continue, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble slightly. The shinobi stood on guard, prepared for any eventuality, but what followed wasn't an attack. Instead, the altar began to emit a faint golden light, and the inscriptions began to glow softly. A gentle, almost peaceful energy flooded the chamber. Jiraiya. Everyone back off. He shouted, instinctively protecting his companions. But Minato, who was closest to the altar, raised his hand, asking for calm. The energy wasn't hostile. On the contrary, it was almost protective. Minato. Wait, it's not a trap. I don't feel any killing intent. It's like something's watching us. Suddenly, the inscriptions on the altar began to change. The strange symbols, incomprehensible to the shinobi, slowly began to transform into words they could read. What had once seemed like a dead language now unfolded before their eyes in a language they knew, albeit with some effort to fully comprehend. The humanoid and animal figures on the walls made more sense. The shinobi began to read fragments of the text, which spoke of ancient gods, monsters, and spirits who ruled over nature, time, and the fate of humans, the gods and something unknown to them. The demigods. These gods were unknown to them. They weren't the sage of the six paths or any other deity they had heard mentioned in the records of Konoha or the surrounding villages. They were something much older. Kakashi. The gods of Olympus, guardians of heaven and earth, protectors of the divine. By their light, shadows will dissipate and chaos will be contained, he read aloud, his eyes scanning the strange inscriptions. This speaks of something beyond what we know as shinobi. It seems to be related to deities, but who are these gods? Tsunade. Deities. This sounds like ancient mythology, something from legends, but the figures aren't the ones we know from our history, nor do they seem to be related to the myths of our culture. Hiruzen. Perhaps these gods existed long before the rise of ninjutsu. Before the first shinobi walked the earth. There was a time when the forces of nature were worshipped as gods. Perhaps this speaks of them, of those who ruled the sky, the earth and the sea, and to whom people attributed the great deeds of the past. Silence fell between them as the energy in the room continued to grow. It didn't seem threatening, but rather imposing, as if the place itself acknowledged their presence and was inviting them to discover more. The stone walls were covered with strange inscriptions and symbols, some unknown to them, but which conveyed a sense of immense antiquity. Minato. If this is true, then this place is more than just a temple. It could be a shrine dedicated to these gods. Perhaps, in ancient times, the first inhabitants of our lands found this place and left it to oblivion. Tsunade. But that doesn't explain why Orochimaru was so interested in this place. He doesn't usually show interest in legends or ancient history unless there's something else he can use for his own purposes. Kakashi. And if what he was looking for wasn't the place itself, but what might awaken here? Suddenly, a deep sound echoed from the bowels of the shrine. Something, or someone, was approaching. The shinobi immediately tensed, ready to execute seals in case of attack. However, what emerged from the shadows was neither Orochimaru nor a monstrous creature. It was a man, wrapped in an old threadbare robe. His pale skin contrasted with his sunken eyes, as if he had lived in darkness for centuries. Despite his worn appearance, a palpable energy surrounded him, disconcerting those present. Minato was the first to speak, approaching cautiously. Minato. Who are you? He asked calmly, though he kept his guard up. The man slowly raised his head. His eyes, hollow and deeply scarred by time, met Minato's, reflecting centuries of suffering and forgotten knowledge. Zagrias. My name is Zagrias. Once, I was a god. But now, I am the last guardian of this place. His voice was a harsh whisper, laden with a deep sadness. I was condemned to watch over this sanctuary, by order of the creator of all, chaos, the primordial of the beginning and the end. Here, in the shadows of what was, I guard the remnants of a power that not even the wisest among you could fathom. Jiraiya, curious and cautious, moved forward, never taking his eyes off the man who was now revealed to be a fallen deity. Jiraiya. God. What are you talking about? Why have you been condemned to this place? And what power is it you protect? He asked, inspecting the walls, trying to find some clue among the ancient symbols. Zagrias smiled weakly, but his expression showed the exhaustion of an eternity of suffering. Zagrias. The gods, those who ruled the world from the sky, the earth, and the sea. They were called the Olympians, beings of light and power who once shaped creation with their will. But their reign was not eternal. They were defeated, not by the hand of mortals, but by something more, a primal force, a tempest that even they could not stem. One by one they fell, their war cries muffled in the storm, their bodies broken, their souls trapped in this endless cycle. Kakashi, frowning, tried to understand what he was hearing. Kakashi. A primal force. What happened to the survivors? Zagrias lowered his gaze, his voice becoming softer, as if just remembering that moment was an unbearable burden, like having watched without being able to intervene. Zagrias. The few who did not succumb fell into a deep sleep, a lethargy from which they have not awakened. Their hearts still beat, but they are trapped in darkness, beyond time and death, waiting for the day when balance is restored. And it is that dormant power that Orochimaru seeks to unleash, heedless of the consequences of awakening to that which is best left forgotten. Tsunade stepped forward, her face filled with concern. Tsunade. We can't allow Orochimaru to unleash that power. We don't even know what we're up against. What should we do? Zagrias trembled slightly, as if the weight of the centuries and the mission entrusted to him by chaos crushed him. Zagreus. What lies here is nothing more than knowledge from a long-forgotten age. This temple was sealed away so that oblivion and time could do their thing. Hagoromo Otsutsuki intended it that way, he would say seriously. If the seal is broken, the world will change forever. That name made many open their eyes, perhaps the Rakuto Sennin, someone who according to his story, wanted peace through understanding was not as he was described. Minato. We can't let Orochimaru figure out how to break that seal. But first, we need answers. Before the group could act, the sound of footsteps echoed through the temple. Orochimaru appeared from the shadows, a malicious smile spreading across his face. Orochimaru. Well, it seems I've arrived just in time. His gaze shifted to Zagreus and then to the cages present. So this is the guardian of such a precious shrine, and you think you can stop me? Kakashi and Minato moved instantly, ready to attack, but before they could get close, Zagreus calmly raised a hand. Zagreus. Stop. His voice sounded like an unwavering command. In this place, violence will not be accepted. Jiraiya frowned, not taking his eyes off Orochimaru. Jiraiya. And how are we supposed to stop him if we can't fight? Zagreus lowered his hand, his gaze filled with unfathomable gravity. Zagreus. Violence will not resolve what you face here. This sanctuary is more than just a physical place. It's a point where the past, present, and future converge. The only way out of here is by seeing the glimmerings of what could be. A story, a vision of what can bring both salvation and destruction. Two sides of the same coin. Tsunade looked at Zagreus, puzzled. Tsunade. A story? What kind of story? Without responding immediately, Zagreus made a series of hand seals that the cages instantly recognized. It was a technique they believed to be exclusive to Orochimaru. Ito Tensei. Dark energy filled the temple as four figures began to materialize in the center of the room. First appeared Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, followed by his brother Tobirama, Madara Uchiha, and finally, Mito Uzumaki, the legendary wife of the first Hokage. Minato, Hiruzen and Tsunade stood still, their eyes wide in disbelief. The woman would recognize her great uncle's technique anywhere. Hiruzen. Ito Tensei, but this is. Zagreus. It is not the vile technique, you know, Zagreus interrupted. They are not slaves to the jutsu, but fragments of its essence, brought here to accompany them in what is to come. Orochimaru stepped forward, his face full of interest. Orochimaru. Fascinating, it seems I'm not the only one who desires that technique and perfects it. Madara, standing with his arms crossed, looked at those present with a critical look, while Hashirama smiled calmly, as if nothing had changed. Hashirama. It seems we're once again in a difficult situation. His voice resonated with the same energy and optimism as before. Myth, with her aura of dignity and power, looked at Zagreus curiously. Myth. What are we supposed to see? I would say because being dead reveals many things that the living do not know. Madara looked at the old man seriously, trying to read him, but also understand him, his face reflecting affliction, pain, sadness, self-loathing. Hashirama, on the other hand, tried to reason, and Tobirama looked sideways at Madara, as if a grudge hadn't been forgotten. Zagreus. What is about to be unleashed if you continue down this path? He pointed toward the center of the temple, where the floor began to glow with a faint light. Behold. This is a future that could happen, one of many possible ones. Every action, every decision you make here can tip the scales between salvation or ruin. The group, both the living and the figures brought by Ito Tensei, watched as images began to form in the light. They were fragmented visions of an uncertain future. Cities in ruins, battles that shook the earth itself, and figures of power clashing in seemingly endless chaos. Yet there were also visions of peace, of hope, of heroes guiding their people toward a brighter future. Zagreus. These are two sides of the same coin. What comes next is unwritten. Your decisions here and now will define the course of what is to come. Orochimaru believes he can control what is within the sanctuary, but even he doesn't understand the extent of the power that lies dormant. Orochimaru smiled, though not as confidently as before. Orochimaru. Then I must say I'm eager to see how this all turns out. Zagreus turned to the cages, ignoring Orochimaru. Zagreus. The choice is yours. You won't be able to fight your way out of here, but if you wish to avoid what you just saw, you must find a way to restore balance without resorting to destruction. The tension in the air was palpable. The cages knew they were at a crossroads, and that any misstep could mean the end of the world as they knew it. Chapter 1. The air in the sanctuary grew heavy, as if reality itself were beginning to distort under the influence of Zagreus's power. The lights on the floor began to intensify, but they didn't form screens or project conventional images. Instead, the energy seemed to weave through the air, like tangled threads of fate, vibrating with the essence of time. Zagreus, his eyes closed, slowly raised his hands, and small fragments of light shot from his fingers and scattered around the room. Each of these glimmers seemed to contain a tiny fragment of the future, as if fragments of what was to come were being slowly revealed. Zagrias. What you will see is not a mere vision or an illusion, it is the future itself, flowing before you. There is no time or space here, only intertwined possibilities. The particles of light floating in the air began to form ethereal, vaporous figures that moved around those present. The Kashi. This is. Before he could process the vision, he was brought back to reality. Around him, others were experiencing the same thing. Tsunade saw entire villages devoured by a darkness that seemed sentient, dragging innocents into the abyss. Hiruzen, on the other hand, witnessed a grand alliance between the 5 nations, facing a threat that surpassed any past conflict. Both sides of the coin were unfolding simultaneously. Ashirama, despite being summoned by Ito Tensei, closed his eyes, feeling the flow of power around him. Ashirama. This power, I recognize it. It's not of this world. It's beyond chakra, beyond what we mortals can comprehend. Madara, always defiant, watched the figures intently, his mind calculating every possibility. Madara. Fates intertwined, he murmured. So the future isn't written. That means any force we unleash here could change everything. Zagrias nodded slowly. Zagrias. Exactly. Every decision you make, every action you take, has the potential to tip the scales toward a different outcome. The images you see aren't fixed. They're constantly changing, shaped by the choices you make now. At that moment, a larger and more majestic figure of light began to form in the center of the temple. It was the reflection of a god, an entity as old as the world itself, with boundless power. The divine influence could be felt in every fiber of reality around it. It was a vision of what could be unleashed if the seal on the sanctuary were broken. Orochimaru, fascinated and with his eyes shining with ambition, took a step forward. Orochimaru. So, this is the power hidden here, he whispered, it is even greater than I had imagined. Before he could advance further, a burst of energy emanated from Zagrias, stopping him in his tracks. The same divine essence that had created the visions flowed from his body, spreading like an invisible net that blocked any attempt at interference. Zagrias. I will not give another warning, Orochimaru. You cannot control what lies here, and any attempt to do so will only hasten your own destruction. For the first time, Orochimaru hesitated. Despite his immense confidence, there was something about Zagrias's power that made him reconsider his next moves. The threads of light that wove the future began to move faster, showing increasingly intense scenes. A blue-eyed blonde with mustache markings leading an army of shinobi against a dark colossal figure. Sasuke facing an unknown enemy in a battle that shook the foundations of the world. And even Orochimaru himself, trapped in a prison of shadows, desperately fighting to escape his own destiny. Zagrias lowered his hands, and the stream of visions began to dissipate, but they didn't disappear completely. They remained in the air, floating around the group, as if waiting for them to choose which path they would take. Zagrias. Now you know both sides of the coin. His voice resonated, deep and firm. There is no easy answer. If you break the seal, you will unleash chaos. If you leave it intact, the balance will remain for now. But sooner or later, what lies here will find a way to break free. What you do from this moment on will determine what future manifests. Zagrias looked down on those present with a gaze that seemed to hold millennia of knowledge and understanding. He knew that the shinobi were warriors shaped by war, loss, and sacrifice, but he also knew that the power that resided within that shrine transcended any conflict they had ever known. It wasn't enough to warn them. They needed to see with their own eyes how the past, present, and future intertwined, forming a single thread that, if broken, could destroy everything. Zagrias raised a hand, and the threads of light still floating in the air began to slowly swirl around him, forming a vortex. A profound ancient energy emanated from the ground, resonating with the stones of the sanctuary, as if time itself were being summoned. Zagrias. I've decided to show you a glimpse of the future, but it won't be a mere glimpse. What you'll see is a connection between what has already been, what is now, and what is yet to come. Prepare yourselves, for not everyone will be ready to face what is about to be revealed. With a simple gesture, the room was filled with a dazzling light. The surroundings began to dissolve, and the shinobi felt time ceased to have meaning. The ground beneath their feet disappeared, and in its place, they found themselves floating in an empty space, surrounded by fragmented visions. In the image. At the beginning of all things, the Earth Mother, Gaia, emerged from chaos and gave birth to her son Uranus while she slept. He looked down upon her tenderly from the mountains and let fall upon her a fertile rain that penetrated her secret clefts, causing grass, flowers, and trees to sprout, along with the beasts and birds appropriate to each plant. This same rain made the rivers flow, thus creating the lakes and seas. Her first half-human children were the 100-handed giants Briareus, Gyges, and Cottus. Later came the 3 wild, one-eyed Cyclops, builders of gigantic walls and master smiths. Bronze, Sterops, and Arges. Uranus fathered the Titans on Mother Earth, but after throwing his rebellious sons, the Cyclops, into Tartarus, a dark place in the underworld, as distant from Earth as Earth is from the firmament, Mother Earth, in revenge, persuaded the Titans to attack their father. Led by Cronus, the youngest of the seven, and armed with a flint sickle given to him by his mother, they surprised Uranus while he slept. It was with this sickle that the ruthless Cronus castrated him, grasping his genitals in his left hand and throwing them into the sea. From this act came Aphrodite, the goddess of love, beauty, and lust. Seeing what had happened, Uranus cursed Cronus with the prophecy that he would be overthrown by one of his sons after Cronus took over as king of all creation. Cronus married her sister Rhea, and after consummating their union, he began to develop a paranoid state. Every time a child was born, Cronus devoured him. First it was Hestia, then Demeter, Hera, Hades, and finally Poseidon. Rhea, enraged, gave birth to Zeus, her sixth son, in the middle of the night. To save him, she gave him to Gaia, who took him to Lyctus on the island of Crete and hid him in the cave of Dicte on Mount Aegean. The Earth Mother left baby Zeus there to be raised by the ash nymph Adrastea and her sister Io, daughters of Meliodas, along with the goat goddess Amalthea. Zeus ate honey and drank Amalthea's milk. Zeus grew to manhood among the shepherds of Mount Ida, occupying another cave. Determined to confront his father, he went in search of the Titaness Metis, who lived by the ocean's current. Following her advice, he visited her mother, Rhea, and asked her to appoint him cupbearer to Cronus. Rhea agreed and gave him the emetic potion Metis had prepared to mix with Cronus's mead. After drinking it, Cronus vomited up his devoured children, who emerged unharmed. In gratitude, they asked Zeus to lead them in a war against the Titans. The war lasted 10 years, until Mother Earth prophesied that Zeus would win if he freed the prisoners Cronus had confined in Tartarus. So Zeus stealthily approached Camp, the jailer of Tartarus, killed her, took her keys, and freed the Cyclops and the 100-handed giants, strengthening them with divine food and drink. In gratitude, the Cyclops gave the gods their weapons. The thunderbolt for Zeus, the trident for Poseidon, and the helmet of invisibility for Hades. With these weapons, the gods defeated the Titans and gained dominion over the world. Zeus took dominion of the heavens and thunder, ruler of Olympus. Poseidon took dominion of the seas and agitator of the earth, among other titles. Hades became the god of the underworld, in charge of ensuring life after death. Demeter became the goddess of fertility, agriculture, bread and the harvest. Hera, goddess of marriage, women, the sky and the stars. And Hestia, the goddess of the hearth and family, being the eldest of the Olympians. Out of the picture. Pearson. So that's how the world came to be, he would say, stroking his beard. Zagrias. That's right, we all come from chaos. Kushina. It sounds kind of ugly, given that a lot of incest is being revealed. I would say uncomfortable. Madara. What are you complaining about? Your clan was, along with mine and the Hyuga, one of the ones that practiced it the most. Kushina. But they were between cousins, never with a mother or her son. Myth. That would already be an Oedipus complex, something that no one in the clan had. Minato. It sounds kind of sick that your son got you pregnant. I would say green. Hashirama. But that doesn't mean that thanks to that we have this world. The more they heard and observed, the more they understood, since it was simple, clear, easy to understand, nothing too complicated, but as they saw, it was long before the sage of the six paths. Aburama. And revenge since time immemorial. Madara. You say it for yourself, since from what I know you have also loved her. Aburama. Not as much as those in your clan. Hashirama. They can cut it. Myth. Leave them, once they start they will never stop. Hearing what happened to Uranus, the men clutched their groins, feeling the phantom pain. But after that pain came the shock of seeing Aphrodite born from that foam. Pearson. You are married and faithful, he began to recite in his mind. Hashirama. It's a bit weird. Myth. Why do you say that? Hashirama. It seems more like that stereotype of women who hate Kinwachus. Minato. I agree, besides he would say hugging Kushina, she has all the beauty I need. Kushina. Oh, she could. Urea. Yes, he would say, laughing pervertedly while taking notes. Yes, more please. Tsunade. Get out, pervert, she would say, hitting him. Orochimaru. Kukikuku, I haven't seen that for a while, he would say, laughing for his partner, but it is a very interesting way to know the birth. Madara. And it seems that knowing that destiny made him paranoid, he would say, looking at Kronos. Zagreus. Truly, the more we know about destiny, the more we want to avoid it, which ultimately causes it. Paradoxical, isn't it? Hashirama. Sadly, that's why I like to live without knowing my roadmap. I know I'll die, or well, I knew I was going to die, but I wouldn't have liked to find out what I would do on that journey. Aburama. And it seems. Urea. Yes, war is not something new, but from times long before the existence of humanity, I would say somewhat decayed, since the dream of peace is impossible. Tsunade. So when they won they took power, from titans we became gods. Interesting. Myth. I like Hestia. Kushina. Me too. Ashurama. Lady Demeter is interesting. I would say extremely interested in your domains, perhaps if I had met you, I would have helped you with your Mokuton. Aburama. Poseidon. He would say seriously looking at the god of the seas. Minato. Hades. As strange as it may seem, it is different from the feeling that the Shinigami emits. Hiruzen. Darker I would say. Tsunade. Strange as it may seem. Kushina. I don't like Zeus and Hera to Tebana. Myth. I'm with you. In the image. Zeus and Hera married, and although there are various interpretations of their relationship, several gods were born from their marriage. Ares, god of war, violence, confusion, and anger. Hephaestus, god of fire, forges, volcanoes, craftsmen, blacksmiths, and metallurgy. And Hebe, goddess of youth. Although they had happy moments, their marriage also had its dark episodes, as Zeus was not exactly the most faithful of husbands and was known for having affairs with any being, mortal or immortal. With Demeter, Zeus had Persephone, goddess of spring and wife of Hades, after she had been given by her father to her uncle, thus giving rise to the cycle of the seasons. With the Titaness Leto, goddess of motherhood, Zeus had Apollo, god of the arts, medicine, and herds, and Artemis, goddess of the hunt, maidens, and wild animals. With Maia, one of the Pleiades, Zeus fathered Hermes, the messenger god. With Metis, the Titaness who helped him defeat Cronus, he had Athena, goddess of wisdom, strategy, war, crafts, and civilization. And with the mortal Semele, Zeus fathered Dionysus, god of wine. All of these divine children, with the exception of Hebe, served on the Olympian Council, a group of 12 gods who made decisions about punishments and actions in the human world. Zeus also had numerous demigod children, among the best known are Heracles, Hercules in Rome, Perseus, Minos, Rhadamanthus, Helen, Pollux, Aeacus, and Arcas. All of them, both gods and demigods, were persecuted by the uncontrollable fury of Hera, who could not bear her husband's infidelities. Many of the mothers of these heroes did not survive to see their children become the legendary figures celebrated in myths, except for a few, such as Aeacus, Minos, and Rhadamanthus, who became judges of the underworld, responsible for deciding the fate of souls for punishment or eternal rest, and Heracles, who after his death was made a god and taken to Olympus. The rest of the demigods died as mortals but were remembered through the centuries through myths. The gods reached their peak with the civilizations of Greece and Rome. Greece, a land made up of multiple city-states, each with its own king, unique cultural characteristics, and numerous heroes and important figures in various areas of human civilization, who left a lasting legacy. Then came Rome, founded by the brothers Romulus and Remus, who were descendants of Aeneas, a Trojan hero from the Trojan War. Over time, Rome grew from a small town to a republic, and later a vast empire that lasted for centuries. However, as with all empires, even the greatest can fall, and so it was with Rome. Out of the picture. Tsunade, Mito and Kushina frowned upon learning the whole story of Zeus and Hera, since they did not like someone who does not respect the family because of their Uzumaki blood, much less messes with someone innocent like a newborn child, as Hera did. Jiraiya. Oh, he would say taking notes. Zagrias. I can give you the stories, Mr. Jiraiya. Several of those stories are in my possession. Jiraiya. I'll take the floor. Hiruzen. Being a demigod as mentioned must have been a heavy burden. Aburama. As we see it was, but accompanied by glory and tragedy, after all, not everything is happiness and joy. Madara. Who would have thought that these gods found their peak in 2 civilizations? Ashurama. Greece and Rome. Minato. It's amazing what Roma did growing up. Hiruzen. But it seems that Greece was absorbed by Rome. I would say seriously, although well, it is part of a great history. Zagreus. Sadly a forgotten story given the arrival of the sage. I would say seriously. Jiraiya. Why do you say that? I would say seriously, according to the Toads the sage of the 6 paths was someone incredibly peaceful and someone honorable. I didn't think he was as bad as this guy described him in his words. Zagreus. Just look and you will know. In the image. When Rome was divided into 2 parts, the Western Roman Empire and the Eastern Roman Empire, difficult times arose on Olympus, the home of the gods, hidden from human eyes, but ever present. Although the gods ruled from their distant realm, the lack of human beliefs, offerings, and animal sacrifices weakened their power. Furthermore, the gods no longer found in mortals the pleasures that had once satisfied their carnal desires. Zeus, called Jupiter in Rome, maintained his power alongside his brothers, but many other gods were not so lucky. Helios, the god of the sun, and Pan, the god of nature, faded from lack of worship. Gaia, Mother Earth, tired of the abuse, the indifference of the gods, and the lack of punishment for humans' destructive actions, joined with Tartarus to give birth to a terrifying monster. Typhon. This being was gigantic, with the strength of an ox and 100 serpent heads, each with black tongues and flaming eyes sprouting from its shoulders. Each head emitted a different sound. One spoke the language of the gods, others mooed like bulls, roared like lions, barked like dogs, or hissed terrifyingly. With his horrible noises and immense power, Typhon intended to destroy the world. Zeus, seeing the chaos wrought by Typhon, gathered the gods and decided they must fight to stop the threat. Although the deities, like humans, made mistakes and atrocities, they were not perfect beings. They were created that way. With that determination, the gods prepared for battle. The confrontation shook the land of mortals. Earthquakes, tsunamis, and hurricanes struck the world. However, Typhon was not an easy enemy to defeat. All the gods fought fervently. Athena's strategy, Ares' strength and aggression, Artemis's tenacity, and Apollo's resilience, who healed wounds, combined with Hephaestus's efforts to forge new weapons. Each of the gods did their best, but Typhon was an unstoppable force. Despite their resistance, the gods began to fall. The monster's serpentine head surrounded Apollo and Artemis, decapitating them. Hermes was split in two by Typhon's wings. Athena was captured by her head and killed by the monster's hands. Hephaestus was consumed by a sea of poisonous flames, and Demeter succumbed to the poison after being bitten by one of the snakes. Eros, the god of love, sacrificed himself to save his mother Aphrodite, losing his heart in the process. Aphrodite, paralyzed with grief and horror, did not see the snake heads coming that dismembered and murdered her. Ares, despite having lost an arm trying to save his lover Aphrodite, was pierced by his own spear. Although they won, the gods were severely weakened. Dionysus, Hera, Hestia, Zeus, Poseidon, Hebe, Amphitrite, Heracles, Hypnos, Morpheus, Persephone, Thanatos, Phantasos, Achelos, and Aneros were all severely wounded and would not return for a long time, as they would need to reform. Only 4 beings witnessed everything. The Fates, also known as the Sisters of Fate, and Chaos, the primordial being of creation. Chaos knew that the time of the gods was over and that, although they would return in millennia, he had other plans. With his omnipotent power, Chaos saw the future and decided to take action. He united all the fallen gods and condemned them to be reborn into a single being who would appear when the world needed the gods again. He also took the essence of the mortal who had managed to win the hearts of 2 goddesses, ensuring that his legacy would continue. Out of the picture. Pearson. So Rome was divided into 2. Ashurama. But why did it happen? A powerful empire fell into such disgrace. Madara. Many things he would say, seeing his former friend and rival as an idiot. Political tensions, the division of the throne between 2 heirs, there are many factors. Minato. So in Greece they had one name and in Rome another, something strange, but it is understood, even though they have similarities, they are different cultures. Aburama. So Mother Earth had to enter the scene, tired of the destruction of humans and the vanity of the gods. Ashurama. But there are ways for that to happen without deaths, he would say, appealing to his desire for peace influenced by Ashura Otsutsuki. Zagrias. I see, that decrepit old man and Ashura evaded the death cycle. Hades thought seriously, he wouldn't like that. Upon seeing Typhon, many were surprised, given that he was a large, completely unstoppable beast. Madara wondered if he could give him a dance, while Hashirama thought that he could be sealed thanks to the Uzumaki and Mokuton seals, but when he looked at his wife, he dismissed the idea, because if with the Kyuubi it was already difficult to find the right candidate with someone more powerful than that fox, the thing was impossible. Minato. So I would say without knowing what to say. Jiraiya. Yes, I would say something sad, because death is something that you don't wish on anyone. Orochimaru. Kukuku didn't know that a god could die, Kukuku, he would say, licking his lips. Kushina. So cows and the old women of fate watched without interfering. Myth. But. Tsunade. Did he condemn those gods to be reborn in the future? She would say, surprised. Orochimaru. Kukuku, that must be torture for them. Jiraiya. Essence of the mortal who conquered 2 goddesses. I would say interested, since that could be a possible new Ichigo title. Pearson. The legacy will continue, he thought, analyzing the words spoken. On screen. One might think that would be the end of everything, but it wasn't. Without the gods, it was humanity's turn to advance on its own. The gods of Olympus were forgotten, relegated to simple tales of bygone ages, myths and legends that survived in the folklore of the peoples, where the teachings they had passed on still lingered. Other faiths took their place, with gods brought from distant lands, replacing those who had once inhabited the world. However, many of these new gods were mere fantasy. Humanity preferred to prosper and advance, trying to believe in one god. But in various parts of the world, many religions and cultures maintained their devotion to a multitude of gods. Thus, new nations emerged on the map, displacing the old ones and leaving them as mere memories. This process continued for more than 4 millennia, until, by the end of those times, a total of 210 nations appeared on the map. Over the course of several millennia, humanity prospered technologically. The technological age enabled progress in 3 centuries that would have previously taken 2 millennia. Thanks to technology, we were able to produce more, feed a larger population, reforest, and prevent climatic and geological disasters. However, a dark side also emerged. New weapons devastated the world, ranging from shooting an arrow from 100 meters away to kill a person, to pressing a button more than 4,000 kilometers away and wiping out a city of 2,500,000 inhabitants in just a few minutes. Greed, the desire for power, and supremacist thinking led the world to 2 world wars. Fearing a possible third war, nations prepared for it, for, as the saying goes, lovers of peace create weapons for war. After the end of World War II, a scientist stated, "I don't know with what weapons the Third World War will be fought, but the fourth will be with sticks and stones." And so, after more than 150 years of peace, the inevitable arrived. World War III broke out. Soldiers and weapons were deployed on the battlefields, and when there were no other options, weapons of mass destruction ravaged the world. The great cities, inhabited by millions of people, vanished. No one won the war, except death and devastation. However, weapons of mass destruction came at a high cost. The earth suffered the consequences. The radiation from these weapons rose into the atmosphere, disrupting the air and oxygen essential to life. This triggered a process of mass extinction, in which many plants and animals disappeared, while others mutated to survive and adapt. The atmosphere warmed further, causing the ice accumulated at the poles to melt, causing sea levels to rise, and many lands to lose their surface area. Entire islands were swallowed up by oblivion, and numerous countries ceased to exist. To make matters worse, the sun of the planetary system to which Earth belongs experienced a radiation eruption that, upon reaching the planet, caused a blackout, reducing the humanity that still survived from the ancient era. The map was modified, and what was once a planet with 30% landmass became a planet with 18%. Humanity went from nearly 10 billion inhabitants to barely 1 million. It was forced to start over, and all traces of that era were forgotten, becoming a bitter memory better left behind than learned from. Because those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it. Out of the picture. Madara. It's natural that would mean the story continues. Hashirama. Yes. Hiruzen. But naturally, as we see, even if there is a great one, he eventually falls. I would say seriously, as Hokage I could not think that this would not happen to Konoha. Minato. Likewise, we can learn and avoid making decisions that make us fall. Habarama. It's the right thing to do. If history is moving forward, we must move forward with it, even if it hurts us to do so. Myth. If the world were to stop needing shinobi, we would unfortunately have to adapt to the demands of the world. There is not much we can do. Hiruzen would nod, although he didn't want to admit it. Minato, unlike his predecessor, was different. He thought more, and well, that led him to be a little more rational and not think with Konoha's preaching above all things. Jiraiya. Beautiful, he would say, looking at the map of the past. Madara. And sadly the war ruins it. Habarama. Mentions. Tsunade. A third world war along with the sayings of a thinker and scientist. Orochimaru. Kukukuku. Fascinating, that guy could see something, and more with the use of. Seeing the use of atomic weapons and their destruction, they were in complete shock. Perhaps long before the existence of the Byajas, there were more terrifying weapons. The Kyuubi from the seal looked through Kushina's eyes, completely shocked. That magnitude of weapons surpassed any Bijadama he could throw. He could destroy villages, but what they saw weren't villages, they were large populated megalopolises, and with a small boom, they were erased. Jiraiya. Of course, using that would have a cost, I'd say seriously. Seeing the consequences of using those weapons, they were surprised, and even more so when they observed the map change to one they were somewhat familiar with. Habarama. Without the ice at the poles, sea levels rise. Orochimaru. But when will that lost balance be recovered? He would say seriously, his scientific side when seeing these things was activated, showing him as someone much more rational than someone thirsty for power. Minato. In the end, that man was right, the sun did something and returned us to a very primitive age. Kushina. Yes, but we have been able to survive. Myth. But at the cost of how many lives? Hiruzen. He who does not know history is condemned to repeat it. I understand what you want us to do. Zagrias. You're close, Professor. In the image. Over time, humanity managed to recover some of what it had lost, returning to an era of calm and prosperity. The early kingdoms flourished again, but war returned as part of human nature itself. Then, something unexpected happened. An asteroid fell from the sky. This asteroid transformed into a tree, which humans called Shinju, revered as a god. Every 1,000 years, this tree produced a fruit that, by tradition, humans were not allowed to eat. However, a princess from a distant world, Kagile Tsutsuki, arrived on Earth. Seeing the humans, Kagaya Otsutsuki was determined to seek peace and help them leave hatred and resentment behind, beginning to teach a path of understanding and comprehension. However, human stubbornness was not an easy enemy to overcome. Determined to bring peace and end the war, she decided to break the prohibition and consume the fruit of the sacred tree. In doing so, Kagaya acquired immense power, enough to achieve her goal. Some considered her a goddess, while others saw her as a demon. During her time on Earth, Kagaya fell in love with a human who, out of ambition, betrayed her in an attempt to save his lands. This pain and betrayal began to corrupt her. From her pregnancy were born Hagoromo Otsutsuki and Homura Otsutsuki, the first beings to use chakra. However, Kagaya's corruption awakened in her the desire to reclaim the chakra that had been granted to her children. This led her to fuse, through unknown means, with the Shinju, giving rise to the 10-tailed beast. The furious beast ravaged all lands until her children managed to defeat and seal it, becoming the first Jinchuriki. Hagoromo decided to teach humanity the concepts of chakra, becoming revered and known as the Sage of the Six Paths. His goal was to connect people with each other using chakra, instead of using it as a weapon, as Kagaya had done. Furthermore, Hagoromo divided the Shinju into 9 beings, the tailed beasts, who were distributed throughout the world. However, like many others, humanity forgot the essence of its nature. Without true gods to guide them and without heroes to frame their actions, they began to use chakra for purposes opposite to those for which it had been given to them. Hagoromo suffered the consequences of this. After having 2 sons, trying to choose a successor and asking their opinion on how to achieve peace triggered an endless loop of fighting between them. After his death, they continued to fight for the ideal they championed to achieve peace. One maintained that fear and order were necessary, while the other believed in love and understanding. The latter was chosen by the sage, beginning the eternal feud between Ashura Otsutsuki and Indra Otsutsuki. Out of the picture. Ureya. Shinju. He would say thoughtfully, trying to remember if he had heard that name somewhere. Inside Kushina's seal. Hyubi. So this is how we arrived, he would say, listening to everything. Outside the seal. Upon hearing Kagaya's arrival in her life, they couldn't help but feel bad for her, and Madara would simply think that his Eye of the Moon plan was pointless, war was something stupid that not even divine beings were safe from. Kushina. An unfortunate woman. Myth. Seen as a demon or as a goddess by humans. Tsunade. I would have castrated that bastard. Ureya. So she was the mother of the Sage of the Six Paths, he would say, now understanding the meaning of shinobi life. Hashirama. So those 2 sons had to stop their power-hungry mother. I see that the more we see, the war is something that repeats itself endlessly. Zagrias. War is an essential part of life, since as long as beings are diverse, there will always be conflict, and this is what ultimately leads to war. Both gods and humans are organic and sentient beings, so we cannot all think, do, and say the same thing, since that would be unnatural, even though it would create a world without war, sacrificing individuality. Madara. I understand, he would say, thinking about his plans. Hashirama. I feel better knowing that I didn't start the Jinchurikis. Myth. Yes, although well, the 9 descended from the same beast, which nobody knew. Madara. So that's what would happen if the 9 Baijas gathered, they would bring back the 10 tails and Kagaya's power back. Kushina. It seems that the sage was not exempt from conflict. Ureya. I see, he would say, seeing the more human side of the Sage of the Six Paths. In the image. Over time, shinobi villages began to form, and several renowned shinobi appeared on the map, such as Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. However, in their desire and hunger for power, they sought out the beasts, which they considered weapons or methods of achieving peace, forgetting who had created them and their function in the world. Hashirama and Madara, as transmigrators of Indra and Ashura, fought using the tailed beasts to prove their point, and in this contest, the Senju prevailed over the Uchiha. Seeing the power of the beasts, Hashirama decided to seal them and turn their bearers into Jinchuriki, distributing them among the villages to prevent war and maintain balance. However, this did not achieve his purpose. The quest for power led to 3 wars between humans, driven by greed for Jinchuriki and the desire to prove which village was superior. These conflicts culminated in the destruction of Uzumaki no Sato, the hidden village of the Whirlpool, condemning the world once again to devastation and desolation, where chakra replaced the technology of the past in the field of warfare. Tao's, primordial being of creation, observing everything that was happening, knew it was time to act. He saw an effeminate blonde-haired man saving a red-haired woman from being kidnapped and decided what to do. He blessed their nascent love and prepared their offspring to be the new god who would rule the world from Olympus, located in the ruins of Uzumaki no Sato, after millennia of being lost, while the surviving gods finished healing. Elsewhere. Mount Myaboku is a rich and beautiful land inhabited by all manner of toads destined for summoning. This place, characterized by its lush vegetation, is filled with gigantic plants, large stone toad statues, and tall, spiky mountains. Only those who have a contract with the toads can access it through a reverse summoning, in which a toad calls out to the user. In this scenario, a white-haired man was about to enter, as he had been summoned due to a prophecy that was going to be dictated. The image fades. Madara and Hashirama opened their eyes in surprise to see the story as they never expected before, surprised also to know that Ashura and Indra were their past lives, so to speak. Hiruzen. This is a revelation, he would say, surprised. Habarama. That explains why. Hashirama. That at first we got along well. Madara. And then go kill us on sight. Myth. Yes, both were seen through when they used them. I would say bluntly. Jiraiya. So it was better that those beasts stayed outside. Hashirama. Maybe I should have created a sanctuary with my Mokuton and left them protected instead of sealing them into humans. Zagrias. I think someone can tell you if it's a good or bad idea, he would say, making Kushina take out the Kyuubi in a small mode. The Kyuubi? But what? He would say, surprised. So you are one of those ancient gods, you don't impress me, and now I see why those two were idiots, he would say, to go to a corner to sleep. Jiraiya. He's nicer than most people. Orochimaru. Kukukuku looks like sensei signing paperwork in the early years of Hokage. Hiruzen. I heard them. Minato and Kushina, seeing that Cows was noticing them, blushed a little and became excited, since that was something either very good or very bad. Jiraiya. Wow, a primordial took notice of his love. Tsunade. But why? Madara. Because the fruit of that love will be a god, I would say, understanding the primordial doing its thing. Minato. My son. Kushina. Our son. Both. A god. He would say incredulously. Hiruzen looked at this with narrowed eyes. It could be very good or very bad, only time would tell. Jiraiya. Oh wow, it's Mount Myaboku. Tsunade. What will happen? Orochimaru. Why should he be called? No idea, maybe a bit of a sage. He would say mockingly. Habarama. Prophecy. Hashirama. Oh, something's going to happen. Hiruzen. Let's hope nothing bad. Everyone fell silent as they thought about everything they were seeing. Chapter 2. Everyone was silent and thinking. They were at a great crossroads. They wanted to know more, but they also did not want to know if something bad awaited them. Hiruzen was thinking about something, since he needed to know if the fruit of the love of his successor and the deed would put the village at risk, but he also did not want to be cruel and ruthless, like when he ordered the occupation of the Rain village, extending the war further and causing more pain. Since he was an old man who understood the seriousness and consequences of his actions. Hashirama and Mito were looking at Kushina and Tsunade, as if wanting to see what fate awaited them, while Tobirama, like Hiruzen, was thinking about the future of the village. Madara, on the other hand, was wondering if the gods of the past would have given him a great dance, a worthy battle, like the one he and Hashirama had in their youth. Orochimaru was so absorbed that he was searching the nearby library, finding books and writings, along with many scrolls. He read them as if there was no tomorrow, fascinated although finding inconsistencies, and many of the stupid things that the gods did, like the competition of the golden apple, which ended up leading to the Trojan War. Jiraiya, on the other hand, had many books to his credit and he'd reinterpret them. Perhaps an Icha. Olympic Passions didn't sound like a bad title. After all, he wanted to write about them. He skimmed through the stories, finding much to explore, eager, hungry for curiosity to read about them all, especially about the book he found. The mortal who managed to make two goddesses fall in love with him, Adonis. Jiraiya was absorbed in everything he had managed to read, and in truth, as much as he thought the story needed his perverted touch, he was completely shocked to learn how it ended. To know that Adonis was a young man of extraordinary beauty, born from a curse on a maiden, the product of an arrogant and vain mother, ending in a completely incestuous desire, who was born from a myrrh tree, after his mother, with a curious name like the tree in which he was born, obtained a beauty to the point that both Aphrodite, goddess of love, and Persephone, queen of the underworld, fell in love with him. While he understood the story, he was somewhat inhibited to know that the same woman who cursed his mother, Aphrodite, had found him at birth and handed Persephone over to be cared for, as if he were a simple doll to satisfy her needs. As the young man grew up, he was the bearer of such great beauty that both goddesses wanted him for themselves. Jiraiya understood that this dispute had led to Zeus's intervention, showing him to be wise, seeing that the god decided that Adonis would spend a third of the year with each goddess and the last third wherever he wanted, choosing Aphrodite. His life ended tragically when he was mortally wounded by a boar during a hunt, and Aphrodite, heartbroken, transformed his blood into anemones. Jiraiya simply kept the book. It was good material as it was, he didn't need to modify anything. Maybe he'll ask Zagrias for a copy and upload it as his own. Tsunade, on the other hand, had read that story silently with Jiraiya, feeling moved by the tragedy, shedding a few tears. Zagrias. I see you had your moment of thought and your entertainment, I would say fun. Hiruzen. Something like that. Madara. More or less. Jiraiya. Wait, he would say seriously, where are Minato and Kushina? Minato. We are here sensei, he would say, entering with a strange dress for them. Tsunade. Minato. She would say, surprised and blushing. Minato. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Jiraiya. Your clothes. Minato. Ah, well, Kushi-chan and I went to look for something, but Zagrias got us wet as a joke, so he gave us these clothes. Hiruzen. No. Kushina. Me too, Detevana. She would say, happily showing off her new outfit. Jiraiya would remain somewhat engrossed in his clothes, taking notes of everything he saw, but he would win with a blow from Tsunade and Kushina, while Mito finished him off like a volleyball on the ground. Tsunade. Pervert. Kushina. Always being a dirty old fart. Myth. Have some decency. Hiruzen. It would have been good Icha material, he thought, knowing that those clothes and this new culture would be a good theme for that series. Aburama. Hump, I would say seriously. Madara. Can we continue? He would ask since this was getting weird. Zagrias. Eyes to the orb, I would say, forming an image from a sphere. In the image. Previously. Mount Myaboku is a rich and beautiful land, home to all manner of summoned toads. It's a lush, green place with gigantic plants, large stone toad statues, and tall pointed mountains. Only those who have a contract with the toads can enter through reverse summoning, in which a toad calls to the user. Their white-haired man entered because he was called due to a prophecy that was going to be dictated. Currently. The white-haired man was Jiraiya of the Sannin, currently a member of the village hidden in the leaves, Konohagakure no Sato, a member of the Sannin, baptized as such in the Second Great Shinobi War after facing Hanzo of the Salamander, leader of Amegakure no Sato, the village hidden in the rain. Author of the book Icha Paradise, a book for perverts, and of the story of a bold shinobi. He was walking through the forests of Mount Myaboku, also known as the Mountain of Bewilderment or the Land of Toads, one of the 3 places sacred to those who know the way of the sages. Jiraiya, after so many years being his summoner, along with his apprentice Minato Namikaze, called the Yellow Lightning of Konoha, currently married to Kushina Uzumaki, the Bloody Habanero, had been called to an emergency in the world of summons. He knew that if they called him it was important, but he didn't want to go. His student, his son figure, received the news that he was going to be a father, and they had chosen the name if it was a boy, because they had decided to call him Naruto. If it was a boy, like the character in his first book, a bold shinobi, he wanted to be with them, share life with them, see how Minato went crazy due to the birth of his son, thanks to Kushina's cravings and mood swings, but the call was urgent. Due to urgency, he decided to leave the pair with his teammate, the Sannin of the Slugs, Tsunade Senju, the last member of the Sannin still in Konoha, because her partner the Sannin of the Snakes Orochimaru had defected after not being elected Hokage by Hiruzen, taking Minato as his successor. Tsunade was a medical ninja, the best of them, so they were in good hands. Out of the picture. Jiraiya. Mount Myaboku, what a beautiful place. Minato. Too bad about the food, he would say, having memories of Vietnam. Madara. So you're a Sannin and a writer, interesting. Jiraiya. Yes, the first book wasn't as successful as it deserved, but hey, at least I write wonderful things. Tsunade and Kushina. You only write porn. Kakashi. Jiraiya-sama is the best, he would say with his little book in hand. Kushina. Kakashi, she would say with a voice from the grave. Kakashi. Madara-sama, protect me, he would say, hiding behind Madara. Myth. That was weird. Hashirama. Yes. Aburama. So those two were waiting, he would say, seeing the image while Minato and Kushina were in shock, but each smiling, their biggest dream would come true. Minato. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Tsunade. You're welcome, brat. Orochimaru. Do they have to emphasize that to me? He would say, annoyed upon learning that Hiruzen did not choose him as successor. Hiruzen. Jealous. He would say mockingly. Orochimaru. We'll see who laughs, decrepit old man. Jiraiya. If the toads call it must be important, but well, the future Gaki will be like my grandson. Minato. Yes, that's for sure. In the image. Jiraiya arrived at Mount Myaboku and was greeted by Fukasaku, Shima, the clan elders, along with the leader, Gamabunta. Jiraiya. Fukasaku, Shima and Chief Gamabunta, I have arrived. Gamabunta. Until you arrive, human, he said without patience. Fukasaku. This is important, Jiraiya, what the wise toad has seen is very serious. Jiraiya. The great toad sage Gamamaru had a prophecy. Shima. Yes, and I'm afraid it's very complicated to understand, I just hope you can interpret it. Jiraiya. Well, it may be difficult, but I'll do it, I'll play it. The toads guided Jiraiya to the great toad sage, the one who taught the steps of the first sage, the Rakuto Sennin, the sage of the 6 paths, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, long ago to seal his mother Kagaya, the rabbit goddess. Upon reaching the room where the toad was, Jiraiya had a drop of sweat because the toad, due to its age, had fallen asleep. Off screen. Jiraiya. Always so impatient, Hagamabunta. He would say with false surprise. Kushina. If they weren't so powerful I would complain that they would be ugly. Tsunade. There's a reason I prefer slugs. Orochimaru. Kukukuku snakes are usually better. Madara. So Gamamaru, that old toad is so old he would say interested. Hiruzen. Well, everyone here would be children before him. Minato. Stayed. Hashirama. Asleep. Habarama. Age, it usually happens to any old person I would say seriously. In the image. Jiraiya. Great sage Gamamaru. The great toad would wake up suddenly, lost, as if something was missing, until he saw a table full of candles, so one by one he would begin to blow them out. Gamamaru. It's been a while Jiraiya, he said somewhat happily. Jiraiya. Yes, great sage, they told me that you wanted to see me. Gamamaru. Yes, he would say, blowing out a candle. I had a prophecy he would continue blowing out another candle first. You will become a great shinobi, he replied. Blowing out another candle you will travel around the world as a wise man, he would comment. Blowing out a candle you will dedicate your life to the observation of all creation, observing how nature takes its course, and in doing so, you will write a book, and you will also be a pervert without equal. In addition to the fact that one day you will have a student with the power to save or destroy the world. Jiraiya. But great sage, you have already told me that, and it has already come true, he said with a drop of sweat. Gamamaru. Ah well, he said calmly, smiling as if nothing mattered. Jiraiya. That's all. Gamamaru. No, it isn't, he would express, putting on a serious face. A few days ago I had a vision of what is coming, making a part of that prophecy I told you about disappear. Jiraiya. Everything was fulfilled even of the student, but he died, he said sadly. Gamamaru. Some time ago there was an oracle that was in charge of giving prophecies. It dates back to the era before the Sage of the Six Paths, even long before the arrival of the goddess Kaguya, he would say, leaving Jiraiya surprised as he listened attentively. A few months ago, I went to see its ruins and see the vestiges of past lives, to know the past, but there I had a vision. Jiraiya. What vision? Gamamaru. A very uncertain one, which came to me accompanied by a prophecy, pay attention. Jiraiya would take out a scroll and brush to write everything the toad sage would say. Gamamaru. In a book with golden leaves, a page is marked with an ornate bookmark that points to Moro's favorites. The needle of the separator points like a compass, alternating between the inevitable and the avoidable. The three most faithful Moros, in order to please their lord, gave what would be considered a blessing or a curse to two of the favorite souls of the one they serve. The spinner made two special threads, the first for the one with hair like a rose bathed in blood, and the second for a lightning bolt, as hot and atrocious as the rose itself. The second, the one that imparts luck, I throw the dice and join the threads of the rose and the lightning. From the union of these threads, a child will be born under the influence of Venus. Its existence will mark the end of an era and the beginning of its own era, or the return of an older one. What will decide whether the compass stops at the inevitable will be the steps taken by the favorites. The sands of time will move and continue their cycle, or they will have to swallow the unwary. The day has been marked, and the third daughter of the night only waits for the moment to sift her presence into the threads and cut that cursed gift when her lord tells her, or when the moment is propitious. The orchestra of death sings its funeral march, which is impregnated with its laments and tinged with its hunger. The starved for warmth look mockingly, and those sinners are amused by the Moorish theater. The die has been cast and the shadows of the tormented await life's verdict to see if they fall into the clutches of the devil or into the forgotten wings of the angel, who is imprisoned in hell for his decisions and beliefs. Jiraiya. It's hard to decipher, but not impossible. Thank you, great sage Gamamaru. The toad would fall asleep before Jiraiya was thankful, so he decided to leave the place, return to Konoha and embark on a new journey, decipher the prophecy and see what would happen to it. Out of the picture. Jiraiya. Always so kind, wise old man. He would say with a kind smile. Tsunade. He's just as senile as sensei. Hiruzen. It's not like he was that old, he complained offended. Orochimaru. You're old. Minato. It seems that old age takes away some of his memory. Hashirama. It's actually better to start with something friendly before getting serious, that way the atmosphere is less tense. Madara. I think the same, although half-heartedly. Habarama. Why not just get to the point? He would say, annoyed. Jiraiya. Konan, Nagato, Yahiko, he thought as he remembered his students with Gamamaru's mention of the word student. Upon hearing the words of the old toad, many were surprised by such a prophecy. Kushina. I don't understand anything, Tebana, she would say with smoke coming out of her head. Myth. It's something interesting, I would say the same way. Madara. Uzumaki, idiots who love ramen, people with no brains for studies, but in fights they were geniuses, he thought with some annoyance. Jiraiya. It's weird, Gamamaru never gives me such a long prophecy. Minato. Maybe the elders of fate want me to do it. Hiruzen. It's also unclear. Zagrias. In the past, prophecies were anything but clear, I would say, drawing attention to myself. Prophecies in ancient Greece, especially those delivered by oracles like the one at Delphi, were famously enigmatic and difficult to interpret. The messages were often full of ambiguities, wordplay, and formulations that could have more than one meaning. Oracles rarely gave direct answers. Instead, they offered predictions that the clients had to decipher for themselves. Abrahama. What do you mean? I would say seriously. Zagrias. I can give you an example, if you want. Tsunade. Say it, she would say, interested. Zagrias. King Croesus of Lydia had received a prophecy that said, if you cross the river, you will destroy a great empire. Croesus interpreted this as meaning victory, but he ended up destroying his own empire, not his enemies. Ashurama. Wow. Urea. That makes Gamamaru just tell me things and that's it. Zagrias. Actually, from what I heard, Gamamaru told you something ambiguous. You were the one who interpreted and trained his students based on that very prophecy. If you base your actions on the prophecy, even if you try to prevent it, it will still happen. Madara. It's poetic, those who wish to avoid prophecies end up causing them. Zagrias. Or accelerate them, but the fulfillment is given. Orochimaru. Interesting. Kuku. In the image. Upon returning to Konoha, Jiraiya decided to go to the Hokage Tower. Normally Gamamaru gave simple and uncontrived prophecies to be interpreted. He arrived at the tower, and there he saw the love of two young people. She had carmine red hair, and he had golden curls as if they were pieces of the same sun. Both were kissing, while the blonde spoke to the slightly swollen belly. Young man. Hello little one, it's daddy, he would say, receiving a kind of kick to his hand upon contact with his belly. He's playful and moving forward well. Woman. Yes, Mina-kun, the Tebana will be strong. Jiraiya. It seems I arrived at a bad time, Minato. Minato. Sensei, I didn't expect to see you. Jiraiya. Me neither, but I came for something serious, but first, he would say, focusing his sight on the redeed and touching her belly and smiling happily, who will be a super pervert like his godfather. Minato at that moment felt terror and paled while his wife and mother of his unborn child raised her hair in the form of 9 tails. Woman. What did you say, Iro-senin? She said, smiling very maniacally. Jiraiya. Kukushina, calm down, I was just playing, he said nervously. Kushina. You better. Minato. Sensei, that was serious. Jiraiya. The great sage, he would say, sighing, told me a prophecy, but it is too complicated to understand, and there are things that I do not understand and I must travel to find an answer. Minato. I see, you want an extended mission permit, right? Jiraiya. Yes, I'm afraid so, and I'm even afraid that I won't be there when the little one is born. I don't know how long that will last, but there are mentions of a forgotten era that I must investigate thoroughly. Minato. Okay, he would say, somewhat depressed, I'll give you permission. Jiraiya. Thank you, Minato, I'm sorry I can't be present that day. Kushina. Investigate and don't spy on Iro-senin women. Jiraiya. Yes, mother, he said, withdrawing. So after that day, Gama-san and Jiraiya went on a journey in search of knowledge, interpreting the words of the prophecy as best he could, trying not to leave any corner without letting in information from the ancient era. Out of the picture. Hiruzen. So, returning to the village, he murmured, seeing Jiraiya's arrival back to Konoha, it seems that he will be a good successor. Minato. Thank you, Hiruzen. Kushina. It's us, she would say very happily. Myth. He will be a great Uzumaki. Madara. That's great, more crazy Raymond addicts, he would say with annoyance. The area froze when it felt the drop in temperature that 3 Kunoichis made in the place. Kushina. Iro-senin, you will not pervert my baby, she would say with a sweet smile. Tsunade. You won't do it or I'll make my blows go to your crotch, she would say, snapping her fingers. Myth. You don't want me to wear my chains where the sun doesn't shine, do you? He would say in a calm voice. Jiraiya. And no, I would say, completely nervous and terrified. Minato. It was an honor to have been part of your sensei students, he would say in a military pose. Ashurama. So he'll ask for time to investigate. Minato. Yes, he would say sadly, he wanted his sensei to be there the day his son was born. Kushina. Looks like that topic will keep you busy. Jiraiya. I'm sorry, it's something we can't let go, he would say, something serious, but noticing the sadness in his voice. Tsunade. Even if they tell her to take care of herself, she will. Jiraiya. Are you afraid that I'll go and not come back? He would say mockingly, why don't we bet? Orochimaru. Kukuku using insurance against Murphy's Law. He would say amusedly. In the image. In Konoha, Minato and Kushina carry the Ritide's pregnancy with grace and very calmly, always at Hiruzen's suggestion, checked in the containment seal of the Biju of the Nine Tails, the Kyuubi no Kitsune, the demon fox of the Nine Tails, since due to the overload of the pregnancy, the seal that retained it could break and the Nine Tails, released, would attack Konoha in revenge. It was 6 months of hard work, coexistence and arduous exhausting work, because for Minato, the paperwork sucked his very soul, added to the council meetings, where thanks to the Sandaime, Hiruzen Sarutobi, since the middle of his term, and after the war, placed in a position of power a group of civilians, who called themselves, the Honorable Civilian Council of Konoha. These were villagers of the worst, they were the most notable inside of all, but under the table they were scum, they attributed many things to themselves for the good of the village, something that Minato did not let them get away with, and these in retaliation, held meetings just to complain. That added to Kushina's cravings, her mood swings, given the development of the pregnancy of a child in her womb, which the following month Tsunade would check and reveal the hex of it, being a boy, making Minato and Kushina very happy, choosing to name the future Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. Time flew by, and the 9 months of gestation had been fulfilled, so in a cave far from the village, to avoid problems, on October 10th, Kushina was in labor accompanied by her husband, who during this time only suffered as each and every one of the bones in his hand were reduced to dust. Out of the picture. Myth. It's not so much that the seal of the fur ball weakens, he would say, pointing to the fox leaping on a pair of sheep so comfortably that a little ball of mucus was noticeable on his nose. The Kyuubi. Z, what a soft bed, Z. Hiruzen. How can someone who seems to be weaker than an Ara be so thirsty for revenge, being the reincarnation of hatred? Urea. It would be ironic if several clans ended up descending from the Bijas, he commented ironically. Minato. Oh right, Hokage. Kushina. Honorable Civil Council, my ovary, she would say annoyed. Kaburama. Hiruzen. Civilians have no business interfering with shinobi matters. Orochimaru. And he did it without being senile. Hashirama. At least Tsunade does check it. Tsunade. I am a doctor although I have my traumas. Myth. Like everyone else, even Madara has them. Madara. It's part of human nature, but I don't hide them, I admit that I have them, he would say seriously. Jiraiya. So Naruto like the protagonist of A Bold Shinobi. Minato. There was no better name for him, sensei. Kakashi. Goodbye to my peace as a reader, he would say, seeing the responsibility of taking care of a pregnant Kushina and his sensei's future child. Hiruzen. 9 months flying and delivery, he would say, noticing his wife. Kushina. Does it really hurt that much? Myth. It's one of those pains that is good to have, I would say calmly. Hashirama. When my son was born, he said he didn't know what giving birth was, that it hurt more than a kick in the balls. Kaburama. What did you answer? Hashirama. When time passes, they say that we must have another one, I replied, and to this day, even though I'm dead and I maintain it, I have not seen a man say that he would like another kick in the balls. Madara. How could I forget, you lived in my house for 2 weeks after Mito beat you up. Several snickered as Minato looked at the hand, feeling the phantom pain. In the image. Kushina was screaming due to being a first-time mother, while a nurse assisted her. The latter was the wife of the Sandaime Hokage, Iwako Sarutobi, who kept Kushina stable while she asked her to push. Kushina. Iwako. Push Kushina-sama, push. Kushina made an effort to get the baby out. Minato. Bid, honey, it's coming out now, he said, smiling in a forced way because of his hand that the Redeed destroyed with each scream. Kushina. Come on Naru-chan, get out of mommy arg. Iwako. The little head has already come out, please a little more Kushina. Kushina would push again, and a blond boy with 3 little mustache marks would come out, who would start to cry. Iwako. Congratulations, it's a boy. Kushina was crying with happiness because her son had already been born and was with them, while the old woman approached to clean and later deliver a newborn to his parents, where Minato cried with relief and happiness, his hand was released after so much suffering, so much pain suffered, while Iwako approached with a newborn in a blanket. Minato. I'm dad, watching Kushina take Naruto in her arms. Kushina. Naruto, I can finally see you. Out of the picture. Minato was pale, looking at how he was going to suffer, while Jiraiya rubbed his back trying to calm him down, while Kushina grimaced in pain, being supported by Tsunade and Mito. Hiruzen. My wife, the best midwife, he would say with a smile. Madara. How can I forget it, he would say, remembering the time he saw Hashirama after giving birth to his son. Hashirama. It's a painful and happy moment, he would say, smiling nervously. Kaburama. It's a good thing I didn't have children. Myth. That's why you're bitter. Zagrias. The moment of coming into the world is a very beautiful moment. Minato. "My boy," he would say smiling, but reflecting the pain of his future self in his hand. "Jiraiya. Hahaha, he'll be like his godfather," he would say laughing. "Hashirama. Don't you have a feeling that something very bad is going to happen?" he would say, feeling something. Minato and Kushina became serious, feeling worried and afraid. Kushina. "I hope not." Minato. "Me too." In the image. "But all good things must come to an end," a scream echoed around the place as the midwife fell dead. Minato. "Bueko-sama." In a quick movement, a masked man appeared, stealing Naruto from Kushina's arm while looking seriously at the older blonde. Masked man. "Fourth Hokage Minato, stay away from the Jinchuriki. If you don't, the child's life will end in a minute." Minato. How did he pass the protective measures? He thought seriously and worried. At that, Kushina would begin to scream in pain while the Kyuubi's retention seal began to manifest violently. Minato. Kushina. Masked man. "Stay away from the Jinchuriki," he would order, pointing a kunai at Naruto. "Don't you care what happens to your son?" Minato. "Wait. Calm down." Masked man. "Speak for yourself, Minato, I'm calm." The masked man would throw Naruto into the air. Kushina. Naruto. Minato didn't think about it, using his Hiraishin no Jutsu seals, he quickly grabbed Naruto, who was falling towards a kunai from the masked man. Masked man. "Looks like I'll leave it to Yellow Lightning." Naruto's blanket, to everyone's surprise, was full of paper bombs, so Minato would take out the blanket and leave the cave with his son in his arms. Minato. "That's good, you're not hurt," he would say while noticing a wooden plank on his leg. "I had to use Hiraishin no Jutsu, and its target is Kushina, and she managed to escape," he thought while removing the plank from his leg. Out of the picture. Hiruzen. "No." He would scream upon seeing his wife full dead. Kushina. No, she would say, starting to sob. Minato. "Not my son. Wretch." Jiraiya. "Minato, that doesn't happen quietly," he would say, taking the blonde. Tsunade. "Kushina, breathe with me," she would say, trying to calm the redeed. Hashirama. "Seru, breathe with me," he would say, trying to calm the third one. Aburama. "That hair, could it be an Uchiha?" he thought seriously. Madara. "Who are you, could it be the brat?" he thought seriously. Kakashi. "That hair looks familiar," he thought seriously, trying to help Jiraiya calm Minato down. Kushina. "Mina-kun," she would say, relaxing upon seeing her son safe. Minato. "He's my son, I won't let him die." Myth. "He is releasing the Kyuubi." Jiraiya. "This is bad." Aburama. "Someone said the birthing place was secret, someone divulged it here isn't." Minato. "But who?" Madara. "Someone in his inner circle who knew." He expressed, making his point, something that would be known miles away. Jiraiya. "If the council knew, since as we see the council has a lot of power, even the elders would know someone in power is a traitor." Tsunade. "But who?" Aburama. "Whoever it is, must pay the consequences of their actions," he said seriously. In the image. Minato, using his Hiraishin, would go to drop Naruto off at his house, making sure he was safe, while elsewhere Kushina was caught in several seals, screaming in pain and exhaustion, while the masked man performed hand seals, releasing the Kyuubi from the seal, with the aim of destroying the Leaf Village, while through the hole of the only eye of the mask, a three-bladed Sharingan could be seen. Kushina resisted as best she could, not let go of the fox, while the fox looked angrily at the masked man, while he was slowly possessed by the Sharingan, losing all traces of reason and behaving like an out-of-control being. Kushina, when the Biju came out, fell weakened to the limit, while the masked man turned around and headed towards Konoha, but before he would order Kushina to be killed by making the Biju lower its claws, but she would be saved by Minato after using Hiraishin again. The yellow flash would see the beast heading towards the leaf, so he would leave Kushina with Naruto, put on the Hokage cloak, and leave with Hiraishin towards the village and stop the madness. The moon was full and the night sky was as clear as crystal. Unfortunately, for the people of Konoha, a night like this was not a night to enjoy, as the peaceful silence of the night was instead filled with the noise of chaos reigning everywhere. The Kyuubi was unleashing its fury throughout the village, destroying homes and killing people. The citizens of Konoha knew what the Kyuubi was. It was a force of nature, a tremendous force of power that could create tsunamis and destroy mountains with one of its 9 tails. Many wondered how the Kyuubi attacked their village. But for now, the village's shinobi fought with everything they had to prevent the beast from destroying their homes and slaughtering their families. As the battle progressed, the shinobi regained hope when the 4th Hokage, Minato, appeared on his summoning toad and landed on top of the Kyuubi. As the Kyuubi was about to unleash another devastating blast of chakra, Minato used his famous Hiraishin no Jutsu to teleport himself and the Kyuubi away from Konoha to a secluded area about 15 kilometers away. It was then that all of Konoha's shinobi saw a loud and powerful explosion in the distance. But a masked man was not willing to allow that, so he confronted the Hokage, who was trying to defend himself against the guy, who looked like a ghost, because he could not take him and attack, so the masked man used an ability of his eyes, by changing patterns. But that would not stop Minato, filled with courage, knowing that he wanted to give a future to his newborn son. He prepared for combat and launched himself. Bursts of three-pointed kunai were thrown, but the masked man dodged everything, while Minato realized something to take advantage of the situation. He threw a kunai that would pierce the masked man, and while he was going to touch him, he used Hiraishin and connected an attack of his own authorship on the subject's back, the Rasengan, a massive condensed chakra rotating at various speeds, inspired by the Bijidama of the tailed beasts. The masked man, due to the heavy damage, had no choice but to flee, but Minato would use a seal restricting the subject's chakra and freeing the Kyuubi from control, while the subject would flee promising to return. Minato would then make a decision and teleport away, and upon seeing his wife, they would know that Kyuubi had to be sealed again. Out of the picture. Hiruzen, Tobirama and Hashirama. The village. Minato. My wife. The four exclaimed worried at such a scenario. Kushina. Oh no. Myth. That I. Tobirama. Ichigo had to be, he would say angrily. Madara. Who could it be? He would say seriously, denoting surprise so as not to raise suspicions. Kakashi. No. Jiraiya. They are fighting bravely. Tsunade. But it's not enough. Orochimaru. Kukukuku, this is a sight for my delight, he would say with amusement. Hashirama. Phew, he would whistle in relief at seeing Hiraishin used to deflect the Bijidama. Tobirama. So you improved my technique. Minato. Yes, he would say without taking his eyes off the screen. Kakashi. Who are you, why do you look familiar to me? He thought, seeing the masked man. Seeing Minato versus the masked man's fight, those present were relieved, although Tobirama glared at the blonde. That guy had to die at all costs for what he did to the village. Jiraiya. It's okay, he would say, looking at Minato. Your family is safe, he would say in an understanding tone. Tobirama. You should have killed him, even if your son and wife died, he would say tactlessly. Minato. Listen to me well, albino rat, he would say with a look so icy that it gave the Nidaime chills. Before being the leader of a village, I am a family man. If being cage implies breaking all my ties and serving a village that will only see me as a slave, I will resign and leave that village. I don't give a shit what happens to the villagers, so if my thinking is possible, I will make the worst decision of my life. And it would be better if that village doesn't do anything to my son, because otherwise I will be the one to destroy it. Tobirama. It's a threat, he would say, raising his chakra. Kushina. Yes, she would say with her hair raised in 9 tails. Hiruzen. Calm down, they're just talking in the heat of the moment, he would say, trying to calm down. He didn't like Minato's words, but he understood. His albino sensei didn't, since he never had a family. He didn't know what it was like to be someone who heads it. Madara. Oh, I like him, he would say, smiling, looking at Minato. Hashirama. Although it hurts me about the village, I'm with Minato. Being a family man implies having a burden, and being cage is deciding who you choose, if your family or your village. It's not an easy thing. In the image. On the battlefield. The shinobi tried to hold back the Kyuubi as best they could, led by the Sandaime Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. This proved fruitless, especially when the Biju charged up another Bijidama. But Minato, using Hiraishin, would teleport the attack, causing it to explode into the distance. He would then grab the Kyuubi and bring it to that area to prevent further damage to the village. In the new zone. Near the Kyuubi, Minato was standing next to him, and by his side was his wife Kushina. Seeing the destruction caused by the Kyuubi, both Minato and Kushina heard the screams of their greatest treasure. In Minato's arms, he held the person they loved the most, more than each other at this moment. With them was their newborn only son, Naruto. Although Minato and Kushina were happy that their baby was okay, they both knew that if they didn't stop the Kyuubi now, their precious legacy would die right here and now. Minato knew what had to be done, and he was willing to do it. Kushina knew what had to be done too. She was the first to assault the Kyuubi, while Minato created the barrier to contain the Kyuubi and prevent them from escaping. The Uzumaki unleashed her chakra chains on the Kyuubi to immobilize it, but Minato could tell how weak Kushina was becoming, since she became the Kyuubi's former Jinchuriki. So having the Kyuubi ripped from her was leading to her death. He wanted to protect the two people he loved the most by making sure the Kyuubi was gone for the time being. Minato saw what she was doing and decided to do what he had to do, not only for Konoha, but for the future as well. He stopped Kushina before she could seal the Kyuubi inside her again. Minato. Kushina, no, like that one who didn't make me Hokage, but a man and now a father to the son you gave me. I can't let you die like that. Kushina. But Minato, this is the only way I can be sure of saving you both. Minato. Kushina. Minato tearing. Kushina. Don't cry, after all today is our son's birthday. The only thing I regret is not being able to see him grow, but thinking about that, all of us being a family, I couldn't be happier than that." Minato was silent for a moment until a look of determination came across his face. "Minato. Kushina, save your strength, you're going to need it to see Naruto again." His wife looked at him confused. "I'll seal your remaining chakra inside Naruto with Haki Fuin. Then I'll bring the Kyuubi down with me. Since I'm not a host, I can use Shiki Fujin." Kushina was afraid of this because if Minato used the seal's power, then he would die. But Minato thought about what had happened that night and told Kushina what he had realized. He told Kushina that he would seal the yang half along with Kushina with the Haki, while taking the yin half with him in death. It was then that Minato would trace hand seals until he produced a very strong presence. "Minato. Shiki Fujin. Kushina. Minato. Minato. We put our trust in you, son. After all, you're ours, and that makes you the best of all. Hiruzen. Those seals looking from afar, so you'll use that," lowering his head a little. "Minato. When I'm done, I'll seal our chakras in case he needs us with him." Kushina. "Minato, he's our son, I don't want to burden him like I did." Minato. "As a father and as a husband, my duty is to protect them, because before being a cage, I am a father and husband, and I must add that I cannot ask another father to give me his son. For this, I will protect the village and my family. I know that Naruto is stronger than him, and he will be stronger. He is our son, and I know that he will achieve wonders because of it." Hiruzen wanted to pass and be the one to give his life to let both parents raise the child, but there was a barrier that prevented the passage while more Konoha shinobi arrived. The Shinigami would move her hand, piercing Minato's chest and taking the Kyuubi, making him realize. "Kyuubi? Damn yondame. Minato. Seal." The chakra was divided in two, where one part was thrown towards Minato being trapped in it, while the other complained about what had been done. "Kyuubi? Damn." Minato would then summon an altar where they would place Naruto. "Out of the picture. Hiruzen. Minato, you," he would say, surprised, ignoring the work he did as cage. Kushina. "Minato, no, not you, not on that day." Minato. "I'm sorry, but it's to protect you too." Habarama. "Already the village," he would say seriously. Jiraiya. "Actually that's already a bonus," he would say seriously, he was already disliking the white-haired Senju. Tsunade. "No, please," she would say, starting to cry. Myth. "Hiruzen, come in, be the one to make the seal." Hiruzen. "I would, but I'm afraid the barrier they put up is stronger than what we can use to open it." Hashirama. "Both are sealing masters, right?" Orochimaru. "Kukuku, and Uzumaki is always a monster in that art, and if you add the adamantine chains, even more so, I would say." Fascinated. Seeing that Minato did the Shiki Fujin, they were surprised while they watched us seriously, witnessing everything that is going to happen. Minato. "I hope I make the right decision, otherwise, I'll leave the village," he would whisper seriously. Kushina heard him and was surprised. She was seeing a side of Minato that she didn't expect to see, and she liked that. The village can be rebuilt, a family cannot. In the image. Taking advantage of the 8 trigram seal, Minato proceeded to seal the Kyuubi into his son, hoping that he could use it in the future. But Kushina grew increasingly weaker, and the Kyuubi released one of its claws and attacked Naruto to avoid being sealed. Both parents, determined not to let their son die, stood between the boy and the claw, saving him from death. Minato. "I told you that this was a father's duty." Kushina. "Then much more than I am the mother." Kyuubi. "Damn." Kushina. "This is the first time you've lost an argument." Minato. "Thanks." Kushina, taking blood from her lips and tracing hand seals, summoning a toad, which would be scared upon seeing the fox. While Minato handed the seal key to the toad destined to be delivered to Jiraiya, that should be enough. The Shinigami would take out a knife and pass it over her tongue. Minato. "Kushina, my time is running out. I'll begin the sealing of the 8 trigrams and leave a bit of my chakra in him. It will be a long time before we can see him again. Let's tell him what we want to tell him." Kushina. "Naruto, don't be picky, eat, grow a lot and be a good boy, bathe every day, go to bed early and sleep well, make friends. It doesn't matter how many, just make sure they're true friends that you trust. It doesn't matter if there are just a few, study well. I was never good at it, maybe you or everyone is very good and very bad at some things. Don't feel bad if there's something you can't do, make sure you listen to your teachers at the academy. Avoid the 3 vices of being shinobi. Don't borrow money, save what you earn from your missions, don't drink sake until you're 20 or you will ruin your body, and as for women, well, I'm a woman, so I don't know what to say. This is a man's world, and someday you'll want a girlfriend. Don't just pick the first girl that crosses your path, find someone strong like your mother, and be careful of Jiraiya. You are going to experience much pain and suffering. Remember who you are, find a goal, a dream, and never give up until you make it a reality. There are so many things I would like to tell you and teach you. I want to be with you, my son, I love you. Minato, I'm sorry for wasting your time." Minato. Okay, Naruto, my message for you is I guess the same as your scandalous mother, smiling a little 8 trigram seal. The Shinigami would then take the Kyuubi and introduce it into Naruto, while snatching the soul of the recently deceased Minato, sealing it in her stomach, but she witnessed something, or rather someone watching this from the heavens. Shinigami. Lady Cow surprised. Out of the picture. Myth. They started the sealing, I would say, seriously. Jiraiya. No, he would say, seeing the Kyuubi's claw attack Naruto, he won't want to be sealed again. Kakashi. No, I would say, seeing the situation until everyone witnessed what both parents did. Minato. It's what a father. Kushina. It's what a mother. Both. Would do. Tsunade. Poor boy, she would say, feeling sorry for the boy. Mito and Tsunade, upon hearing Kushina's words, felt themselves begin to cry silently, while Jiraiya, pretending to be offended, wiped away a couple of tears. Hashirama was saddened by the boy's fate, even he could see what was coming, after all, humans harbor a lot of resentment in their hearts. Aburama nodded at the decision, while Madara cared little, he was not sentimental like others, he knew that sacrificing a soul to become a Jinchuriki meant that he would even be used as a punching bag by those most affected. Minato felt that something bad would happen with Kushina, but that would help them in the future, knowing if they would make the right decision. Kushina. Mina-kun, I stole your time. Minato. It's okay, you said the things I would have said. Seeing the death of his parents while the Shinigami did her thing, Jiraiya closed his eyes along with Kakashi, knowing that Naruto was not going to have a good childhood. They wouldn't blame him for this, since the masked man did everything. Naruto was something more inopportune, someone without guilt. But before anyone said anything about the sealing, the surprises were not long in coming. Madara. So the primordial observed everything, he would say, surprised. Aburama. Cows. Hashirama. What does he want? Myth. So he will be, she muttered to herself, not knowing that Hiruzen also came to the same conclusion with Orochimaru, without knowing it. In the image. The primordial goddess of creation had remained expectant of everything, seeing each and every event that occurred, she looked at the Shinigami with a serious face, knowing that she was not playing at anything, and she performed an act where several orbs of various colors were entering, guided by her hand into the child, only she and the Shinigami could see it, while the Shinobis approached to see what had happened. Chaos. It's time for the time of the gods to return. After those words, she would leave the area, returning to her limbo of existence. The Shinigami, a little confused, would withdraw, as those words were also foreign to her, while elsewhere, a goddess, dressed in very colorful robes, began to awaken from her long sleep. In the sealing zone, Hiruzen would check the bodies, while carrying little Naruto, who was unclothed, naked, without even a diaper, so with a bit of his worn cloak, he would cover the infant, while he had the shinobi take the bodies of the yondaime and his wife. Hiruzen. What destiny awaits you, son, sighing. The images turned off. Seeing what cows did, Minato and Kushina were surprised. Could their son be a god? They couldn't believe it. Partly they felt proud, but on the other hand, they were scared and nervous. If their son knew, would he hate them? Madara. Is it time for the time of the gods to return? He would say something funny. Hashirama. Yes, it's not like they've been asleep for millennia. I'd also say something funny. Aburama. They don't realize that would change the world, he would say seriously, since he was being open to the possibilities, and the end of the Shinobi era was something he didn't like at all. Jiraiya. Even the Shinigami was surprised. Tsunade. Yes. Myth. And Hiruzen manages to enter. Hiruzen. I swear, Minato, I will take care of him, I will do what I can, I just hope the council does nothing to prevent me from doing it, he would say to the air. Zagrias. I fear you have activated Murphy's Law, he whispered to himself. Orochimaru. Kukukuku, he laughed upon hearing the fallen god's whisper. Kushina. Thank you, Hiruzen, thank you. Zagrias. I think you need a break, take all the time you need, I'll see about showing you something later. Everyone retreated to the quietest places in the place, while Jiraiya returned to the library to read, Kushina and Minato went to the nearby lake and the others to do their thing and talk, while Tobirama looked at the god with a frown, this was being shown to them for something right. Greek Mythological Bestiary 1. Everyone was in a secluded spot within the sphere where Zagrias was showing them what they wanted, relaxing from what they saw. Minato and Kushina were sitting under a tree on the banks of a stream, relaxing, trying to be optimistic about what the future held for their son. Minato was regretting it and making the decision not to seal the Biju into his son if he was released in Konoha. From now on, his priority would be his family. Kushina tried to reason with her husband, telling him that that might not happen, so it was hasty, so she swore that they should see more to know which path and what decision to take, so they should wait until they knew more. Unaware that Minato's vision was going to be the correct one. Jiraiya on the other hand was wearing new clothes since he wanted to experience the clothes that Minato and Kushina were wearing after the gods joke, and he had to admit that it was quite comfortable. Tsunade watched in surprise from a distance as her companion, who despite his age was in good physical condition, noticed he was reading a book with a sheep and a moon as its logo. Jiraiya was reading the story of Selene and Endymion, looking for material to expand the stories in his bibliographical creations. Jiraiya. Fascinating, he would say, devouring every word and every paragraph of the story of the forbidden love between a goddess and a mortal human, he would say, taking notes of everything deserved to shine without him adding anything perverted, without a doubt they were stories that would sell like hotcakes. Selene, the goddess of the moon, gazed down upon the earth every night from her silver chariot, illuminating the heavens with her gentle light. On one of her nocturnal journeys, she discovered Endymion, a young shepherd of striking beauty tending his sheep beneath the moonlight. From the first moment, Selene fell deeply in love with him. She could not tear her gaze from his serene and perfect face. Moved by her passion, Selene descended from heaven to meet him. For several nights, the goddess and the shepherd shared moments of love and passion in secret. Endymion reciprocated Selene's feelings, and together they lived a brief but intense romance under the starry canopy. However, Endymion knew his life was fleeting compared to that of the immortal goddess. Worried about aging and losing the youth that so captivated Selene, the young shepherd began to think about his destiny. Selene, fearing the loss of her beloved, asked Zeus to intervene. The god, moved by Selene's devotion, offered Endymion a unique gift. An eternal sleep in which he would remain young and immortal, though he would never wake again. Endymion accepted, knowing that this way he could always be near his beloved, even if only in sleep. From then on, Endymion sleeps in a cave on Mount Latmos, his face immutable and serene, while Selene visits him each night. Although their passion was brief, their love endures into eternity, in that state between dream and reality. Hiruzen. It seems you want to improve, huh? He would say, arriving at his side. Jiraiya. Sensei, the truth is, I would say, surprised and smiling, knowing that these stories could have more impact, I thought about publishing them, a book separate from Ichigo. Hiruzen. I see, and regarding what we see. Jiraiya. Sensei, you must relax and think clearly, I see the second, and I see that everything he has done is based on fanaticism, which is usually bad. I understand that you want to tell me that I am a shinobi of Konoha, and I must watch over it, but remember, changes are healthy, and this era sooner or later will end, so it is better to know that it will end to better face it, and that does not mean that the village disappears, at most it is simply modified to a civilian village. Hiruzen. I see, he would say, taking a new vision of what they saw. Thank you. Jiraiya. Whenever you want, sensei, and he would say, looking at the shelf, you shouldn't spy on other people. Snake. Orochimaru. Kukuku, I see you're still perceptive and haven't grown old like sensei. Hiruzen. To the point, he would say, seriously looking at his deranged student. Orochimaru. I'm surprised you want to accept what will come in the future. Hiruzen. I prefer to think clearly before making a decision. Orochimaru. Whatever he would say, retiring. Over time, those present gathered again in the sphere, while Zagrias read a couple of books, while Tobirama struck down the fallen god, since he was more obsessed than the rest. Hashirama was dead and was more receptive to accepting that everything that begins must end. Madara was there, being the most realistic of all, since it was something true, everything begins and ends, Konoha would be no exception. Mito, well, her home village fell while she was in Konoha, so if her birthplace fell, Konoha would too, either by an invasion or by the forgetting of the Shinobi Era. Of all of them, Tobirama was the one who did not accept things, that they should move forward, and that they could leave behind the era of violence that was the Shinobi Era. Tsunade. What are you reading, Zagrio-san? Zagreus. Millennia will pass and I will never get used to your honorific somewhat uncomfortably, I would say, but I was reading about creatures from the past, creatures that, given time, may reappear. Orochimaru. What kind of creatures? Zagreus. In the past, there were monsters, immortal beings who, when killed on Earth, would regenerate in Tartarus, the deepest region of the underworld, eventually appearing on Earth. No matter the monster, it would go there, regenerate, and appear on Earth after days, months, years, even centuries or millennia. Jiraiya. So we'll see them, how he would say, thinking about something. Zagreus. Indeed, he would say, receiving glances from everyone. I must point out that several of them may have human intellect and abilities, such as speech, reasoning, and the like, because they were once human, he would say seriously. Others are like wild animals that move by their instincts. Minato. Something like summons. Zagreus. No, it's not something that if you kill it, it doesn't go poof and go to its summoning home. Hashirama. I see. Madara. I hope you know how to dance well, he would say interestedly. Tobirama. Hump, I would say seriously. Kushina. Go ahead, Detevana. Minato. I think like my beloved. Orochimaru. Interesting. Kukikuku. Zagrias simply moved the book to the sphere, causing it to absorb it and begin to reflect the image and explanation like a documentary. In the image. Chimera. The chimera was a monstrous creature with a terrifying appearance. It combined the body and head of a lion, with a second goat's head emerging from its back and a tail shaped like a serpent or dragon. It was the daughter of Typhon and Echidna, two of the most feared monsters in mythology. Typhon, a gigantic and violent deity, represented destructive winds and storms, while Echidna was the mother of multiple beasts, making the chimera part of a fearsome progeny of mythological beings. The chimera terrorized the lands of Lycia in Asia Minor, devastating crops, killing livestock, and sowing chaos among the region's inhabitants. Its ability to breathe fire made any confrontation with it even more deadly. It became a symbol of chaos and terror, an impossible combination of beasts. Although its power seemed invincible, its destiny came to an end when the hero Bellerophon, riding the winged horse Pegasus, was sent to defeat it. Out of the picture. Urea. Cute kitty, he would say nervously. Tsunade. Lion head, goat head and a snake head on the tail, what a mix. Hirzan. Not to mention the ability to breathe fire through them. Kushina. I would have liked to tame him. Myth. Just like me. Madara. Ignore them, we know the Uzumakis are crazy. The two Uzumakis along with Tsunade would throw whatever they had at hand, and Madara, like that sorcerer who doesn't even flinch, dodged everything like a champion. Hashirama. I had forgotten that he was one of the few who could contradict an Uzumaki, tell him the forbidden words and come out unscathed. Habarama. That aside, she looks like a wild animal, I'm glad to know someone killed her. Minato. If you remember that he will return, right? Orochimaru. Kukuku makes me want to create such a beautiful animal. Kukuku. Zagrias. Let's continue, he would say looking at the screen. In the image. Nemean lion. The Nemean lion was a fearsome creature that inhabited the lands of ancient Greece, the son of the monsters Typhon and Echidna. In some versions, its origin was attributed to Selene, the goddess of the moon. Raised in the region of Nemea, this lion had an impenetrable hide that made it invulnerable to mortal weapons. Its presence spread terror in the countryside of Nemea, where it devoured livestock and attacked the inhabitants without anyone being able to stop it. The lion took refuge in a cave with two entrances, making it almost impossible to catch. This story is intertwined with that of Zeus's hero son, Heracles, who was sent to defeat him as the first of the 12 labors entrusted to him by King Eurystheus. Heracles, upon confronting the beast, soon discovered that his arrows and weapons were useless against its invulnerable hide. Finally, with great cunning and strength, Heracles blocked one of the cave's exits and trapped the lion in hand-to-hand combat. Using his enormous strength, he managed to strangle the lion to death. As a trophy of his victory, Heracles took the lion's skin and, after flaying it with his bare claws, used it as invulnerable armor for the subsequent heroic labors that lay ahead. Out of the picture. Tsunade. Wow. Orochimaru. Kukikuku, this is a surprise. Urea. A lion with invulnerable skin sounds terrifying. Hirzan. While he is not a threat like Chimera, his own strength, the natural aggressiveness of the feline, and his invulnerability make him someone fearsome. Habarama. Not even chakra metal weapons would do anything to him, he would murmur seriously. Minato. It would be a good decoration, he would say seeing the skin. Myth. I don't like that Heracles guy. Kushina. He is the son of Zeus' team, whether we like it or not, he will be related to my baby. Madara. Strangle him to death. How strong was he? Zagrias. If I am not mistaken, Heracles could break your Susanoo with his blows, although with your strategic ability you could defeat him, after all, well used the mind surpasses the muscle. Hashirama. 12 jobs. He would say without wanting to know what happened there. Zagrias. When we touch upon the story of that hero I would say seriously we will see it. Kushina. You don't like him, do you? She would ask, looking at the fallen man with a face of he can't be that bad. Zagrias. If you saw what that guy did and what he is now, being promoted to god, you would tell me I'm right. On screen. Minotaur. The story of this monster begins with King Minos of Crete, who had received a magnificent white bull sent by the sea god Poseidon as a sign of divine favor on the condition that he sacrifice it in honor of the benevolent god. However, Minos, fascinated by the animal's beauty, decided to disobey the god and keep the bull. In retaliation, Poseidon placed a curse on Pasiphae, Minos' wife, causing her to desire the bull with an uncontrollable passion. Desperate to fulfill this wish, Pasiphae sought help from Daedalus, the great inventor, who built a hollow wooden cow inside which she hid to attract the bull. From this unnatural union, the Minotaur was born, a creature half man and half bull, ferocious and savage. Unable to control the beast, Minos ordered Daedalus to build a gigantic labyrinth beneath his palace at Knossos to imprison the Minotaur, where it would be fed human sacrifices sent from Athens as tribute. The Minotaur remained in the labyrinth for years until the hero Theseus, Prince of Athens, volunteered to be one of the young men sent as a sacrifice. With the help of Ariadne, Minos' daughter, who gave him a thread to avoid getting lost in the labyrinth, Theseus managed to find the Minotaur and kill him, ending the nightmare for Crete and Athens. Out of the picture. Hashirama. And now we go with a guy who is literally a mass of muscles. Madara. Minotaur interesting he would say, writing down his ideas to fight against one. When they learned about the creature's origin, many didn't know what to think. Habarama. The gods are cruel he would say seriously, thinking that they should be sealed. Hiruzen. Receiving divine favors has its consequences for good or bad, here this creature was conceived for not following the rules, we as cages punish shinobi who do not fulfill missions. Kushina. Yes, it's true. Habarama. It's different. Hiruzen. It's the same, after all, you included the idea of first a mission and then the companions. Kakashi. So he would say surprised. Habarama. That's the life of a shinobi, we're simply weapons that will be discarded sooner or later. Orochimaru. I see why Danzo is his most loyal student he would say quietly. Minato. But that does not justify you saying that the gods are cruel, when as cages, we do the same, and it is likely that in the future I will have to do it, although I will be softer, he would say comforting Kakashi, who was hyperventilating, knowing that the shinobi rule that killed his father as a law was a regulation by Tobirama. Kushina joined in to comfort Kakashi, since although she knew that the mission would always come first, even if it was not regulated, Tobirama saw it as a way to let civilians know the consequences of shinobi life. Myth. We're getting off topic. Hashirama. Theseus. Athens. I understand that Crete is a Greek city, after all, every city has its king, right? Zagrias. Indeed. Hashirama. And Knossos, is it from Crete? Zagrias. It's the palace of Crete to be specific, and regarding your doubts, we will see Theseus in the future, since he is the hero that Hiruzen's grandson admires the most. Hiruzen. My grandson he would say interested. Zagreus. Let's continue. In the image. Lernean Hydra. My apologies if the image is more of an Asian dragon, that's how it came out of the AI. The Lernean Hydra was a monstrous aquatic serpent famous for having multiple heads, and for each one that was cut off, two more grew in its place. The Hydra was the daughter of the fearsome Typhon and Echidna, known for giving birth to some of the most terrifying creatures in Greek mythology. This beast inhabited the swamps of Lerna, a region of Argolis, and its poisonous breath and toxic blood caused any living being that approached it to perish quickly. Furthermore, one of its most feared powers was that one of its heads was immortal, making it practically impossible to destroy. The Hydra was not only a ferocious creature, but also a symbol of chaos and death, as the Greeks considered it the guardian of the underworld and a representation of the stagnant pestilent waters of Lerna, believed to be connected to the realm of the dead. King Eurystheus, who entrusted Heracles with the famous 12 labors, sent him to kill the Hydra as his second task. Heracles faced great difficulties in fighting the Hydra, as each time he cut off one of its heads, two new ones would appear, making the battle desperate. Finally, with the help of his nephew Iolaus, Heracles managed to defeat the Hydra. Each time he cut off a head, Iolaus cauterized the wound with fire, preventing more from growing. Thus, Heracles was able to cut off the beast's immortal head, buried it under a huge rock, and dipped his arrows in the Hydra's poisonous blood, which would serve him in future battles. Out of the picture. Myth. We're going for another son of Typhon and Echidna. Hashirama. I'm surprised that the guy who wiped out the gods has children. Madara. A creature that regenerates more if you cut off its head, it is poisonous, not in blood, but also expelled through its mouths, what a huge headache he would say smiling, and what a good battle it would give. Habarama. Its poison must be lethal. Hiruzen. Although the appearance of Heracles. Kakashi. And his nephew Iolao is how to say it timely. Minato. Good teamwork. Kushina. I imagine Obito shouting that they defeated a creature like that. Kakashi. Yes, I would. Minato and Kakashi would remember their deceased classmate student. While Madara simply coughed a little, not drawing attention to anything. Urea. 12 labors of Heracles I wonder what his other 10 will be. Tsunade. I don't know. Orochimaru. Kukuku, his poison is fascinating, he would say smiling. In the image. Jellyfish. Medusa is known as one of the 3 Gorgons and, notably, the only mortal among them. Her origin is both fascinating and tragic. Medusa was originally a beautiful young woman, daughter of Phorcys and Ceto, 2 sea deities. She was also a priestess of Athena, which required her to live in chastity and dedicate herself to the service of the goddess. However, her beauty was so dazzling that it attracted the attention of Poseidon, the god of the sea, who, according to some versions of the myth, took her by force in Athena's temple. This act of grape enraged the goddess, who in retaliation transformed Medusa into a hideous creature with snakes for hair and the ability to turn anyone who looked directly into her eyes to stone. There are two currents of view regarding this curse. The first is that Athena only wanted to protect her from being raped again by some man, and the other is that Athena was jealous of the beauty of her priestess and being raped against her will in her temple gave her the perfect excuse to curse her, arguing that they had defiled a sacred place of the goddess. As the Gorgon, Medusa became a symbol of horror and punishment, but also a figure of compassion in some modern interpretations. She lived isolated in a cave, feared and despised by all. Despite her new appearance and the curse that condemned her, Medusa retained the memory of her former beauty and suffered from the loss of her humanity. Eventually, she was confronted by the hero Perseus, who, with the help of the gods, managed to decapitate her, using a shield as a mirror to avoid her petrifying gaze. Although her life ended tragically, Medusa's head continued to hold significant power, being used by Perseus as a weapon against his enemies, adding a dimension of ambivalence to her legacy. Image turns off. Urea. Oh my god, he would say, analyzing the beauty of the Gorgon, I have to admit that for a monster, she is quite pretty, hehehe. He would laugh with a slight shedding of blood. Orochimaru. 3, 2, 1. Tsunade. Get out, pervert. She would say, hitting him. Urea. The sand in Jiraiya takes off again. Ugai would scream until I fell into a tree. Minato. Beyond the fact that she's a pretty woman, what the hell? Kushina. She's beautiful, but really? Being raped beyond your progeny just for the beauty she possesses and then being cursed. Habarama. Just back up my point, the gods must be sealed. Ashurama. But well, two currents are mentioned, so anything can happen. Myth. Not to mention his ability to turn others to stone with his gaze. Kakashi. It's scary, but what sisters? Zagrias. Refers to Stheno and Uriel. Unlike her sisters, who had always been fearsome creatures with scales and fangs, Medusa was mortal and stood out for her enchanting appearance. This made her a fascinating contrast to Stheno and Uriel, who were immortal and possessed a ferocious nature. Tsunade. So while Medusa was admired, her sisters were always seen as evil creatures, which created a stigma around them from the beginning. Of course, taking into account before the curse. Zagrias. Indeed. Kakashi. Daughters of Phorcys and Ceto. Zagrias. Phorcys is often described as an elder god with an appearance that symbolizes the depth and darkness of the ocean. Ceto, on the other hand, is the personification of the sea and sea creatures, especially those feared and considered monstrous. Kushina. That explains her daughters, but. Urea. Giving rise to that hot eye beyond being a monster. Habarama. So they killed her Perseus. Zagrias. Son of Zeus, in case I didn't mention it. Myth. Doubt, how many children did Zeus have? I would ask, unsure of wanting to know that. Zagrias. Be content with knowing that without the guy's promiscuity, there would be no Greek mythology and history. The women just frowned, since they were not liking this guy. Urea. Wow, who would have thought? Ashurama. Uncomfortable. Madara. Well, what will we do? Zagrias. You can withdraw and do your thing until I call you. So everyone present left, each returning to their place, while Zagrias pointed out to Minato and Kushina an area with food to enjoy the beautiful day they had. Chapter 3. Everyone was out on the field enjoying a moment of rest, except for Tobirama, who was in a state of critical thinking paranoia, trying to come up with a way to seal the gods, considering what his brother did with the Biju. Kakashi, on the other hand, decided to follow Minato and Kushina, so he asked Zagrias for another outfit so he could fit in with the new vibe of the place. He didn't want to part with much of his shinobi attire, but at least it was a small change. Ashurama was calm as he enjoyed the immense peace of the place, given that it was truly a beautiful place, while Madara was nearby preparing various plans and strategies to defeat the monsters and enjoy the fights to the fullest. Tsunade and Mito were nearby, chatting animatedly as they sipped tea, discussing what they were seeing. Jiraiya and Hiruzen were researching the stories in the library, while Jiraiya was trying to see if he could rewrite the stories to use with his Icha theme. Orochimaru, on the other hand, was reading in the same place about inventions of the past, things that were lost over time like Greek fire. However, Zagrias decided to call them all together, gathering them back together in the same place, demonstrating a new image, a screen. Orochimaru. Looks like you've upgraded, Kukuku. Madara. At least it will look better. Kushina. We want to see what happens to Tebana. Minato. Calm down, Kushi-chan. Myth. Let's see how Yuzu's heir fares. At that the screen lights up. On screen. Previously. In the ceiling zone, Hiruzen would check the bodies while carrying little Naruto, who was unclothed, naked, without even a diaper, so with a bit of his worn cloak, he would cover the infant while he had the shinobi take the bodies of the yondaime and his wife. Hiruzen. What destiny awaits you, son, sighing. Currently. Off-screen. Minato and Kushina felt bad for leaving their son alone, while Kakashi clenched his fists, given that he could recognize something about who attacked them and wanted to be proven wrong. Hiruzen. I'll see what I can do, he would say with a little interest. He knew that with this he would return to being cage and would not be able to watch over the boy. On screen. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Sandame Hokage of Konoha village, apprentice of the late Nidame Hokage of Konoha village, Tobirama Senju, master of the still-living 3 Sannin of the Leaf village, was nicknamed the Professor due to his abilities, his talent. During his youth, he was able to see talent in people, even in civilians who lacked it, which is why he gave rise to the creation of the village civilian council, something that not many would approve of, but he did. He was currently standing with a blonde-haired baby in his arms, a blanket covering him from the outside air as he watched his shinobi take the infant's lifeless bodies. He was pained and thought about sealing the fox himself and letting Minato and Kushina live out their lives with their son. Sadly, the 3 old women who spin the threads of fate had other plans. Given the panorama of destruction, he decided to take the boy to the orphanage to be raised by someone, while he, despite his age, took the reins of the village again, leading a meeting in front of the Shinobi Council, made up of the heads of the clans that lived in the village, Uchiha, Hyuga, Kurama, Aburam, Nara, Yamanaka, Akamichi and the Inyazuka. His apprentice, Tsunade Senju, last member of his clan, had left the village on a trip some time ago. So she was not taking her place as clan matriarch. To his left was the civilian council, upset due to the attack, demanding everything on a silver platter to safeguard their own interests. Along with Hiruzen were his old advisors, former comrades in arms in shinobi times during his youth, Himura Midokado, Danzo Shimura and Kaharu Utatane. Hiruzen. Thank you all for coming given the situation. Himura. Hiruzen, what happened? Hiruzen. Someone leaked Kushina's birthplace. Shikaku. What? Inoichi. Who spread it? Tsum. None of those present here. Danzo remained serious about everything. He had divulged the birthplace of Minato's son. He wanted her to die along with the Yondaime in order to secure the position of Hokage for himself. According to him, there was no other better possible candidate to lead the village. Hiruzen. Well, in view of what has happened to us, I think we should see about rebuilding the village. Kaharu. I think the same. Danzo. Plus who will take command? Discussion filled the calm yet tense atmosphere of the room. The Shinobi Council, accompanied by a civilian representative, Kizashi Haruno, chose to suggest that Hiruzen take up the mantle, while Danzo suggested himself, supported by Himura, Kaharu and the civilians. Hiruzen. I'm getting too old for this, he would say using chakra for his voice silence. He would shout, calming everyone, thank you, we will resolve this by vote, and that's it. In a matter of seconds each clan and Kizashi voted for Hiruzen's return, while the civil council for Danzo, Himura and Kaharu wanted to vote, but couldn't. They were councillors, they had no right to vote in that situation. Hiruzen. Well, if that is your will, I will return, he said, annoying a one-eyed man now. The reconstruction of the village will be financed with the village treasury, he would say, annoying the civilians. That money was theirs, not their villages, and in case it is not enough, I want to ask the clans for help with it. Shikaku. I speak for everyone when I say we will support, Nara said with a tired voice. Hiruzen. Well, the second point is the shinobi casualties. With this attack we have been greatly weakened, and despite having good shinobi, we are not enough. That is why I ask that we make a decision. Danzo. Let's lower the graduation age, let's have more shinobi in the village's ranks, it's the best. Hiruzen knew it, numbers didn't win battles, but they were scary, and he exaggerated things a bit, and fear along with exaggeration were weapons in war. Hiruzen. All in favor? Everyone raised their hands, well approved with this. Danzo. We're not done yet. Himura. It's true, without Kushina, who is the container of the Kyuubi. Danzo. Who is our weapon? Hiruzen was no fool, he knew how to read his former teammate perfectly, so sighing he said. Hiruzen. I only know that the baby couldn't stand it, the one chosen to be Jinchuriki couldn't tolerate the fox and died. With this the Biju will take time to reform. Kaharu. And their newborn son. How could they not use him? He's Uzumaki, he could hold him back. Hiruzen. Naruto, the son of Kushina and Minato, is a newborn, and after being born and being attacked, things ended badly. He lived but almost died. I doubt that both of them would risk their newborn. He lied a little. He had quickly grasped Danzo's dark intentions. Danzo. Well, for now I let this go. Thus, Hiruzen would end the meeting while they proceeded with the reconstruction of the village. He decided to go to his office, and upon entering, he stared out the window, thinking about everything that would happen from now on. Off-screen. Jiraiya. I have to admit that they describe you well, sensei. Tsunade. All that's missing is mentioning that you're a pervert. Orochimaru. And you're already senile. Hiruzen. At least one of you appreciates me, he would say, offended. Tobirama. What will you do with the child Sarutobi? He would say seriously. Hashirama. He's a baby, he shouldn't be put into a program to make him a weapon, he would say seriously, knowing that would imply that. Myth. They won't touch it, I hope, I would say seriously. Aburama. He's a Jinchuriki, he's a weapon, he would say seriously. Kushina. And those old women are plotting something with my baby, I would say seriously. Minato. What destiny? Jiraiya. Interesting, he would say thoughtfully, he was deciphering a lot of the prophecy with the view they had. Myth. Sadly, knowing what will happen, I can't blame you for taking the boy to the orphanage. Minato. Although you could take him to his parents' house, I would say seriously, in this situation I can't argue anything. Madara. He's in Uzumaki, he'll shout out loud who he is and put a target on his head, the prudent thing to do is to keep him in ignorance until he matures, he would say, capturing the ideas that Hiruzen had. Kakashi. Although the description of the council is. Aburama. What are civilians doing there in the council? Hashirama. Calm down, brother, since your hands are not free from sin either. Minato. So it was Danzo. Kushina. He divulged. Kakashi. The birthplace. Hiruzen. My wife, he would say, feeling betrayed by his former friend. Hashirama. Who would have thought he would betray the village? Aburama. TSK, he would say seriously, he didn't like his students' decisions. Madara. But why vote? Hiruzen. To return, in case Minato dies, without the daimyo designating another cage, he would assume as an internal being his predecessor, until the daimyo says otherwise. Jiraiya. And to think you wanted to escape from the paperwork, hahaha, he would say laughing. Hearing what Hiruzen said when Danzo asked about the Jinchuriki, Minato and Kushina looked gratefully at Hiruzen, since with that simple action they were saving his life. Tsunade. I highly doubt Danzo won't stay calm. Aburama. Being the Jinchuriki, the council should know it, not hide it. Hashirama. Consider the panorama, brother, and more so after an attack. Madara. It's more than obvious that they'll look for someone to blame, someone to vent their anger on. Kakashi. Besides, it's not like the civilians there aren't looking out for their own gain. On screen. Hiruzen. What will fate bring now? He sighed until he moved away from the window. Jiraiya. Hello sensei, how long has it been? Greeted the retarded Sannin entering through the window. Hiruzen. Well Jiraiya, although you haven't lost your touch, he said with humor. Jiraiya. Well, I mustn't lose my sensei style. Hiruzen. What brings you here? I saw you were doing some research on a prophecy. Jiraiya became serious at that, something the old monkey noticed. Jiraiya. Yes, I did, I managed to decipher parts and there are things I don't like. Hiruzen. Do you want to talk? Jiraiya. I will read them in part and I will say what I searched for and found, he would say, taking a breath. In a book with golden leaves, a page is marked with an ornate separator that points to Moro's favorites. He finished the first paragraph. Hiruzen. Who is Moro's? Jiraiya. I researched some old inscriptions with the toads and a couple of helpers from other summoning clans. Due to the limited knowledge available, Moro's is the male personification of destiny, fate, and impending doom. The summons say he was a being from mythology prior to the era of the Sage of the Six Paths, children of the night deity Nyx, and the darkness Erebus. Hiruzen. Fate's favorites, basically speaking. Jiraiya. That's what I interpreted. Hiruzen. Continue. Jiraiya. The needle of the separator points like a compass between the inevitable and the avoidable. The three most faithful Moros, in order to please their lord, gave what would be considered a blessing or a curse to two of the favorite souls of the one they serve. The spinner made two special threads, the first for the one whose hair was like a rose bathed in blood, and the second for a lightning bolt as hot and atrocious as the rose itself. The second, the one that imparts luck, I throw the dice and join the threads of the rose and the lightning. From the union of these threads, a child will be born under the influence of Venus. Its existence will mark the end of an era and the beginning of its own era, or the return of an older one. Hiruzen. Talks about something inevitable and things that can be avoided. Jiraiya. Yes, and of three entities that are dedicated to controlling destiny, of the special threads I can say that it speaks of him falling in love, well, of Rosa bathed in blood. Hiruzen. Are you telling me that the son of those two is involved? Jiraiya. Yes, and it also mentions the end of one era and the beginning of another. Hiruzen opened his eyes in shock, his mind clicked, and he didn't go to listen to the rest of Jiraiya's prophecy. He walked while staring at the window, and the white-haired man narrated all his findings, and looking towards the dark night sky he thought. Hiruzen. Naruto, a prophecy that speaks of you being the great enemy of our way of life. I hope one day you will forgive me for doing this, but I should not allow you to end our way of life. How will we live if we are not shinobi? We cannot stop doing missions from one day to the next. I am not that much of a monster, so I will make the shinobi way your thing, he thought intently. He did not want to kill someone who would be powerful, that would make the village weaker than the others. But he should not prevent the boy from wanting to take the path that he considered wrong. Jiraiya. Sensei. Hiruzen. I'm fine Jiraiya, I just have to rest a little, do your thing. The white-haired man would nod strangely as he withdrew to spy on the hot springs in case any woman went there after the unfortunate attack. Hiruzen would think he was just listening to everything, but that was not the case. An Anbu spy of Danzo was present, and word after word he withdrew without being noticed to report this to Danzo, who stoic to believe in fairy tales, asked for something more concrete to take action. The other one who listened was an Anbu from Iwagakure no Sato, who as soon as wrote everything down, sent a hawk with everything found to warn Inoki of the legacy of the Yellow Lightning and the prophecy. The old smurf upon finding out flew into a rage that wanted the child dead, but he had to contain himself. He could not cause a war over anything more than a newborn infant, so he decided to put that fury aside and wait for the right moment. Off screen. Tsunade. And the retarded guy coming in. Jiraiya. Don't ask me to abandon my style. Orochimaru. Kukukuku, so now we will see the interpretation of that prophecy. Minato. We already know that my son will be big. Kushina. Yes, but that shouldn't go to her head. Seeing Hiruzen's performance and reaction, many didn't know what to think. Haburama. They should kill the boy, he would sentence firmly. Hashirama. It's too much, if he can end the Shinobi era, it doesn't mean he will destroy the village. Haburama. And what will he live on? Konoha is not a civilian village, it is a shinobi village. Madara. Even though you admit that you are not a monster, you will try to make the boy like the shinobi life. Hiruzen. Can you blame me? Minato. No, he couldn't, but I doubt that will really come to fruition. Kushina. And even more so with the terrible security. Kakashi. Iwa and Danzo know about Sensei's son, he would say worriedly. Myth. That guy from Iwa should leave the past behind, he should be more thoughtful and not be obsessed with killing you Minato. Kushina. Well, it's not like you killed thousands of their shinobi in the war and didn't generate love with it. Minato. Yes, that wasn't a good thing, but it was a war. Zagrias. Sadly, you applied the rule that whoever does not know history is condemned to repeat it. Madara. But it wasn't our fault. Zagrias. That's right, it was Hagoromo's fault that he decided to bury the past and indirectly made humans forget history. Madara. What led to the first shinobi war breaking out due to ignorance, and the next two were due to grudges. Zagrias. Indeed. On screen. Time jump, 2 years. On Hagakure no Sato, the village hidden among the leaves, located in the land of fire, Hai no Kuni, considered the strongest village after the 3 great shinobi wars. 2 years ago, the village had been attacked by one of the 9-tailed beasts, Bijus, more specifically, the Kyuubi no Kitsune, the 9-tailed demon fox. It was all a night of horror, death and lament caused by the resentment of a masked bearer of the Sharingan, who freed the beast from its jailer after she was weakened after giving birth. The village, despite all the terror and the deaths of its civilians and shinobi, had managed to rebuild, but there was someone who had to be blamed. Danzo Shimura, War Hawk, leader of the secret Anbu root organization, which operated behind the Hokage's back, had always infiltrated Anbu for his personal use in Hiruzen's office, had spied on everything, his contacts, his movements, that was how he found out about the prophecy, that was how he found out about Naruto's status as Jinchuriki. A status that he spread to the entire village, using his personal Anbu. The village, filled with hatred for the attack on the beast, looked for someone to channel that hatred, and the receptacle of that hatred, sadly, was Naruto. 6 months were what Danzo's Anbu needed, 6 months where they spread everything, for a child of that age, who was still breastfeeding, it was something cruel, because the caretakers of the orphanage neglected the child, did not feed him, even hid him, enough to not attract attention. The situation reached the ears of Hiruzen, who rather than designate Minato's only living student, Kakashi Haddock, who was in Anbu, to take care of him. The silver-haired boy at first wanted to refuse, not because he was not capable or hated him, but because he was incapable, something he admitted in front of him, is to be a figure that could not be admired since he was irresponsible, a closet pervert, and who wasn't in Konoha, since he read Ichigo Paradise. Despite all of Kakashi's words, Hiruzen still designated him, it was Kakashi who kept him, and in 1 year, he had become so fond of him that he tried to adopt him. Unfortunately, the civilian council did not allow it, every request was boxed up, and behind the Hokage's back, they tried to send the silver-haired boy on missions, and leave the child separated from his guardian, which they achieved. When he turned 2, as ordered by the civilian council and the Hokage's advisors, Naruto was expelled from the orphanage. Curiously, he was expelled on the same day he turned 2, October 10th, which only made matters worse. October 10th commemorates the defeat of the Kyuubi at the hands of the 4th, and something that caught the attention of the blonde boy, who in his innocence, would never think that anything bad would happen to him, came to see the fair, the food stalls, everything. In his innocence, he was enchanted by what he saw, so he began to walk around while the exhibitors, villagers, and shinobi looked at the boy with hatred and fury. Off screen. Myth. No. Kushina. My baby. Minato. My son. Hashirama. No, I didn't preach that. That's not the will of fire. Hiruzen. I must kill Danzo. Orochimaru. Kukukuku, you should have done it several years ago. Aburama said nothing, it was a small price to pay for the stability of the village. Kakashi. At least I can take care of him. Minato. And you tried to adopt him, that makes me very happy, Kakashi. Kushina. Just like me. Kakashi. I know I'm not a very good influence, but I'll try to do it. Jiraiya. Don't speak before time, since the civilian council didn't let him adopt him. This lowered the temperature of the place. Myth. It can't be. Kushina. Those bastards. Madara. Kicking him out of the orphanage at age 2. That's cruel. Hashirama. Madara, this is not the time. Tsunade. I have a bad feeling about all this. Minato. Me too. On screen. Naruto would approach a stand because a mask would catch his attention, which would make its owner look angry because in a fit of rage, he would scream. Salesman. What are you doing? Naruto. It's just that I saw her, he said with fear. Salesman. This mask. He would exclaim, throwing it at him. Take it, disgusting demon, you already cursed it, go away. Naruto would run away while a group of villagers and shinobi followed him with a very sinister look and smiles. The little blonde would realize the situation and would start running with his small eggs, but would be grabbed by everyone. Villager. Wow, but he's the devil. Villager. It's time for you to pay, you damn monster. Shinobi 1. You killed my bastard brother. Naruto. And I didn't do anything, he would say, crying from the blows. Yes, I did it, sorry. Shinobi 2. We will not forgive you anything, he would say, hitting him in the stomach. Naruto, due to being a child, would fall to the ground. Villager 2. Let's finish what the fourth started. So with that shout the crowd rushed to hit him, burn him, cut him, as they threw everything at him. Fire jutsus, kunai weapons, shuriken, sticks, stones. Naruto would simply scream in pain, hoping someone would save him, but he wouldn't see anyone do it as he would fall into unconsciousness. Kakashi, who was planning to visit the boy, was walking all over the place. It had been a while since he was given a 5-month mission protecting an advisor to the feudal lord, and he returned. As he walked around, he was oblivious to what was happening to a certain blonde boy. He heard a scream and went over to see the crowd, always with a bad feeling looming in his mind. He prayed to any deity, he knew that it wasn't what he thought. A big mistake when he noticed the blonde lock stained with blood, while people, despite the boy being unconscious, continued to hit him. Desperation made Kakashi warn the third, making a clone, while the silver-haired boy threw himself into the crowd ready to save the boy. The villagers and shinobi heard a bird chirping until one of the shinobi was pierced by a hand. Kakashi. In view of the attack on a civilian of the Leaf, I am forced to stop this at all costs, I would say seriously. Everyone knew who he was, they tried to make the silver-haired boy understand, but determined to stall for time, he stood in front of the unconscious child, protecting him. While the clone with Sunshine arrived at the tower and gave notice to Hiruzen, the old man didn't believe what he had heard, but seeing Kakashi's concern, he listened, took two Anbus, Nico and Oso, who had been Kushina's apprentices in the past, and headed to the designated area. He was greatly surprised when he arrived and saw the situation. In his mind, things were happening at 1,000 miles an hour. He didn't believe the rumors about the Jinchuriki, and when he arrived at the place, he was upset in his mind. He was very soft on the subject and never investigated it, giving it little importance. He only said a few words out of his own mouth. Hiruzen. Catch them. Nico and Bear set out to catch those responsible, while other Anbus arrived on the scene and helped those who had arrived by catching everyone involved. Nico. What do we do, Sandame-sama? Hiruzen. Take them to Ibiki. The Anbus did as requested while Hiruzen and Kakashi took the little boy to the hospital. Naruto had lost blood and had several broken bones. Off screen. Kushina and Minato's heart sank when they saw everything they were observing, inside them the feeling of hatred was being born for Konoha. Myth. Holy God, he would say, covering his mouth. Madara. So that's Konoha. Hashirama. I didn't found a village like that, what did my village become? Jiraiya. Where am I? He would say, clenching his fists. Zagrias. Danzo pretended to be Hiruzen to send you letters from Naruto, saying that Minato's will was maintained and the boy was seen as a hero, since if they told the truth, you would return to the village and get him out, and for Danzo. Tsunade. It is not an option to lose the Jinchuriki, but why does he do that? Aburama. It's obvious, to show him as the savior and mold him into the weapon he is when the boy comes to his feet for help. Minato. Be careful with your words to my second son, he would say with an icy tone. Aburama. You better watch your words, because even in death I can revoke your position. Minato. Do it, the village can go to hell for me. Kushina. We'll go back. Jiraiya was going to say something, but he kept quiet. There was no point in seeing this as something that was not going to happen again. Kakashi. But if I take care of him, where? He would say upon hearing that he was coming to visit him. I see, he would say, lowering his head. Sensei, I'm sorry for failing. Minato. You didn't do it, I would say seriously but sounding kind. You are getting closer to saving his life, which is giving me a little hope. Hashirama. And Hiruzen to the rescue, he would say without flinching. Aburama. Hiruzen, what are you doing? Hiruzen. Protect what Hashirama taught, protect the will of fire, protect the weak and innocent. Madara. And you said the monsters were the Uchiha Senju, he would say mockingly. Kushina. How? Minato. They left him, he would say, feeling enormous guilt, but this time he wouldn't make that mistake. Myth. Konoha is beyond doomed. Aburama. What? Hashirama. Being the Uzumaki heir, he can cancel the wearing of the whirlpool on the ninja vests and in the leaf, so. Madara. Konoha would cease to be a shinobi village. Aburama clenched his fists, he had forgotten that detail. He was Hokage, and if he had to sacrifice a bunch of eggs for the well-being of his village, no matter what family they were from, he would do it. Orochimaru. So you'll take them to it? Well, you'll have to find out the instigator, but from the perfect point of view, you should kill them. Tsunade. And the medical condition is not what a 2-year-old should have. On screen. In your mental space. The large 9-tailed fox saw this without taking it seriously. He was his jailer. If the boy became mentally unstable, he would take his body to use for himself and be free. This was seen by other figures, while in a black space, a child cried inconsolably. 10 shadows looked at this. Ever since they arrived they had been in complete debate on what to do. Since chaos placed them in it, they had been debating, at first saving for a couple. They did not want to be in it, as the primordial left no choice. They had to adapt and give up a little pride and accept their destiny. Great was their surprise to know everything that happened in the world after their disappearance. Until now, they were astonished by everything, how things happened, and somewhat annoyed that other guys believing themselves to be gods appeared, something that they would soon fix. There was only one who moved. She felt the need to do so, and before she knew it, she was hugging the child, rocking him like a mother to her child. There was only a moment of silence until the sobbing stopped being heard, replaced by the sound of a sleeping child, which in its innocence, left more than one person petrified. Naruto. Thanks, mommy. The goddess had frozen there. She had a reputation for being the goddess who hated men, considering them worthless pigs, complete wretches, blinded by pride and promiscuity, as well as being aggressive and completely violent, but that was not the case. The myths defamed her, only because a hunter turned a pervert into a deer after seeing her naked, which did not end well. She knew she was not a saint because she turned her ex-friend into a bear after being raped by her father, where some time later, the constellation of the Big Dipper would appear in the firmament. She only had bad luck meeting unpleasant men who had deceived her, and she had closed herself off. When she was given the chance to return, she did not want to be a child, much less a boy, but chaos was not flexible and sent her with everyone. She saw and felt everything from the child, and thanks to a slight omnipotence she could sense everything, rumors and thoughts. At first she didn't want to intervene, but little by little worry invaded her, and she wanted to do it, but a silver-haired man had already done it, and months passed, and she saw that it wouldn't be necessary, but it happened, and she worried. It wasn't until she regained consciousness that she felt she was hugging the child in a maternal way. She had her hunters in the past, she loved them like her daughters, but they were already teenagers or young maidens. She had never had contact with an infant. Hearing the blonde-haired man's words filled her heart with warmth, so she would hug the child. The other gods knew who should be first, but some, out of pride, wouldn't allow it. One of them was the goddess who represented wisdom itself and boasted that she was the most intelligent. Another was the god of war, who boasted that he would make someone worthy of being a god and that those pathetic mortals would understand their true place. Off-screen. Jiraiya. Mental space. He would say thoughtfully, oh of course, the space that the Biju seal creates, he would understand out loud. Myth. That furball wants to take over him. I would say seriously. Kushina. I won't leave him. Minato. Another excuse not to seal anything for him. Hashirama. 10 shadows. Madara. The gods are awakened, he would say thoughtfully. Tsunade. I wonder what kind of god he will be. Orochimaru. Kukuku. Here the story becomes more interesting. Kukuku. Minato. Debate. Kakashi. I think someone who's calm and understanding should come forward. They may be gods, but Naruto is a 2-year-old boy. Jiraiya. I think like you, in the case of the male god who wants to introduce himself, he clearly speaks of a deity of war, someone cruel. A child of his age will not understand that domain. Madara. And the other an arrogant goddess who boasts of having knowledge, something that is clearly not that of a wise man. Kushina. One of them moved. Hearing Naruto's "thank you, mommy" melted the three women's hearts, although Kushina felt a little jealous, but let it pass. The men felt somewhat uncomfortable, given that the description of the goddess only put them on her bad side. On screen. In the hospital. Hiruzen and Kakashi quickly entered the place. The nurses had refused to heal the child upon seeing him. This was heard by a god who had that domain, which annoyed the same god. Hiruzen, seeing this, used seriousness and in response received foolishness, choosing to resort to the killer instinct, an imposing aura that made the nurses and doctors treat him accordingly. The results indicated 7 broken ribs, the right humerus broken in 3 places, and the left ulna broken, added to certain injuries such as a compromised spleen and numerous bruises on the body, as well as wounds and bleeding lacerations on the outside. Fortunately, he had no internal bleeding and worrying external bleeding, so the doctors under the fixed gaze of the Sandaime and Kakashi healed the little boy well, without leaving even a wound on his body. Kakashi. I investigated and he was kicked out of the orphanage. Hiruzen. It seems I'll have to give him an apartment. Kakashi. I'll be there to leave you food and such. Hiruzen. Let's hope it works out. After that, Naruto spent 2 weeks in the hospital with a silver-haired man by his side. If it weren't for the Kyuubi's chakra leaking through his chakra stream, he would never have healed properly, but that leak came at a cost. The Tenketsus and chakra circulation networks were slowly burning out. The Kyuubi's chakra was causing long-term harm, instead of flowing normally. When he recovered, he saw Kakashi, whom he considered his older brother before leaving, so accompanied by him, they went to their new home, setting several rules for safety. That would be the beginning of a new stage in life. Screen turns off. Hiruzen. So I took him to the hospital. Kakashi. And the medical report doesn't help. Kushina. You should leave him at home, but anyway, I want to see what you do. Minato. Let's hope nothing else happens, he would say without knowing that he was wrong. Tsunade. Those nurses and doctors should be fired, a doctor's job is to save lives, no matter who it is. Jiraiya. Something's wrong with his chakra system. Myth. It is the Kyuubi's chakra. Madara. Chakra burns his Tenketsus. Hashirama. Being a Jinchuriki may be something against what he will be in the future, and losing chakra may be the price to pay. Kakashi. You'll be better soon, little brother, he whispered to himself. Aburama looked at this seriously, while the others remained silent processing everything. Zagrias. Take a break, then we continue. Without further ado, everyone disappeared from the place while Orochimaru went to the library to find more knowledge. He really liked Greek fire, a fire capable of burning in water, an incredible weapon. Chapter 4. Everyone was scattered around the place, enjoying the peace it offered. Jiraiya searched more and more for his book themes, though unfortunately for him, he only found tragedies that he would later submit as a new series. He only found a couple that ended well, or as close to well as possible, the most interesting being Eros and Psyche, the love of the god son of Aphrodite with a human who became a goddess through marriage. That was good material, which might offset the sales of his Ichigo, because at least there was something to convey the passion he wanted to include in his books, although, well, more than passion, everyone knew it was eroticism. Hiruzen. What are you reading, Jiraiya? Asked the old monkey approaching his student. Jiraiya. I just read, it's interesting to know that these stories are good, although you know that to my taste they lack action, he would say laughing like a pervert. Hiruzen. I see, he would say intrigued, not for nothing was he the reader of his novels along with Kakashi. Jiraiya. Plus, most of them end in tragedy, and others aren't the kind of story I like, given that many emphasize the very diverse pairings, to say the least. And all or most of them have Apollo as the protagonist, in those cases. Hiruzen. I see, but tell me one that caught your attention. Jiraiya. It was one that, luckily for me, didn't end in tragedy, strangely enough. Eros and Psyche, a story of love and overcoming difficulties. Psyche was a princess of great beauty who aroused the jealousy of Aphrodite. The goddess sent her son Eros, god of love and hex, to make Psyche fall in love with an unworthy man. However, Eros fell in love with her and took her to live in a hidden palace, but without revealing his identity. Psyche, after being tempted to discover who her mysterious lover was, broke the trust between them. As a result, she had to overcome a series of difficult tests imposed by Aphrodite to earn the right to be with Eros again. In the end, their love prevailed, and the gods granted them immortality, allowing them to live together forever. Hiruzen. I see, maybe you should publish it, who knows, maybe you'll notice improvement in your stories. Jiraiya. What do you mean? Hiruzen. Have you not thought about writing anything other than Ichigo? He would say, leaving Jiraiya thoughtful. Elsewhere in the area, Orochimaru was reading about Greek fire, a weapon created during the Eastern Roman Empire, or rather, the Byzantine Empire. By now, the Snake Sannin was very surprised and eager to learn more about the history erased by the Sage of the Six Paths. He had found some writings by Callinicus of Heliopolis, the creator of Greek fire, an incendiary weapon of that time, a highly flammable chemical mixture that could burn even on water, making it particularly effective in naval battles. Greek fire was launched through tubes or siphons mounted on ships or coastal defenses, and its exact formula was a closely guarded secret, giving Byzantium a crucial strategic advantage in its conflicts. A product that was unknown even today in his time, never discovered or replicated, but he was no fool, so he would try it. It was after several hours of relaxation and a delicious meal that Zagrias prepared himself. After all, being a god is not synonymous with being a lazy person who must be taken care of, that the group returned to the area, with Tsunade wearing a Greek costume, a dress like Kushina, as well as armor covering her torso and highlighting her breasts, leaving Jiraiya speechless, since that further reflected the beauty of the slug Sannin. Zagrias. I see you're living this life well. Kushina. Of course to Tebana. Minato. Well, it's something interesting he would say, smiling nervously, given that Greek clothing had a detail. It didn't leave open the use of underwear. Habarama. We already know that this continues, so let's go ahead, he would say without patience. Hashirama. Brother. Madara. I bet you'll end up being punished for it. Habarama. Before you Uchiha, he would say with venom. Kakashi. Well, things look a bit tense. Tsunade. I believe it. Before Tobirama and Madara started the death stare war, the screen lit up. It was somewhat better than before, since now they could see everything without anything affecting them. On screen. Hanahagakure no Sato. It's been 2 years since Naruto was attacked by the civilians and shinobi of the village, blinded by hatred. In that time Naruto had begun to live in an apartment alone, saving the times when his only contact was with him. Kakashi was by far for little Naruto, the older brother he could ever want. He told him stories to encourage him in the future to be a great shinobi, some things about missions, without much detail of deaths and blood, because Naruto is a child, and although he is 4 years old, he is innocent, he does not understand the world around him. Kakashi always made sure to put everything necessary so that he could stay inside the apartment and not go out, because there were still villagers who wanted to hit him and even go further. Since the attack, Hiruzen tried to put on his pants more. He believed that a law would be enough, so he prohibited any mention of the Nine Tails attack until reaching the academy in future generations. He even prohibited calling Naruto a demon under penalty of imprisonment to the villagers and demoted the position of any shinobi who did so. This measure reduced the attacks on Naruto, but as for the looks of hate, they only increased. The tied hands prevented the villagers from letting go of their hatred by hitting him, something that would never work. The old monkey knew that the only way to keep the peace was to use the Jinchuricus as a deterrent to the other villages, but how to do it, the old man tried not to tell him the burden until he was more mature, but the civil council always puts its hands where they don't belong. The Honorable Civilian Council always met with the councillors demanding the removal of Hada Kakashi as custodian of the demon. As they said, they tried to give them longer missions to be able to do their thing, but when Kakashi left, Nico, Yugao Yuzuki, took care of little Naruto, being considered by him as an older sister. She was an apprentice of a genin team of Kushina Uzumaki, and the Anbu cared with great affection and fury for the son of who was once her sensei. Anzo for his part always sent his Anbus to catch the boy, but there was always someone watching. Hey Chico, Yugao's boyfriend, also helped with the little blonde. Unlike the other idiots, he knew how to differentiate a kunai from the scroll that contains it and has always been perhaps even more present for the little Uzumaki. Another who helped take care of him was Genma Shiranui, a former custodian of Minato, who was present for him, at least taking care of him in a more hidden way, watching over and respecting a wish of the yondaime, even beating ungrateful bastards. Hiruzen for his part was like a grandfather figure to Naruto. Internally he wanted to give everything he could until he was ready to give him what was rightfully his, but there was one issue, Iwagakure no Sato, the village hidden among the rock. This village hated Minato with great enthusiasm because during the Third Great Shinobi War, through the three-pronged kunai and an improvement of the second Hokage's jutsu that made him known as Konoha no Kairoi Senki, the yellow lightning of Konoha, he managed to defeat 1,000 Iwa shinobi by himself, making him the most hated man in Iwa. Revealing the truth to an initially quite hyperactive child who would shout who he is at the top of his lungs would only earn him death, so he preferred to lie to him until he grew up, became more responsible, serious, and keep things to himself. Their relationship was that of a grandfather and a grandson, except that Naruto never knew the old man's other interests. Off-screen. Minato. Thanks Kakashi, he would say, looking at his student with a smile. Kakashi. It's nothing sensei, he would say, somewhat blushing. Kushina. No, yes it is, you are the figure that Naru-chan needs, so don't say that, you do a lot. Habarama. Hump would snort. Madara. Ties with him and everyone knows who he is. Tsunade. Hate, Genma and Yugao with him. Minato. Genma. Kushina. Yugao-chan, hate-kun she would say proudly of her students. Hashirama. I'm sorry to tell you Seru, but you think too much and you're soft. Hiruzen. I know, but thank you for letting me try to appeal to your ideal of the will of fire. Hashirama. From what we see, this is more than out of place, so. Jiraiya. I see. Hiruzen. So he's like my grandson, I like him. Kushina. But. Minato. I understand Hiruzen Kushi-chan's point, I don't share it, but I understand it. Kakashi. That means he came out like Kushina-sama and doesn't care about the consequences. Kushina. So that's it, huh? She would say with an aura of death terrifying Minato after this, we won't leave until we create Naru-chan and at least 4 younger brothers for him. Minato swallowed hard, he knew his wife's resistance to Hex, so he doubted if he could get her pregnant. Myth. Today's youth would roll their eyes in amusement. Kaburama. Although you are too manipulative for the boy. On screen. For the goddess of the moon, the hunt, wild animals, virgins, childbirth and nature, holding Naruto while he slept, lulling him at night, awakened a warm fire that had been extinguished for a long time, the desire to be a mother, Orion's betrayal, being seen naked by Actaeon in her sacred place, as if she were a piece of meat, made her forget that dream and bury it in a deep oath of eternal virginity. Without a doubt, a little boy who every night in his dreams while she lulled him from her mind, thanked him with a thank you mommy, made the once feared goddess by the male Hex, become a mother who watched over the well-being of her son, and a son at the very least. The other gods saw this with different expressions. Demeter and Aphrodite were moved by the scene of the goddess. Apollo, well, he always wanted a nephew to spoil. Hermes, knowing how joking the Uzumaki was, would get along with him. Eros seemed delighted with the little one, because he remembered his pranks before the birth of his brother Anteros. Hephaestus, a little impressed, but did not give importance. It was not something that he would teach to operate or create, so he did not pay attention. Athena thought it was a waste of time. She simply did not understand the simplicity of the simplest things. And Ares, well, he is a bloodthirsty, sadistic, warmonger and addicted to battle. He simply felt nauseous about it. He was never a baby. He was born and immediately reached adulthood. After all, he is a god. Off screen. Kushina. There are many domains. Madara. And share the domains of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Myth. She's not a woman who hates men, just someone with terrible luck. Kushina. I feel jealous, she would say with a pout. Hashirama. I'm afraid for the village, he would say upon hearing Hermes' feelings. Hiruzen. And I feel like I'm going to have a lot of paperwork. Madara. Hephaestus, I find his thinking strange. Hashirama. It's true, although this Athena is too cold, like a woman who only seeks benefits and thinks more with her head and not with her heart, someone more of duty and not conviction. Kushina. Not to mention that Ares guy is a pain in the ass. Minato. I like that Eros sees him as a little brother. Tsunade. I'm fine with Demeter seeing him as a grandmother. Myth. I don't like Aphrodite. Kushina. I must admit that Apollo would be a good guy, although he would be those who are like Eros Senin. Jiraiya. Hey. I'm a great guy, the best anyone could have. On screen. For Naruto, life didn't always hand him roses. As far back as he can remember, he had to experience difficulties, being an orphan from birth, neglected by those who should have given him the necessary attention, and finally cared for by his 4 guardian angels, plus a grandfather-like figure. It was undoubtedly something he had to start living with. The beating he received as soon as he was expelled from the orphanage that was supposed to care for him made his mind begin to mature from an early age. Although he wanted to remain a child, he couldn't. He felt alone sometimes. He wanted to feel a mother's hug, to be scolded, to see his father and make him proud, but instead, no one could adopt him because his guardian angels tried and failed. His only consolation is the lullaby of a female voice that with a maternal tone was always there for him and made him feel protected. This was the situation of Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze during his first 4 years of life. At age 5, despite being able to go out to the plaza, always watched from the shadows by Kakashi and Yugao, he could not play with anyone. Children his age were separated by their parents, while the adults looked at the little blonde with hatred, causing the little one to be alone. During his outings, his guards believed that he could get things to live on his own, so they taught him to manage a little money, but when going to the stores, something that really made Demeter and Hermes angry was that they sold overripe, rotten, dried vegetables and fruits at ridiculously high prices. Not even the money that the Hokage gave to support him, which was even money that his parents left him, was enough. The milk was sold to him expired, moldy. Green from how rotten it was and at the price of a delicatessen, gourmet food. The only ones who gave him a ray of hope when he felt hungry were a father and daughter duo, owners of a ramen restaurant, Ichiraku's Ramen, who charged a fair price and sometimes didn't even charge him for the food because they had seen all the mistreatment towards him, something that seemed inhumane to them. The name of the duo was Tucci and his daughter Ayam, who saw the little boy with family eyes, sometimes helping him get home because they noticed the presence of many villagers armed with sticks, with faces that meant that although they wouldn't kill him, they would give him a bad time. Off-screen. Seeing Naruto as a child, Kushina and Mito had a look of tenderness. Kushina. Oh look how pretty it is. Minato. He's pretty he would say nervously until he came up with something just like his father. Myth. My little grandson is so cute. Hashirama. Why grandson? Myth. I'm Kushina's great aunt, so why not? Tsunade. I hope the brat knows what he's doing. Kakashi. Living with so much hate, and even if we show him the money, well those guys charge him rotten things as if they were freshly harvested, makes me sick. Jiraiya. And you're not the only one, he would say seriously. Hashirama. That's not what I taught. Hiruzen. It's true. Orochimaru. Kukuku, the boy can break Kukuku, I wonder how those idiots don't realize. Aburama. What do you mean? Orochimaru. It seems that your intelligence is overrated. Kukuku, he would laugh without flinching at the second's death glare. If the boy breaks, the Kyuubi is released and goodbye Konoha Kukukuku. Madara. That's why I told you that the Jinchuricus were a bad idea, he would say looking at Hashirama to think, and with what right do I say that if I want to use the Baijas for the infinite Tsukiyomi? Kushina. I'm glad those two cooks do allow him to live. On screen. During his travels through the village, exploring, satisfying his childlike curiosity, he would come across who would form an important side in his childhood, a young black-haired man originally from the Uchiha clan, while the rest were bitter, cold, with their egos through the roof, with a complex that their eyes were those of the elite among the elites. He, along with the children of his clan, did not have that fateful defect. His name was Shisui Uchiha. When he met him he admired him immediately, since thanks to Kakashi's stories, he knew that he was Shunshin no Shisui of the flickering body. He used to have fun with Naruto, it was like he had another cool older brother in the short time he knew him, but unfortunately for him, one day he disappeared without a trace. In those days he found out, a rumor ran through the Leaf Village, the Uchiha massacre, perpetrated by the eldest son of the clan head, Itachi Uchiha, occurred. No one knew why, saving an old advisor to the Hokage. Danzo Shimura had rude Anbu attack Shisui, wearing him down until in a treacherous attack, Danzo ripped out his right eye and implanted it while having his Anbu poison it, reaching Itachi Uchiha, revealing everything that happened to later commit suicide. Shisui had an ability in his Mangekyo Sharingan, an ability of the Dijutsu characteristic of the Uchiha, which allowed him to control the mind of the target to the point where even the one being manipulated was not aware that he was being used. Itachi and Shisui had planned to use that on the clan leader and prevent a civil war in Konoha, but with Shisui dead, Danzo ordered Itachi to massacre the clan. For 2 years, Naruto's routine was to go out to buy something and play alone in the park, adding that the restless little Uzumaki, to the delight of Hermes and Artemis's desire to scold him, but surprised due to the ease with which he did, he started joking in the village. At age 6, 3 days later, after his birthday, he managed to sneak into the Anbu barracks. No one knew how he did it, only that his level of stealth was surprising. Without being detected, he sneaked into the clothing areas of the shinobi belonging to that branch and proceeded to paint their clothes neon orange, as well as putting itching powder on them, which caused a stir. Only 4 were saved, making 2 of them get an idea of who had done it. And 3 days after that, the Hokage Monument, an imposing work that reflected the faces of the leaders that the village has had, was vandalized in broad daylight by the blonde, without anyone being able to catch him. Hermes was so proud of Naruto, but it wasn't time to tell him. As a child, he had stolen Apollo's cattle without anyone seeing him, which had earned the sun god's fury at the theft, until Hermes gave him a lyre, which calmed his older half-brother's anger. Off-screen. Madara raised an eyebrow at Shisui, while Kushina, Minato, and Kakashi realized that he was one of the children with the most potential in the Uchiha clan, while Tobirama glared at the boy. Kakashi. So while I'm gone, he takes care of it, he would say without knowing how to really feel. Minato. So he disappeared. Kushina. It's not, she would say seriously, if there was someone she hated in the village it would be Danzo, it's the mummy who made her. Tobirama. Accusing without evidence is a serious crime, I would say seriously. Myth. As if it matters what your unhinged student does. Hashirama. Huh. Hiruzen. Danzo did what? He would say, surprised to see such disavowal of his figure. Minato. Going behind the Hokage's back means betrayal deserves death. Tobirama was surprised and wanted to defend his student for that order, but Madara was glaring at him and his Sharingan was active, while Mito was serious, analyzing Tobirama, looking for a way to connect him to the fall of Yuzu, since as far as he knows Tobirama always had negative feelings for other clans that overshadowed the Senju or equaled him. The Uchiha equaled him, which is why he hates them, but the Uzumakis used to overshadow the Senju power. Unfortunately that was never proven since they were too peaceful for the good of the rest of the world. Seeing what Naruto did, all his pranks, many were shocked while Mito and Kushina started laughing like retarded seals. Minato. My face. Hashirama. My beautiful face. Aburama. That brat is a threat. Madara. Ha 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 ha, that brat has a gross potential, dodging the elite only by wearing that color that speaks of his ability. Jiraiya. Yes, I would say without really knowing. Madara. Imagine if he did those activities with something lethal, the boy is a potential monster. Hashirama. Yes. Madara. And that's something I don't tell just anyone. Hiruzen. Paperwork, he would say, terrified knowing what result those jokes would have. Minato. He's skillful, I'd say nervously. Orochimaru. Kukikuku would somehow get revenge on the Kukikuku brat. Aburama. Hermes did what? Zagrias. We will see it in his story, but yes, since he was a child, the god Hermes has been a rather great pain for many. On screen. But despite having joys, every beginning must have darkness. A month after turning 6, the civil councillors, tired of that demon child as they called him, son of that bastard who limited his powers when he was Hokage, decided to take revenge. They paid a large sum of money to several villagers who had a great resentment and hatred towards Naruto, because they were among those who suffered losses: a friend, a father, a brother, a son, husband, wife, mother, sister or daughter. That fateful night of October 10, the day he was born, even if he had nothing to do with it, they would have used him as a scapegoat. It was nighttime in Konoha, almost all the businesses were closed, some villagers had gone home, the shinobi were making their rounds of surveillance, then a blonde boy, heading home, runs out. He was chased by an angry mob of villagers and some shinobi. The boy, being smaller, was a little more elusive, but the mob still followed him very closely. Naruto kept running, trying to evade the angry mob that was trying to reach him to try to kill him. Then the blonde entered an alley to see that it had no exit. He tried to escape by hiding in a garbage container, but they caught him and tied him up with ninja cable. Villager 1. This is your end, damn demon, today you will die, he said, smiling madly. Naruto. Please, I didn't do anything, don't hurt me. Villager 2. Silence, damn demon, because of you we lost our families, and today you will pay for it. Clubs, broken glass bottles, kunes heated with kaiten jutsu, blows, insults. It was all seen by Kakashi, who was heading to dinner with Naruto in the distance, but he saw the mob and ran. He sent a clone with Hiruzen and ran. The crowd of people was too much, so without being able to pass, he had to watch everything, horrified, see how the boy who called him older brother was beaten, cut and stabbed without mercy by some idiots. Naruto. Please stop, I didn't do anything, please, he would beg, crying and pleading. One shinobi would bury a kunai into his shoulder, while another would repeat the action while twisting the weapon to cause more pain. Shinobi 1. Look at the demons if they bleed. Naruto. Please stop, I beg you, if I did something, forgive me. Shinobi 2. Shut up, demon, you have no right to ask for help, today we will finish what the fourth started, he would say, smiling with pure evil. Inside Naruto's mind space. Artemis and Apollo were strongly held by Ares and Hephaestus. Athena and Aphrodite held Eros back at all costs, who desperately tried to get out and help him. One looked at everything with sadness. Helios, the sun, first god before Apollo took the dominion he once had, after being forgotten by humans. Demeter for her part took note of everything, each and every one of the bastards she would make suffer by cursing them. Erysichthon would only be a poor devil, compared to what she would do now. But Naruto. The blonde had seen a desperate silver-haired man trying to get past, yelling for them to stop, but he slowly succumbed to unconsciousness. Seeing him fall, Kakashi unsheathed a pair of kunes and launched himself into killing a couple of unfortunate men, while Hiruzen arrived on the scene and ordered the Anbus to proceed with the killing. This time he went too far. Hiruzen. Kill them. Several Anbus went out to begin killing the villagers who begged for mercy that fell on deaf ears when they finished. Hiruzen helped carry Naruto, since Kakashi with so many injuries could not move him safely on his own. The old monkey would sigh, looking at Kakashi. They knew that if this continued like this, it would lead to nothing. Naruto was hated not only for having the Kyuubi, but by the enemies of the policy that Minato possessed. The village was only the beginning. Accompanied by the Anbu escort and Kakashi, the third would take Naruto to the hospital, where despite the doctors having orders from the civilian council not to help the boy, the threat of death from the Sandai meant several Anbus drawing their weapons, made them heal him accordingly. The presence of everyone there made it so they could do nothing more than comply with the order, leaving the boy bandaged and sutured, while the Kyuubi's chakra did the rest, burning his chakra networks even more. Hiruzen. Forgive me. Kakashi. I wasn't fast enough, sorry sensei, he thought, annoyed with himself. Off screen. The initial calm was replaced by horror and fury as they saw more. Minato. Let's finish, what he would say, finally breaking down and supporting his decision even more. He and his wife were going to leave Konoha. Aburama. A fair price, I would say, seriously. Orochimaru. Fair enough. "Do you know that if he is killed the Kyuubi is released?" he would say with a funny tone. That brought Tobirama down to earth, who was now scared. He thought that the Jinchuricus were weapons, tools that they could use and unuse at will, even so that civilians could get even for their ills, since it was a fair sacrifice in his eyes, but now seeing the logic of the traitorous Anin, Konoha would be doomed if Naruto died. "Jiraiya. Sensei," he would say, starting to feel an emotion he never thought he had: hate. Hiruzen. "No, this time no more friendly guy." Hashirama. "You do that well." Kakashi. "Sorry sensei, I failed." Minato. "Don't complain, once this is over, if I have to go with my wife, you'll come with me." Kakashi would just nod even though he was in doubt and wanted to know if there was any more reason to leave Konoha. Tsunade. "In the hospital too." Madara. "Returning, that council should be dissolved, I would say seriously, even for him, hurting a child out of revenge was too much. It is not that he did not want revenge, but a child who has no guilt, if he takes revenge on someone, he would not make him suffer, he would kill him, and that's it." Myth. The Kyuubi's chakra. I would say terrified. Kushina. Her chakra networks. Minato. They're burning. Jiraiya. Even the gods are wanting to get involved, I would say seriously that for them would imply a kind of punishment that is too severe. Hashirama. The gods would be crueler than the sage of the six paths. Zagrias. Hagoromo intended that everything should be achieved through peace and understanding, I would say for everyone to see. He basically wanted to postulate something from the Christianity of the past, which was based on not responding with violence and turning the other cheek in a certain way. Minato. An idealistic fool. Madara. Why do you say that? Minato. Peace is not achieved through understanding or power, both are necessary, two sides of the same coin. Jiraiya frowned, but admitted that it was true. He wanted to believe that peace through understanding was the only way, but as they saw, that path was not possible. On screen. While that was happening in the hospital, inside the mind, in a limbo created by the sealing of the Kyuubi, something was taking place. It had the shape of a great forest without end, the exuberance, the green, were admirable. But such beauty, for a child who was just being beaten, cut and God knows what else, could not be contemplated. He was in the fetal position crying, trembling with fear, only the maternal gentleness and the warm voice of a goddess made him, even with his eyes closed, get up and throw himself where he heard the voice, being embraced with much love. Artemis. My boy, let him out. Naruto, heating and feeling safe in those arms, let out all his tears until he managed to calm down, while a maternal hug removed all traces of sadness, all traces of insecurity, because in her arms he felt safe. He looked up and there, for the first time, saw the voice that always gave him affection, warmth, and maternal love. Her dress was silver with a metallic arrangement at her waist, she wore a moon-shaped bow, a crown of silver leaves adorned her hair as black as night, while her skin was white with a softness that made him feel protected and loved. Naruto. Mom. Artemis. Yes, my child, here I am, you will no longer be alone. Naruto. Mom, he would say, sobbing happily. Artemis. What do you think if you introduce yourself, my boy, so we can get to know each other better? Naruto. Yes, I am Naruto Uzumaki, I like ramen, what I don't like are the 5 minutes that you have to wait for the ramen to be prepared, and my dream, I lost it, he said, lowering his head. Artemis. What was it? Naruto. I was supposed to be Hokage, but how can I be the leader of a village that hates me? How can I make them stop looking at me like that and look up to me? Artemis. There is a way, my child, and that is why I am here. Naruto. Really? Artemis. Yes. Naruto. And what is it? Artemis. I introduce myself and tell you what you want. Naruto. Yes. Artemis. My name is Artemis, goddess of the hunt, wild animals, wilderness, birth, virginity, and maidens. Naruto's eyes acquired a brightness, amazement flooded his face, and in a short time his eyes became stars. Naruto. Sugoi. Artemis. My likes are hunting, spending time with my son, my dislikes are those men who are pigs, rapists, perverts, beaters and proud, and my dream is that my son can one day become a god. Naruto. Incredible, but that's possible. Artemis. Yes, my child, you asked me if there was a way you could be recognized, and there is, do you want to know? Naruto. Yes. Artemis. That's becoming a god, which will happen sooner or later. Naruto. How? Artemis. Everything in its own time, starting from the moment you leave the hospital, but while we're here, why don't we meet the family? Naruto. Family bowing their heads and hoping. Off screen. Everyone was admiring the beautiful mental landscape, while Kushina and Mito felt slightly jealous since they remembered that theirs was a very ugly Sower. Kushina wanted to hug her little one when her jealousy faded at the sight of her son crying in the fetal position, while Minato was a bundle of diverse emotions, guilt, regret, desire for revenge on the village, and desire to go hug his son, apologize for everything, for blindly thinking of a childish fantasy on his part by wanting his son to be seen as a hero. Jiraiya. Oh wow, he would say, seeing Artemis lulling Naruto. Kushina. My baby, I would say, jealous. Minato. Although at least she will be there for him, we are not there, so that role must be played by her. Kushina. Which side are you on? I would say seriously but with a pout. Minato. Regarding our son, if he thinks she's his mother, so be it, let him be happy, I've already caused him so much harm, I don't want him to see any more suffering. Kushina. Fine, she would say, running her face with an embarrassed tint on her cheeks. Hiruzen, upon hearing that Naruto dreamed of being Hokage and the villagers made him lose that dream, felt something break inside him. Hashirama. My village, what happened to you? That's not the idea I left, it's not the will of the fire. Madara. What he feels is natural, he would say seriously. Myth. Yes. Jiraiya. It's true, although who wouldn't be surprised as a child or experience that like him. Tsunade. Many. Orochimaru. So God Akukikuku, he would say, making plans to see what the boy would do, he couldn't use him as a vessel, because his plan is to be the strongest ninja and have all the jutsus in the world at his disposal, but losing the chakra networks like what happened to him was something he didn't like at all. Kushina. I must admit that Artemis is beautiful and looks like a warrior, so I approve of her as my Naruto-chan's mother, she would say in a bipolar tone. Hearing the point Artemisa said about family, many were surprised and wanted to listen. On screen. Sister. A blonde man with blue eyes would appear screaming. Artemis. Naru-chan, meet your uncle, my younger brother, Apollo. Apollo. Nephew hugging him and ruffling his hair, I am your great uncle. Naruto. Sugoi returning the hug, are you a god? Apollo. Of course, besides what kind of cool guy would I be if I didn't help my little sister's son become one? Artemis. 1. I'm older than you, I helped mom give birth to you, and 2, where you teach my baby something wrong you will suffer my wrath. Apollo. Yes, sister. Naruto. Well, you'll introduce yourself, uncle. Apollo. Of course, I am Apollo, god of the sun, of the arts, of poetry, of male beauty, of medicine, of herds, of healing, of plagues, of music and of light. Naruto. Sugoi, my uncle is great. Apollo. Of course, smiling at him. And that other figures would appear. 1. Hey, I thought you would let my nephew meet me. Naruto. I have more uncles. 2. In a certain way. Naruto. Can you tell me your names and if you are gods, your titles, turning his head giving a very cute appearance. 3. Kaya, he's so cute hugging the little blonde. 4. Mother, you will kill him. 3. Sorry, saying while little Naruto had a little ghost in his mouth. Artemis. If they show up, I won't get angry. 1. Well, I'll go, my dear nephew, I feel so proud, look at you painting that monument, don't let anyone catch you, you have talent with jokes. Naruto. Haha, embarrassed. 1. Well, let me introduce myself, I am Hermes, god messenger, of travelers and borders, both physical and knowledge, of shepherds, of orators and wit, of writers and poets, of athletics, of weights and measures, of inventions and commerce. Hermes wore a white Greek costume, with a silver cape, he had winged sandals and a helmet that was unusual for Naruto, and he was also brown-haired and blue-eyed. Naruto. It's a pleasure, Uncle Herm. Apollo. Not bad sober. Hermes. We'll soon be doing some mischief, maybe you'll surpass me. Apollo. Don't make him steal someone's cattle, brother. Naruto. What thing? Hermes. A story for another day. Off-screen. Seeing Apollo's entrance, Tsunade blushed massively, since Apollo was beautiful, although Zagrias simply laughed quietly since Kushina and Mito had pink kittens on their cheeks. Minato. Apollo, god of the sun and male beauty. Madara. That explains why he looks like one of those brats who never tried combat. Aburama. Although medicine, plague and archery are interesting and dangerous domains. Hashirama. Music, herds, sports and light doesn't sound like a bad guy. Zagrias. If only they knew he is one of the most bipolar and emotionally attached gods there is, he thought with a bit of amusement. Kushina. That crazy woman is going to kill my baby. She would say, seeing a goddess with good attributes hug Naruto. Jiraiya. How lucky, he would say, somewhat jealous, given that that goddess, for him, was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen in his life. Orochimaru. The second. Madara. Hermes. Kushina. He seems to be like an older brother to Naru-chan, but well, I'll settle for that. Tsunade. Although that doesn't make her any less hexy. Jiraiya. Something broke inside me. Hiruzen. He seems to me to be a divine copy of Naruto, he would say with some amusement. On screen. Do I follow, Naruto? I am Athena, goddess of wisdom, arts, strategy, civilization and war. I am their sister, and while you develop your teacher. Athena wore battle armor, carried a spear, and held a golden shield carved with the face of a woman with serpentine hair. She had brown hair, white skin, and was slender, giving off an intellectual yet feisty air, suggesting that she was not a weak woman. Naruto. It's a pleasure to meet you, Aunt Athena. Athena. The pleasure is mine, she would say, treating him well while Artemis looked at her so as not to go to a library and make him read it when Naruto didn't even know. 3. I'm next, said a beautiful woman. I am Aphrodite, goddess of feminine beauty, love and lust. Aphrodite was a beautiful woman. She had an angelic face, B-cup breasts, a peach butt, which made her irresistible to many men. She wore a white dress with a golden belt, and her hair was reddish. Naruto. It's a pleasure, he would say innocently without falling for the charm. Aphrodite. Calm down, little one, I'm not going to do anything, she would say, feeling Artemis's gaze fixed on her, the gaze meaning, wherever you pervert my baby you will suffer. 4. Well, I'll continue, if you want, your great older brother, said a young man with an angelic appearance, with 2 pairs of snow-white wings. I am Eros, god of attraction, love and hex, he said, freezing a little when he felt Artemis's gaze. Eros was a god of youthful or adolescent appearance, blonde and with blue eyes, with 2 white wings on his back. He wore a white Greek suit and an orange-red cape and carried a bow in his arms and on his back a quiver with golden and lead-colored arrows. Naruto. It's a pleasure, Eros Nison, but what is hex? Artemis. You'll know when you're older, looking at the rest to make them shut up. Well, I'll continue, said a tall man. He walked with a limp, but many metal parts and tools were sticking out of his clothes. I am Hephaestus, god of fire and the forge, as well as of blacksmiths, artisans, sculptors, metals, and metallurgy. Hephaestus was a large, muscular man, wearing an apron, a belt full of tools, gloves on his hands, and the only one in the group with a beard. Naruto. It's a pleasure, Mr. Hephaestus. Hephaestus. The pleasure is mine, boy, and if you need it, I share your pain. In my past I was rejected. Naruto. Thank you, Mr. Hephaestus, giving him a hug. The innocence of a child was interesting. Blah 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 blah, how corny, said an imposing voice that denoted aggression and little interest. Listen to what I'm going to tell you, child, because I'll only say it once. I am Ares of war, violence, confusion and anger. Ares was a man that many women would consider handsome. He wore nothing but an outfit covering his privates down to his knees, combat shoulder pads and sandals. He carried a helmet in his hand next to a spear, a sword tied to his waist, and a shield, while reflecting great musculature originated from bodywork. He transmitted an incredible thirst for blood, which scared Naruto a little. Off-screen. Seeing Athena and Aphrodite, many men felt a blush on their cheeks. Minato. Kushina, wouldn't you like an armor like that? He would say, imagining Kushina dressed like that. Kushina. Pervert, she would say, blushing. Urea. Oh my god, he would say, taking notes from both goddesses. This time he would really make good material, not just for one story, but for several. Hiruzen. I want the first Urea edition. The aforementioned nodded, while Orochimaru analyzed the domains of the gods shown. Aburama. Love. He would say mockingly, the world doesn't need love. He would say, earning the death glares of the 3 women in the room. Seeing Eros, Kushina wanted to jump in and cuddle him, since she wanted to have several children, and seeing Naruto and Eros interact as brothers filled her with joy. Hashirama. So Hephaestus. Madara. A blacksmith. Orochimaru. I'm curious to know what he created. Hiruzen. I'm intrigued to know what he went through to understand it. Zagrias. His mother, Hera, threw him from Olympus because of his appearance and hated him for a time. Myth. That woman doesn't even deserve to be a mother, I would say, feeling a little hatred for Hera. Kushina. Yes. Tsunade. Ares, god of war. Madara. And male virility. Myth. He is someone physically beautiful, but how is it that someone like that is? Hashirama. Bloodthirsty, he would say, complimenting his wife's opinion. Aburama. Didn't you say you were faithful? Myth. I am loyal to Hashirama-kun, but unlike you, he lets me have my say about other men, since at least I know how to keep my body for him. Because all the women you frequented ended up dead because, according to you, they didn't want to have offspring, being from other clans, and you not wanting to stain the Senju lineage. Aburama fell silent since Hashirama looked at him seriously, in that he was on his wife's side. On screen. Naruto. It's a pleasure, he said nervously. Ares. Whatever, he said to sit with the rest. I think it's my turn, said a serene voice. My name is Helios, I am the ancient god of the sun, a god forgotten by humanity, until Apollo took my domain to maintain balance in the world. Helios was a man of great size, his eyes shone as if they had fire in them, he wore a resplendent golden suit, as well as a crown adorned with rays of light. Naruto. It's a pleasure, Helios-san. I think it's my turn, said the last voice, it was female. I introduce myself, dear, she said in a maternal tone like that of a grandmother. Naruto. What's your name, Oba-chan? Apollo. Go Grandma. Of course, my boy smiling like a grandmother does to a grandchild. My name is Demeter, I am the goddess of agriculture, harvests, seasons, fertility and bread. She was a woman of much older appearance than the others, while the others appeared to be no more than 20 to 25 years old. She denoted an age close to 40, even so, she had an enviable figure, similar to Aphrodite in attributes, wearing a white color in her dress, while in her left arm she carried a little wheat and on her head a crown of flowers adorned her blonde hair. Naruto. Oba-chan hugging her. Demeter. My child, here I am, the family is reunited. Off-screen. Orochimaru. Helios. The first son. Jiraiya. So we humans forgot I would say something funny to know that. Hiruzen. Good thing he's there, because Naruto will give him a lot of attention. Myth. Demeter. Hashirama. Maybe she will give him a handle on the Mokuton, he would say, analyzing his domains. Tsunade. Oba-chan. Kushina. I like her, she seems to be a good mother. Zagrias. For his kidnapped daughter he created autumn and winter, he would say calmly. Minato. What a tantrum, he whispered to himself. Madara. Interesting. On screen. Listen, let me go, said the voice of a chained man. The gods? No. Apollo. They already had their chance. Hermes. It's time to stop avoiding the Ashura natural cycle. Ashura. You just don't understand, my brother and I transmigrated to ensure peace. Ares. Peace. Come on, you know I'm the god of war and you and your brother do a great job, he said sarcastically. Athena. Peace is not achieved only by giving love and understanding, that's where your father and Ashura were wrong. Ashura. And what will they bring peace with? Order and submission. That won't work. Heroes. Both are two sides of the same coin. Hermes. So his time to transmigrate is over, touching him with 2 drachmas. Ashura. What? No, I can't just disappear like that. Disappearing from the place. Hermes. Go to Uncle Hades, he'll have fun torturing those guys. Aphrodite. If guys who seek to evade death are your favorites. So they stayed while they talked to Naruto to get to know him better and make him feel comfortable. Off screen. Everyone was left with surprised faces since they didn't know who Madara was and he seemed strangely familiar to them. Zagrias. He is Ashura Otsutsuki, the youngest son of the Sage of the Six Paths and the common ancestor of the Uzumaki and Senju clans. Madara. So they descend from him. Zagrias. Not to mention he evaded death by transmigrating, with Hashirama being Ashura's successor. Hashirama. Me? He would say, surprised. Minato. And my son was one too. Zagrias explained there that much of Naruto and Hashirama's docile character was due to Ashura, explaining everything necessary about it, leaving several very annoyed because in between he added the explanation of Indra Otsutsuki. Kushina. Bastards. Minato. We live manipulated by that sage. Jiraiya. I see. No one was fazed when he was sent to the world of the dead, so they decided to keep watching. On screen. Somewhere else, outside the blonde's mind. The primordial cows was walking through some hidden lands, they were from the islands that belonged to the ancient village of the whirlpool, and it a goddess was awakening. Goddess. Lady Cows bowing respectfully. Cows, I have a mission for you, Iris. Iris. Who is my lady? Cows. The return is very near, and that's why you'll be tasked with helping the new god communicate with those he trusts. His destiny encompasses everything from love, friendship and passion to tragedy and loneliness. Your job is to keep him in touch with those who believe in him and will support him no matter what. You're willing to accept his mission. Iris. With pleasure, my lady. Screen turns off. Seeing the primordial of creation again, everyone was surprised and even more so when they saw Iris. Kushina. Why do I feel like I want her away from my son and possible future grandchildren? I would say jealous. Madara. So like Hermes, she is a messenger goddess. Hashirama. And very pretty. Myth. Yes, although it is clear that she is a first-class cradle robber. Greek mythological bestiary 2. Mito, Kushina and Tsunade were talking about Iris since they saw her as a first-class cradle snatcher. At the same time, Minato was thinking that maybe his son could have her for himself. He is a man and he wanted to dream of seeing his son with a beautiful woman. Jiraiya, on the other hand, would take notes of the measurements he saw of the goddess to continue with his new release, Ichigo. Olympic Adventures. Hiruzen himself thought he would savor said material before he died. Hashirama simply laughed at the chatter of the women present. Kakashi was looking at Jiraiya's notes and giving his suggestions for future material. Madara, for his part, simply watched with little or no interest, although he was thinking, if his plan were carried out, he would fight against a god, unable to stop outlining a slightly excited smile. Kurama for his part, even though he is dead, was trying to establish a plan against the gods, using what he knows about sealing, because if the gods are sealed, they can be used as weapons, just like what happens with the Bijus. Sadly, for him, the need for said seals, they must be level 15 on the Uzumaki scales, and there is no one who has reached it, since Uzushi Agakure no Sato fell before any Uzumaki reached that level. Hashirama. Well, what do you think we should continue watching Zagrio-san, he would say, trying to get the attention of the women's chatter. Zagreus. I think I could teach more about the mythological bestiary of the Greeks. Madara. That catches my interest. Kushina. I hope none of them have been cursed by gods who can't keep it in their pants or jealous goddesses who can't stop seeing others as insects. Jiraiya. I don't think that will happen. Orochimaru. Kukikuku, we'll see about that. Hiruzen. I hope something is interesting. Minato. Why, I feel like I'll gain a little hatred from some gods. Tsunade. Maybe we'll all get it. Kakashi. As long as they help Jiraiya-sama's work, everything is fine. Tsunade. If I become Hokage, I'll name you my successor if you don't leave those books, brat. Habarama. Stop playing games and let's get started. Zagreus. What a character, I can see why he was left more alone than an evil madman. Habarama simply ignored that comment as the fallen man managed to turn on the screen to show everyone what was next in this incredible world. On screen. Echidna, the mother of monsters. Echidna, known as the mother of monsters, had an origin as strange and formidable as her children. She was born to the sea titan Phorcys and his sister and consort Ceto, who also gave birth to other terrible creatures such as the Gorgons and the Gree. Echidna was a mixture of woman and serpent. Her upper half was that of a woman of great beauty, while her lower half extended into the scaly body of a serpent. This combination of attributes made her equally fascinating and terrifying, a being who dwelt in the darkness of remote and rugged caverns, far from human contact. Echidna married Typhon, the most powerful monster in Greek mythology and enemy of the Olympian gods. Together they produced a fearsome offspring that included creatures such as the Lernaean Hydra, the Nemean lion, the three-headed dog Cerberus, and the Chimera. Each of these monsters would play a role in Greek heroic tales, being defeated by legendary heroes such as Hercules, Theseus, and Bellerophon. In this way, Echidna and Typhon symbolize chaos and the threat to stability, pitting gods and heroes against challenging and virtually indestructible beings. Regarding Echidna's final fate, it is said that she was destroyed in her sleep by Argus Panops, a multi-eyed giant in the service of the gods, who put an end to her existence to prevent her from continuing to generate destructive creatures. However, in some versions of mythology, it is mentioned that Echidna managed to survive, remaining hidden in the depths of the earth, ready to revive her offspring in times of chaos and need. Off-screen. Orochimaru. Oh wow, he would say, seeing the duality of the mother of monsters. Jiraiya. But why does it have to be a beautiful maiden from the waist up with good melons by the way, and a snake underneath, he complained. Madara. So that's the woman from the Nightmare of Olympus. I must admit Typhon had a good wife. Zagreus. His name meant snake. Orochimaru. Well, I like her, I would say, something fascinated by her. Tsunade. For a beautiful woman, she's cruel as it turns out. Habarama. I wonder what power he will grant if someone becomes his Jinchuriki. Hashirama. I know I screwed up the world by creating that aberration, but why reach the level of sealing everything, brother? Habarama. Just like the Bijus, these creatures are dangerous, so it's better to seal them and use the Jinchuriki as weapons. Hiruzen. I see, that was Sensei's face, I see why Danzo is like that, he thought, slightly surprised. Kakashi. I wonder what's next. On screen. Orthro. Orthrus was a fierce and monstrous creature from the Greek pantheon, known as the guard dog of Geryon, the three-bodied giant who inhabited the island of Erythia. Orthrus was a two-headed dog, the son of Echidna, the mother of monsters, and Typhon, the monster of winds and storms. Like his fearsome brother Cerberus, the guard dog of Hades, Orthrus inherited his parents' fierceness and intimidating power. This loyal guardian protected Geryon's flocks, considered one of the giant's most valuable possessions, and his ferocity made it nearly impossible for any thief to get near the cattle. Orthrus, along with the shepherd Eurytion, was tasked with constantly watching over the sacred cattle, a duty they both carried out with absolute zeal and aggression. However, their fates crossed with the hero Hercules, who, as part of his 12 labors, was sent to capture Geryon's cattle and bring them back to Mycenae. In his quest, Heracles confronted and defeated Orthrus, overcoming his endurance in combat to fulfill his mission. Thus, Orthrus met his end at the hero's hands, becoming immortalized in tradition as one of the many monstrous creatures Heracles defeated on his heroic journey. Although his life was short compared to other mythological beings, Orthrus represents the defiance and resilience of savage forces against the might of Greek heroes. His death, like that of other children of Tifon and Echidna, symbolizes the triumph of human courage and civilization over the primal and terrifying forces of nature. Off-screen. Minato. Cute puppy huh? He would say nervously. Madara. I would have liked to tame that beast, he would say bluntly. Kaburama. For the first time I agree with him, a shepherd of that magnitude, guardian and so on, is rare to find these days. Hashirama. Tsunade, check my pulse, my granddaughter. Tsunade. What for? I mean, you're dead. Hashirama. I never thought I'd see Madara and my brother agree. Jiraiya. Other than that, he's a good shepherd. Kushina. Although she met her end at the hands of that baka hero. Kakashi. I wish he was in my ninja dog summons. Hiruzen. Without a doubt, his representation is fascinating, and his determination as a shepherd and guardian dog makes him unique. On screen. Cerberus. Cerberus, the famous three-headed dog, is known as the guardian of the gates of Hades in Greek mythology, guarding the entrance to the underworld to prevent the dead from returning to the world of the living. His origins are as fearsome as his appearance. Cerberus is the son of Echidna, the monster serpent woman known as the mother of monsters, and Tifon, the titan of storms and winds. From these parents, Cerberus inherited his ferocious nature and terrifying appearance, with several dog heads, a serpent's tail, and, in some versions, snakes emerging from his back, making him one of the most intimidating creatures in Hades. In the underworld, Cerberus faithfully fulfilled his role as guardian, preventing any escape attempt by the damned souls, and making it nearly impossible for the living to enter. His loyalty to Hades was absolute, and although feared by all, Cerberus was a symbol of order within the realm of the dead. Despite his position in Hades, there were mortals who dared to confront or deceive the guard dog. One of the most famous was Heracles, who, in his final labor, was to capture Cerberus and bring him to the surface. After an intense struggle, Heracles managed to subdue the dog without harming him and took him to King Eurystheus, who, terrified, ordered the beast to be returned to Hades, allowing Cerberus to continue his eternal labor. Unlike other monsters born to Tifon and Echidna, Cerberus did not meet his end at the hands of a hero. Instead, he was returned to his post in the underworld, where he remained as Hades' loyal guardian. His survival makes him one of the few monsters who were not destroyed, remembered as a symbol of the boundaries between life and death, and of the unwavering authority of the god of the underworld. Off-screen. Kaburama. Another dog. Madara. And it seems he's still alive. Hashirama. And it seems that he has 3 heads, along with being the one who guards the entrance to the underworld. If that is so, why do souls leave the pure world with your technique? Kaburama. You look at me as if I know, although I admit that you believe it, being very clever, so that dog doesn't know anything. Kushina. Looks like someone needs a ball, a stick, and cookies. Minato. Kushi-chan, what are you trying to do? Kushina. What else? She's the perfect pet for the future Naru-chan. Jiraiya. Oh well. Kakashi. I want to have it to summon it, he would say in a dreamy tone. Orochimaru. So the dog is still alive, Kukuku. Tsunade. Good luck getting him out of the underworld, since he guards the passage to the pure idiot world. Hiruzen. That's what it looks like. Myth. Cute dog, guardian and loyal to his duty, he is better than the Inyazuka ninja dogs. On screen. Centaurs. The centaurs were a wild and powerful race in the Greek pantheon, known for being half man and half horse. Their origin dates back to the encounter between Ichigo, king of the Lapiths, and a cloud that Zeus fashioned in the image of his wife Hera, as part of a test. Ichigo, deceived by the appearance, united with this illusory figure, and from their union was born Centaurus, a being who would later father the centaurs, by mating with the mares of Thessaly. Thus, the centaurs were considered a hybrid and wild race, living in the forests and mountains, especially in the region of Thessaly. With superhuman strength and endurance, the centaurs stood out both for their ferocity in combat and for their impulsiveness and indomitable nature, characteristics that made them a people difficult to control or subdue. Despite their ferocious appearance and tendency toward lawlessness, centaurs formed a community with its own customs and family ties. They lived in packs and were known for both their hunting prowess and their lavish festivities. However, their often violent nature and lack of restraint led them to be feared and avoided by human communities, with whom they often had conflicts. One of their most famous disputes was with the Lapiths, a people they attacked during the wedding of Pirithous, resulting in a great battle that marked centaur culture as dangerous and uncontrolled. These clashes cemented the perception of centaurs as wild beings who lived on the fringes of human society in secluded and untethered regions. Within this race, Chiron was a notable exception. Wise, kind, and very different from his brethren. Unlike the other centaurs, Chiron was the son of Cronus and the Oceanid Philyra and was educated in the arts and medicine. His figure contrasted with that of the other centaurs, and he was venerated for his wisdom, becoming the teacher of heroes such as Achilles and Asclepius. In the end, while most centaurs continued to live in nature, wrapped in their instinctive nature, Chiron stood out as a unique being, recognized in mythology as a symbol of intelligence and virtue. Off-screen. Hiruzen. Centaurs Bakashi. They look like a barbarian village. Urea. Yes, like those wild people who in ancient times faced the incipient elemental nations, wanting to take the step toward civilization. Madara. A people worthy of commanding, wild, warlike, uncontrolled, I like them. Kushina. Of all his race, only one comes across as decent. Well, it's the same as finding an Uchiha without a constipated emo face or a Senju without that mania for gambling and drinking alcohol. Hashirama. Or an Uzumaki without his ramen addiction. Myth. Yeah, hey. You have something against the food of the gods. Kushina. Yes, Hashirama team. Urea. It's not bad material, he would say, taking notes. Orochimaru. Kukuku, I would like to know how you fight with those hindquarters, Kukikuku. Bakashi. Well, they are good archers, it seems, although their origin. Myth. It seems that many of the monsters have origins and some punishment. On screen. Satyrs. Satyrs are creatures from Greek mythology known for their festive spirit, their closeness to nature, and their fondness for wine and the pleasures of life. Their origin is somewhat ambiguous, but they are considered children of minor forest gods or even descendants of Silenus, the wise companion of Dionysus, god of wine. Satyrs are depicted as half-man, half-goat beings, with hairy legs, horns, and animal tails, reflecting their wild and carefree nature. They lived in forests and mountains, places where they could enjoy the freedom and exuberance they valued so much. As followers of Dionysus, satyrs shared his devotion to wine, festivities, and debauchery, which made them symbols of indulgence and boundless celebration. Culturally, satyrs lived in communities or bands, and their lives revolved around the enjoyment of nature, music, dance, and wine. They were known for playing instruments such as the flute and cymbals, and for participating in Dionysus's retinue during processions known as bacchanalia, where humans also joined in the celebrations. Although often described as mischievous and even lustful, satyrs played a beneficial role for humanity. Their knowledge of plants and the secrets of the forest was shared with those who knew how to win their favor. Thanks to this wisdom, they could guide humans to find remedies and medicinal herbs, and teach them the art of winemaking and vine cultivation, skills highly valued in the agricultural societies of ancient Greece. The satyrs' love of wine and revelry was both a blessing and a limitation, for although they lived a free and carefree life, they rarely concerned themselves with serious or permanent matters. Their destiny was to remain on the margins of society, in the wild places where they could celebrate without limits or worries. This freedom and unbridled spirit led them to become symbols of untamed nature, the drive to live intensely, and life's ephemeral delights. Off-screen. Myth. So goatmen Kushina. Wine and holiday lovers. What a creature. Tsunade. Since you mention that, I'd like to try the wine. Zagrias. Wine is a ferment created from the vine, the grape, a fruit. It is a drink that, according to the god of wine and madness, Dionysus, made the mute sing, cheered the afflicted, and brought celebration and joy. Madara. I would like to try it since it is mentioned. Urea. And from everything we see, they look like the most human beings of all. Tsunade. Although they mention that they are somewhat lustful. Myth. What is the reason for that? Zagrias. It is due to the persecution of the nymphs and the story of a minor god with the same appearance, this one being Priapus. Orochimaru. I wonder what wisdom Kukikuku has. Hiruzen. I like them a little, and they also seem very friendly and lively. Hashirama. Yes. Zagrias. A fun fact not mentioned there. Humans of the past used to leave wine in their crops so that with their instruments they could accelerate the growth of the plants, which seems to have worked for them. Habarama. They are seen as good musicians, admitted the Uchiha killer. Kakashi. I would like to see some of their parties, I would say fun. On screen. Fauns. Fauns are creatures of the Greco-Roman pantheon with a unique history and symbolism. Their origin is linked to Faun, the god of the fields, forests, and fertility, who was venerated for his power over nature and his closeness to humans. Faun, a kind god and protector of shepherds, was said to be the father of the fauns, who inherited his mischievous nature and connection to the natural world. Like satyrs, fauns had a hybrid appearance between man and goat, with hairy legs, small horns, and pointy ears. They lived in the forests and mountains of Italy, where they lived in harmony with the flora and fauna. The lives of fauns were based on the celebration of simple pleasures and communion with nature. These beings were lovers of music, dance, and wine, and were famous for their noisy, uninhibited festivities, which evoke the spirit of natural forces. They often played the pan flute or the syrinx, an instrument that seemed to express the voice of the forests. Despite their wild appearance and penchant for revelry, fauns were wise in matters related to the earth and the seasons, and served as protectors of animals and plants. Sometimes, they assisted humans by showing them secret places in the forest where they could find healing herbs or resources for farming, especially in animal husbandry and the cultivation of vines to produce wine. The love of wine and revelry led fauns to be seen as guardians of vitality and the joy of life, representing a pure connection with natural pleasures. However, this same unbridled spirit kept them distant from formal society, as they lived on the fringes and were rarely seen in urban centers. Over time, although their image was idealized in art and literature, fauns remained in nature, in a state of eternal celebration and freedom, reminding humans of the value of living in harmony with the natural world and enjoying life in its simplest and most authentic forms. Off-screen. Kushina. A sister tribe. Madara. Cousin rather, as the Senju and Uchiha descend from the sage of the six paths. Aburama. Sadly. Jiraiya. They seem to have things in common, like their love for wine and partying, but they are seen as more. Tsunade. Shy or rather reserved. Kakashi. Although his teachings since they stopped appearing before humans, it is interesting. Orochimaru. Another village of sages I must seek out, imagine having their secrets Kukikuku. Hiruzen. And you think I'll allow it? Zagrias. No more fighting, let's go with the last one for today. Hashirama. Last one. So she's a woman. Zagrias. Sadly. On screen. Lamia. Lamia is a tragic figure from the Greek pantheon whose origin is associated with a painful transformation brought about by the anger of Hera, the jealous wife of Zeus. Lamia was a beautiful queen of Libya, daughter of the sea god Belus, who caught Zeus's eye and became his lover. However, the relationship between Lamia and Zeus provoked Hera's fury and she decided to punish Lamia cruelly. To make her suffer, Hera murdered her children or, in some versions, cursed her to lose them and suffer the torment of never being able to have peace. Driven mad by the loss of her children and a thirst for revenge, Lamia was transformed into a monstrous and vengeful being, a creature that lurked in the darkness and hunted the children of other mothers. As time passed, Lamia took on an even more fearsome form. Her lower body became like a serpent and her eyes lost their rest, meaning she could never close them or stop her thirst for revenge. Zeus, in a mixture of mercy and love, granted her the gift of removing her eyes whenever she desired, thus allowing her some temporary relief. Lamia's image became a symbol of warning and terror, especially for children, as mythology tells us that she hunted and devoured young men. Through her tragic history and monstrous transformation, Lamia also represents the dangers of uncontrolled revenge and the pain of frustrated motherhood. Lamia was relegated to obscurity and oblivion over time, although her death is never explicitly mentioned. Her figure remained in Greek and Roman folklore as a feared specter, and her legend was used to frighten children. Thus, Lamia did not find redemption or a peaceful end. Rather, her story remained as a warning about the cruelty of the gods and the danger of their own unleashed power. Screen turns off. Kushina. Oh come on. She complained, a poor woman caught up in the messiness of a shady marriage. Myth. Hera must have divorced him. Zagrias. I don't think I could have. Hashirama. How? Zagrias. Hera represents marriage, protection of the family, and fidelity. This represents stable union and cosmic order, essential for maintaining the harmony of the universe. A separation between Zeus and Hera would have destabilized this image, and so their relationship had to remain united despite the conflicts. Minato. We understand that, but they brought innocent people into that marriage fight. Zagrias. I know, however, her pride, power and position did not allow her to get away from her husband, choosing instead to take out her anger on others. Hiruzen. So, despite her misfortune, she was in love. Zagrias. Not exactly in love, but yes, they'll understand more if we see the story of the gods in the future. Aburama. Still, this woman's suffering speaks to how troublesome the gods are. Jiraiya. And Lamia looks like a beautiful woman. Myth. Although not being able to close your eyes is cruel. Kakashi. Using his figure to scare children. That's it. Zagrias. See me as the modern Coco. Kakashi. I understand. Zagrias. Well, that's all for now, you can rest doing whatever you like, in a few hours I'll put more things to see and a snack and drink to enjoy. Everyone nodded and went off to enjoy their break, each in their own way. Chapter 5. Everyone enjoyed a sight of the beautiful place they were in. Orochimaru and Jiraiya were in the library, finding what they were each looking for, even something that left Jiraiya somewhat disturbed, given that in his time it doesn't exist. Jiraiya. But what? He would say while reading the myth of Apollo and Hyacinth. Orochimaru. Kukuku, I see you're in shock, huh? He would say with an overly amused smile. Jiraiya. And how could I not be? What kind of literature is this? Orochimaru. Oh yeah, the myth of Apollo and Hyacinth. I read it using my clones looking for what I like, knowledge, and I admit it's a bit weird, but oh well. Urea. I know it has a tragic ending, but. Zagrias. Many things in ancient times were common that are common now, homosexuality was one of them, along with others that may be revealed over time. Urea. Okay, I would say something dubious. Zagrias. I can't tell you that at that time they were sick people who institutionalized pedophilia, he thought somewhat nervously. Orochimaru. Ship plans, alarm clock, water mills, gears. I'm surprised these guys had so much with so little knowledge. Zagrias. It's a good mystery, anyway, I'll see you in 15 minutes on the screen. Orochimaru. Okay. Urea. I'll go get the others. Elsewhere, Tsunade was sitting with Mito, Kushina and Minato, enjoying some peace and quiet, sipping a cup of tea. Well, Tsunade looked at the Namikas, understanding that they were more than determined to leave. She wished she could have decided the same with her younger brother, but well, it wasn't the time to dwell on the past and suffer. Hashirama and Hiruzen were betting on a small shogi game, while Tobirama stood apart from everyone, looking at the others seriously. Why they didn't understand that this was wrong, that this threat to their way of life had to be avoided. Madara on the other hand was talking to Kakashi about the Sharingan eye he had. The Uchiha simply asked plainly and directly, to which the silver-haired man replied, it's not like he could refuse the strongest Uchiha in history, but oh well. It was 15 minutes of interesting life until they met again at the place where they reacted while Zagrias waited for them smiling, with Orochimaru and Jiraiya at his side. Hiruzen. Jiraiya. Is there anything new you found? Jiraiya. I need to digest it and forget it for now, he would say simply. Kushina. We can see my baby Tetevana. Zagrias. Of course, just let me tell you that now you would experience everything of yours, even things that one would normally ask to keep private. Minato. Is that necessary? He would say somewhat nervously, not that he wouldn't like to see his son taking the step towards manhood, but well, it was something private. Kushina. I hope it's not awkward. Myth. We'll see about that later, so can we get started? Zagrias. Eyes on the screen. After that, the dark screen would turn color and begin to play what was happening in the future. On screen. We find ourselves in the divine realm, where Chaos, primordial of creation, spoke with Iris, goddess of the rainbow, the one in charge of connecting the divine with the mortal, the one who announces the end of the storm. Iris. Are you sure, my lady? Chaos. Without a doubt, Iris. Iris. It's just that it's a lot seeing everything. Chaos. He must know everything, his history, his work in the future, how to fight, and not to mention that he must admire whomever he wishes. So many heroes of the past that the Shinobi Era decided to bury in oblivion: Achilles, Hector, Paris, Perseus, Odysseus, Theseus, Hercules, Aeneas, Castor and Pollux, Helen, Ajax, each and every one achieved feats that today's humans, so arrogant since that beardless Hagoromo gave them the chakra, would never believe. Iris. I know, what do you want me to do? Chaos. I want you to take by opening a portal that is the library of the Uzumaki mansion in Konoha. I will use my power to expand it and have you place all that knowledge, as well as a couple of later things that I have kept from the era after Greece and Rome. Iris proceeded to listen to the lady ruler of the universe. She was not an idiot to contradict her or see her as a threat, as Zeus once saw her for her stupid paranoia, until they tried to overthrow him from the throne, which to some extent managed to make him wake up from that mentality. Off screen. Tobirama. What kind of insolence does that goddess have with her superior? He would say seriously. Jiraiya. It seems that she understands that Naruto is nothing more than a child. Kushina. But well, now that you mention it, what do you want to add? Minato. The home library. Hashirama. So he will expand it with his powers, his great powers, he would say without knowing that he made a reference. Madara. So much power but he doesn't like to fight. I would say seeing that as a waste, but well, it's not like I would say it to his face. Tsunade. Is Zeus an idiot? Myth. It seems like he thinks with his bottom. Jiraiya. Even I think sometimes. Hashirama. Zeus is a paranoid, womanizing, temperamental guy, what am I forgetting? Tsunade. Nymphomaniac. Kushina. Short Hennis. Kakashi. Should we tell him something? He whispered to his sensei. Minato. No, because otherwise we would be the ones who would get her, he whispered. Kakashi. I understand. On screen. In Konoha. It had been 2 days since the attack. The disappearance of the villagers and shinobi did not go unnoticed. Many attributed this to a curse imposed by Naruto, calling that night the night of the demon's curse. The civilian counselors wanted the doctors to kill the boy, but Kakashi, Genma, Yugao and Hade were in the room the whole time and did not let anything be done that had come from orders from the council. Naruto spent those 2 days listening to stories from his tenants, while the great Biju of the Nine Tails watched this cautiously. He saw how Ashura was expelled by them. He always knew that Ashura, the youngest son of the Sage of the Six Paths and his older brother Indra, transmigrated evading death, which generated a great cycle of endless hatred between two brothers. Seeing him chained and being dragged directly to hell terrified him. He knew that in a way that idiot who watched out for turning the other cheek and spreading love and peace deserved it. He was one of those who forced his own to choose sides in their fight. Well, now no more. He assumed that Indra would have the same path, so he resumed his sacred nap. In the room, Hiruzen entered wearing a set of clothes that appeared in his office with a direct message. He didn't know what it was or who it was from, but it said, "Hand over Naruto." Kakashi. Still not awake. Hiruzen. His blows left him quite badly. Yugao. I'll go get some things. Hiruzen. I want you, Genma, Hayate and Kakashi to empty Naruto's apartment. I'll make him live in that mansion. Kakashi. Are you sure? Hiruzen. Yes, we'll keep her supplied with plenty of supplies so she doesn't leave. The fields are spacious. If she wants to train, we'll help, but it's not certain she'll leave, at least not until the academy starts in 2 years. I'll extend the graduation period to 13, but the civilian council won't allow any longer. The aforementioned would nod, leaving Hiruzen to take care of Naruto. It had been a good idea to leave that office. Off-screen. Minato and Kushina were upset, while Kakashi played with a visibly angry kunai on his finger, while Hashirama shook his head, seeing that his village was rotten. It hurt him, it really hurt him, but the will in which he believed and hoped his village would continue simply vanished. Hiruzen. I'm sorry. Kurama. So the idiot earned it, he would say from the tree. Well, he deserved it. He finished speaking, resuming his sacred nap. Jiraiya. He's carefree, but well, Hagoromo created that sequence of hatred between the two, so he did things a bit wrong. Tsunade. You think? Kakashi. So we'll take him to Sensei's house. Hiruzen. I think there is no option left, it is to supply it and leave it there with someone watching it at all times. Kushina. Going out in that village full of ingrates is dangerous. Minato. At least until the academy. Madara. Why do you say you can't extend the graduation age? You're the Hokage, your word is law. Aburama. Maybe I should have put Danzo. Zagrias. If you knew everything Danzo has caused, you would truly see that your best option of all those you had was Hiruzen. Aburama just frowned. Danzo had nothing bad in his record, right? On screen. In Naruto's mind. Naruto had heard the stories of a couple of children of the gods. He was excited, without a doubt. No one could judge him, he was a child after all. Naruto. So your son Phaethon wanted to prove his worth and you let him drive the solar chariot you bring with you during the day, right? Helios. Yes, that's right, but the chariot was very difficult to move and my horses were very difficult to tame and because of that he ended up dead thanks to the fact that he was creating an imbalance. Naruto. How did he die? Helios. Zeus threw a lightning bolt to make him stop the chariot but something went wrong and he fell into a river and drowned. Naruto. I'm sorry. Helios. Don't worry, but you know something he would say while the blonde sees him that left a very wise lesson. Naruto. What is it? Helios. A lesson for parents. We shouldn't put something in the hands of a child they aren't ready for. That might be useful to you later. Naruto. Yes. Helios. You must wake up, someone is waiting for you, he would say using his divine power so that Naruto would wake up. Off screen. Kushina. At least learn something. Hiruzen. Yes, he is quite interested. Minato. Also, they don't tell him that it will be like his destiny, but. Jiraiya. They will prepare him so that he can achieve it. Hashirama. Phaethon a tragic destiny. Aburama. He asked for it. Madara. As if you didn't throw yourself against a team of Uchihas to prove yourself, hypocrite. Aburama. We were at war. Madara. That doesn't take away the other thing. Myth. So it will wake him up. Tsunade. Yes, and I doubt that training in that space would be reflected in reality. Zagrias. Why do I feel like someone named Deadpool would comment on that topic, he thought with headaches. On screen. In the room. Hiruzen was reading his little orange book while taking care of Naruto in the room when he heard a child spasm. He noticed Naruto who showed signs of waking up, so he put away his book not suitable for minors and approached. Naruto. Gigi. Where am I? Hiruzen. Naruto-kun, I'm so relieved to see you're okay. I'm glad to know those idiots didn't do anything to you. Naruto. Well, his blows and his words hurt me and they also took away my dream. Hiruzen. I see, I would say a little sad even so you think. Naruto. In becoming strong, maybe I don't want to take that hat off you but I want to be stronger than you. Hiruzen. Hahaha, I'm glad you're better, now I brought you this, he would say, showing his new clothes. The previous ones were very destroyed and bloody, so get dressed, we have to go somewhere very important, he said enthusiastically. Naruto. Well, by the way, give me some privacy. Hiruzen. Oh sure, he would say, leaving the room. Naruto would take the clothes. While he looked through them, it was certainly something interesting. It was very similar to the clothes his tenants wore. Well, he felt his uncle Apollo smiling at him. It's not that he didn't like the clothes, but just as he had his obsession with orange, Apollo had it in gold. Seeing the clothes, he felt somewhat uncomfortable because they told him several things about how they were before, even so he put on the clothes left. The attire consisted of a white chiton with golden touches, which left the chest open, sleeveless, with 2 shoulder pads and a belt in gold metal, a red cape, the piece reached to the knees and ended in a pair of shoes, similar to shinobi boots, but these had wings on their sides. Naruto. I look like Uncle Hermes, he thought. Hiruzen. Naruto. He would say, entering. Wow, you are very handsome, huh? Naruto. Haha, he laughed, a little embarrassed. It looks good on me, he. Hiruzen. Are you ready? Naruto. Yes. Hiruzen. In that case, let's walk. Both would leave the hospital while everyone saw Naruto. Their gaze reflected strangeness. It was not normal to see him in clothes other than those they wore, so they stopped giving it importance until they remembered who he was, turning their looks of hatred to the blonde, which was overshadowed when they saw the Sandame. Off screen. Kushina. My poor baby. Minato. He had a dream of being Hokage. Myth. Poor thing. Hiruzen. I curse myself for being so soft. Tsunade. Well, let's see what it looks like. Orochimaru. Kukuku, so much interest in some clothes. Seeing how Naruto was dressed, several didn't know what to say, because first, men didn't care about clothes and they were ninjas, so they didn't give it importance. Kushina. Looks very adorable. Myth. He's cute. Tsunade. Huggable. Minato. I won't lie, he looks like a small Hermes. Kushina. I would have liked to have more than one child. Minato. Remember that it cost me to get you pregnant. Myth. Sadly, we Uzumaki have a strong sexual desire and it is difficult to get pregnant the first time. Hashirama. Don't remind me. Seeing Hiruzen and Naruto leave the hospital, the initial joy turned into coldness and fury at seeing those hypocritical looks. Madara. Going with the Hokage, no one will do anything to him, since attacking him would be like attacking him. Hashirama. Yes. Orochimaru. Intelligent Kukuku-sensei. Jiraiya. Coming from you, you say it like I'm an idiot, he may be old but not senile. Hiruzen. There is no respect anymore. Tsunade. It's true, old man. On screen. Both walked in silence. For Naruto everything seemed strange, and even more so when they passed the clan districts, heading to one of the areas that were close to a forest and lake. Naruto looked surprised, and even more so when the doors of the place opened, revealing a district as large as the clans, but with a whirlpool in its mark. Naruto. Wow, what is this? Hiruzen. This, Naruto-kun, is your relative's mansion. Naruto. Family. Do you know who my parents were? Both would enter the mansion as the door closed. Hiruzen took the floor. Hiruzen. I know you're going to say, why didn't you tell me despite knowing who they were, and I'll tell you, your parents made many enemies, not only outside the Leaf Village, but within it. Do you know what that means? Naruto. No. Hiruzen. If you knew who they were, you would go and shout it to half the world, Naruto would say, blushing a little. It was true, he couldn't deny it. That's why I will ask you not to say anything about this to anyone, not even when you go to the academy and manage to become a genin. Naruto. And when? Hiruzen. When you become Chunin, we will reveal all of Naruto. Naruto. Okay. Hiruzen. Well, you once asked me where your last name, Uzumaki, came from. That's because you come from the Uzumaki clan, a powerful clan that was dedicated to the branches of sealing, the sword and the use of elemental chakra. Naruto. Really? Hiruzen. Yes, Naruto, but unfortunately, many died in the Second Shinobi War after their ancestral home was destroyed. Naruto. Oh, he would murmur dejectedly. Hiruzen. But your mother, who was here, managed to save herself, being one of the few. Do you know what they called her in the bingo book? Naruto. No. Hiruzen. The Bloody Habanero, Akai Chishio no Habanero, was a red-haired woman and according to your father a beautiful woman. Naruto. But my mom is a redhead and I'm blonde, my dad was the blonde one, right? Hiruzen. Yes, your father was the Yonde Minato Namikaze. Naruto. Really? But then why do the villagers say, let's finish the room? Hiruzen. I don't know, I just know that your parents left letters inside the mansion, but you must find out why. Naruto. Okay. Off screen. Hashirama. It's a good way to tell him his origin. Jiraiya. Yes. Kushina. It bothers me that they have to hide everything until I become a Chunin. Minato. Same as me, but I understand why. Tsunade. Imagine all the forced marriage contracts he'll have. Myth. And many of them are those same people who hate him to take power over your clan and Minatos. Minato. That's why I stay calm, and I know I don't have a shinobi clan, but the things I achieved in life, I want them for my family, not for those vultures. Kushina. Good. Kakashi. Although that is. Myth. It's the Uzumaki district used when my father came to visit. Kakashi. But sensei's house. Minato. He probably sold himself, since the council would do it to leave Naruto with nothing. Hiruzen. Sadly. Tsunade. Now she knows her story and why nothing was said to her. Madara. Now the boy must not go out unless it is absolutely necessary. Habarama. Now people will have a recharge of hatred with the beatings they released it. Hashirama. Do you justify an assault? Habarama. It's a weapon, it simply has no right to speak or vote, I would say seriously. Kushina. You know that Bijus aren't weapons, right? Myth. It's true. Habarama. Jinchuricus were created and are used in war, right? Well, they are weapons and that's it. On screen. Hiruzen. Oh, and Naruto, you will not leave your lands anymore until the academy, Kakashi and the others will teach you things that you can use. Until then, you are well supplied and you will be able to live without going out to do something in the village. Naruto. But Tucci and Am. Hiruzen. I spoke with them and asked them to come from time to time, since you shouldn't eat only ramen and since you can't go out, they will come to visit you, he would say, leaving, see you later. Naruto. Okay, he would exclaim, offended for not being able to eat ramen, see you later he. Artemis. And I was going to order you, she said, scolding him. Naruto. Mom. He said, pouting. Artemis. Nothing about mom, you have to eat a variety and sometimes you will eat what you hunt in the forest, she said with a mother's voice. Naruto. Yes mom, he said. Kakashi would arrive and would stay there until the blonde settled in. Supporting the blonde, he would enter the mansion and arrange his room, where he would rest. After all, it was quite large. After arranging, he decided to walk around his house. It was spacious, very spacious. It had a huge library, which he would enter. It was well stocked, not only with scrolls, but also books, all detailed down to the smallest subject, along with a desk with 2 letters. Naruto would approach the desk, noticing the picture of his mother and father hugging, while the Redeed was pregnant, while looking at the cards with his parents' names. Off screen. Madara. Seriously, where does that sick ramen addiction come from? Myth. It's Uzumaki. Kushina. Yes. Hashirama. Dilemma solved, he would say without giving it any further thought. Minato. At least he'll have his ramen allowance, I would say, highlighting something positive. Kushina. And Artemis doesn't support us. She would say, scandalized by the ramen issue. Minato. Calm down. Kakashi. And Naruto half accepted it. Seeing that Kakashi arrived, everyone saw the order, but the surprise came with the library. Orochimaru licked his lips while Minato, Kushina, who knew about that district, did not remember that the library was so big, and Mito did not even remember if there was a library there. Habarama. It's huge. Jiraiya. How much must be there? Orochimaru. I'm intrigued. Minato and Kushina. 2 letters from us. Kakashi. Why am I scared? He asked himself in a low voice. On screen. Naruto. Oka-chan, what should I open first? Besides, I can't read, he said to his mind. Artemis. Ask that perverted Cyclops to teach you about chakra, there is a view of some of those jutsus that you use, if you do it, I will read it to you, she said mentally. Naruto would nod and go look for Kakashi, who was reading Ichigo lying on the sofa in the living room of the house. Naruto. Hiro Nison. Kakashi. He would say, putting away the little book, what's up Naruto? Naruto. What is chakra? I heard it from some shinobi while we were coming and it made me curious. Kakashi. You would learn it at the academy, but I guess it won't hurt to tell you a little. Naruto. Seriously? Kakashi. Of course, he said nonchalantly. Chakra is the body's vital energy, which is essential to perform what shinobi call jutsus, the latter being the ninja art of battle through chakra modeling. But I return, it is a mixture of the physical energy present in every cell of the body of a living being and the spiritual energy acquired through exercise and experience. Once mixed, it can be channeled through the chakra circulatory system, which is like the blood circulatory system, but with chakra, to any of the 361 chakra points that the human body possesses. For the goddess of wisdom, that was quite satisfying. It was a lot of information gathered to help in the study torture of little Naruto. Naruto. And how is chakra molded? Kakashi. In many ways, the most common through hand seals, starting to detail the seals with his hands. Naruto. I see. Athena. This is gold, she said, taking note of new knowledge. Naruto. And how do I unlock the chakra? Kakashi. Well, you have to, he would say, detailing what he had to do while trying to get his hand to go to his little book to threaten to read it to him. Naruto would proceed to do what was said while the silver-haired man lay down again until he felt chakra coming out. Naruto. Like this? Kakashi. Nah, Naruto. What are you doing? He would ask, surprised, opening his eyes wide. Naruto. Release my chakra like you said. Kakashi. No doubt, just one explanation was enough for him to understand, he thought, surprised. He's your son, sensei. Naruto. And well. Kakashi. You surprised me, now you know, and I doubt it will be difficult for you to copy the seals, so, do you need anything else? Naruto. I'm not okay with drawing. Kakashi. This guy will either be very good or give you a serious headache. Off screen. Kushina. Kakashi, she would say with her hair waving in nine tails. Kakashi. Minato. Kushi, calm down. Myth. Reading that. Jiraiya. He's my best client. Hashirama. I see that reading is strange. Orochimaru. Kukuku, everyone in Konoha at least read it once since Jiraiya posted it. Tsunade. I'm with him. Hiruzen. Takes out Hamura, Danzo and Kaharu. The surprise, however, came with everything Kakashi did and explained, something Naruto copied immediately. Madara. A prodigy. Orochimaru. Well, he's the son of an effeminate man, he shrugged when he said it. Hiruzen. As carefree as ever. Kushina. Well, learning something extra is never too much. Hashirama. A prodigy. Kakashi. Surprising. Habarama. Damn, he thought. Myth. Now that I think about it, I hope the academy doesn't stop it. Tsunade. You're asking for too much, it's obvious that's what will happen. Minato. I don't have much hope. Kushina. Me neither. Jiraiya. Let's be optimistic, please. On screen. In the library. Naruto would return to the library while taking the scroll indicated by Artemis. Artemis. Shadow clone jutsu, remember the seals. Spoke mentally. Naruto. Yes. Artemis. Do it, she said. Naruto would put his fingers in a cross and directing chakra would make several clones appear. Naruto. Sugoi excited. At that, Artemis would tell him to dissipate a handful of clones until only one remained. Naruto gasped a little from the pain in his head, but he felt maternal arms around him as the remaining clone transformed into Artemis. Naruto. Mom. Artemis. Yes, she would say, taking a nearby rocking chair and the cards. Which one do we read first? I may be Greek, but since I've been with you, I know how to read kanji. Naruto. Kushina cautions. Artemis. Of course, she would say, starting to read. Dear Naruto, you're probably wondering who I am, and even though you wish I was there, I feel like I won't be able to see you grow up. I know you'll be upset, angry, or you could just hate me for not being there for you, but I want you to know, whatever you decide, I will always love you. That made Naruto cry. You're going to be born tomorrow, and I feel like someone will take me away from you, so I decided to write these words to you. Eat well. Receiving Artemis's look that she would enforce it as it should be. Don't be perverted, fall in love with a good woman who loves you as you love her first. Artemis nodded, she was the mother now, and no sir, Naruto would turn out right. Have friends, not many, but the necessary ones so you can trust, study hard, don't drink alcohol until you are older, find a goal and make it come true, with love, Mom. Naruto was crying while he was in Artemis's lap while she hugged him, while thinking something about alcoholic beverages, and it was to say that a certain god of wine would be a very bad influence on him. Athena nodded with a study, oh yes, she would fulfill that part. Artemis. Do you want me to continue with your fathers? Naruto would nod. Artemis. Well, I would say, starting to read. Hello son, you will surely want to hit me hard for sealing a nine-tailed fox inside you, but I have a feeling that something will happen, something not very nice. I have many enemies, not only those who hate me outside the village for the third Shinobi War where I made a name for myself before being the Yondaime, but inside, I fear that it will take its toll on me, and without a doubt they will use you to get revenge on me. I will understand if you hate me, but I want you to know that you are my greatest pride, you are my greatest joy, and even though you hate me, I will always be there for you. Who am I kidding? Everything will be fine. I love you 3 million. Naruto. No, I don't hate you, Dad, I love you. Crying, I wish you were with me. Artemis simply hugged her little one, caressing his head like a mother, while Naruto slowly fell asleep. She heard the silver-haired boy scream leave, and when she closed the door, poorly closed by the Cyclops, she would take Naruto to bed, tucking him in and giving him a kiss on the forehead, bringing a smile to the blonde's face. Off screen. Seeing that the first time he replicated the multi-shadow clone jutsu, Tobirama and those who knew it were surprised, since that was interesting and in some cases impossible for a child, but others simply used logic, like Madara, Minato and Orochimaru. The blonde had the reserves of an Uzumaki, so normal clones are useless, leaving the multi-shadow clone jutsu as the only option. Minato and Kushina felt a pang in their chest when they saw their son break down, given that Artemis read their letters and Naruto, although they feared that if he didn't hate them, on the contrary, he needed them, but they were already in the pure world at that moment. Kushina sobbed into Minato's chest, and Mito caressed her back to calm her down. Hashirama. So much damage that my village has caused, he would say, feeling something he would never believe he would feel, resentment. Aburama and Orochimaru were about to say something, but Madara's gaze fell upon them. Orochimaru wasn't suicidal, and Tobirama simply glared at him with hatred. Madara, while not one for love, understood moments of respect, so this was one of them. On screen. The next day. Naruto was waking up smelling a very rich aroma, so dressed in his pajamas, he would go down from his room to the kitchen, where he saw Artemis with a deer on the table, while she with her knives cut pieces of meat and put them in the refrigerator. The goddess was grateful for the advancement of certain things, more than anything to maintain food, something that cost a lot in ancient times. Naruto. Good morning, mom. Artemis. Good morning, Naru-chan, how did you wake up? Naruto. Good. Artemis. Oh, I think I forgot something, can you make some clones? Naruto. I think, how many do I make? Artemis. I want you to do 4. Naruto would do as requested, while from a cloud of smoke, 4 solid clones emerged. At the same time, the 4 gradually transformed, taking the forms of Eros, Apollo, Demeter, and Athena. The appearance of Apollo and Eros was great for Naruto, as he wouldn't be alone with his mother, his aunt, and the closest thing to a grandmother. Artemis. Well, Apollo, Eros, why don't you take Naru-chan to change? Apollo. Well, come on nephew, let's dress you up like your cool uncle. Eros. Come. Naruto followed the elders while the 3 goddesses stayed in the kitchen. Demeter understood what they would do, so using her divine power, she would place fresh fruits and vegetables, while also supplying olive oil, widely used by the Greeks in all fields, even in body training. She checked the milk in the refrigerator, and using her power, turned it into freshly milked milk, as she noticed that it was close to its expiration date. Artemis. Thank you. Demeter. It's a pleasure, although I think I'll make sure the little one has his own garden, where I'll show him everything. Athena. Fine, I'll take care of the theoretical part. Artemis. What will you do? Athena. Let him read. Artemis. Yes, you know he can't read, right? Athena. Oh, for the love of father, banging her head. Artemis. But you have some help. Athena. What thing? Artemis. That ability with chakra to clone. Naruto did not notice it, but I did when I read that scroll. The clones created through the technique are not simple illusions, they are solid clones capable of physically attacking the enemy. Although they are not useful in the work of your body, you can use it for studies. Athena. But what if they disappear? Artemis. In other users, the technique would kill whoever did it, but I read Kushina-san's notes, shadow clones. It is the way for an Uzumaki to make replicas of himself, unlike those taught in the academies. The reason is the massive amount of chakra. Naruto has a minimum cage level, he is a sea of chakra. The technique at least requires Jounin level. You have seen some things given your relative omnipresence, so I will not detail anything. If you do not understand, you have the library. Naruto has a cage level in chakra as a child, which will increase with years and exercise. Add to that he retains Kyuubi, in the academy they would use that to delay him. Athena. It's true, annoyed by the fact that they would sabotage in obtaining knowledge, but what's special about that technique? Artemis. The clones still possess a connection to the original. A unique feature of the technique is that any experiences the clones have during their existence are transferred to the user once they dissipate. This quality makes the technique perfect for tasks such as espionage, as the user can send a clone to perform the task, and once it dissipates, the information obtained by it will be passed on to the original. Athena. That's very useful. Artemis. Well, what will we do? Because you'll have to teach him how to read and write, which with clones of him in a couple of weeks, you could manage. Athena. Yes. Artemis. Fine, Apollo will handle the physical training, he as a doctor will be able to take charge of what should be given to a child according to his age. Demeter. I'll make sure he has plant classes and all that, I'll focus on him learning how to use my power, and I'll have him set up his own crop. Artemis. I will be in charge of teaching him how to hunt, subsistence, since I doubt they teach that in that school, in addition to, with Apollo's help, the use of the bow, and personally the use of hunting knives. Athena and Demeter. We agree. Artemis. And with Eros, until he spreads his wings, he will be her support, companion, and accompaniment during rest and recreation, as someone older should be. Off screen. When the first morning arrived, the three women were moved by what they saw, so they expected to see more of Naruto, although they were surprised to see that Artemis, while receiving him with a homemade meal, made from hunting, asked him to make 3 clones, although they understood, since Eros, Apollo, Demeter and Athena materialized, making that while Eros and Apollo were in charge of helping the blonde with the clothes, the others stayed talking and planning the future. Hashirama. Training and more. Kakashi. So those milks were about to expire. Well, Demeter fixes it. Hiruzen. I must admit that Athena is too arrogant and vain. Zagrias. I agree with you, Sandame-san. Orochimaru. Kukuku, she and I may be able to share information. Minato. Although she is somewhat methodical. Kushina. Well, my baby will have training and they foresee everything. Madara. They are one step ahead of even the village. Jiraiya. It's also good to see that they'll teach him how to farm so he doesn't have to buy things and practice his skills with harvesting and growing. On screen. At that the 3 men of the house would go down, while Apollo led Naruto by the hand. Artemisa. My boy, with your aunts and uncle we prepared everything, so today we will begin your new life, in addition to spending the day with your family. Naruto. Yes. Screen turns off. Minato. Just like his father he would say with pride. Kushina. But that way he'll attract cradle robbers and bores she would say, scandalized. Myth. You know that without a girl there will be no grandchildren, right? Kushina. But she would say thinking about the options until she fell silent. Tsunade. She's never going to change she would say amusedly. Jiraiya. It seems I'll be able to write other books he would say interested. Orochimaru. We'll see if you succeed Kukikuku he would say mockingly. Tobirama. Let's see how big you get or if you fall I would say seriously. Chapter 6. What Tobirama said caused annoyance in Minato and Kushina, who with Kakashi, who in a certain way tried not to get angry with the Niodame, who looked badly at the resurrected. Tobirama tried to pretend that he was not looking at them, since it was not that he scared them, but that he saw 2 fathers of a traitor to his village, since it was more than sung that this boy, for everything that was being seen, suffered, something deserved by Tobirama's thoughts, after all, weapons do not have rights, only obligations, that the boy was going to desert the village. Tsunade looked at her great uncle with a frown, she was aware that he was not a saint, because beyond the profile of an impeccable Hokage he had, as a human being, he was a subject with his darkness. He suffered from the curse of hatred because of the traumas of the war between clans, after all, he lost 2 brothers and who knows what other relatives in it, most of them at the hands of the Uchiha. She knew that he saw shinobi, even those of his own family, as weapons which would lose their usefulness. Tobirama was the pragmatic type and in many cases, the decisions he made, good or bad, were in moments of crisis, the best of the options available at that time, given that if someone did not do what was necessary, no one else would do it because no one had what was necessary for the survival of the village to make the decisions that were required at those times. Hashirama looked at his brother reproachfully because unlike Tobirama, he was an idealist who did not measure the consequences of his actions, the clear example being the Jinchuricus. Even for Madara that could have been a bad idea, but the strongest Uchiha cared little about the subject, although he later understood the use of the Bijas for his Eye of the Moon plan. Madara, for his part, was interested in the blonde boy, what kind of god he would be, and how strong he would become, after all, he, along with Hashirama, were classified as Shinobi no Kami for a reason. It was interesting for him to measure himself against a god. Myth. Let's see how the Uzumaki develops I would say extremely interested. Kushina. Yes, let's see how my baby ascends to God. Hiruzen. I'll admit I'm curious to know how this will be resolved. Orochimaru. Kukuku I don't deny that I have interest Kukuku. Jiraiya. If the snake is interested, I hope he doesn't do anything pedophilic. Tsunade. Yes, I support you on that. Minato. Wherever my son touches me, you'll see what I'll do. Zagrias. Well, it's time to move on he would say turning on the screen. Tobirama. Let's see what you can do, kid. On screen. After being told to spend a day together as a family, Naruto accompanied by everyone present spent a day at the residence lake. It was relatively large, it received water from a stream coming from the Forest of Death, also called Training Camp number 44. During the exit, Athena before Apollo started with his music wanted to tell a little history, but Naruto did not want to listen to history, he wanted to know about those heroes that Apollo, Helios and surprisingly Eros had told him, making the goddess of wisdom sigh a little, she would read, even if it is not to her liking, about those heroes who lived in the ancient era. Athena. Okay Naruto, who do you want to hear from first? Taking out a couple of books. Naruto. Who are they pointing at the book with the image of Gemini? Athena. Oh, they are Castor and Pollux, the Dioscuri. Naruto. Wow, can you read something? Athena. Of course, opening the book and reading Leda was a very beautiful woman, so much so that Zeus himself desired her. One day, while walking along the river Eurotas, she came across a beautiful swan escaping an eagle's attack. She protected it and allowed herself to be seduced by it, which was none other than Zeus transformed. That same night Leda also joined her husband. As a result, she laid 2 eggs. From one were born Pollux and Helen, immortal children of Zeus. From the other, Castor and Clytemnestra, mortal children of Tyndareus. Naruto. Weird. Apollo. Nephew, it is best that even though you are a child, you ignore those things. When you are older we will explain everything to you. Naruto. Okay. Athena. Despite their origin, he continued reading. Castor and Pollux had a deep love for each other. They were both brothers, and there was nothing they would not do together. Even when they were young, they joined Jason and the Argonauts in their mission to find the Golden Fleece. They even confronted the hero Theseus after the kidnapping of his sister Helen, showing a little disgust and secretly looking at Eros, where they went to rescue her and returning with Theseus's mother back to her city, Sparta. Naruto. Sugoi, so with Eros nice and we will be like this. Eros. Calm down, something like that in thinking, why weren't you born instead of Anteros? Naruto. Yes. Off screen. Kushina. I'm glad that after so much, I can smile with that true happiness. Hiruzen. You should no longer think that your smiles are fake. Minato. Yes, and now he has them, they, like us, are his family, so they will protect him. Hashirama. They are a good family. Madara. I think like you, but according to what they said, they won't last long by his side. Kakashi. But he will grow attached, and it will hurt him to lose them. Madara. Like everything in life, child, not everything is happiness, there is also sadness. Jiraiya. Is that true? I would say seriously. Orochimaru. So the story of a constellation, huh? He would say interested. Hearing the story and laughing at Naruto's reactions, many were somewhat surprised. Tsunade. Not even Jiraiya would come up with something like that in his stories. Jiraiya. You're right, although well, I got some material, he would say, noting down a potential idea, something that never occurred to him, an enchanted princess, too bad he doesn't know that it was already done. Habarama. HMP, he snorted, he was not interested in the history of the past, they, in his opinion, already had their moment and forgot, there was no turning back. Myth. Who is Anteros? Zagrias. Anteros is the god of reciprocated love and avenger of unrequited love, he would say, surprising everyone. Kushina. Aniros. Zagrias. Eros is the god of love, fertility and hex. Hiruzen. I see the duality now, he would say, understanding what each one represented. On screen. So with Athena's assent, Apollo would take his lyre and proceed to play a serenade, bringing out little stars in Naruto's eyes. Naruto. Wow man, that was amazing. Apollo. Don't worry, your great uncle will teach you how to use it. Thus the hours continued to pass until Kakashi arrived, noticing several with Naruto, but seeing that Apollo signaled him, the silver-haired man would appear, being received by Naruto, while the gods revealed everything to the silver-haired man, leaving him paler than the former apprentice of the Sandaime. Kakashi. It's too much to take in. Naruto. True that, yes. Artemis. Now, will you be able to keep the secret? Kakashi. Yes, out of respect for sensei, I will. Besides, I wanted to see if I could help if they didn't arrange their training. Artemis. We put it together, although we need something. Kakashi. And that would be? Artemis. A cover so Naruto can go hunting with me in the forest. Kakashi. Leave it to me. Naruto. Thank you, Iro-Nison. Kakashi. I already told you to call me Dwarf Kakashi. Naruto. I'll do it when you stop reading that book. Apollo would take it and read it quickly. Apollo. Great, as god of the arts I proclaim this as a work of art. Kakashi. That's right. Somewhere in the elemental nations, a white-haired man felt his ego swell thanks to his little orange-covered book. Artemis. Well, watching the sunset, it's time for dinner and to go to bed, Naru-chan. Naruto. Yes mom. Artemis, supported by Demeter, using Hesja's recipe book, would manage to make an exemplary dinner, which made even Kakashi eat without problems. After finishing going to bed, Naruto did some housework, clearing the table, and decided to go to bed, so he brushed his teeth and lay down, while Apollo played a soft requiem to put his nephew to sleep. Naruto. See you tomorrow, uncle. Apollo. Rest, nephew, your training will start tomorrow. Naruto would fall asleep, while Apollo would prepare what they would do in the morning. Apollo. He fell asleep. Eros. So it seems. Apollo. Listen, I know we're on good terms because of Daphne, but… Eros. I will support Naruto's training, you don't have to ask me for anything, and by the way, I'm sorry about that. Apollo would nod and leave. Off screen. Myth. What a beautiful tune. Kushina. A beautiful song. Tsunade. Conveys a great emotion of sadness for a lost love. Jiraiya. I see, he would say, adding a touch of tragedy to his stories. Hiruzen. So Kakashi will keep the secret. Kakashi. Out of respect for sensei, I inherited him. Aburama. If you know that's a secret that the Hokage should know. I would say seriously. Kakashi. If you know that clan jutsus are not known by the Hokage because they are, that's what they are, clan jutsus. Counter-argument. Aburama. Don't mix things up, brat. Minato. You're right, he would say, defending his son and his student. A secret considered clan-related should not be known by the Hokage, since it is something internal to the clan, so neither you nor anyone else can force it. Being properly a law of your own authorship. Aburama looked at Minato, transmitting a killer instinct, not liking that someone like the effeminate blonde, his successor, had decided to overlook that information, crucial to him and beneficial to Konoha. Minato would make use of his killer instinct, less than the albinos, but Kushina, his wife, joined in, while her hair moved threateningly in the form of 9 tails, equating the fight of wills. Before being Shinobi of the Leaf, they were parents. Madara. Why do I feel that a book by that Hestia contains too many tasty delicacies? Zagrias. Hestia is the goddess of family, home and the fire it generates, so you can get an idea of the delicacies that must be there. Hiruzen. I can imagine, he would say with some hunger. Myth. At least you'll get a good night's rest. Kushina. Yes. Tsunade. At least that's good. Minato. I'm dying to know what they'll do. On screen. The next morning. Naruto woke up early, at 7 in the morning. Heroes had called to remind him that training began that day, so the blonde finished waking up and got ready to leave. Artemis, meanwhile, left him breakfast in the kitchen and left with Kakashi to begin the process of impersonating Naruto's mortal mother and assuming his custody. Although she doesn't expect it to be easy, as a goddess, Artemis is confident in her methods to achieve it. Apollo and Eros guide him through the pre-practice sessions. They begin with stretching postures and massages to prepare his body, although there's one thing that makes him feel a little embarrassed. They perform the exercises naked, following the authentic Greek tradition. In ancient Greece, nudity was valued as a symbol of respect for the beauty and strength of the human body, an idea that Apollo tries to convey to Naruto. Noticing his modesty, Apollo assures him that in time he'll get used to it and that this will help him become a true athlete. After completing the stretches, Apollo and Eros apply an olive oil massage to Naruto. The little boy has doubts about this practice, so both gods explain its purpose. The olive tree, sacred to the Greeks, symbolizes victory, life, peace, and fertility, and its oil was seen as an emblem of protection in sports and war. In ancient times, olive oil was used not only in cooking, but also in medicine and cosmetics, and therefore, before any training, Greek athletes and warriors customarily covered their bodies with it. Naruto listens attentively as they explain that this ritual is a way to honor his strength and his training. Apollo has designed an intense routine that Naruto will follow until he graduates as a genin. His focus is on physical development, following 3 fundamental principles of Greek culture. Growing as an athlete and warrior, living a long and healthy life, and strengthening his genetic heritage for future generations. With the help of Eros, Apollo has him run around the lake, no matter how large or extensive it is. The goal is to record an initial time and then gradually reduce it, improving his endurance and performance. Apollo also believes that, through sweat, Naruto can purge himself of any toxins that may have been introduced into his body by malicious caregivers. He also teaches Naruto the Greek forms of combat, practices that were also celebrated as sports at the Olympic Games in Olympia. As the god of sports, Apollo introduces Naruto to various disciplines used in the Olympic Games and in combat, such as horsemanship and charioteering. Along with Eros, he is trained in boxing, javelin throwing, and other disciplines that make up the pentathlon. Naruto does this training every morning until lunch, around 1 p.m. When Apollo forgets an aspect of his training, Eros reminds him, adding swimming sessions in the lake, where Naruto learns to drag Eros, as well as discus throwing exercises. Off-screen. Watching the little blonde boy train was uncomfortable for everyone, really. Jiraiya. How uncomfortable. Aburama. How much debauchery. Zagrias. Well, he receives the Greek legacy, so he must live as such. Tsunade. Could you explain it? She would say, blushing from seeing Apollo and Eros' package. Kushina. Meh, she would say without affecting it, Mina-kun has it bigger. Minato. And my son has it bigger than me, I would say, uncomfortable and not knowing what to really feel. Zagrias. Ignoring that, what do you want me to explain? Madara. Why the Greeks? Hashirama. Were they like that? Orochimaru. Beyond what the screen explains, Kukuku. Zagrias. Nudity in ancient Greece had a very different meaning than it does today. It was much more than a simple absence of clothing. It was a symbol of beauty, strength, purity, and connection to the divine. Hiruzen. Please explain. Zagrias. With pleasure. The Greeks associated physical beauty with perfection and harmony. The naked body, especially the male body, was considered the ultimate expression of these qualities, although in some places women were considered as such. Nudity was also associated with purity and honesty. By not hiding the body, it showed a sincerity and transparency that was valued in Greek society. Tsunade. Interesting, I would say uncomfortable. Zagrias. Continuous. The Greek gods were often depicted naked, which gave nudity a divine connotation. By undressing, athletes and warriors drew closer to this divinity. Kurama. Basically, they were shameless and immoral. It's obvious they had no moral values or self-respect. Thank goodness we live in a civilized society where decency comes first. Zagrias. Be careful what you say, Senju, he would say with the cold tone with which Kurama mentioned his rival clan. On screen. The daily routine had made Naruto grow accustomed to being relatively comfortable without wearing anything, not caring if someone saw him naked. However, Apollo didn't completely trust the village and, thanks to his clairvoyance, saw how the Sandane was losing influence while one of his advisors was gaining more and more power. Therefore, the sun god decided to call in a favor from the goddess of magic, Hecate. The recently awakened woman showed no resistance in helping to install, with the help of several seals, inspired by the silent seals in the mansion's Fuinjutsu books, illusion seals that made it seem as if nothing out of the ordinary was happening in the mansion. At 1 in the afternoon, after lunch and redressing, the daily 4-hour lessons with Athena began, focusing on studying. Athena taught him how to read and write, enlisting the help of shadow clones, which made learning easier. In just 2 weeks, Naruto was able to write and read kanji and Greek without difficulty. Athena also gave him an introduction to mathematics and the history of both historical periods, expanding his knowledge beyond Konoha. In addition, with Apollo's support, Naruto learned music and poetry, while his skills and knowledge expanded daily. Book after book, scroll after scroll, fed Naruto's mind, with the goal of making him wiser and more insightful. Off-screen. Tsunade. That's good, it shouldn't be pure muscle. Kushina. But the books, she tried to excuse herself, saying that they were boring and that they wouldn't save you from a fight. Hiruzen. Although Fuinjutsu created by the goddess Hecate. Hireya. Goddess of magic, something sounds familiar. Orochimaru. Interesting, something I would definitely like to try to replicate. Kukuku. Hashirama. Although thanks to the clones. Madara. It's interesting the progress that goddess made in just the first day. Minato. The wonder of clones. Habarama. Damn, he would say, annoyed and jealous of the fruits that the little blonde boy obtained from his own technique. Kushina. But. Zagrias. Miss Kushina, he would say in a serious but funny tone, don't you know that those who do not know history are condemned to repeat it? Hiruzen. Why, I suspect the civilian council meddled in the academy, erasing Uzumaki history in the village, he thought, capturing a subtle direction of the god's words towards him. On screen. After that, Demeter's horticulture and plant training began, where little Naruto enjoyed learning about each of the ancient species and foods the goddess had brought to the modern world. The vine, the olive tree, wheat and barley, along with a wide variety of fruits and vegetables. Demeter taught him about different aspects of agriculture. How to sow, plow the land, protect crops from pests, and recognize both weeds and edible plants that grew wild. The goddess of fertility also helped the little blonde boy use his plant skills, allowing them to grow abundantly wherever he planted. Naruto even used part of his harvest to sell and support himself, even though the village paid him a pittance. This work taught him the value of hard work, so he decided to keep at it with dedication. Another important change was in his diet. Through sheer willpower, he had to cut out ramen, reserving it as a special treat he would allow himself only on weekends or once a week. Meat was also significantly reduced in his diet, and instead, he began consuming more fruits and vegetables. This change marked the beginning of his muscular development and, along with constant training, his face gradually took on a more mature appearance, losing the childlike roundness that made him look like a boy. In the evenings, Naruto spent time with Artemis. Together they went hunting, learning to track and use a hunting knife skillfully. They also practiced with their bowies, connecting deeply with nature. They learned to sense it, understand its heartbeat, and perceive even the most subtle emotions emanating from their surroundings. Thanks to Kakashi's support, Artemis and Naruto were able to escape the mansion and enter the dangerous forest of death, where they dedicated themselves to experiencing hunting in the most authentic way possible. It was no easy task, but following the wise advice of the goddess, Naruto began to perfect his skills. He hunted with great stealth, leaving no trace, and killed several beasts that later became an essential part of his daily diet. Deer, boars, rabbits, and some wild goats. The most surprising thing was that, while they hunted, the wolves of the forest bowed to them in a sign of respect. One of those wolves, a white-furred pup, began to follow them, approaching with unusual confidence. Naruto, feeling a special connection with the animal, decided to take it back to the mansion, adding it to his home as part of his growing family. Off-screen. Hashirama. Who would have thought it? He would express surprise. Tsunade. Demeter controls nature, like her grandfather Mokuton. Minato. I would say on a larger scale. Hiruzen. The good thing is that despite everything, you won't need to buy much. Kakashi. That way the stupid villagers won't scam him. Madara. If you add to that what he hunts meat also covers it, so, apart from specific things, he wouldn't need much. Kushina. And reduced raiment to something very distant, like a treat every now and then, she would say, scandalized. Minato. But look, Kushi, he would say, appealing to calm with it, he will become a Don Juan and will have the girls at his feet. Kushina. But they're going to want to pervert my baby, she would say, fearing for her son's chastity. Minato. You know he will start a family and give birth to grandchildren, right? Kushina. Yes, grandchildren, I would say, starting to have a fantasy. Minato. I've been married for a few days and… Madara. Don't even bother, they are a mystery that not even I have been able to decipher. Jiraiya. And it seems that Artemis and Naruto got themselves company, he would say, looking at a puppy. Hashirama. That's it. Aburama. Yes, a wolf. Kakashi. Surprising. Myth. Well, many animals can be domesticated from puppies, I would say, highlighting something obvious. Minato. But wild things aren't so easy to remove when they grow. On screen. On one of their outings, Naruto and Artemis witnessed something unexpected. A kidnapping. Days earlier, a delegation from Kumagakure no Sato, the village hidden in the clouds, had arrived in Konoha to sign a peace treaty. However, that turned out to be just a strategic move to seize something much more valuable. A wielder of the Byakugan, the signature Taijutsu of the Hyuga clan. In their eagerness to obtain this power, a group of Kumo shinobi managed to infiltrate the district of the Hyuga family, who had shown them good faith by welcoming them there. During this operation, they kidnapped Hinata Hyuga, the eldest daughter of the clan leader. The 4 shinobi, all of them Chunin rank, quickly escaped through the forest of death, taking the 8-year-old girl with them. A year had passed since Naruto began his training with Artemis, and that very night, while hunting, they witnessed the scene. The 4 Kumo shinobi were fleeing with Hinata. Without a second thought, Naruto and Artemis decided to abandon the hunt and follow them, determined to prevent the kidnapping and save the girl. Artemis. Poor girl, for what purpose did they kidnap her? Naruto. Mom, can we finish off those pigs? Artemis. Yes, my child. For 15 minutes, Naruto and Artemis followed their prey, always hidden among the trees. Thanks to the thick foliage, they could move unseen, preparing to strike at the opportune moment. Suddenly, in a flash, Naruto drew his bow and fired an arrow with lethal accuracy. The arrow pierced one of the captors, knocking him down instantly, dead before he hit the ground. Kumonin. He would say, seeing the fallen one. Shit, he's dead. Kumonin 2. Nobody's following us. At that, another arrow would fall in the chest of the third before he spoke. Kumonin. Shit. Kumonin 2. He would express, receiving the arrow in his chest. Kumonin. Show yourself. Or I swear I'll kill her. He would scream, terrified, pointing a kunai at the girl. Naruto. Pig shooting an arrow. Naruto, hidden in the shadows, launched the arrow accurately, piercing the head of one of the Kumagakure shinobi, who fell silently dead. Meanwhile, Hinata was greeted by her uncle, Hisashi Hyuga, who took her in his arms, visibly desperate. Naruto watched silently, waiting for the right moment. Shortly after, the Hokage, the leader of the Hyuga clan, arrived at the scene, finding the tense situation. The Kumagakure ambassador accused Hisashi of being responsible for what had happened, sending a message to his village. This incident triggered a growing détente between the two villages. Kumagakure demanded the Hyuga leader's head as compensation for the incident they themselves had caused, denying all accusations against them. However, Hisashi, the leader's twin brother, chose to sacrifice himself. He decided to seal his Byakugan using the caged bird, denying Kumo's ability to obtain the precious Taijutsu. The arrows, which had been launched with great precision, were recognized by Hiruzen, who was watching Naruto through his crystal sphere. He knew that what the young man had done had not been an act of wrongdoing, but rather an act of defense towards someone from the village. Although Naruto had saved a Konoha civilian, the village's stubbornness prevented it from being recognized as a heroic act. Hiruzen, however, chose to keep the matter private and not share it with the rest of society. He decided to act cautiously, alerting Kakashi to the situation, considering that this might be the first time Naruto had been involved in a death. Meanwhile, at the mansion, Kakashi, along with Eros and Apollo, were tasked with handling the aftermath of this event. Off-screen. Hiruzen. Oh, shit. Orochimaru. Kukuku, this is interesting. Minato. That's not it. Kushina. Yes, Hiashi team's daughter. Myth. Hyuga, without that seal I don't even want to imagine what they will force her to do, she would say with sadness. Madara. That's how most leaders are, rather, most advisors, because in all cases, if the leaders want peace, the councils oppose it. Tsunade. Although she is a cute and innocent girl. Minato. Didn't you sign something with, he would say, being covered by his wife's hands. Kushina. Shhhh not yet, but I will, she would say, not getting ahead of herself. Kakashi. Wow, a modern mother, he would say, surprised. Seeing what happened next, Madara was simply shocked, while the others, saving Tobirama, were worried about the possible trauma Naruto might have from the first death, although knowing that Apollo is the god of medicine, they decided to leave it in his hands. Hiruzen. And of course problems. Seeing Hisashi's sacrifice, everyone felt somewhat sad, except Madara and Tobirama. Madara because it seemed stupid to him, given that it was clearly noticeable that what killed those Kumonin were arrows, not Yukin blows, while Tobirama because of his pragmatism and village-oriented thinking. Madara. At least they helped him. Kakashi. Yes. Hashirama. The first death is always the one that causes the most trauma. On screen. Another year passed, and finally, the day arrived when Naruto was ready to begin his first day at the Shinobi Academy. Hiruzen, who had been monitoring his progress, arrived at the mansion as Naruto was walking down the stairs. Hiruzen. Ready, Naruto-kun. Naruto, with a confident smile, came down wearing his hunting outfit just as he had been advised. At the mansion, he had been advised by the others to keep his Greek side private as, after the fall of Greek civilization, nudity had been considered indecent in modern society. It was neither the time nor the place to display his personal development, so he dressed modestly and disciplinedly. By his side, his faithful companion, Castor, his wolf, walked with him, ready to accompany him on his new beginning. Together they left the mansion, ready to face the challenges of the day. Naruto. Hello Jiji. Hiruzen. Are you ready, Naruto-kun? Naruto. Yes, let's go, Castor. Hiruzen. I still say that you have learned a lot from what is stored there, without a doubt, Jiraiya would kill for those stories. Naruto. Did it take you long to read it? Hiruzen. No, why do you ask? Naruto. You never take your eyes off Ichigo until I told you to read a couple of heroes from the past. Hiruzen. Odysseus, Perseus, Theseus and other Seiyos. They were certainly interesting, many adventures. Naruto. I prefer the Dioscuri, Perseus, and the tale of the Golden Fleece with Jason and the Argonauts. Thus, between talks about what Naruto managed to discover and what Hiruzen had to read so that more could be learned about the past, they would arrive at the Shinobi Academy. Off-screen. Kushina. Oh my god, she would say, surprised and happy, the first day of Arsachi at the academy. Minato. Yes, it is, I would say, with that feeling that he should be there and not dead. Jiraiya. I must admit that my godson looks extremely handsome in those clothes. Madara. I bet he'll have fangirls. Hashirama. The worst thing there is. Orochimaru. The reason why no Kunoichi is feared these days, he would say mockingly. Hiruzen. So I've read Jiraiya. I smell betrayal from here, sensei. Kakashi. Although it's good to vary sometimes. On screen. Naruto would always have Athena in his head to prevent him from falling asleep or wanting to do anything that went against his studies. Hiruzen. Here we are, let's just keep our secret and don't use the arrows until necessary, he would advise, pointing to his quiver on his back. Naruto. Okay, I won't use my bow. Hiruzen. Okay, and remember, you come to learn and study, no jokes. Naruto. I heard grandpa. Hiruzen. That said, goodbye, he would say, withdrawing like a soul that Hades carries. Naruto. Why give so much power to civilians if they are given more and more paperwork? At that moment, several parents arrived to drop their children off at the academy, including the heirs of the major clans, including the last Uchiha of the village. The civilians also arrived, their adults looking at the blonde with disdain, but Naruto, unfazed, watched them indifferently. When the bell rang signaling the start of the day, a Chunin came out to greet everyone present. With a professional smile, he welcomed them and invited the students inside the academy. Chunin. My name is Iruka Yamino, and I will be your main teacher during these years that you are here, until your graduation to become Genins of the Leaf Village. Thus began their journey into school, and with it began Naruto's torment. As he progressed, a slight disappointment and fury took hold of Artemis at the injustices the blonde would have to endure. Among the applicants were several notable names. Sakura Haruno, daughter of Kisashi Haruno, who upon seeing the Uchiha would become an unconditional fan of him. Shikamaru Nara, heir of the Nara clan, known for his calm nature and sharp mind. Choji Akimichi, heir of the Akimichi clan, always accompanied by his good appetite and his loyalty to his friends. Ino Yamanaka, heiress of the Yamanaka clan, and another fan of the Uchiha, who did not mind showing her interest in an obvious way. Sasuke Uchiha, the last surviving member of his clan, who seemed to be caught up in his own conflict, especially with girls, which caused some pity in Naruto. There were also Shino Aburam, heir of the Aburam clan, who always maintained a mysterious stance. Hinata Hyuga, the pearl-eyed girl that Naruto had saved, heir to the Hyuga clan, and Kiba Inyazuka, son of the leader of the Inyazuka clan, although he was not the heir due to the existence of his older sister, Hana Inyazuka. Naruto. These years will be boring. Athena. Nothing boring, let's study, spoke to her mind. The screen turns off. Madara. At least he carries weapons, he's not like the civilians who expect that academy to give them weapons. Hashirama. I support you on this one. Habarama. So you give power to civilians, huh? He would say seriously looking at Hiruzen. Zagrias. Hiruzen, even though he screwed up a couple of times, I'd say that's being somewhat generous with that was the best option if you give me the choice, because Danzo, even when you were alive, has committed betrayals to the village for his own ambitions. Habarama. If I don't see it, I don't believe it, he would say seriously. Zagrias. In a while everything will be revealed, especially the things that were done behind your backs, he would say looking at Minato and Hiruzen, even a couple were done behind Tobirama and Danzo's back, believe me, he is involved in all of them. Seeing who the teacher would be, Kakashi recognized him, a boy who had recently entered the academy, so he saw that they would be well guided, or so he thought. Minato. The children of Shikaku, Tsume, Shibi, Hiashi, Choza and Anachi. Kushina. Along with Mabuki's bitch daughter, she would say angrily. Madara. So the brat thinks it will be boring, well, having that goddess and the clones. Hashirama. I don't think it's that boring, right? Myth. We must continue if we want to see. Zagrio. Okay, that's it for now, take a break, then we continue. After those words, Jiraiya and Orochimaru went to the library to obtain more data and information for their personal ambitions, while Minato and Kushina returned to the banks of the stream in the area, thinking about what they saw, about to consider several things. Madara and Hashirama chose to go to a secluded place and talk about old glories, while Tsunade and Mito went somewhere else, leaving Tobirama alone, since Zagreus simply looked at him out of the corner of his eye. The god did not need to be a genius to know that the white-haired man hated him and was planning against him. Zagreus. That supremacy for Konoha will condemn it, he would say, addressing another point, leaving Tobirama surprised and furious. Greek Mythological Bestiary 3. Everyone was relaxing in the place, Jiraiya and Orochimaru devouring books and books from the library, Minato and Kushina doing their couple things, while trying to decide what they would do with what they know is going to happen to their son. Mito and Tsunade sharing a moment of their lives after a long time of being separated by death. Hashirama trying to talk to Madara, giving a comical scene, which looked like a married couple fighting. Kakashi reading his little orange cover book without anyone bothering him, while laughing slightly, showing that he liked the book. But far from them was Tobirama, the Nidaime Hokage of Konoha, the one considered the greatest Hokage in the history of the Leaf Village. One might wonder what was going through his mind or what he was doing, and the answer is simple. Calm down, given that Zagreus's words were showing that, despite all his achievements, he was simply another human, with his own fears, successes, failures, and thoughts, which in most cases guided his actions. Zagreus. Calm down, he would say, drinking a little tea, while shaking his head. Tobirama's attitude, well, someone must have taken after Danzo. The fallen god knew that if Tobirama hadn't suffered the trauma of the clan war and had overcome his hatred of the Uchiha, he would have been the best in every way. But instead of growing, Tobirama became stuck in that suffering. He began to view Shinobi and Jinchuriki as weapons. After all, it was under his rule that the latter were implemented as weapons. After a while, everyone gathered again wanting to know what they would see, so they just approached. Zagreus. I thought I should call them, he would say smiling. Kushina. Let's go see Datebana. Minato. I think we'll see more monsters, or am I wrong? Hiruzen. This would be interesting. Madara. Let's see if I can get a good dance. Hashirama. You don't change, Madi. Myth. Those two aren't going to change. Zagreus. Well, in that case, eyes on the screen, he would say, so the screen would light up. On screen. Basilisk. The basilisk in Greek mythology was a creature feared from its dark origins. Born from an ancient legend, the basilisk was described as small in size but enormous in danger, commonly depicted as a reptile with features of both a snake and a bird, and said to have a gaze capable of instantly killing those who dared to cross it. Its origin, according to some Greek myths, arose when a snake's blood mixed with a fowl's egg, incubated under certain magical or supernatural conditions, which gave it such lethal venom that mere contact with its breath or gaze could kill people, animals, and plants. For this reason, it was known as the King of Serpents, and its image quickly came to symbolize terror in ancient culture. This creature inhabited the desolate and dangerous corners of Greece, particularly swamps and remote caves where its lethality did not pose a constant threat to humans, although the most daring warriors and heroes attempted to track down its lair, to confront it and gain glory. With its powerful presence and deadly abilities, the basilisk was a difficult creature to eliminate, as its mere proximity was enough to destroy almost any living thing. Its image and legend even extended beyond Greek mythology, being adopted into other cultures and texts, and it became a symbol of swift and inevitable death. Regarding its final fate, there is no specific story marking the death or disappearance of the basilisk in Greek mythology, which contributes to its perpetual image of invincibility and mystery. However, some later legends indicate that the basilisk could be defeated only by seeing its own reflection or through the magic of certain heroes. Thus, its story remains open in mythology, as a constant warning of the destructive power of nature and the monsters that emerge from supernatural forces. Off-screen. Kakashi. Wow. Orochimaru. A rooster raised by a snake. Jiraiya. Someone capable of killing with a look. Tsunade. But compared to the previous ones it's small. Hiruzen. I guess this proves that he's small but dangerous. Minato. Although his fame is something to behold. Kushina. I would tame it as a pet, although it is. Kurama. That's more than a bite for me, the Biju would say from the tree where he was resting. Madara. So king of the snakes. Orochimaru. My summoning chief won't like this at all. On screen. Arachne. In Greek mythology, Arachne was a young weaver of extraordinary talent, originally from the city of Lydia. Her skill in weaving and embroidery became so astonishing that she began to gain recognition throughout Greece, even being celebrated by the gods themselves. Proud of her talent, Arachne became a figure of inspiration, but her skill also aroused in her a sense of superiority, to the point of claiming that her talent surpassed even that of Athena, goddess of wisdom and the arts. This presumption, coupled with the offense of challenging a goddess, led Athena to visit her, first disguised as an old woman to warn her to respect the gods, and then, when Arachne refused her advice, in her true divine form. In response to Arachne's challenge, Athena proposed a competition to see who could weave the best work. Athena wove a scene glorifying the gods, but Arachne, in an act of audacity, wove a work depicting the gods' mistakes and infidelities. Although Arachne's web was technically perfect, Athena viewed it as unforgivable insolence and, in a fit of rage, destroyed the young woman's work. Desperate, Arachne hanged herself, unable to bear the humiliation and wrath of the goddess. However, Athena, compassionate for her rival's fate, decided to transform her into a spider so that she could weave eternally, thus maintaining her talent, albeit in a different symbolic form. From then on, Arachne became a symbol of the spider and the activity of weaving, a kind of punishment and consolation at the same time. Her destiny was not death, but an eternal existence as a weaver, leaving a legacy that warned of the dangers of pride in the face of the gods. Arachne's story serves as a reminder of human skill taken to the extreme and the consequences of challenging divine power. Off-screen. Madara. Another woman punished. Kaburama. And it seems she asked for it herself. Myth. But that shows that the gods, more than that, are powerful humans, I mean they are carried away by things as simple as pride. Kushina. Yes. Aren't they supposed to be superior beings? They're more like Inoki's grumpy backache. Minato. And wow, it is a cute spider, he would say, trembling with discomfort. Jiraiya. Although the top part is somewhat beautiful. Kakashi. You won't say the same thing if he attacks you and tries to eat you. Tsunade. I'd like to see that, she would say amusedly. Hiruzen. So the goddess of wisdom did that, because from what I see, by letting herself be carried away by her pride, she ended up being someone who is not wise. Zagrias. I couldn't agree less with you, Mr. Hiruzen. In my opinion, Athena is the goddess of knowledge, not wisdom. Jiraiya. I understand, I would say from experience as a wise man, since knowledge does not make you wise, what does make you wise is knowing where and when to apply knowledge. On screen. Cetus. Cetus is a sea monster from Greek mythology, known for its colossal size and terrifying nature. His origin is linked to the deities of the sea, being the son of Phorcys and Ceto, who personify the depths and dangers of the ocean. Cetus is often depicted as a mixture of several marine beings, combining traits of snakes, fish and other animals, making him one of the most feared creatures of the ancient world. In some stories, it is mentioned that the monster was sent by the gods as punishment to humans, specifically to the inhabitants of Joppa, due to the arrogance of their queen, Cassiopeia, who had boasted of being more beautiful than the Nereids, the sea nymphs. In the best-known story, Cetus becomes the enemy of Perseus, who is sent to confront the beast as part of a series of heroic exploits. When Cetus emerges from the depths of the ocean to devour Andromeda, the daughter of Cassiopeia, Perseus presents himself as her savior. Armed with the head of Medusa, which turns his enemy to stone, the hero manages to defeat the sea monster and rescue Andromeda, thus becoming a symbol of bravery and heroism. Cetus's fate is tragic, as he was defeated by Perseus and petrified, becoming part of the constellation that bears his name. Through this fate, the figure of Cetus lives on in the sky, a reminder of the eternal struggle between hero and beast, as well as the challenges mortals face in the face of the forces of nature and the unknown. His legacy endures as a reminder of the power of myth and the eternal battle between good and evil in the mythological realm. Off-screen. Hiruzen. So a sea monster. Madara. It's big. Myth. And for it to be sent by a god against a city. Aburama. The queen said that her daughter was more beautiful than sea nymphs, that undoubtedly enraged the god of said domain. Hashirama. But it's not too much, I think the queen should pay, but punishing a village full of innocent people for the vanity and arrogance of one person seems exaggerated to me. Kushina. Although it seems that Perseus defeated her. Minato. And with Medusa's head. Kakashi. Paradoxical, but effective. Jiraiya. Using a monster's head to kill another. Tsunade. Well, Medusa could petrify with her gaze, and it was mentioned that her head worked both alive and dead. On screen. Charybdis. Charybdis is a sea monster from Greek mythology, known for its veracity and destructive nature. Her origin is linked to the legend of Poseidon, the god of the sea, who considered her a personification of the violent ocean currents. According to mythology, Charybdis was, in life, a beautiful nymph who unleashed Poseidon's wrath by stealing part of his kingdom. As punishment for her disobedience, the god transformed her into a monster that devoured everything that came near its voracious mouth, generating a whirlpool that swallowed entire ships and unsuspecting sailors. Charybdis becomes a formidable obstacle for sailors, especially for Odysseus on his epic Odyssey. On his journey back to Ithaca, Odysseus finds himself caught between Charybdis and her counterpart, Scylla, an equally fearsome creature with multiple heads. Finding himself in this situation, the hero must choose between facing Charybdis's veracity or risking Scylla's clutches, symbolizing the dilemmas any hero faces when faced with forces greater than themselves. Charybdis's fate, unlike other monsters, does not culminate in her death, as she remains a constant threat at sea. Her perpetual existence in the waters represents the dangerous currents and challenges faced by sailors, making her a legendary figure in the marine world. Thus, Charybdis remains a symbol of the chaos and destruction that nature can unleash, reminding all who venture into the ocean of the need to respect its relentless forces. Off-screen. Kakashi. Another sea monster. Jiraiya. Well, I feel much better on land. Kushina. And it seems that she is another poor lady who ran into a god one day, I would say upset, no longer liking the gods very much. Aburama. And it seems to attack ships. Orochimaru. Where is that beast, since another one is mentioned? Zagrias. Is the monster that guards the entrance to the Sea of Monsters. To access it, you must go through one of those two monsters. Madara. What's in that sea? Hashirama. I'm curious. Zagrias. Islands, some unknown, with their dangers, and some of those islands are the private paradise of the gods. Kakashi. How? Zagrias. Just so you understand, on one of those islands, Helios, the god of the sun, guards his cattle. Hiruzen. Who are Ulysses and Odysseus? Zagrias. Both are the same person, but seen from two perspectives, Greek and Roman. In Greece, he's known as Odysseus, while in Rome, he's Ulysses. Minato. But. Tsunade. Why change the name? Zagrias. The Romans adopted Greek mythology, modifying many things to their liking, names being one of them. Myth. Will we see more of those heroes? Zagrias. Yes. On screen. Squill. Scylla is one of the most feared creatures in Greek mythology, known for her terrifying appearance and veracity. Her origin dates back to the tradition of sea monsters, being the daughter of Phorcys and Ceto, gods who personify the dangers of the ocean. According to legend, Scylla was originally a beautiful nymph who dwelled on the coast. However, her destiny changed drastically when the sorceress Circe, jealous of her beauty, transformed her into a multi-headed monster. From that moment on, Scylla became a fearsome figure, with a human torso and 6 dog heads, each of which possessed a mouth with sharp teeth, always ready to devour those who came too close to her home. Scylla's location is in a narrow sea, where her counterpart Charybdis is also located, creating a deadly dilemma for navigators. In Odysseus' famous Odyssey, it becomes one of the main obstacles he faces during his journey back to Ithaca. When sailing between Scylla and Charybdis, Odysseus must choose between losing some of his men to Scylla or risking being swallowed by Charybdis's voracious currents. This dilemma represents the struggle between fate and survival, encapsulating the danger that Scylla presents to all who venture through her territory. Unlike other monsters that are defeated, Scylla remains alive, becoming a constant threat to sailors in the Strait of Messina. Her perpetual existence symbolizes the dangers of the sea and the unpredictability of nature. Scylla is remembered not only as a fearsome monster, but also as a warning of the dangers that lurk in the path of those who seek to venture beyond the known. Off-screen. Orochimaru. Kukuku, this monster seems to be someone thirsty for revenge. Minato. Well, at least this one wasn't created by a god. Kushina. Sirs, I don't like that witch. Hashirama. And from what we see in the hero's story, he had to choose between two options. Habarama. He had to choose between the bad and the worse, and being practical, even if it hurts, the best is the bad option. Madara. Go through Scylla and avoid Charybdis. Myth. Poor creature, cursed for being beautiful. Tsunade. And for a jealous woman who doesn't know anything else but being a booking envious person. Urea. She must be very beautiful if that's the case. Hiruzen. I feel sorry for her. On screen. Empuses. Empusi are mythological creatures from ancient Greece, associated with the spirit world and the underworld. According to mythology, they are considered daughters of Hecate, the goddess of magic, witches, and necromancy. Empusi were said to be vampiric beings who could shapeshift, allowing them to take the appearance of beautiful women to seduce men, and then devour them. This play of seduction and danger gave them a prominent place in Greek legends as personifications of fatal attraction and desire. The Empusi were often described as goat-footed beings with a deceptively beautiful appearance, symbolizing their dual nature. Attractive in their human form, but monstrous in their true selves. Their connection to Hecate also linked them to mystery and the occult, making them feared entities that lurked in the darkness, seeking unsuspecting souls. They were often said to lurk in lonely places or at night, where their ability to turn into shadows allowed them to lure their victims undetected. As for their fate, the Empusi are neither defeated nor eliminated in the stories, suggesting they remain alive in the collective imagination as symbols of seduction and danger. Their legacy continues to permeate literature and culture, representing the threats that can arise from the unknown and the power of desire, leaving a lasting impression on those who hear their name. Through the generations, the Empusi have remained figures of both fascination and fear, reminding everyone of the fine line between beauty and horror. Off-screen. Tsunade. It seems like Jiraiya would fall with them, she would say, listening to the description of them. Jiraiya. But at least I won't die without having Hex, he would say in a perverted way. Habarama. Although his abilities could have been used by the village. Hashirama. It's not the time, brother. Hiruzen. I see where Danzo got that exaggerated patriotism from, he thought. Minato. By chance, I will always go out with my beautiful wife. Kakashi. Overpowered sensei, he would say mockingly. Kushina. You said something, Kakashi-kun, she would say with a sweet smile. Kakashi. No, he would say, trembling with fear. On screen. Erinyes. The Erinyes, also known as the Furies, are avenging deities in Greek mythology, representing punishment and justice. Their origin can be traced back to myths revolving around divine vengeance and the restoration of moral order. According to some versions, the Erinyes were born from the blood of Uranus when he was castrated by his son Cronus, symbolizing the rise of wrath and suffering in the world. Other traditions claim that they are daughters of Gaia, the earth, and Tartarus, the dark abyss. In any case, their creation is intrinsically linked to the idea of justice and retribution, emerging as guardians of moral laws and punishment of the guilty. The Erinyes were depicted as terrifying figures with snakes in their hair and dressed in rags. Their main function was to persecute those who committed serious crimes, especially those that violated family duty, such as murder or treason. These deities were not only feared by mortals, but also respected for their role in preserving moral balance in society. When someone was found guilty, the Erinyes would torment them, ensuring they paid for their actions. As for their fate, the Erinyes are not defeated or eliminated in mythology. Instead, their influence endures throughout history, symbolizing the power of inescapable justice. Eventually, in some narratives, they are transformed into the Eumenides, known as the good goddesses, after fulfilling their role of vengeance and being appeased by the gods, representing an evolution from their role of terror to one of benevolent justice. In this way, the Erinyes continue to live on in the collective consciousness, reminding us of the importance of moral duty and the inevitability of justice. Off-screen. Hiruzen. Well, someone had to fulfill whims of punishment, he would say something uncomfortable. Jiraiya. Although those women are not bad at all, I would say in a perverted way. Orochimaru. I imagine what they would do to you if you spied on them in the Kukukuku hot springs. Tsunade. I hope they grind it to goals. Minato. That would be interesting. Kushina. She earns it for being a pervert. Madara. Well, they are dedicated to their work. Kakashi. Yes. On screen. The Gree. The Gree are fascinating figures from Greek mythology, known for their unique appearance and abilities. They were three sisters. Dino Enyo and Pamphredo, who shared a single eye and a single tooth. According to tradition, their origin is related to the sea and darkness, being daughters of Phorcys and Ceto, primordial gods of the ocean and sea monsters. They were often considered guardians of knowledge and wisdom, but also as feared creatures due to their connection to terror and destiny. The Gree played a crucial role in the myths, especially in the story of Perseus, who needed their help to find Medusa. Despite their fearsome nature, their weakness in sharing an eye made them vulnerable. When Perseus confronted them, he forced them to give him information about the Gorgon's location in exchange for not using their eye. This interaction highlights both Perseus's cunning and the fragility of the Gree, who, though powerful in their knowledge, depended on their union. As for their fate, the Gree do not have a tragic end in the legends. Rather, their existence seems to fade after their encounter with Perseus. After fulfilling their role in the story, their fate is left in the air, and it can be interpreted that they live on in the collective memory as symbols of wisdom and the fragility of life. Although they are not present in many later narratives, their influence endures in Greek mythology as a reminder of the interconnection between knowledge and vulnerability. Screen turns off. Jiraiya. Holy buck. We've gone from something nice to these ugly old women. Tsunade. I would hit you, but you are so right. Hiruzen. And I already said he was old. Orochimaru. You are more senile than them Sensei Kukuku. Minato. A shared eye and tooth. I don't know if I should feel disgusted knowing that. Kushina. I do, so they are horrible. Kakashi. Although Perseus is also repeated, so they must be somewhat kind in helping him. Madara. I don't think so, so it must be something interesting. Hashirama. And it seems they forgot and died there. Aburama. Yes. Zagrias. Well, that's all for now, rest and in a few minutes we continue. Everyone would nod and get up from their seats looking for a place to rest for those minutes. Chapter 7. The shinobi were enjoying the peace that the place where they were offered, it was a luxury they couldn't always afford, saving the dead who in the pure world, until now, were having a good time. Minato and Kushina were thinking about the things they were seeing from their son, they admitted that they were becoming proud of him, but on the other hand, they felt hurt at not being able to be there by his side. Perhaps if Minato left the position of Hokage they would be able to avoid much of it, flee from Konoha, and raise their son directly in Yuzu, rebuilding that island in the process. Hiruzen, on the other hand, was standing next to Jiraiya, thinking about what they should do, given that so far, everything seemed to indicate that Konoha would be safe. Jiraiya simply said wisely, to let time act, manipulating a prophecy, would only make it accelerate and happen sooner than originally planned. Hiruzen simply sighed and nodded, he wouldn't rush something that might be an end, after all, everything that starts must end. Madara and Hashirama on the other hand were talking to each other about old glories, while Mito was talking to Tsunade, Kakashi was reading his little book without anyone bothering him, and Orochimaru was near the library, writing down everything he could take with him and replicate. He was not an idealistic guy, since he even found the plans for nuclear energy, reading them, but in his opinion, beyond being interesting, it was something that would take a lot of time. And his desire to be immortal was urgent. The other, Tobirama, was simply planning how to get out of there, escape the pure world, and kill the blonde man, whom he perceived as a threat. He didn't agree at all with what he was seeing, given that he thought that era should be forgotten, period. At the same time, he sensed that the blonde man would do something that would not only ruin Konoha, but also change history forever, something he wouldn't allow. Zagrias would simply call everyone to the screen, where in less than 10 minutes they were all gathered. The fallen god knew many things, and if there's one thing he knows and will make sure happens, it's that Tobirama doesn't succeed in his plans. Zagrias. Well, since they're available, I think we can continue. Kushina. I want to continue seeing my son Tebana, she would say with fire in her eyes. Minato. I think I should keep you away from Guy when he goes to see Kakashi. Kushina. Bitter. Kakashi. Well, we should keep watching, I'm interested. Hashirama. Me too. Madara. If there's a fight, you have me inside. Zagrias said nothing more and threw a rock at the screen, pressing a button on it so that it would turn on. Zagrias. What? Hiruzen. You carry some of Nara inside you. Zagrias didn't even give it any importance since that would be problematic. On screen. It's been 6 months since Naruto started at the Shinobi Academy. During that time, the village had criticized a Sandaime for allowing the demon brat to study and become a shinobi of the village. To civilians, this was unacceptable. Shinobi, unless they were of similar origin, shared the same opinion. Experienced and knowledgeable shinobi knew it was the logical thing to do, as being a Jinchuriki meant being the village's deterrent, a tool to avoid war with the other villages. Many boasted that their village had the most powerful Biju, the Kyuubi no Yoko. Boardroom. The council chamber was abuzz with bustle. Even though the meeting had been called by the Hokage's councillors, the civilian councillors would not miss the opportunity to demand more power and financial resources at the cost of the clan council losing influence. Amidst so much discord, there was a moment when Hiruzen rubbed his temples, tired. Beside him was Artemis, who not long before had used her goddess influence, unbeknownst to anyone, to gain custody of Naruto. This soon spread throughout the village. Danzo. Silence. He would shout, emanating a sinister presence, which made everyone fall silent and Artemis frown. Hiruzen. Well, since we are all in order, I want to first welcome Artemis Uzumaki, he would announce, surprising everyone, sister of Kushina Uzumaki. I thank you very much for your arrival and for taking into custody what is rightfully yours. Hamura. What are you saying, Hiruzen? He would say, trying to deny such a fact. Hiruzen. I mean the custody of little Naruto, he would say, smiling, since he has a living family, he will stay with them. Paharu. You can't be serious, that demon can't, she would roar, annoyed. Artemis. It means something old, he would say, looking at her coldly with eyes so silver that they would make anyone pale. Civil 1. How that demon has a family. Shikaku. This is very troublesome. Enzo. I propose that Uzumaki Naruto be given to me and Lady Artemis be integrated into the Clan Restoration Act. Artemis. I know the laws, and Mr. Danzo, I cannot have children, and I will not enter such a repulsive and misogynistic program to satisfy your whim for power, she would say, filtering killer instinct. Civil 2. How dare he insult Danzo-sama. Artemis. I am a priestess, and until the end of my term as a priestess of a goddess, I have a vow of eternal chastity, to serve her even in death, I would say, to think about later, I'm going to regret this later. Hamura. And that would be a goddess? Artemis. Diana, goddess of the hunt, wild animals and the moon, one of the deities who remained in the minority since before the era of the Rakuto Sennin. Enzo. I let this go this time, he would say seriously. Civil 3. Still, we can't let the demon have a family, he's the village's weapon. Hut. Stop bothering them and let the kid have his family, you've already put too much pressure on Minato's wishes and attempts to adopt the boy. Sum. Stop being so annoying to the puppy. Hiashi. Lady Artemis, I would like to speak with you later. Artemis would nod with a slight feeling of bad feeling. Hiruzen. Well, leaving that aside, Naruto will be a shinobi of the village, it would be negligent if he didn't train to defend it, after all, we've all heard him shout that he would be Hokage. The civilians protested while Danzo demanded that it be handed over to him to make it a weapon, loyal to the village. Inoichi. This has taken too long, don't you think, Artemis-san? Artemis. Yes, she said formally, she didn't like being with men more than with her little Naruto, besides I don't understand how a military village can give more room to civilians. Murakumo. Nobody understands, but if we tell the Sandaime, he says that since they are civilians they deserve it. Hiashi. He has the Shodaime's benevolence, at least Minato as Yondaime put on more pants. Artemis. That's what they say. Sum. It's just that they, in their hunger for power, sell information about the village. Hearing this, Artemis wished she had her hunters with her to investigate the situation. She was assuming the leadership of the Uzumaki clan until Naruto came of age or became an official shinobi. She knew that, in terms of rank, even if he was a genin, they wouldn't allow the boy to ascend to clan leader and would hinder his promotion to Chunin. Furthermore, she was sure that Athena had mentioned several sabotage incidents against her little one at the academy. Because of this, she tried to calm down and not jump to skin those vultures, who weren't even pigs, but rather birds of prey who wanted more and more. Among them was the Honorable Kizashi Haruno's replacement, his wife Maguekio Haruno, who wasn't a bad woman, but she was thirsty for wealth. Hiruzen. Well, since that would be all, the session is adjourned. Everyone would retreat except Hiruzen, Artemis and Hiashi. Artemis. Hiashi, may I help you? Hiashi. You see, there is an agreement signed by your sister and my wife. Artemis. Let me see. Hiashi presented the document he had carried, which contained an agreement between Kushina and Hana Hyuga. Both had betrothed their unborn children, knowing the baby's gender in advance. When Artemis discovered it was an arrangement between the mothers, she wanted to blame Hiashi, but he mentioned one of the clauses that made the marriage agreement valid. For it to take effect, both children must fall in love and have a normal relationship. This calmed Artemis somewhat, and she had a mild epiphany in which she saw herself surrounded by boys and girls with mustaches calling her grandmother, awakening in her a desire to be a grandmother. After emerging from her reverie, she accepted the document and left, hoping that Naruto would be able to lead a normal life. Off-screen. Hiruzen simply sighed, a council meeting, when not. Minato. With what I'm seeing and hearing, I think I'll stop being Hokage. Hiruzen. The advantages of having Danzo. Aburama, for his part, listened to everything attentively and frowned. The advice was too free and responded too much to Danzo, something bad was lurking. Kushina. What the hell, and I appreciate Artemis pretending to be my sister. Hashirama. Truly, Konoha is rotten, and I say this, being the one who founded it along with my dear friend. Madara. I told you that after you die things were going to go to shit and even more so in the hands of the albino rat. Habarama. I heard you. Kakashi. I don't mean to say the wrong words and I clarify that it is not my thought. Minato. I know what you'll say and yes, I think like you, since I reason from a neutral perspective. Kushina. Yes, she would say surprised. Minato. But I'm a father, so I'll clearly defend my son. Jiraiya. At least he knows how to put civilians and those old people in their place. Tsunade. Phew, I'm your fan. Myth. She would have been a great Uzumaki. Hearing what the clan heads were thinking made Hiruzen open his eyes, while Orochimaru simply started laughing without hiding it. Tsunade. I understand that wish. If I become Hokage, I might try to clean that up. Habarama. I hope so, he would say seriously. Jiraiya. I hope whatever they did wasn't that bad. The tense atmosphere of before transformed into one of surprise and some joy on Kushina's part given what happened with Hiashi. Minato. Kushina. Kushina. Hana-chan and I wanted to be a family, so don't blame me. Hiruzen. At least Artemis thought so, but I think something about being in your house infected her, he would say laughing. Myth. I think that's how I felt when I found out I could be a grandmother. Kushina. I think I'm going to wear something like that, he. On screen. With Naruto. In these 6 months, Naruto hasn't learned anything at the Shinobi Academy. The reasons were varied. The teachers, except for one with pineapple hair, didn't want to teach him and secretly called him a monster, although he didn't care. Furthermore, Athena made him study the entire academy content in 2 weeks and administered exams herself. Athena was able to hear everything thanks to Naruto's hearing, which had developed very acute senses of smell and hearing thanks to hunting training with Artemis. What Athena, the goddess of wisdom, heard disappointed her greatly. To graduate more shinobi, they reduced the content and prioritized quantity over quality. The exams were garbage to her. She literally made Naruto study in many areas and made him reason, even teaching him war strategies indirectly through chess. She was also disappointed because the poor pineapple-haired Chunin was ignored and several students, like the Inyazuka boy and the Nara boy, fell asleep in class. Athena also felt that she would have fits when she saw that they didn't spar often. Naruto, thanks to his boxing training, stood out as the best fighter, surpassing even the Uchiha. Athena, with her mastery in warfare, knew that not everything written in the texts was true. Combat practices were not corrected and the practice and reasoning behind what was learned were forgotten. She admitted that the teachings of Henge no Jutsu, a technique that allows the user to take the form of another person, animal or object, and kawarimi, body replacement, were valid and useful, but the rest left much to be desired. Athena also had to accept that the academy was holding Naruto back, so she wouldn't stop him if he ran away from the classroom and headed with bow and quiver to training camp 44, the Forest of Death, since he preferred to perfect his hunting skills. As for relationships, something the goddess considered stupid, the blonde felt a slight attraction to a pink-haired fangirl, the daughter of the civil councilors, Maguekio and Kizashi Haruno. Her name was Sakura Haruno and she was a fangirl of the Uchiha, although he paid no attention to her. Even so, Naruto managed to bond with Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, and Kiba Inyazuka. Athena, however, could see something behind it. A false friendship. In her readings in the mansion's library, she had seen the lies that plagued the Jinchuricus in their friendships, many of which ended up being false in order to tie them to the villages they belonged to. It was on that day of the council meeting that Naruto was walking through the Forest of Death. After joking around with Hermes, he decided to walk to a clearing in the forest. The trees parted, making the area look like a small meadow, and the sun shone softly, creating a beautiful atmosphere. He decided to wait a bit as he was already tracking, along with his faithful wolf caster, his best friend and companion, an elusive wild boar to hunt and train further. He knew Iruka would look for him at the Hokage monument, fearing he was playing pranks, but given how quickly he and Hermes moved in their uncle-nephew banter, he wasn't worried. Only a silver-haired boy knew what he would do or where he would be. Naruto couldn't be locked within 4 walls and expected to stay still. He had laid out a blanket and some snacks to enjoy reading about those heroes the gods had told him about, which satisfied his curiosity. He was preparing to read something about Orpheus, one of the many historical characters he liked, along with the brothers Castor and Pollux, Perseus, Aeneas, Patroclus, and, in a way, Adonis, although he had a divided opinion on the latter. While reading, Naruto had developed a fascination with music. Apollo instructed him twice a week in the use of the lyre and flute, so, admiring Orpheus's performance, he set about playing a requiem on his flute while he continued reading. As he played, a small being approached him without Naruto noticing, but a pair of gods noticed. The being curled up next to the blonde, who continued to play, while the nature around him seemed to smile at him and appreciate the beauty of his music. Naruto knew he was a good musician, but it was all thanks to Apollo, who, despite being called an uncle by the blonde, played the role of a father figure to him, being the one who cared for him and educated him the most. There were times when Ares came out and helped him train, but that happened on a physical level. Naruto. I wish Kushina-Kasen and Minato-Tusan were here. He would express feeling a tear fall from his cheek. He would be ready to play again when he felt something next to him. Hey, what are you doing here, little friend, he would say, stroking the mane. It was a small colt, it looked lost, perhaps it had lost its mother, and when it approached out of curiosity being alone, it felt comforted by the aura Naruto transmitted. Feeling the blonde's touch, the colt looked up at him and gave a small smile, causing Naruto to pet it even more. Off-screen. Aburama frowned upon hearing everything Naruto did or didn't do, since it was something that even if he didn't want to admit it, it was something true. Hiruzen. Damn, he would say, knowing that he would have to change some things and face the civilian council, which meant more paperwork. Kushina. She looks just like Tsum. Minato. You were the same, Kushi-chan. Myth. Well, at least the guy isn't lazy. Madara. Goes to the forest after playing a joke. Well, he's still Uzumaki, although I'm surprised that he's not a walking disaster when it comes to jokes. Hashirama. Painted the Hokage face. Kakashi. No idea, and I hope not. Tsunade. Although their relationships. Kushina. What the hell does she see in that pink-haired brat? She would say seriously, given that she didn't like Mipyuki. Hiruzen. Even if I wanted them to be friends, it's not much. Madara. Fake friendships, well, they do it to keep the Jinchuriki. Minato. Damn, he would say, frowning at this demonstration of friendship from his friends, making his children consider his own a weapon. Seeing what he did during the meeting, many were surprised, although tears soon began to flow from the women present, while Minato felt that his son needed him to hug him, to tell him that he was not alone, but he was dead. Kushina. It's a beautiful song, she would say, sobbing. Myth. She's too beautiful, as well as too sad, she would sob. Tsunade. Without a doubt. Hashirama. It's good, he would say, feeling that sadness emanating from the melody. Jiraiya. Without a doubt, Apollo is a good teacher. Madara. And it seems he's not alone, he would say, seeing a small animal. Kushina. That's it. Kakashi. A fool. Aburama. I didn't know there were any of them in the forest of death. Jiraiya. Well, with mules and donkeys, it wouldn't be unreasonable for them to remain in existence, he would say, shrugging his shoulders. Zagrias. He is kind to lives that humans consider insignificant. Kushina. Yes. Minato. I'm very proud of it. On screen. Naruto. Calm down, I won't hurt you, in fact I'll protect you, he would say, standing up while he started walking, being followed by the colt. You play well, Naruto, a Chunin with short hair would say. Naruto. Iruka-sensei. What are you doing here? Iruka. I thought you were painting the Hokage faces. Naruto. I only did it once, he exclaimed, offended, and when I was 6 years old. Iruka. So you come here when you skip class. Naruto. The crazy snake lady knows I'm coming, so she leaves me alone. I like the place, it's so fresh, wild, it makes me feel free to be here. On the other hand, locked in a classroom where they teach me something I already know, I feel trapped. Iruka. I understand, I guess I feel the same. I didn't always teach classes, but I prefer that to a mission outside. Naruto. I'm more of an action person, and my aunt makes me study and my uncles train, although with my mother I'm more of a hunting person. Iruka. Really? At that moment, a deer made a noise as it passed by. It wasn't a quiet animal. It had sharpened its antlers on the trunk of a nearby tree. Naruto. Sensei, when I tell you to move, taking an arrow from the quiver. Iruka. What? The deer fixed its gaze on Iruka and pointed its antlers at him. The Chunin reached for a kunai to defend himself, but had nothing at hand. The animal, bellowing, attacked Iruka, who tried to duck to avoid being attacked. The deer approached Iruka at full speed while the colt and the cub hid in the bushes. Naruto then shot an arrow straight at the withers, causing the animal to fall to the ground and begin to bellow in agony. Naruto. Shhhh, he would express, making the animal stop making noise. You will be in a better place, he said, while sticking a hunting knife into the chest, ending the deer's suffering. Iruka. Nah, Naruto, he would say, surprised. What was that? Naruto. You wanted to see what I did outside of class, sensei, and this is what I do, I come hunting. Iruka. Well, I think so. Naruto would carry the deer on his back, while with his hand he guided his wolf and the equine towards the Uzumaki district. This would be seen by Artemis, who would smile a little at her little one, who followed in her footsteps on the hunt. Off screen. Hashirama. I have the same opinion about music. Hiruzen. Knowing what Athena teaches him, he really can't blame him either. Madara. It's true. Minato. And it seems that Iruka will learn that Naruto is good at hunting. Kushina. It's a good deer. Myth. But he's defending his territory. Seeing that the deer attacked Iruka and the blonde managed to knock it down with a near-fatal blow. Kakashi. It's good. Madara. Yes. Hashirama. Besides, he won't let her die suffering too much. Kushina. Yes. Orochimaru. Interesting Kukuku. Jiraiya. At least Artemis is proud. Tsunade. Yes. Orochimaru. So you call my ex-student crazy, I would say amusedly. On screen. Upon arriving at the mansion, heroes greeted him, surprising Iruka, who thought Naruto and Artemis lived there alone, which was not true. Heroes helped prepare a stable for the colt, providing it with water and food, while leaving the deer hanging to bleed out so it could be butchered and eaten later. Iruka. It's time to go back to school. Naruto. Yes, goodbye Nai-san. Heroes. Goodbye, he would say with a drop of sweat. Time passed quickly, and so the 4 years that the students were required to spend at the Shinobi Academy passed. Naruto, now 13 years old, like the other heirs, was there to prove his worth in the final days of school. During these 4 years, Naruto had the support of Apollo, Eros, and Ares, who used some of the Spartan Goge training to teach him the use of the sword, shield, and spear. In addition, he introduced more intense physical conditioning than Apollo's, which began to develop muscles in the boy. Naruto was not bloated but ripped, demonstrating great physical attractiveness. Thanks to Artemis and 3 years of effort, the blonde no longer had that childish crush on the pink-haired girl, and instead, he was interested in a pearl-eyed Hyuga girl who had feelings for him, although neither of them dared to say it. During all this time, Naruto had achieved a figure that many of Konoha's youth envied. He was a skilled hunter like his mother. Apollo taught him medicine and healing, warning him about the limits of life and death, and also instructing him in art and music, making him a sort of limited Asclepius, which filled the god with pride. Athena managed to make him relatively wise. She admired everything he achieved with the shadow clones, and how he expanded his knowledge by leaps and bounds, being a strategist like herself. Demeter had passed on all her teachings to him, helping him become a worthy successor as the ruling deity of fertility, agriculture, and the harvest. After 2 years of living with him, Eros saw him with his angel wings and began to teach him how to use them, enabling him to fly and hide them from others. Their relationship flourished, and the others saw them as older and younger brothers. Off-screen. Minato. I'm proud of him. Kushina. Me too. Kakashi. Well, the foal will be well taken care of. Madara. I would say I would live better than many civilians. Hiruzen. I bet if they did something to Naruto, the horse would suffer the consequences too. Habarama. A time jump. Kushina. Oh, she would say seeing her son at 13 years old, my boy is very beautiful, so beautiful that he will attract several cradle-raiding witches. Minato. What can I say, he would say proudly he is his father's son. Jiraiya. He drew a lot from divine genetics. Myth. It's beautiful, I'm surprised it doesn't have something behind it. Kakashi. Like having a cult of fangirls, I would say, suspecting that. Madara. Then they complain that there are no Kinoichis. Tsunade. Fangirls, how I hate them. Orochimaru. Although his instruction is not bad, now I wonder who Asclepius is. Zagrias. Information for later. Hashirama. Well, let Athena say that he is someone wise. Jiraiya. It will refer more than anything to the subject of knowledge, also wisdom is not equivalent to maturity. Hashirama. Not to mention that he was well taught about plants and gardening. Orochimaru. That's something that many would call useless, but oh well. Hiruzen. It makes me a little proud to see how he's progressing. Tsunade. Me too, and more with those angel wings. Kushina. Looks cute. Myth. Yes. On screen. As for the shinobi, Naruto began to dislike the lifestyle. He began to deny it and chose to fight as the Greeks did, abhorring the use of chakra and using it only when necessary or unavoidable, such as during the academy trials. He became the only horseman in the village, being one of the most skilled on horseback, in addition to being an excellent archer and skilled with the sword and hunting knives, as well as with the spear and javelin. At the academy, despite his reputation, he gained his own following of female followers. Along with the Uchiha, he was one of the most popular figures among the village's youth. His mustache lines faded with each passing year and his baby fat disappeared, giving way to a beautiful young man with physical qualities that made him a kind of Adonis, as Aphrodite said in her mind. Ares, having completed part of his training, looked proudly at the nascent god, especially when he saw that his blood was no longer red as it had been at the beginning, but golden. Ichor, the blood of the true gods, circulated through his body. For many, it was no surprise that at that age he had golden ichor flowing through his veins, but his power, despite his lack of proper training, was not fully awakened. They concluded that he would rise to godhood upon reaching maturity. No one knew it, but from the next exams, destiny would begin to unfold to put an end to an era of war, driven by the use of chakra. The screen turns off. Tobirama. I knew it. He sentenced the boy as a threat to our way of life, he must be eliminated, or rather, we must prevent him from being born. Minato, Kushina and Kakashi. Over our dead body. Jiraiya. Sensei. Hiruzen. Sensei, with all due respect he would say seriously the dead do not speak, they had their chance, and if the boy ends our era, so be it, he sentenced firmly. Jiraiya. I'll support him, who knows, maybe we'll have peace. Tsunade. I support that, man, you had your chance, you're already dead, so you have no say in what happens in the future. Hashirama. Learn from my brother, I don't give my opinion. Madara. Interesting. Orochimaru. So he has fangirls like the Uchiha, and he already has that blood of God in his veins, he would say licking his lips. Tsunade. Back off, pedophile. Myth. You won't get close to them. Jiraiya. Hold him, we'll get that Chimuko out of him. Orochimaru. I'm not possessed, you idiot toad. Kushina. Oh come on. My baby has those crazy ones. Minato. And one is Inoichi's daughter. Orochimaru. And it seems that the end of the chakra is approaching, he would say seriously, he knowing his goal was not going to let the blonde stop him from learning all the jutsus in the world and achieving immortality. Tsunade. Let's wait and see how much he achieves. Hiruzen. Let's hope he graduates, considering what we see from his teacher. Mianto. Yes. Zagrias. Take a short break, then we continue. So the group dispersed, some thinking about what they will do in the future, while the bald man was more than determined to escape death and prevent his era from coming to an end. Chapter 8. The group was dispersed, enjoying the place, while Minato and Kushina approached Zagrias, seeking advice, since they were deciding what to do, because in their minds, only their son matters, their only begotten future, something they would like to preserve. Zagrias simply listened to them and did not give his opinion, because from what he saw, what kind of father would choose to give up a lamb, his son, to save a place full of hypocrites? Simply after listening to everything, Zagrias gave his opinion, making both parents listen to their hearts and watch over, as a father would do, not think as Shinobi, as Hokage, but as a father, as a mother, as a family. Hiruzen, Tobirama, Hashirama and the others were there listening to the talk, it was evident that more than one did not like the answer, but who were they to contradict the decision of two parents? Kakashi would simply follow his sensei, Jiraiya, although he did not contemplate the idea of condemning the village, he had seen enough that to achieve true peace, that village must disappear. Tsunade, well, she does not care much about Konoha, while Hiruzen, Tobirama and Hashirama had a conflict, especially Tobirama, who refused to see the village he protected so much fall. After a few minutes, the guests gathered again, waiting to voice their opinions, though Zagrias didn't raise any questions. The decision was Minato and Kushina's, no one else's. Madara. Interesting. Orochimaru. Kukuku, who would have thought that lightning would give in to a little selfishness, but who am I to judge? He would say, receiving a look from Jiraiya, Tsunade and Hiruzen as if they were saying, what right do you have to say that? Kakashi. Minato-sensei, whatever you decide I will support you, and if you allow me, I want to follow you, he would say, earning a nod from his teacher. Jiraiya. I'm not 100% in agreement with their decision, but I hope they don't make it just yet. Minato. And we won't. Kushina. We'll finish the book, then we'll make the decision. Hashirama. It's a good thing. Myth. Yes, they won't be able to anticipate anything. Zagrias. I guess it's time to move on, I'd say quietly. Kushina. Please show us more of our son. Minato. I want to see what kind of man he's going to become. Zagrias nodded and sent his power to the screen, causing it to light up. On screen. The Uzumaki mansion. Two naked boys could be seen engaging in boxing matches, while an amused heroes watched them. It was entertaining to watch them like that. One of them was Naruto himself, and the other was his self-proclaimed disciple, Konohamaru Sarutobi, who had joined Naruto in his lifestyle for a year and a half. Konohamaru. Not bad, Night-chan. Naruto. You learned quickly, I would say, blocking a blow. I'm surprised you got used to it. Konohamaru. Mr. Apollo and Heroes are good at explaining everything, and since you hit me and took everything down, you opened my head. Naruto. There's a reason you're my little brother. Since the two met in the third's office, they had had several run-ins that ended with the older one beating up the younger one, which awakened in the younger a fervent desire to surpass the blonde. Konohamaru proclaimed himself Naruto's pupil and followed him in everything, even in the jokes he used to make with Hermes, which led the messenger god to consider him a sort of pseudo-nephew. When Naruto learned what he was called and how he bonded with him, he decided to include him in his training and show him his abilities and differences, which amazed Konohamaru. In the early days, watching Apollo, Heroes, and Naruto train, Konohamaru blushed, but he quickly grew accustomed to the physical training, athletics, and hunting under Naruto's guidance. In the literary realm, Naruto always mentioned several of his aspirations and used to leave a couple of statues adorning his home, which piqued Konohamaru's curiosity. He heard about all those heroes of the ancient era, marveling at their achievements. Even Hiruzen used to read about them to him at night, and the one he admired the most was Leonidas, the Spartan king who fought for the honor of Sparta in his time. Konohamaru. Haha, I would laugh on the floor, you beat me, boss. Naruto. You're doing well, he would say, extending his hand. Heroes. Well, you have classes, and you have jokes to make. Naruto. Of course, brother. Konohamaru. I'll change and go, goodbye Mr. Heroes. Heroes. Goodbye. After both miners changed and cleaned up a bit, Naruto, along with Heroes, Apollo, and Artemis, headed to the Shinobi Academy. That day, the graduation exams would be held, where the students would decide whether they would become official Konoha genin. Off-screen. Myth. Uzumaki Mansion. I would say with doubt. Madara. It seems so. Seeing Naruto with another child, out of respect the women chose to cover their eyes, with the exception of Kushina, since she did not need to get aroused by seeing minors. Tsunade. What are you doing? She would say, embarrassed. Hashirama. He looks like Yusaru. Hiruzen. I believe it, he would say, something uncomfortable. Habarama. Too much debauchery for my taste. Kakashi. Konohamaru Sarutobi. Hiruzen. So my grandson, he would say in conflict. He felt happy that he had a relative who would help Naruto, with that he wouldn't have to leave the village, but on the other hand, the model that both were beginning to use to live generated conflict in him. Minato. They look like brothers, he would say, smiling. Kushina. They even treat each other as such. Seeing how they met, Hiruzen could only snort and shake his head in amusement. Something had truly started there. Habarama. Another failure. Hiruzen. Be careful sensei, since it's my family, he would say, starting to understand Minato. Myth. Well, that's to be expected. Orochimaru. Well, he has someone to look up to, that's something. Madara. It's true, it's like a child admiring Hashirama or me and dressing like us. Hiruzen. So I read him from those times. Hashirama. Leonidas of Sparta, why I feel like I would respect him. Kakashi. And from what I can see, it would be the graduation exams. Kushina. Incredible, I want to see my Sachi now. Tsunade. Me too. Jiraiya. I hope he does well, we know about his disability, let's hope he doesn't fail because of it, he would say, remembering Guy and his father. On screen. All the parents and village leaders were present. The civilians looked at Naruto with smiles, which gave the blonde and his companions a bad feeling, and they decided to ignore them. The girls who weren't Sasuke fangirls looked at him with hearts in their eyes, since, despite everything, he was one of the most handsome of his generation in their eyes. Furthermore, his way of dressing attracted them quite a bit. Hiruzen, at his own pace, hid his little orange-covered book as much as possible from the gaze of the many mothers present, especially a certain goddess of the hunt, while he chose to go up onto a kind of stage. Hiruzen. Well, first of all, good morning, the Sandame said with a smile. Today, several of you will leave this hall and join the shinobi ranks for the good of the village. Not all of you will pass, but you must not give up, as the will of fire will always allow great shinobi to emerge from this academy. With that said, Mizuki and Iruka, please begin. The aforementioned men stepped forward. Mizuki shot the blonde a nasty look, which attracted the sharp gaze of a goddess who took her motherhood very seriously. Iruka. Well, as the first part of this exam, we will proceed with the transformation technique. As you are called, you will use that technique and will be graded based on your achievements. In Hinata Hyuga's case, due to Hyuga traditions, she will pass the test with Jukin. Mizuki. Sakura Haruno. Sakura. For you, Sasuke-kun, I'll pass this on. Artemis. I almost feel sorry for the emo almost. Naruto. I don't know what I saw in him, mother. Sasuke. Can you kill me? Naruto. No. Iruka. Go ahead, Sakura. Sakura. Henge no jutsu, she would say, transforming into Iruka. Mizuki. Approved. Off-screen. Kushina was excited to see her son graduate, while Minato was somewhat thoughtful as he watched how he dressed. Minato. Just like his father, he would say with great pride. Kushina. Yes, and I'm disappointed by those kunoichis who are fangirls of my Sachi and the son of Fugaku team and Makoto-chan. Madara. In my time, kunoichis were really scary. Jiraiya. Sensei, I knew you were old, but I never thought you were so senile as to go and commit suicide in that place. Orochimaru. Kukukuku, how funny, a mob of angry mothers will kill him if he sets a bad example. Hiruzen. You don't know how much I want to go back in time to where I was your teacher and give you so many punishments to avoid certain things. Tsunade. I didn't say anything. Hiruzen. The fault of one, everyone pays. Kushina. Mizuki. That doesn't sound familiar to me, but you'll see, she would say, raising her hair in the shape of 9 tails. You'll see how I'll make him pay for those looks at my baby. Minato. At least Artemis Ann remains like her mother. Madara. From a man-hating goddess to an ideal mother. Myth. Not to mention Naruto's physical development amazing. Kakashi. He eliminated ramen from his diet and became like this. Kushina. Sadly. Seeing the first one to pass, Kushina frowned, Madara face-palmed, Minato recognized her mother, trembling at the memory of his stalker, while Tobirama opened his eyes in shock. That was not the exam he designed for the academy, so frowning, he looked at Hiruzen, who did not return his gaze, which only made him angrier. Tsunade. At least he knows how to do a henge. Myth. Yes. On screen. The first to follow her were the civilian members of the village. The results were mediocre, and in many cases, even worse. Many children from the important civilian sector of the village protested, while Artemis, along with other clan leaders with whom she managed to get along, watched. It wasn't like in the cases of Niobe, Actaeon, and Callisto. Although in Callisto's case, Artemis was able to understand that it wasn't her fault that she had been deceived by her father Zeus. Naruto helped her understand this, given her young mind. Although she wished she could turn back time and avoid it, Naruto told her it was time to get over it and move on, which was difficult for her. Iruka. Good. Mizuki. Next come the clan Era, she would say, looking at Naruto with hatred. Iruka. Shikamaru Nara. Shikamaru. How troublesome, he would say, tracing the hand seals henge no jutsu, he would exclaim, transforming into his father Shikaku. Iruka. Good, approved. Mizuki. Kiba and Yuzuka. Kiba. Let's go, Akamaru would say, tracing the seals henge no jutsu, would say, transforming into his sister with a henge. Iruka. Approved. Next. Mizuki. Ino Yamanaka. The aforementioned happened. Ino. You'll see, Marquee Front, you'll see how Naruto-kun or Sasuke-kun notice me. Artemis. Great, you have a fangirl. Naruto. I'm not going to deny that she's cute, but. Apollo. But. Come on, you're as handsome as I am, nephew. Naruto. I would go out with her if she was serious about her ninja career. Heroes. That's what you can see, he. Ino. Henge no jutsu, she would say after performing the hand positions, becoming her mother. Inoichi. Not bad. Artemis. At least he didn't use his teacher like the rest. Mizuki. Passed. Next Chouji Akamichi. Chouji. Well, he would say, eating chips, let's go, he would say, tracing the seals henge no jutsu, he would finish saying, transforming into his father Choza. Iruka. Good, approved, Shino Aburam. The aforementioned would make his henge becoming Shibi, his father. Mizuki. Approved, Sasuke Chiha. The aforementioned passed while the girl said that their Sasuke-kun was better. Sasuke. Henge no jutsu, he would say, becoming Shisui. Naruto. Shisui Oni-san, he thought, remembering. Iruka. Good, Sasuke approved. Mizuki. Well, he would say, smiling maliciously, Uzumaki Naruto. Off screen. For Tobirama, what he had observed until now was a complete waste of time. Had the village really declined so much to only be able to leave knowing those simple jutsus? What happened to leaving knowing how to walk on water, to leave knowing at least one elementary ninjutsu? Madara. How pathetic. Jiraiya. Years of believing themselves to be the strongest village just because of the Kyuubi. Kurama. It takes its toll on them, it was always known, and apart from the tomato, he would say, looking at Kushina and Mito mockingly, the rest never used my chakra and I only had 2 Jinchuricus. Zagrias. It is the false belief that because they are super powerful they are untouchable, it happened to many in history and they ended up falling. Kushina. Arsachi is coming. Minato. Who will you choose? You can't use us, but who will you use? On screen. Naruto walked past as the civilians present muttered things, calling him a demon and wondering what he would do. Iruka. Go ahead. Naruto. Okay, tracing the hand seals with disgust henge no jutsu. The ball of smoke would manifest, causing Naruto to show his transformation. Artemis. Seriously, Hermes thought. Apollo. My nephew doesn't love me, Buaya. He thought melodramatically. Hiruzen. Hermes. Mizuki. Who is it? Hiruzen. I saw it on a statue a while ago, it was said that Hermes is the god of messengers, commerce, thieves, and many things, it looks like you worked quite well. Naruto would nod. Naruto. If they knew that Hermes has passed between them when we make jokes, he thought. Iruka. Okay, Naruto approved. Mizuki. Grrrrrrrr, it can't be, he thought, annoyed. Iruka. Well, it's time for the clone jutsu. Naruto. Sensei, he would call, raising his hand. Iruka. Go ahead. The Academy's cloning jutsu is too basic and useless for those of us who have a massive amount of chakra, it is possible to use another type of clone. Mizuki. No. Iruka. That's not appropriate to say, Mizuki, he would say seriously. Sandame-sama. Hiruzen. Go ahead, as long as it's a clone it's fine. Iruka. We'll start. Off screen. Minato. Hermes. Kushina. And boy did it turn out well. Hiruzen. He's exactly the same, but more appropriate for his age. Hashirama. Henja's a good jutsu. Madara. Although I find it funny that the villagers are complete idiots. Kakashi. I don't care if Mizuki wants to sabotage him at all costs. Myth. Were they going to demand that she do a simple bunshin knowing the massive chakra she possesses? She would say scandalized. Jiraiya. Even I know that, it's fruitless. Tsunade. It's clear that the civilian council rules that place, otherwise they would have had better shinobi a long time ago. Orochimaru. Seriously, sensei. He would say mockingly, did you have to approve it? As far as I know, bunshin can be used without distinction, since even elementals are accepted. On screen. Thus the civilians would begin to pass by giving defective clones, some would get 1 or 2 being the most outstanding, and would pass with the bare minimum. Well, it was the turn of a pink-haired girl who would get 3 clones, while she screamed, leaving everyone deaf to be able to surprise her. Sasuke-kun. Iruka. Well approved. Sakura. Shikamaru Nara. Shikamaru. Problematic bunshin no jutsu, I would say, getting 3 Shikamaru. Mizuki. Approved. Choji Akimichi. Choji would pass and make 2 clones. Iruka. Approved. Kiba Inuzuka. Kiba. Come on Akamaru. Akamaru. Arf. Kiba. Jin Bunshin. Akamaru would become a second Kiba. Mizuki. Well approved. Sasuke-cha. Sasuke would go on and make 5 clones, earning screams from his fans. Iruka. Approved. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto would pass by while Mizuki traced hand seals to distract him, but Naruto simply looked at him with the silver eyes of Artemis. If one saw both of them, they were definitely mother and son. Naruto. Anyway, he would say, sighing and tracing hand seals. Taj Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto would produce 15 solid clones, making his fans scream in praise, while the Uchihas screamed for cheating, much less the Sandame, and those who related to him saw this with surprised eyes. Iruka. Passed. Mizuki. Impossible, that jutsu is in the Forbidden Scroll, thought annoyed and surprised Shino Abiram. Shino would make an insect clone and pass. Iruka. Well, this is the list, he would say, writing on the board who passed and who didn't. Mizuki. Impossible, that demon can't have passed, I made sure of it during the theoretical classes and exams, he thought, very annoyed. Off screen. Aburama. What? Myth. It's not bad at all. Kushina. Did well. Tebana. Kakashi. 15 with his immense chakra. Good. Minato. That's my son. Madara. Even with that Mizuki trying to make him fail. Minato. And does the Artemis look? Kushina. I like it. Tsunade. At least he makes himself respected. Orochimaru. Interesting. Kukikuku. Hiruzen. I already know who I shouldn't put as a teacher. Aburama. Just that. He would say, annoyed to see that was all, and the Taijutsu fights what? On screen. Everyone who passed went through and tied the bandana on their forehead except Naruto, who would tie it on his arm at shoulder height. Artemis. I'm so proud. Apollo. I also have a few words in mind. Naruto, Eros and Artemis. Nuo. Naruto was going to retreat but would be intercepted by Mizuki. Mizuki. Hello Naruto, congratulations. Naruto. Mizuki-san, what do I owe the call to? Mizuki. Oh, nothing in particular, just that there is a secret exam, do you want to take it? Naruto. I'm sorry but I'm passing, I passed as it should be so I'm leaving, besides I have plans, he would say, retiring. Mizuki. Damn, he expressed annoyed. Off screen. Many found the reaction to Apollo funny, although seeing Mizuki act so close to Naruto surprised him. Aburama. Something's wrong. On screen. At night. Mizuki was running through the forest, followed by Iruka, as the Chunin had stolen the Hokage's forbidden scroll. He escaped from several Anbu, but during his escape he ran into Iruka and they began a chase that led them to a part of the forest of death. Interestingly, at the time, Naruto was hunting with his young companion. Both were armed with bows and arrows, accompanied by Castor, Naruto's faithful white wolf, now fully grown since he found him as a pup. And his second wolf, Arcas, a grey wolf, named after the son of Zeus and Callisto. The duo and the wolves were following a slippery deer until both wolves started growling. Naruto. Konohamaru, hide and be quiet. Konohamaru. Yes. Among the bushes, both hunters hid while watching Mizuki arrive with a scroll. Iruka. Mizuki, stop, I can't let you steal that scroll. Mizuki. Late Iruka, I'll take it to Orochimaru and he'll reward me with power. Iruka would take out a kunai. Iruka. In that case I must stop you. Naruto signaled to Konohamaru and they both drew their bows, aiming at Mizuki. Naruto. Let's kill a traitorous pig. Mizuki lunged at Iruka, but 2 arrows embedded themselves in his shoulders, causing him to scream in pain. Iruka. I know those arrows, they are Naruto's, he thought surprised. Mizuki. Who was it? Naruto. I'm sorry, but we mistook you for a pig we were hunting, he would say, appearing with Konohamaru and his faithful wolves. Mizuki. I'm very different from a brat animal. Naruto. I know, you're a damn traitorous harpy, the Hokage scroll is a forbidden scroll, so surrender and I promise not to kill you. Mizuki. I won't do it, demon. Naruto. You think it affects me, everyone tells me so. Mizuki. But you want to know why. Iruka. Don't do it. Naruto. You're talking about me having an overdeveloped furball and a serious nap complex that puts the Nara clan to shame. Well, I've known that since I was a kid. Mizuki and Iruka stared at him. Konohamaru. And I've known for months. Mizuki. In that case, die. She would scream, throwing herself at Naruto. Naruto simply made the grass sprout from the ground, immobilizing the Chunin. Konohamaru. What do we do? Naruto. Do you know the story of Marsyas? Konohamaru. Are you talking about the satyr that Apollo-sensei skinned? Naruto. Do you want to proceed? Mizuki. Wouldn't you dare? Naruto. Wouldn't you? Off screen. Madara. A good way to celebrate. Hashirama. Nothing like a hunt after being a genin, yes, he would say without knowing what to say. Hiruzen. So in the forest of death. Minato. Well, it must be said, they both look like brothers. Orochimaru. Kukuku, so Mizuki stealing the Hokage's Royo from me, I don't remember asking him for it. Jiraiya. This had your name all over it. Habarama. Although those wolves realized it too quickly, he would say, surprised. Hiruzen. He wanted to reveal his status when he already knows. Kushina. That's it, baby, mommy is proud. Minato. 2 arrows and call him a pig. Myth. Not bad at all. Hashirama. And his handling of Flora is amazing and more effective than my Mokuton. Kakashi. They wanted to skin him. Tsunade. Marcy's a satyr that Apollo flayed. Madara. He even plays the psychological game, I like this guy. On screen. At that moment, the Anbu and the Hokage arrived, preventing 2 people from repeating Apollo's great work with Marsyas. Hiruzen. Naruto, Konohamaru. What are you doing here? Konohamaru. We were hunting. Hiruzen. I see, something to say, Mizuki. Mizuki. Rot, he would exclaim, managing to free himself to attack Konohamaru, who was the closest. Naruto. Arca's caster. The wolves launched themselves at the traitor, sinking their fangs in and beginning to tear at his arms and legs, causing him to scream in pain. Konohamaru and Naruto watched with a smile as this happened. Hiruzen. Naruto, that's enough, he would say, feeling scared of the blonde-haired boy. Iruka. Nah, Naruto, he would say, surprised. Naruto. Well, Arca's caster. The wolves would obey as they sided with Naruto and Konohamaru, showing their teeth. Hiruzen. Anbus, take him away. The Anbus would take him away while the Sandaime, the Chunin and the 2 young men remained. Konohamaru. That was great, he would say, caressing Arca's. Hiruzen. I'm getting too old for this, he would say, rubbing his temples. Naruto, you caught a traitor as an official genin, I'll give you the pay in the morning. Naruto. Okay. Iruka. You should go rest. Konohamaru. Okay. The 2 left the area accompanied by their animals. Iruka. Do you live together? Hiruzen. For some time now, both of them have been very close. Off screen. Hashirama. And saved by the Hokage. Hiruzen. At least we'll have answers. Myth. You were careless and that allowed it to get away. Minato. What will you do? Jiraiya. Don't you have a feeling that something very bad is going to happen to him? Just as Jiraiya had sensed, they only listened to the order given by Naruto, causing Mizuki's heart-rending screams to fill the place. Minato. I didn't know he was a fan of torture. Tsunade. Shit. Kakashi. Oh, Buck. Kushina. My baby only had his share of Uzumaki-style meat. Madara. And my first pay as a genin of the village, wow, it would be easy to earn that. Orochimaru. I feel a little worried about him, something, well, let's continue. On screen. Time skip in the morning next. At the Shinobi Academy, everyone was talking while Naruto carried his lyre and flute. He knew he would likely be playing with Kakashi, so he was going to be late. Besides, Hiruzen knew that the silver-haired boy was the only one Naruto would get along with. The others would force him to be something he didn't want to be. Naruto was a warrior, but unlike the shinobi, he was very clear about certain Greek disciplines that had shaped him. One of Ares' teachings about the Spartans was the mentality of bravery. To go head-on and not hide from the enemy. Iruka walked in and greeted everyone, receiving a warm greeting without needing to use his demon head. He knew his class was noisy, but there were some nice students. Kiba and Shikamaru were sleeping, Naruto was reading, and Sasuke was hiding behind his fangirls. Iruka. Well, knowing that the teams are already in circulation, I will say the members, Team 1. I would say naming members of civilian origin Team 2 to 4 in circulation, Team 5 I would say naming the civilians Team 6 in circulation. The aforementioned would withdraw and be received by their senseis immediately. Iruka. Team 7, Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, Jounin Sensei Kakashi Haddock. Sasuke. At least I can count on you. Naruto. Let's wait. Sakura. Chaya see no pig, love can do everything, I got it with Sasuke-kun. Naruto. Screaming shit. Sasuke. Yes. Iruka. Shut up. Sakura. Yes. Iruka. Well Team 8 Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburam, they're Jounin Sensei Kuruna Yuhi. The aforementioned would nod as the sensei knocked on the door and took them away. Iruka. Well Team 9 up and running, Team 10, Shikamaru Nara, Chouji Akimichi and Ino Yamanaka, their Jounin Sensei is Asuma Sarutobi. Ino. Well, the lazy one and the chubby one. Shikamaru. Troublesome. Asuma would go through the door taking the aforementioned, while Iruka said goodbye and left Team 7 waiting. Off screen. No one was surprised by the academy scene, although many felt Iruka deserved a raise. Kushina. Well, they'll give him his equipment. Minato. So Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha and him. Kakashi. Me? Am I your sensei? He would say surprised. Hiruzen. And Asuma will have another generation of Ino Shikacho. Kakashi. Kurenai will have a tracking team. Madara. Please, I feel sorry for that child of my clan, please someone kill that banshee. Kakashi. Why do I feel danger? Kushina. Why do I feel like you're going to be late? I would say very seriously. On screen. Naruto. He'll be late he would say taking out his instruments. Sakura. What is that Naruto baka? Naruto. Anywhere you tell me, I'll cut your vocal cords, Sakura. Sakura. Yes yes. Naruto. And the other thing is simple, it's a flute and a lyre, I'm going to get rid of some problem. Sasuke. Do you know how to play dope? Naruto. Yes. Naruto would take the flute and begin to play his requiem. Sasuke felt the sadness in the melody. Naruto had composed that tune with Apollo's help to remember his biological parents. Sakura unconsciously began to cry at the beauty and sadness of the music. Naruto conveyed his feelings through the melody. Even Kakashi, who had arrived early by his standards, stood outside the door listening to the sound. A tear fell from his eye as he remembered his dead friends, Rin and Obito, as well as his father, Tsukumo. Sakura. That was very beautiful she would say crying. Kakashi. Yes. Sasuke and Sakura. Kai. Naruto. You took less time than I expected Kakashi. Kakashi. What can I say, well I'll see you on the roof in 10 minutes. Off screen. Everyone watched the scene in amusement, except for Madara and Tobirama, since it caused a bit of laughter among those present, although when the time came for the music, it touched their souls, and even more so Minato and Kushina, since they heard that it was composed for them. Kushina. She's very beautiful she would say hugging Minato. Minato. I believe it he would say letting his tears flow. Kakashi. Daddy whispered remembering his father, please forgive me for leaving you aside, he would express remembering how he died. On screen. Naruto retreated while Sakura and Sasuke, hugging each other in fear, realized and, having heard rooftop, headed to the area. Upon arriving, Sasuke noticed Naruto reading an oddly shaped book. The book resembled the shape of a golden ram. He didn't understand why, but he didn't think anything of it. Sakura, arriving behind Sasuke, approached and read a passage that mentioned the golden fleece, a golden ram skin with the ability to fly, which could offer protection and healing to those who wore it. Sakura. What are you reading? Naruto. The story of the brothers Hell and Phrixus, which tells the story of how the Aries constellation came to be and what resulted from it. Kakashi. You're talking about the fleece. One of the most powerful mythological artifacts. Naruto. But it doesn't come out of that, a myth. Sasuke. What power does he have? Naruto. Depending on the creator, it is said to be able to heal any living thing. From plants, flowers, animals to humans, and it is even said to be able to resurrect people. Sasuke. If it were real. Naruto. It would be hidden and it is said that it would be guarded by a dragon. Sakura. We'd better not look for him. Kakashi. Well, leaving that aside, it's time for us to introduce ourselves. Sakura. And how do we do it? Athena. And she is listed as the Rookie of the Year. I would say seeing how she insults wisdom by having that title. Kakashi. Well, say your names, your likes, your dislikes, your dreams and hobbies. Sakura. Why don't you start your sensei? Kakashi. Well, my name is Kakashi Haddock. The things I like and dislike, no, I don't feel like telling you that my dreams for the future, I've never thought about that, and as for my hobbies, I have many hobbies. Off-screen. Hashirama, Tsunade and Mito became interested in the story Naruto was reading on the rooftop while the others waited for the rest to arrive. Kakashi, for his part, would nod to his counterpart, and although he didn't know what that fleece was, its mere mention made it clear that it was something powerful. However, when it was time for introductions, everyone had the same doubt that the goddess of wisdom expressed, although upon hearing what Kakashi said they simply looked at him. Kakashi? What? Minato? They don't even know you, at least you could be more sociable. Kakashi? Okay. On screen. Kakashi? Well, we'll start with you pointing at Naruto with you, blonde. Naruto. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, I like several things, among them hunting, sports and music. What I dislike is the Shinobi Era itself. My dreams are to end the Chakra Era and make people stop using a gift like that for war, and my hobbies are hunting, horseback riding, since you know that I am the only rider for now, in addition to reading. Kakashi. Well, he would say nervously, I knew he had that mentality, the sand aim pressures him too much, although a world without wars or missions, many books he could read, if it's a great offer, he thought. You next, Pinky. Sakura. I am Sakura Haruno, she would say with a twitch in her eye. What I like is, I mean the boy I like is, she would express while looking at Sasuke. My hobby is, she says, while looking at Sasuke again. My dream for the future is, she speaks while looking at Sasuke and gets excited. And what I don't like is Ino Pig. And she would comment looking at the blonde who had a silver tint in his eyes and perverts. That would calm Naruto down a bit but would keep the pink-haired girl in check. Naruto. Then they complain that mom denigrates the fangirls, he thought, annoyed. Kakashi. After this they wonder why there are no fearsome Kinoichis, he thought, disappointed. You still have your emo with a duck butt hairstyle. Sasuke. I am Uchiha Sasuke, he would say with a vein of anger. I dislike many things, and I don't like many things in particular, except for the tomatoes, he whispered. The last thing, what I don't have is not a dream because it will become reality. I will re-establish my clan and find out exactly what happened with the massacre. Kakashi looked discreetly at Naruto, as he was the only one who could talk to him about something logical, and so doubt in an Uchiha who wanted revenge. The blonde was only looking at his bow, without giving it importance. Kakashi. Well, each of you is unique and has your own ideas. We will have our first activity tomorrow, and it is the true test of the Chunin exam. Sakura. The real test. She would say, surprised. Naruto. Do you really think taking a pathetic exam, memorizing seals and mission forms, and repeating Madara and Hashirama's fight like an idiot is everything? I'm truly disappointed that you're this year's rookie, Sakura, all your wasted ability. Sakura would be offended. Sasuke. Well, at least we'll have to pass. Kakashi. Well, I'll see you at training camp number 7 first thing tomorrow morning. I advise against having breakfast. Sasuke and Sakura would leave, while Kakashi looked sighing at Naruto. Kakashi. Naruto, I know it's not the lifestyle, but at least try to fit in and get along with them. Naruto. I'll do what I can, Kakashi Nai-san, I don't promise anything, he would say, withdrawing. Kakashi. What will I do with him? He spoke sighing. You should see him, sensei, he is so mature for his age and focused. If I didn't know what he would be, I would say that he is a prodigy, a renegade of his true ability. This will be difficult but not impossible, he would say, withdrawing. Everything was seen by a colorful goddess next to the primordial one of creation, while in Yuzu, on a mountain, some older gods began to try to leave their dream. Screen turns off. Everyone would listen to the introductions, where starting with Naruto, Minato and Kushina felt proud of how focused he was, looking at the rest who saw them as somewhat insane. Jiraiya saw this, somewhat worried, although he simply sighed alongside Hiruzen. Naruto was already becoming a lost cause, he would not be a shinobi in more than name. Orochimaru watched this amusedly while Tsunade and Mito frowned at Sakura's introduction. Madara looked at Sasuke strangely, while Hashirama looked at his wife to try to calm her down, while Tobirama murmured. Tobirama. Ichiha's. Hiruzen. So the bell test. Kakashi. You can't judge me. Third, everyone has used it. Minato. Yes, it is almost like a tradition of almost all teams, especially the 7th. Kushina. Although well, it is expected that they think that you order them. Kakashi. I am his superior, right? Chapter 9. Kakashi's question left several people thinking, given that he never said, I order you, but rather, it was a recommendation, so the more experienced ones wanted to see what would happen. Of course, they had all been through wars and knew perfectly well what would happen with that order. After all of Konoha's Team 7 started out the same way. Jiraiya. I won't bet, but I know 2 of your team won't be eating breakfast. Kakashi. I'm with you, Jiraiya-sama. Minato. At least from my group it was only Obito. Orochimaru. Ours was Jiraiya Kukukuku. Tsunade. What memories those were. Hiruzen. Don't remind me, the grey hair I must have gotten when I taught them how to summon in Jiraiya impulsively and wanting to impress me drew the jutsu. Jiraiya. But I became a wise man, he would say in his defense. Kushina. A perverted sage. Jiraiya. Hey. I'm not a pervert, he would say, so that several people would look at him as if to say, yeah right, I'm a super pervert. He would exclaim proudly, only to receive a blow, but not from Tsunade. Myth. Can you keep quiet? He would say with his fist raised. Jiraiya. Yes Mito-sama, he would say with a bump on his head. Minato. Well at least we'll see what they do. Madara. Why I feel like missions are going to make me cry. Hashirama. You're not the only one. Habarama. I hope I don't have to agree with Nicuchio. Madara. Look how I tremble because you agreed with me, albino rat, he would say seriously. Orochimaru. Well, we'll continue watching, Fallen Lord, he would say looking at Zagrias. Zagrias. Yes, although I think I'll take a break afterward, perhaps Kushina-san, Mito-sama, Minato-san, and the two Sanins of the Slugs and Toads would like to stay, after all, we will react to some images of their son. Kushina. Where do I sign to Tevana? Minato. Well, seeing images of the future will help. Myth. It sounds interesting. Jiraiya. If he has his girl well, I won't be offended, he would say, taking out a pencil and notepad. Zagreus. You don't change. Tsunade. I'd bet my money that he would, but well, I'm aware that he wouldn't. Zagreus. In that case, eyes on the screen. At that the screen turns on, making the whole group decide to continue the view. On screen. It was a new day in Konoha. The shinobi were performing their D-rank duties, which consisted of jobs that civilians should be doing. However, because the civilians were so lazy and considered themselves royalty, they denigrated the shinobi, treating them as if they were mere slaves. At the Uzumaki mansion. It was 7 a.m. and the young god was performing his traditional massages and stretching, well with the help of Eros, he rubbed olive oil on himself. It wasn't that he lacked faith in himself, but this habit of exercising didn't fade. Beside him, Konohamaru was doing the same as Naruto, preparing to train in the blonde's absence. Eros. You're ready. Naruto. Yes brother. Eros. I doubt anything weird or bad will happen, but good luck. Naruto. Thank you. Konohamaru. Boss, I hope you kick that Cyclops' ass, he said smiling. Naruto. Of course. So Naruto proceeded to take one of the training outfits he used with Ares. It consisted of a white toga that left his muscular torso exposed, held by a brown rope belt with a golden clasp in the center. He wore a golden armband on his right arm. In addition, he had a black headband with a metallic symbol in the center. He completed his outfit with a sword at his side and his bow with quiver on his back. Naruto. I should forge myself an armor, but they still told me I won't train with Hephaestus. Naruto ate a few bowls he'd made for himself, mostly dry cereal mixed with milk and fruit. Kakashi had suggested skipping breakfast, though he didn't order it. Just in case, Naruto packed some food in a simple satchel to take with him for lunch later. Off screen. By this point, no one found what Naruto did before starting strange, although it did make them uncomfortable, especially the women. Kushina, given that he was her son, and she didn't want her son to see her with the Jocasta complex, the complex of a mother falling in love with her son, which happened to Oedipus's mother, Jocasta, after her own son married her, without her future husband's knowledge. Minato simply felt proud, given that he could state out loud that he was his son, given that he inherited his dowry in his manhood, although he was jealous, given that he could notice that his son had a relatively larger one. Advantages of being an amicus, so he simply undid his thoughts. Tsunade and Mito, although they hid it, were interested in the male specimen, given that at less than 14 years old, he was an Adonis. Hashirama simply looked on amused, since he found it interesting because of the cultural contrast, while Madara looked at the boy's physique, a physique adapted for fighting, he just wanted to see him in action and see what a Greek was capable of. Aburama, for his part, snorted in annoyance. He didn't like that. After all, he was the most serious of all the Hokages, more stoic than his equals, very loyal to Konoha, and putting the well-being of the village above that of individuals, including his own. Hiruzen. At least it's something, he sighed in relief, at least he's relatively happy and didn't leave, although he suspected that would happen, and at least he felt calm since it wouldn't be his fault. Kakashi. An armor wouldn't hurt him, he would say, giving his point of view. Jiraiya. I already have the protagonist of a new Ichigo saga. Mito and Kushina. I should have ramen for breakfast, they would say somewhat seriously. Minato. Well, he had breakfast. Kakashi. Well, at least he's the heir to your ability, sensei. Kushina. Kukuku, are you calling me stupid, Kakashi-kun? She would say with her hair waving in 9 tails. Kakashi. And no, I would say terrified. Kushina. I thought so, she would say, calming down. Tsunade. I would say that ramen all the time is bad, but he seems to consume it every so often, which helped his physical development. Aburama. He is more defined than others his age, which says a lot. Orochimaru. Kukuku would like to study your body, since with that chakra disability, I am not interested in your body. Hiruzen. Why am I not surprised? I would say seriously. On screen. At training camp number 7. It was 8 AM. Sakura and Sasuke were waiting for Naruto's arrival. Sasuke had sat under a tree, while Sakura, looking at him with dreamy eyes, sat next to him. The blonde man appeared on the scene accompanied by his wolves. Sakura, annoyed, approached to hit him and reprimand him, but the wolves quickly intervened to defend their master. Sakura. Naruto, they were supposed to say first thing here. Naruto. Do you know the Kakashi-sensei is going to be late? Sakura. Yes, but that's no excuse, besides he said we shouldn't have breakfast. She reproached taking out some crumbs. You know you disobeyed sensei. Naruto. 1 Sensei said advice, 2 You are the Kunoichi of the year. You are supposed to have won it for intelligence, so think that there may be a trap behind. 3 If you do not stop screaming, I will make Castor and Arcas attack. Sakura would calm down as she looked at the wolves showing their jaws. Sakura. Cute puppies. Naruto. Did you have breakfast? He asked sighing. Sakura. No. Sasuke. No. Naruto shook his head. Those two were the shinobi and kunoichi of the year. He knew Sasuke had been given to him to spoil him, but for her by cows, his mother Artemis knew what those damsels who made women look weak were like. He touched a nearby tree and made several apples appear, surprising the Uchiha and Haruno. Sasuke. How? Naruto. Kekkei Genkai, he said without giving it importance. Off screen. Minato. You called them early, my son is late and you're not. Kakashi. I blame Obito and his bad habits. He quickly defended himself. Madara. It's clear that pink-haired girl is a simple civilian. Hashirama. He said advice, and they took it as an order. Aburama. Although that ability inherited from Demeter makes him very useful. Hiruzen. Yes, it would help a lot on long missions, so that when food supplies are scarce. Orochimaru. Besides being intelligent, since Danzo may be watching him, he disguises his ability as Kekkei Genkai. On screen. Time skip 1 hour. Kakashi never arrived, and Sakura was very annoyed. Sasuke, tired and showing his anger at the wait, only said For Naruto, the civilians had spoiled him too much. Something to catch his attention, a reality check, wouldn't hurt. The blonde decided to exercise, following the instructions the god of war was giving him in his mind. Sit-ups, pull-ups, squats, and push-ups, at least 50 repetitions of each. When he finished, it was already 10 in the morning, and Kakashi still hadn't appeared. Ares then ordered him to use an old dry tree to practice his sword fighting. About 50 minutes passed when Sasuke noticed something about Naruto. Sasuke. The dog trains that way, he thought while watching the blonde cut, slash and stitch a tree. I should ask him to train me, so I can get revenge on Itachi. He would get close to that, but Naruto pointed the sword at his neck. Naruto. I know what you're going to say and my answer is no, I'm not going to teach anything to a spoiled child with an emo Avenger complex. Sasuke. But. Naruto. I told you in class when you were saying all the time, there's something behind it, nobody massacres a clan just to test their skills leaving one survivor, I told you. Sasuke. Yes but. Naruto. But what, won't you look for anything to see if those who kiss your ass and throw out the red carpet where you walk didn't order anything? He would say while Sasuke remained silent. That's what I thought. He finished pointing to take him by the neck. You come to desert to seek power and revenge, and my sword on your neck will be the last thing you see. If you dare to desert, let it be to discover something, and if I go after you, you better show convincing evidence, because otherwise. Even if I am forbidden to kill you, I will grind every miserable bone in your body releasing it. Sasuke had never been so afraid in his life. He feared being weak, but the blonde, despite being called Uchiha-sama, undoubtedly had courage or was insane and wished for death. However, Naruto's words had a profound impact on him. Perhaps seeing Naruto speak to him without hesitation while threatening him with death made him reconsider some things. Given this, he decided to sit down and reflect. Sakura was going to yell at him for threatening her Sasuke-kun, but the arrival of a silver-haired man calmed the situation. Kakashi. I would greet with an eye smile. Sakura. You're late, sensei. She would shout, venting at someone. Kakashi. A black cat crossed my path, and since I wanted to avoid bad luck, I had to take the long way. Sakura. You don't even believe that one. Off screen. Minato. Obito taught you very well. Kakashi. Is it a compliment or a complaint? He would say with doubt. Madara. At least he understands that he shouldn't just stand there like an idiot, and the god of war knows how to give training, I would say, granting that fact. Hashirama. Yes. Hiruzen. Besides, if he is the last Uchiha in the village, they spoiled him too much. Hiruzen. Although chatting and threatening to kill him. Orochimaru. Kukikuku are watching and not seeing. Jiraiya. What do you mean? Orochimaru. The boy so doubts in him, and according to the blonde, Konoha protects something that not even sensei knows that would give the black-haired boy reasons to desert. Hiruzen simply had an aim in his mind and hoped with all his heart that he hadn't done anything. Hiruzen. Danzo. Orochimaru. Kukuku, I see you're on the right track, sensei, he would say mockingly. Tsunade. If that mummy did something. Minato. It was something big. Habarama. I don't think Danzo would do anything, he has the same patriotism for Konoha as I do, he would say, defending his student. Hiruzen. Sensei, I'm sorry for not supporting you, but this time, I won't. Danzo has a twisted ideal of Konoha, he thought seriously. On screen. Kakashi. Anyway, he would say, taking out 2 bells, your test is that if you want to be genin of Konoha, you must take the bells off me before noon. Sasuke. Sakura. In that case. Kakashi. I would say to hurry up, he would say, well, Sasuke and Sakura would leave, so that the silver-haired man would think, the most dangerous of the 3 is Naruto, I know that he will go head on, all those who have forged him and still do, have made him an honorable boy who will go head on, he hates hiding, so that makes him formidable, he thought, preparing a goal against the blonde. He knew Naruto wasn't going to attack yet, so he decided to wait a bit until Sasuke launched himself at him. Naruto blocked all of his attacks without any problems. Sasuke. Shit, he would express when Kakashi blocked him from grabbing the bells. Kakashi. Not bad, the Uchiha intercepting fist is a good taijutsu style, but you still haven't polished it completely. Sasuke. You won't beat me, he would say, tracing hand seals Katen. Gakakyu no jutsu, throwing a fireball. Kakashi would do the kawarimi, while a trail of dust rose. Sasuke. Where is it? Kakashi. Where? I'm where you least expected, he would say, causing mystery until he appeared, sticking a hand out of the ground to leave the Uchiha buried up to his neck right under your feet. Sakura. Sasuke-kun, she squealed, giving her position. Kakashi. Here you were, he would say, appearing behind her. Sakura stood still, trembling with fear, while Kakashi would use a small genjutsu, making the pink-haired girl faint. Kakashi. And it was rank D, if it continues like this it won't be possible. The silver-haired man would dodge a sword slash while the blonde was in front of him. Naruto. That's enough of the circus, you can point out his flaws later, now focus on this. Kakashi pulled out a tanto and a kunai to fight. He knew Naruto was very difficult to beat. His fighting style was unknown, and no one else used it. Even if he had his shield, Naruto wouldn't go down easily. The two engaged in a sword fight with tanto and kunai, while Sasuke watched, surprised, and watched everything. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The blonde was aggressive, seemingly in a state of combat ecstasy that led him to cut, causing injuries to Kakashi. In a stroke of luck, Naruto cut both of the silver-haired man's bells, who was more focused on striking the steel against the blonde. It was at that moment that Naruto. Distracted. He would ask, revealing the bells. Kakashi. Not bad, Naruto, he would exclaim, but then he sees Sakura wake up. He helped Sasuke get out of the ground. Aries. Not a bad student, he would say, smiling from his mind. Off screen. Myth. Jingle bell test. Hiruzen, Jiraiya and Minato. A classic, they would say, smiling. Habarama. How original, I would say, looking at the 3. Madara. Let's see how they do it. After the words of the strongest Uchiha in history, the reactions of how Sasuke and Sakura moved were terrible. They fell directly into Kakashi's trap, since it was directly noticeable that Naruto realized the situation, but preferred to remain silent upon knowing the personalities of his companions. Kakashi. He's too confident and he doesn't even have his Dojutsu, the silver-haired man analyzed. Hiruzen. He's too spoiled, I guess that was one of my faults. Orochimaru. Kukuku seems that obsession with power, that feeling of revenge is wavering and is not so firm. Myth. That pink-haired girl, if she doesn't take her ninja career seriously, will be cannon fodder on her first mission. Tsunade. Yes. Kushina. It leaves us Kunoichis in a bad position. Hashirama. Sorry to say, Seru, but that cell is very unbalanced. Madara. Support for Hashirama. When everyone thought the team was lost, the golden ray of hope arrived, since before Kakashi looked at Sakura and told her things, he had to dodge a slash. Madara. That's what I'm talking about, he would say, getting a little excited. Minato. Son. Kushina. Her sword. Kakashi. He has forced me to use one so much and puts a lot of pressure on me. Myth. It's a lot more aggressive than I thought, but it's extremely firm. Habarama. At least a competent one. Hiruzen. He even managed to cut both bells, keeping Kakashi's attention on the fight. Jiraiya. I would say things are bad, but knowing the councils and that sensei seems soft that team will be approved. Orochimaru. Kukyukuku I am attesting to it Kukyukuku. Hiruzen. Disrespect abounds around here, huh? On screen. Naruto helped Sasuke, who had already managed to pull out an arm. Meanwhile, Kakashi brought in a dejected Sakura as the silver-haired man had given the pink-haired girl a harsh scolding. Kakashi. You know, there are things that no one noticed during the test, well 2 out of 3 didn't want to notice and worried about themselves. Do you know why Konoha is so feared? Sasuke. For having had the Uchiha. Sakura. For winning 3 shinobi wars. Naruto. For his teamwork, his coordination and strength lie in his teams. Kakashi. That's the point, teamwork, as far as I'm concerned, Naruto knew it, but before he could speak, you all went your separate ways, influenced by the 2 bells. Sasuke, you're not a bad fighter, but your pride will be your downfall, and Sakura, what can I say more than what I told you before, take your ninja career seriously, you'll be the team's cannon fodder if you don't, you're a girl, I know, but that doesn't mean you should be the princess in distress, waiting for Prince Charming to save you. Sasuke. Sorry, Sakura. I'm sorry. Kakashi. Whatever, I'll approve them, and this will be what we will work hard on, we will improve so much that they will respect and fear us. Naruto, you are the one who carries the shield, you protect your companions from their knees to their necks. Sasuke, you will be the spear that will charge at those who face us. Sakura, you will be the one who attends to them and fights giving strength, because we are a unit, we will become impenetrable. Naruto. Yes. Sasuke. He would nod smiling sideways. Sakura. I will do it she would say convinced. Kakashi. From today we are Team 7, now we are going on a mission. The group headed to the Hokage's office to receive their first mission. Kakashi knew perfectly well that Naruto wouldn't accept ridiculous missions like Toras or tasks for the villagers, as it was known that many took advantage of them and even failed to pay their dues. Off-screen. Minato. I wouldn't approve it, but if you say you will help and emphasize on work I support you. Hashirama. Me too. Hiruzen. Thank goodness he would say sighing, imagining those civil council meetings bothering everyone left and right with the subject. Jiraiya. Well, those are things that must be learned. Aburama. I would have returned them to the academy. Tsunade. Well, let's hope things go well for them. Kushina. Missions. Kakashi. I hope it's not the cats. Orochimaru. Is that cat immortal? Hiruzen. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. On screen. In the Hokage's office. Hiruzen was smoking his pipe while, with Iruka's help, he watched the team's progress. Finally, Team 7 arrived. Hiruzen. Oh Kakashi, it's you he would say smiling that brings you here. Kakashi. Sandaime-sama, we have come for our first mission, since Team 7 has approved. Iruka. Congratulations guys. Hiruzen. That's right guys, congratulations, and Naruto he would exclaim surprised. Naruto. What's wrong? Hiruzen. And your outfits? Naruto. I decided to dress like I was going to fight. Kakashi. And boy does he give it. Hiruzen. I see he would say taking out your first mission will be to catch Tora. Kakashi felt worried, although Naruto is a hunter, that helped a lot. Kakashi. We accept Hokage-sama. The group left the Hokage's room while Iruka looked at the group. Iruka. They will be quite interesting. Hiruzen. I hope so Iruka I would say to think, it is as I fear, Naruto is not delighted with the Shinobi Era, but as long as he does nothing, it will be better to keep him happy. Off screen. At this point, there was no need to comment on anything, although the mission made Minato, Kushina and Kakashi sigh, given that the cat was the nightmare of his time and, it seemed, of future generations. This elicited a slight chuckle from Zagrias. On screen. In the plaza. Kakashi. Well, our first mission is to find the feudal lord's wife's cat, that damn cat is elusive. Sakura. A cat. Sasuke. Isn't it the cat that all genin must catch? Kakashi. Yes, but well, Naruto, as a hunting expert you are the one who guides us, so go ahead. Naruto. Good. Sakura. Since when is Naruto a hunter? Naruto. Since age 8. Kakashi. It started at that age. Following Naruto's trail, Team 7 was amazed by his hunting prowess. They eventually managed to track down the demonic cat who was peacefully asleep in the shade of a tree. Sakura. Let's go for him. Naruto. It's counterproductive, getting close to everyone will only scare him away. Sasuke. What if you make them he would say pointing at the wolf duo corner him. Naruto. It's not a bad idea, Castor, Arcas, corner him. The wolves approached the cat, which, upon sensing the canine scent, ran off into a dead end while Naruto and the others followed it. In the alley, Tora was standing in a corner, his fur raised in aggression, but the wolves weren't attacking him. They were simply cornering him. As Team 7 approached, the cat swiped at them. Naruto. Calm down, he would say, taking out some cat food. The cat licked the food and began to calm down, allowing Naruto to pet it. Sakura. How cute he purrs. Sasuke. What do we do? Naruto. Take it, he would say, carrying it with great care while petting the animal. Kakashi. How do you make him so calm? Naruto. I don't know. Off screen. Everyone watched to see how they performed, though they didn't expect them to use Naruto for tracking, even though it made sense, given his hunting skills. However, the surprise came when they used their wolves, who, along with the others, cornered the cat, and with a little food, things calmed down. Minato. It's good. Kushina. Maybe those missions will end with him. Kakashi. Impressive. Hiruzen. Please, don't let that cat traumatize my shinobi anymore. Orochimaru. Interesting. Kuku. On screen. In the Hokage's office. Hiruzen was signing papers until. Kakashi. Hokage-sama mission accomplished. Iruka. So fast, he would say, seeing Naruto pet the cat. Hiruzen. How is that demon, that he would exclaim, trying not to kill the cat. Kakashi. That demonic cat. Naruto. Do you know that if you tell the cat that, he'll do worse on those missions? At that moment a woman would enter, she was fat, chubby, while she began to hug the cat, making all that calm disappear. Woman. Oh my Torichan, I missed you so much, she would say, hugging the poor cat. Naruto. Madam, if you allow me, he would comment, approaching, while the lady of the blonde's physique would blush. If you try to treat him more delicately and not so abruptly, he will not escape anymore. Woman. Really? Naruto. Yes. Woman. In that case, she would say, squeezing the blonde's nipple, whenever you want I'll reward you, she said with some sensuality, and left. Naruto. He good. He said, bewildered. Kakashi. That's my student, he thought proudly. Iruka. Naruto, he's older than you, he thought, surprised. Hiruzen. Today's horny youth and old women who love muscular boys, the old man thought. Sakura. You know what he meant, right? Naruto. Yes, but I'm not that needy, and my mother would hunt her down for wanting to pervert me. Ares. Haha, not bad, praised. Helios. Don't let Zeus see it or he will give advice, he said in his mind. At the Uzumaki mansion. Artemis was cleaning some knives when. Artemis. Someone wants to pervert my baby. In the Hokage tower. Hiruzen. Whatever, what will they do now? Kakashi. We have time for one more mission. Hiruzen. Well, support is needed on the farms around the village, so. Kakashi. We'll take it. Team 7 retreated as the Hokage also bid Iruka farewell, taking out his orange-covered book. Off screen. Everything was calm until the fat woman from the feudal lord appeared, causing even Madara to feel sorry for the cat. Kakashi. I see why he's running away. Jiraiya. Poor being so small. Tsunade. As far as I know, she shouldn't be so abrupt. Seeing Naruto approaching and causing the lady to turn from a crazy cat lady to a child predator, her calm went out the window. Kushina. Who does she think? She would say furiously, who does that fat girl think she is to see my baby like that? Minato. Kushina, calm down, he would say nervously. Kakashi. Kushina-sama, calm down. Jiraiya. That's my godson, he would say proudly. Hiruzen. I won't say anything because I adhere to the thought of my other self. Madara. It's simply to be expected, feudal lord women are like that, they look for their little Adonises to coax and use them as they wish until they leave them dry, and then the feudal lord arrives and kills them. Hashirama. Sadly, the fate of poor fools. Aburama. You wouldn't fall for being dense. Kurama. Zzz, he would sleep peacefully in his tree comfortably with a Paraguayan bed all to himself, and since he was in chibi form, he was very comfortable. Orochimaru. Kukuku, even the fox is fine, he would say laughing. Tsunade. It's also clear that Artemis trained him well. Myth. Yes, he didn't let himself be sweet-talked. Kushina. I support you, Artemis Ni. She would shout to support her sister, since they shared a sisterhood for being Naruto's mothers. Jiraiya. I'm surprised you even brought Iruka to read my books. Tsunade. Always found the place to do it, she would say with a twitch in her eye. On screen. On the farms. Team 7 arrived to assist with the work, taking charge of a herd of animals. At the scene, they encountered a group of acquaintances. Kakashi. Kurenai is a pleasure. Kurenai. Kakashi, so yours passed, huh? Kakashi. Yes, that's right. Hiba. Akamaru, stop, he would say, seeing how the puppy acted bad against the blonde's wolves. Naruto. Caster Arc is still. The wolves obeyed the alpha. After all, the three of them formed a pack, with Naruto as the alpha. Hinata. That was really close, she said, blushing when she saw the well-built blonde for his 13 years. Shino. Surprising. Kakashi. Well, what job do we have? Kurenai. My team and I were herding a group of sheep, but there are foxes so we are defending the animals. Kakashi. I see, Naruto, do you think you can hunt? Naruto. Sure, I want a pair of fox furs. Kurenai. Hinata, would you help Naruto-san? Hinata. Clock clear. The duo walked away from the area to nearby areas, accompanied by two wolves who only growled at the Inuzuka's dog. Shino. What race are they? Kiba. They are wolves, I don't know how Naruto has wolves. Kurenai. She has them well trained. Sasuke. It shouldn't be difficult. Sakura. If Sasuke-kun can do it, if Naruto Baka did it. An arrow would graze the pink-haired girl's cheek with the "I heard you" logo. Off screen. Kushina. Oh, she would say, calming down, let's see another mission. Kakashi. On the farms. Minato. Kurenai Yuhi. Kushina. Oh, she's one of my students. Hiruzen. And it seems there's trouble, he would say, seeing little Akamaru barking at the wolves. Madara. A barking dog never bites, he would say without flinching. Jiraiya. Foxes or wolves? Well, this is new, and it seems that a girl has heroes behind her, he would say smiling. Kushina. Oh, she's Hiashi Baka's daughter. Minato. His fiancée, let's see how they start. Kakashi. And Sakura doesn't waste time, how will I fix that character, he mentioned dejectedly. On screen. But the duo. Naruto was tracking while the wolves sniffed the place. Hinata. Nah, Naruto-kun, what are you doing? Naruto. Tracking, to locate my prey. Hinata. I see now. Naruto. Hinata, I know you like me. Hinata. How do you know that? She would say nervously. Naruto. You get nervous when you talk, and you saw me when Kumo happened, you saw when I launched the arrows. Hinata. Well, me. Naruto. Hey, I would hug her, don't be nervous, maybe if you manage to improve that and have confidence in yourself, maybe I could notice you, I would finish saying, and in thoughts, she is beautiful, blushing. Hinata was like a ripe tomato. Hinata. Well, I'll try it, she commented while feeling the blonde's exposed chest. The wolves would bark upon finding a trail. Hinata. What do you see? Naruto. These footprints aren't from a fox, they're from something bigger. Hinata. Wolves. Naruto. No, something small if I compare wolves and what we see. Off screen. Mito, Kushina and Tsunade smiled as they were witnessing the beginning of a future couple. Madara for his part simply sighed, as love was a part of life, while Tobirama simply waited for the absurd thing to pass and the others to have a smile. Minato. Son of a tiger. On the screen. Naruto pulled out a hunting knife, prepared from his practice hunting. Suddenly, he pushed Hinata away as a canine lunged at him, trying to bite his face or neck. Hinata. Naruto-kun. Naruto would give a cut, making the animal scream in pain and run away. Naruto. I'm fine, he would say, seeing blood on his arm, it's a coyote, and with that wound it won't go far. Hinata. Naruto-kun, your arm. Naruto. Oh, don't worry. Hinata. You said he wouldn't go far, right? Naruto. Yes. Hinata. Then let me bandage you, he would ask, taking out bandages and water. He cleaned the blonde's wound and proceeded to bandage it. At one point, their gazes met, making time seem to stand still for a few moments. Then, they stepped away and continued with what they were doing. Aphrodite. Oh, little Naruto fell in love, cooed the goddess of love. Naruto. Shut up, foam brain, he would respond, blushing, which earned him the laughter of the goddess of love. After Hinata bandaged him, they both followed the trail of blood until they reached an area where they saw the wounded animal while a couple of children were by his side. Naruto felt guilty for having nearly mortally wounded the cub's mother. So he handed his hunting knife, bow, and helmet to Hinata and approached unarmed. Helios. I will guide you, and if you use your essence, you will be able to cure her, he said mentally. Naruto would approach the dying mother while the cubs trembled in fear, until. Naruto. I'm sorry I did this, I didn't know, forgive me. Helios. Put your hand on the wound and let your essence go to it, guided. Naruto did as he was asked, under Hinata's gaze. A golden light emanated from his hand while the coyote, lying down, watched everything and felt her strength return. Thanks to Arcas, Hinata brought a basket where they placed the pups while Naruto finished healing the mother. Naruto. I'm sorry, he would say, caressing the female, who would lick the blonde's hand. Hinata. What will you do, Naruto-kun? Naruto. I'll take her to the Uzumaki compound. Hinata. I'll help you. Off screen. Everyone watched closely, although Kushina became worried when she saw the canine attack her son, but at least he knew how to defend himself well, which started a scene. Tsunade. Love. Jiraiya. Love. Seeing what followed caused Kushina and Minato to smile slightly as they saw something the rest didn't, Naruto's strong connection with animals. Madara. So they only defended themselves or hunted to eat. Hashirama. A mother caring for her young. Tsunade. And he saved her using his essence. Jiraiya. That must be like chakra, only. Orochimaru. Different. Kurama. Shit, this is more complicated, he would say, opening one eye and seeing the situation on the screen. On screen. Naruto took the basket and carried the still weak mother on his shoulders. Together with Hinata, they returned to the others. Kakashi. So it was them. Kurenai. Are they foxes? Naruto. No, they are coyotes, a mother with her young. Sakura. They're cute, she would say, petting the puppies. Kakashi. What will you do? Naruto. I'll take them to my house, they'll be safe there, then I'll see Anko to release them in the forest of death. Kakashi. Good plan, he would comment, smiling with his eyes. Naruto, under the gaze of everyone and Kiba's jealousy at Hinata accompanying him, left to leave the puppies. Meanwhile, the others continued with the mission of securing the farm animals. Kakashi. He has a deep respect for living beings, yet he has hunted, but not indiscriminately, he thought, admiring the blonde. Screen turns off. Jiraiya. He has a big heart for a future god. Orochimaru. Kukuku, how long will it last? Kushina. Like my son. He'll be around for a long time. Minato. It's true. Tsunade. That dog boy gives me a bad feeling. Kushina. Is Tsume's son. Myth. Even so, that boy and the blue-haired girl will end up together, I would say for sure. Madara. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Kushina and Minato. And why is that? Hiruzen. What are you saying? Madara. If the past and this screen are showing me anything, it's that great loves will end in tragedy, he would say, leaving those who loved Naruto silent. Hashirama. How do you know that? Madara. I read the library. Zagrias. Well, take a break, and family Namikaze Uzumaki and Lady Tsunade along with Lord Jiraiya, if you want you can stay. The aforementioned group nodded as the rest dispersed around the area. Images 1. Several heads of the group had dispersed throughout the place, leaving in front of Zagrias, nothing more and nothing less than the Namikaze Uzumaki family, Jiraiya, Mito and Tsunade, since Kakashi chose to go read his little book in peace, while Madara and Hashirama went their own way, where Hashirama was being exaggeratedly irritating with him. Hiruzen chose to follow Orochimaru to keep an eye on him, and the aforementioned only went to the library to continue reading the information kept there. After all the lost information from the eras prior to the sage was stored there. Aburama, for his part, walked away from everyone, since he wanted to think things through better, although several things clouded his judgment. The trauma of the clan war, his hatred towards the Uchiha, his excessive commitment to Konoha, made it so that all he could think about was seeing the blonde son of the Yondaime as a threat. Kushina. We're here, Tebana. Minato. Calm down, Kushi-chan. Myth. I want to see pictures of my successor's son. Tsunade. Let's see what the Gaki has, she would say, smiling. Jiraiya. I want to see my godson, I want to see if he's a real Casanova. Zagrias. All in due time, my guests, after all, we will see it on the screen. Minato. We have patience, he would say calmly. Kushina. I want to see him, please, I missed his growth in that future. Tsunade. Do you think you can? Zagrias simply sighed and nodded to that, given that he couldn't say no to a woman whose last wishes in the future wouldn't be respected in the slightest. Zagrias. Okay, eyes on the screen. Those present would nod and look at the screen. On screen. Off screen. Kushina. Wow, my baby is very handsome, she would say smiling. Tsunade. He is so handsome, she would say with a blush on her face. Myth. Actually, I would say the same way. Minato. He took after his dad, he would say, taking advantage of the moment. Jiraiya. And what a physique he pulled off. Kushina. So he will have several suitors, but I don't want my baby to be a womanizer. Myth. But are many grandchildren worth it? Kushina would start to think about whether that was worth it or not, given that she wanted lots of grandchildren, although she didn't want her son to be a womanizer. Minato. Don't worry, just wait and we'll see what the future holds. On screen. Off screen. Minato. Yes, it's my genetics. Kushina. You mean my genetics? Minato. That's what I said, dear, he would say, laughing nervously, since it is suicide to contradict his wife. Jiraiya. And boy did he get genes from both of them. Tsunade. And under 18, which is what you can see in that photo. Myth. She has an amazing stomach and that outfit only highlights it more. Kushina. Came out with the beauty of the mother. Minato. And the father's body, he would say, hugging his wife. Jiraiya. Yes, they are both cloying. Tsunade. Leave them, they are at the age. On screen. Off screen. Kushina. Oh, how cute, she would say with an adorable face. Minato. Just like his father since he was 10 years old, he would say proudly. Jiraiya. Yes, we already know. Tsunade. At 10 years old, she has the physique of a 14-year-old. Myth. You can see the nurture of Artemis and Apollo, in addition to reducing ramen from your diet I would say in a forced way. Kushina. Although I complain about that subject, they too raised him as Mina-kun and I couldn't because of the idiot Obito. Minato. That's true, but well, when we get out of here we'll know what to do. On screen. Off screen. Jiraiya. Oh wow, same age but a little later. Minato. Naruto, at 10 years old, you already show a strength and determination that fills me with pride. I can see the courage in your eyes. Although I don't fully understand your attire, I respect your way of life because I know you have the courage to face any challenge. Kushina. Look at my baby, my little Naruto. It makes me so happy and proud to see how much you've grown and how strong you're becoming as you grow. Jiraiya. Naruto, you look strong and determined, that's undeniable. Although, I must admit, it's strange seeing you in an outfit so different from what I'm used to. The age of shinobi has brought us this far and it's interesting to see new ways of life that we haven't seen or been accustomed to. Tsunade. It's impressive to see you like this, Naruto. Though I can't help but feel a certain discomfort. Our history as shinobi is what we know and uphold. Adapting to a different lifestyle is a challenge, but your physique and spirit show that you're ready. Myth. It's wonderful to see how at such a young age you already possess such a strong and determined presence. Although I don't know much about the culture behind your attire, it's evident that you've embraced rigorous training. You are a worthy representative of our family. On screen. Off screen. Minato, Naruto, my son, you are incredibly strong and determined. You're becoming more and more like me when I was your age. I'm very proud of you, son. Kushina. Look at my baby, my little Naruto. Even though you're not so little anymore, you'll always be my boy. It makes me so happy and proud to see how much you've grown and how strong you've become. But woe betide any girls who get close to you. None will be good enough for my boy. Jiraiya. Naruto, what a physique you have. With that body, you could easily form a harem. It's impressive to see what you've become, he would say with perverted overtones, earning a snub from Tsunade. Tsunade. It's impressive to see you like this, Naruto. Your training and discipline really show results. You have great potential ahead of you. Myth. It's wonderful to see how, at such a young age, you already possess such a strong and determined presence. It's evident you've embraced rigorous training. Befitting of the Uzumaki heir. On screen. On screen. Kushina. My baby is getting more and more handsome. I'm worried that too many sluts will approach him like nothing. No one is worthy of my baby. Minato. You are a reflection of our legacy and I know you will achieve great things. Jiraiya. With that impressive physique, you have all the tools to conquer the world. And well, you might also attract a lot of girls. Just make sure you keep your mind on your goals and don't get too distracted. Tsunade. Naruto, your transformation is remarkable. The discipline and training have paid off. You have a great future ahead of you and it's exciting to see how you're preparing to face it. Myth. As a member of the Uzumaki clan and heir to Yasushi Agakure no Sato, you carry on our legacy with pride. You have worked hard to get here and you are a worthy representative of our family. On screen. Off screen. Minato. Naruto, seeing you like this, so close to someone special, truly makes me proud as a father. I see in you the strength and love you've always had. I wish you the best in this new phase. Kushina. Naruto. Who is this girl? No one is good enough for my baby. Are you sure of what you're doing? You have to take care of yourself. She would say overprotectively. Jiraiya. Naruto, with that physique and that closeness, I'm not surprised you attract girls. Just make sure you keep your priorities straight. It doesn't hurt to have a little fun, but remember your goals. Tsunade. It's interesting to see you like this, Naruto. It seems you're discovering new facets of yourself. Keep your focus and make sure this relationship makes you stronger, not more vulnerable. Myth. Seeing you so close to someone special at this age is impressive, Naruto. Although I don't know this girl, it's evident that you've grown and developed such a strong presence. I trust you'll know how to make the right decisions. Kushina. Well, if she's the daughter of a friend of mine, I guess I can trust her. But I want grandchildren soon, do you hear me? Adorable grandchildren like you. She would say, accepting a little. On screen. Off screen. Minato. Just as romantic as your father, huh? He would say with great pride. Kushina. Well, I'll grant you that Mina-kun, but I still feel like she's not the one. Tsunade. It seems that they love each other, now then if you have enemies you won't be able to be on the lookout all the time. Myth. And Uzumaki man must be romantic with his partner, so you're on the right track. Jiraiya. He. On screen. Off screen. Kushina. That closeness I would say as an overprotective woman. Minato. I like it. I hope that in the future, you will be with your partner until death do you part. Jiraiya. Icha Adventures of the Hunter and His Beloved, he would say, thinking of a great title for the next edition. Tsunade. You can think of something else besides your perverted fetishes. Zagrius. I think this was the last of your son's romance. Kushina. Wait. I want to see my grandchildren. Zagrius. Good. On screen. Off screen. Urea. Oh wow, Jojo, it seems that your son has not wasted his time, eh Minato? Minato. And boy did he not do it. Kushina. What's her name? Zagrius. Boruto Uzumaki, born as a demigod, Naruto's firstborn, and the first of his children to ascend to godhood. Tsunade. What domains does he have? Zagrius. War, civilization, archery and strategy. Urea. What domains he would say, surprised and a little serious, given the domain of war, which did not coincide with his desire for peace. Myth. Promoted. How? Zagrius. Although Naruto was already a god in the true sense of the word when Boruto was conceived, Boruto was born to a human, mortal mother, and is therefore considered a demigod. Minato. And he gained his immortality, how? Zagrius. The council, after he awakened and Naruto joined Olympus, made the decision of his ascension through the fulfillment of some tests, leaving Naruto without voting, since the relationship was evident, in addition to prohibiting him from helping him during the course of his tests. Minato. I understand. Urea. Besides being fair. On screen. Off screen. Minato. Just like his father, who is just as handsome as his grandfather, he would say smiling. Kushina. And with that physique I'll have great grandchildren. Myth. Where he was born. Zagrius. Konoha, although some time later and getting ahead of myself a bit, he moved with his family to Yuzu. Myth. So the village was rebuilt, he would say smiling and shedding a tear, something that happened with Kushina too. Tsunade. He has good genes. Zagrius. Next up, it's a bit controversial. Minato. What do you mean? Kushina. Yes. Zagrius. Well, he would say in a sigh, the next one is not from Naruto's wife, and don't think it was a deception. Kushina. How was it? She would say frowning. Zagrius. A goddess, Nemesis, goddess of vengeance, took advantage of Hinata's pregnancy, given that Naruto and she were expecting their second child, I would say surprisingly, and she appeared, seduced both of them to have a night of 3 in bed. Minato. I understand, he would say, knowing what happened. Kushina. Tricked both of them. Zagrius. Yes, Naruto was a little tired and didn't read the manipulation, and one thing led to another, giving birth to his second son, given that Nemesis and he are gods. Jiraiya. I couldn't tell you the details. Tsunade. You screwed up, she would say, hitting Jiraiya. On screen. Off screen. Tsunade. Looks like an emo like the Uchiha. Kushina. Perhaps Nemesis is. Zagrius. No, but the background is very dark for him, given that even though Naruto and Hinata were his real parents. Minato. What's his name? Zagrius. Orpheus Uzumaki. Myth. What happened to the goddess? Zagrius. Nemesis wanted a girl, in short, she sped off after the night she got pregnant, and the boy was born, he'd say bluntly, and before you ask, yes, the gods can do it. Tsunade. If she wanted a girl, that means that. Zagrius. That's right, Nemesis didn't recognize him as a son, and the role of mother was taken by Hinata Hyuga, earning Orpheus to consider her his true mother. Myth. It seems that girl is worthy of being the Uzumaki matriarch. On screen. Off screen. Minato. I keep insisting, it's my genes. Kushina. My grandchildren are so handsome. Tsunade. Yes, it seems that they are their father's children. Myth. In truth, and despite all the pain, Orpheus got what he deserved. A family. Jiraiya. How does he get along with Boruto? Zagrius. He is close to him, given that he follows him with great pleasure, and Boruto accepts him, given that he is his closest ally and one served as a mentor for him. I would say something to think about, if it were the canon Boruto from the beginning, he would probably be throwing a tantrum about it. Jiraiya. I see. On screen. Off screen. Kushina. That's the child you and Hinata were expecting, right? Zagrius. Yes, Ini is Uzumaki, third son of Naruto. Jiraiya. Is he a god? Zagrius. Yes, his domain is love, everything related to love. Tsunade. Interesting. Myth. And he seems like a good guy. Zagrius. As a curious fact, he is Naruto's first son who, after ascending to god, had a son. Kushina. Who did she have it with? Zagrius. With a green-haired girl from Tokigakur, a demigod, Minato Uzumaki. Minato. Look, Kushi-chan, our great-grandson has my name. Kushina. Yes, I noticed. Now there's more. Zagrius. My apologies, but no, it's time for you to take a break. The aforementioned would nod at that, so they would retreat everywhere, while Kushina daydreamed about her grandchildren, 3 sons no doubt, it was a lottery. Minato was truly proud of his son, although somewhat annoyed at not seeing any manipulation, but proud that he had been a great father. The others decided to stay close until the screen called them again, while Zagrias looked at one last image on the screen. Zagrias. And to think that their love ended in tragedy, both separated by mortality like what happened to you, isn't it true, Celine and Dimian? Chapter 10. Everyone returned to the screen area, since Zagrias had simply stayed there, reflecting since he had seen the future of the story, and like every hero of Greek mythology, Naruto had gone through the tragedy. He just hoped that Kushina and Minato did not feel bad about that fact. While he wandered through his thoughts, he noticed an albino who wanted to play some kind of paper with kanji on him, but the god was not an idiot, he expected it. Zagrias. I was worried about when you would act, Tobirama. Tobirama. Damn, you show us the fall of Konoha, the fall of our world with these things, but you don't let us defend what is ours, damn you. Besides, with your power, it will be more than enough to replace the Kyuubi. Orochimaru. Kukuku, that begins to explain why Danzo is the way he is, he would say mockingly. Hiruzen. I won't contradict that because it could be real. Kushina. Damn albino rat. Minato. Calm down. Madara. So you finally show your claws, huh? Hashirama. Brother, please. Tsunade. I was wondering when you would act. Myth. He was always like this, complaining that Hashirama was very good and he was too distrustful, becoming paranoid and much more impulsive than my husband and Madara when they fought in their youth. Madara. Without detracting from the fact that he was more infected with the curse of hatred than my clan, after all, he is the one who killed more of my brothers and relatives, among them my brother Izuna. Hashirama. That war was caused by our ancestors and parents, I still can't believe we became friends. Madara. Friends then enemies, only to repeat it again. Hashirama. The good old days. Madara. The good old days. Tobirama would be seated in his seat while a group of snakes took his legs and arms and left him tied up without being able to move, only with his gaze full of anger and mouth gnashing in anger. Zagrias. Okay, that's enough theater for today, he would say, turning on the screen. Kakashi. It's starting now. Minato. Yes. On screen. Naruto and Hinata were leading a coyote and a basket of pups to the Uzumaki mansion, located in the most wilderness-filled district of the village. There, the coyotes wouldn't bother the villagers, thus preventing them from claiming their deaths. Hinata. They are adorable, she would say while petting a puppy. Naruto. Yes, but don't forget that they are wild animals, they are not pets, they are part of nature. Hinata. I know, but what you're doing is from someone brave but sensitive. Naruto. Yes, he would answer, having a pink tint on his cheeks, and in your case brave and observant. Hinata. No, I'm not that, she said, shaking her head. I'm useless, weak. Almost everyone in my clan despises me. Every time I want to be with my father, the Hyuga elders push me away. My cousin, who is like an older brother to me, hates me for being from the Hyuga secondary branch and having that damn seal. Naruto. A seal. Hinata. The cage bird seal, I don't know much about it, except that branch Hyuga are marked by their elders when they are 4 years old. This ensures that they are treated as slaves and lesser beings, despite being family. They are denied access to the most powerful techniques and several styles of Juken. Naruto. I see, he would answer, opening the entrance, having many things in mind. From the kitchen. Artemis saw the door open and watched her son pass by with a loaded coyote and a basket of puppies. Apollo. So the love bug bit him, he said, arriving. Artemis. What? Arrows? Don't look at me, I didn't even let him touch my arrows. Apollo. Art, you're not going to stop her from growing up, even so, isn't she Hiyashi-sen's daughter? Artemis then analyzed the Hyuga and realized. Artemis. She's very shy. Apollo. Let Naruto take care of it, he said, wiping away tears of pride, since his nephew has a girlfriend. Off screen. Kushina. Hana's daughter. Minato. They make a very nice couple, don't you think? Hashirama. So Hyuga, I won't say much, but well, your son has nice taste, it reminds me of when I fell in love with Mito. Tsunade. I bet my great-grandfather beat you up. Hashirama. My father-in-law Shina Uzumaki kept me in bed for 7 days. Myth. I got mad at dad for that, since the last 2 days were the wedding. Madara. How can I forget, I carried you away from that guy. Kakashi. Sensei, are you feeling okay? He would say, seeing Minato breathe with relief. Minato. I feel good somehow not knowing my father-in-law, he whispered to his student. Kushina. I think that if my Mina-kun had introduced himself to my father, he would have made him prepare ramen. If I'm sure of one thing, it's that my father wasn't a warrior. Jiraiya. Uzumaki and ramen. Orochimaru. Why am I not surprised by that? Hiruzen. I see, he would say, laughing a little. Tsunade. Girl. Myth. You are not weak. Kushina. You're just unlucky to have those mummies always behind you. Madara. So, the caged bird seal, I don't remember such a seal existing. Myth. As far as I can remember, my brother, Yamamoto Uzumaki, my father's successor as Uzukage, created a protection seal for Dijutsu and sold it to the Hyuga clan. Hiruzen. That would mean they altered the seal. Hashirama. And that's going to cost them. Myth. It's true, the fine, if necessary, wouldn't be cheap, although if she marries him it would be settled, he would say without flinching. Seeing the interaction of the gods, many laughed a little. It was funny to see that goddess as a mother. Kushina. R-chan, don't let just any random girl go out with our baby. Minato for his part was with Kakashi, as was Apollo. On screen. But the blonde. Naruto led Hinata to a wooded area where he put the coyote down. She began to wake up and one by one, she picked up her pups and retreated deeper into the thick bushes. Hinata. And what do we do now? Naruto. Do you want to train? I mean, it's likely that Kakashi-sensei will tell us that we're done. Hinata. Be good. Naruto. Come, he would say, extending his hand. Hinata extended her hand, reciprocating the gesture, and headed toward one of the practice areas, the same one where the blonde had learned to shoot with Apollo and Artemis. Hinata. Nah, Naruto-kun, what will we do? Naruto. Did you want to stop being weak? Well, I'll help you. Hinata. But Hyuga traditions, he would say, taking a bow. Naruto. They limit you, you can learn to use weapons without them knowing. Hinata. Okay, he would accept by tensing the bow. Here I go. Naruto. Calm down, he would say, helping her while both blushed. Pull while you inhale and release while you exhale. Hinata would do as requested by sticking the arrow in the center of the target. Hinata. I did it, she would exclaim happily, hugging the blonde, feeling his body. Naruto. Well done, he would congratulate, returning the hug. They would both realize it and separate, blushing. Hinata. Friends. Naruto. Friends. Hinata. Naruto-kun, do you believe in revenge? Naruto. Yes, I believe in her, although I keep some things a secret. Hinata. My secret is that I want to kill the Hyuga elders. Naruto. So we play with those, huh? Hinata. I told you my darkest secret, now you. Naruto. My secret is to get revenge on all the bastards who have hurt me and screwed up my life since I was a child. They both sat in a tree very close together. Naruto. Thank you. Hinata. Why? Naruto. Hina-chan, for being my first true friend, although who knows what will happen in the future, he would say, smiling at her. Hinata. Of course, Naruto-kun, she would say, smiling. Off screen. Jiraiya. Jijoho, this is a good romance, he would say, taking some notes. Orochimaru. Kukuku remembers Jiraiya that not many childhood romances last, many end badly or end up being tragic. Kakashi. Sensei, he would say, seeing the blonde hug Kushina. Minato. My son, my boy, has a girlfriend, I would say, being sentimental. I thought that because we were dead I would miss that, but I'm seeing him, I feel so happy, so proud. Kushina. Yay, Aya, she would say, comforting her husband with a smile, I forgot that you are the sentimental one of both. Aburama. And that's the yondaime. Kakashi. It's no wonder they say sensei is a bit effeminate. Kurama. I'm bored. Madara. It reminds me of your love with Mito. Hashirama. Really? Madara. Yes. Myth. Romantic. Tsunade. It's true. Hiruzen. I hope both of you prosper, he would say, smiling, although internally he hoped that Danzo would do nothing. On screen. From that day on, the two grew closer, which brought much happiness to their lives. They were best friends. They trained together, shared outings to Ichiraku's ramen, and places that sold sweets. They also used to hunt together every night in the Forest of Death, which amazed Artemis and the others, bringing a smile to the hunter's face. Thus passed the first 4 months. During that time, Naruto secretly forged a suit of leather armor following Hephaestus's instructions. Meanwhile, Artemis noticed how the village's older women were beginning to look at her baby with less than holy intentions. She would turn a couple of them into vipers by sneaking into the district and watching Apollo and Naruto training naked, without them noticing. Artemis became very overprotective of the old cradle robbers who wanted to steal her baby's chastity. For several days, Artemis kept a close eye on every woman who showed interest in her baby. The women wanted to complain to the council, but she was a member of the shinobi side of the village, at least until the blonde came of age. Off-screen. Kushina. Her love blossoms. Tsunade. Yes. Minato. At this rate, I can't imagine those elders wanting to destroy my son's future marriage. Myth. Clan elders are like that, especially those who watch over traditions. Madara. Don't even remind me. Hashirama. X2. Jiraiya. Although turning women into vipers just to be behind a handsome young man. Orochimaru. Kukuku, you don't understand mothers, right? Hiruzen. At least they don't give me paperwork. Kushina. It's the softest decision I see, I would have beaten them to a pulp with whatever I had at hand at the time. Minato. I believe you, he would say nervously. Kakashi. It's true. On screen. Hokage office. We can see Team 7 present themselves to the Hokage, who was accompanied by Iruka. Kakashi. Hokage-sama, Team 7 reports for the new mission. Hiruzen. Okay, now for Team 7 we have several tasks available, babysitting the head counselor's 3-year-old baby, helping with shopping, planting crops in the Naruto. With all due respect, Grandpa, those are civilian duties, not shinobi duties. If you don't put your pants back on, the civilians will make the village look weak. Everyone fell silent at what was said. Iruka. That's true, but I shouldn't have said it like that, he thought. Kakashi. Lady Artemis taught him very well, too well, seeing how the blonde said things, sometimes very directly. Iruka. What are you saying, Naruto? You're just a new genin with no experience, and you're given these missions so you can improve and gain experience in teamwork. Besides, even though I know you know how to defend yourself, you can't do it alone. Naruto. Sensei, these missions don't help us with that, but instead make the villagers lazier in their activities, while they slack off and lower the academy's contents even more. Hiruzen. Naruto, missions are graded by rank and assigned based on the ninja's abilities. If I don't give him a more serious mission, he'll become even more disgusted with the shinobi lifestyle, he thought. Kakashi. Hokage-sama, I think my team is ready to receive a C-rank mission. They have improved their teamwork and I think they are prepared. Sasuke nodded and Sakura barely did. Despite Naruto giving her a few lessons on hunting knife use and helping her not be a burden because of her fanaticism over Sasuke, she still had a lot of room for improvement. Hiruzen. Fine, Kakashi, it shall be. Since you're so sure, I'll give you a C-rank mission. You'll be bodyguards on a trip bring the client. Off-screen. Madara, Hashirama, Tobirama. Those are the missions. They shouted in bewilderment. Jiraiya. It seems that happens in every village. Orochimaru. Your spy network, right. Jiraiya. Yes, civilians increasingly see shinobi as a kind of slave to make their lives easier. Minato. That's something I will support my son to a change of generation, another era, no more shinobi. Tsunade. Ha, well said brat. Myth. That's it. Kushina. That's what you say to Tebana. Tobirama. Uzumaki's had to be. Hiruzen. I think I should do it. Jiraiya. Although you should hide that interest in changing it more. Kakashi. It's true, I think Artemis-sama trained him very well too well. Tsunade. So she's wanting to improve. Kushina. That's my Naru-chan. Orochimaru. Kukuku, I'm intrigued to know what will happen to the Uchiha. On screen. After these words a drunk man staggered out of the door. Man. And these are the ones who will accompany me Naruto. Now I see why mom doesn't want Dionysus to get close to me, he thought, with a drop of sweat. Kakashi. Is that right, sir? Man. I am Tazuna, the bridge builder. I need to return to my country. I am building a bridge that will change your lives and I hope you will take me there, even if it costs you your lives. Kakashi. Okay, we'll take the mission, now I'll see you at the entrance in 1 hour, don't take long. All three? Yes. Off screen. Minato. An old drunk. Hiruzen. This is going to go wrong. Kushina. And that Dionisio guy stays away from my baby. Kakashi. Let's hope it's not a problem. On screen. Naruto excitedly arrived at the mansion, noticing that Apollo and his mother were arguing over who was older. Although Naruto supported his mother, he decided to ignore the argument and prepare to leave. In his room, he put on a white Greek-style robe, which revealed his slightly muscular torso for his age. The robe was secured with a brown rope belt with a golden clasp in the center. He also wore golden bracelets on both arms. Naruto. Sword he would say sheathing it, bow and quiver he would express placing them on his back, shield and spear he would count taking both, this will be exciting. Artemis. What will be exciting? Naruto. Mother. Well, you see, we were given our first mission outside the village and I'm honestly excited. Artemis. Well, she would say, sighing, I knew this day would come. Take care of yourself and do what your sensei tells you, but don't follow the pig's example. Naruto. Yes, mother. Artemis. Catch a couple for me while I keep the snakes away. Naruto hugged Artemis, who hugged him back. Naruto. Just don't let them get too far. I love you, mom. So Naruto headed to the stables. Apollo. He's not a child anymore, he's growing up. Artemis. I know, brother. In the stable. Naruto. Well, Sephiroth, he would say looking at the horse, while placing the saddle today we will receive our first mission outside and we will go on an adventure, it will last a few days, but an outing is an outing. In response the horse would neigh. Naruto. And you, spirit, take care of Konohamaru, he would say, looking at a smaller colt, the second one they found inside the Forest of Death and Konohamaru's friend. Apollo. I'll just say good luck, I'd suggest showing up in the area. Naruto. Of course, man. Apollo. And make me proud, he would say, looking around to see that Artemis didn't come. Naruto. Uncle. He would exclaim, blushing, I won't do those things. Apollo. Why? Age to kill, age to have hex. Naruto. Yes, he would answer, interrupting, I already know, but I'll keep it to myself. Apollo. So in love with the Hyuga girl, I feel so proud. Naruto. For being my uncle and the closest thing I had to a father, I would say hugging the god. Apollo knew it, he was the blonde's father figure, there was nothing to hide, but if he said something that Artemis didn't like, well, someone would experience a lot of pain. Apollo. Well, I wish you luck and I won't hold you back any longer. Naruto. Of course, he would answer, getting on giddy up. Naruto rode toward the entrance. The village had to get used to the sight of him, as he was their first rider. He was very good, which made him quite dangerous due to his speed and his ability to shoot arrows at moving targets. Off screen. Jiraiya. He's really preparing. Hiruzen. And it seems he is armed. Madara. If you count his skills, it's normal that he doesn't even carry food, he's a hunter and already has better skill with plants than Hashirama. Minato. I appreciate you being there for him, Apollo. Orochimaru. Without a doubt, that god is more than just a guy, he is his father. Hashirama. It's true. On screen. Konoha in trance. Sakura. Naruto doesn't arrive. Sasuke. That's not it, he would say, looking at the horse. Naruto. I'm here, he would announce, arriving while stopping his horse. Kakashi. So you'll go with Sephiroth. Naruto. He's my best non-human friend, he would say, caressing besides them, he would express, pointing at the duo of wolves arriving. Tazuna. Either I drank too much or there are two wolves here. Kakashi. Castor and Arcas are his wolves. Tazuna. Ready. Kakashi reviewed their carrying and was disappointed with Sakura, as she wore little food and a lot of makeup. In contrast, Naruto knew how to hunt and was able to support himself. He also had the ability to control plants, known as chlorokinesis, which granted him divine authority and absolute control over vegetation. This ability allowed him to fertilize the land and make plants grow where they couldn't before, as well as transform normal trees into fruit trees. Sasuke, meanwhile, carried kunai, shuriken, and soldier pills, ready for the mission. With this in mind, Naruto was better equipped for hand-to-hand combat, while Sasuke could attack from a distance. Sakura. Mr. Tazuna, does your village have ninjas? Tazuna. No girl, we don't have. Kakashi. In the elemental nations, there are many nations and villages, most of them do not have shinobi, hiring the services of those that do, starting with the 5 great villages, Konohagakure no Sado, Iwagakure no Sado, Kumagakure no Sado, Kurigakure no Sado and Sunagakure no Sado. Off screen. Minato. Good. Kushina. It's time. Kakashi. I hope I don't fail. Hiruzen. Let's see his performance. Madara. I hope luck is on your side. Hashirama. C-rank mission, why is something not right? Jiraiya. Everything will be fine, let's bet that it will. Tsunade. I could bet on it, but I won't. Myth. I'm surprised that pink-haired girl wears so few supplies and too much makeup. Minato. Although in the academy they only teach about the 5 great villages. Kushina. Yes, that's disappointing. On screen. But those words, they proceeded to begin their journey, which was peaceful. Naruto, as always, passed the time reading or playing music. Currently, he was playing his lyre, calming the longings of the journey with its melody. His song was accompanied by the reading of the story of Icarus, the unfortunate son of Daedalus, builder of the Cretan labyrinth. In Greek mythology, Icarus was the son of the architect Daedalus, builder of the Cretan labyrinth, and the slave Naucrates. Both were held captive on the island of Crete by King Minos. Daedalus decided to escape and began crafting wings for himself and his son. He laced the central feathers with thread and the side feathers with wax, giving the wings the curvature of a bird's wings. Icarus would run to collect the feathers that the wind had blown to the ground or soften the wax. During his escape, the boy died when his curiosity led him too close to the sun, melting the wax on his wings and causing him to fall into the sea, where he inevitably died. Sakura had become addicted to reading the myths Naruto shared. Many of them featured romance and tragedy, which thrilled her. Among her favorites were the Judgment of Paris, Paris and Helen, the Trojan War, Orpheus and Eurydice, Adonis, Apollo, and Hyacinth. The stories of love and tragedy were the ones that captivated her the most. She also enjoyed certain romances she called yaoi, like the Grape of Ganymede, which gave rise to the constellation Aquarius in the sky. They walked for several hours until they came across some puddles of water. Off-screen. Kushina. My son knows how to play. Kakashi. Although his reading is somewhat. Minato. That shows several lessons although I feel sorry for the poor architect. Hiruzen. So he's the one who built the labyrinth that holds the Minotaur. Madara. Sad ending, but it was something that could have been seen coming. Myth. Well, I don't blame that girl. Jiraiya. With what I read I'm with her. Orochimaru. And it seems that the problems begin, Kukikuku. Habarama. That mission is not C rank. On screen. Naruto. It's strange, it hasn't rained in days he would say preparing his spear. Sakura. And what does that do? Kakashi. They noticed, Naruto and Sasuke immediately prepared themselves, seeing both of them preparing. From the pools of water two shinobi would emerge and rush at Kakashi, catching him with their chains and cutting him into pieces. Sakura. Kakashi-sensei would say, remaining in shock. Naruto would act by throwing the spear and burying it right in one of them's chest. Ozu. Brother. He would shout seeing the shinobi fall dead, with no trace of life you will pay for this damn it. Sasuke. Oh yeah. He would say while drawing hand seals Katen. Kakaku no jutsu he would say while throwing a fireball at him. Ozu would dodge but feel something large beside him, seeing the horse rear up on its hind legs above him. Sasuke would take advantage of this distraction and entangle the shinobi in ninja thread, making the aforementioned want to break free. Ozu. Let me go. Naruto. Stop he would order, pointing at him with the spear covered in the dead man's blood. Kakashi would appear applauding both of them, while Sakura came out of her shock. Seeing the appearance of her sensei Sakura was happy since she thought that the enemy ninjas managed to kill him, but when she turned her head to where her sensei's body was supposed to be, she could only see pieces of trunk. Kakashi. Well Mr. Tazuna, we must talk. Tazuna. I guess so, well you see, I lied in the mission, our people are dying of hunger, and if I don't finish that bridge, Gato will end up suffocating us, please. Kakashi. I see, Gato sent them. Ozu. Rot. Kakashi. Naruto. Naruto would raise his hand causing the plants to squeeze the shinobi's neck. Kakashi. Speak. Who sent you? Ozu. It was Kat. Kakashi. Well he would say cutting his neck well it's time to see what we do. Sakura. This mission is too advanced for our rank, the most prudent thing would be for us to return to the village, although seeing it that way, helping wouldn't be bad. Naruto. True heroes don't run away from danger, so if we go, count me in. He would say, wiping his spear a bastard's blood will ruin it. Besides, if we leave this mission here, it will only give the village a bad image. Kakashi sighed looking at Sasuke, he wouldn't back down either. Kakashi. Okay, let's continue with the mission. The group would resume walking while Tazuna sighed. Helios. It is a wise decision and words to determine heroism, he said. Ares. Who cares, there will be a fight soon, he said excitedly. Aphrodite. Too bad Naru-chan won't be near her pearly eyes, she would say making the blonde blush. Hephaestus. Just ignore that, he advised earning a mental nod. Athena. The second stage of Naruto's studies will soon begin, said the goddess of wisdom. Naruto. If you say so, I'll make clones to go faster, he said, earning the goddess's excitement. Off-screen. Kakashi. Bandits. Kushina. Kakashi. She would scream upon seeing the scene. Minato. Kushi-chan calm down, I use substitution. Kushina seeing that would be relieved, although she did not expect Naruto to attack, using his spear. Madara. It lasted less than I expected. Hashirama. What will they do? Hiruzen. So they catch him and interrogate him. Kakashi. Yep, and it seems the client lied. Jiraiya. Normally I would tell them that they should back off, but. Tsunade. Kushina and Minato's brat are right, if they do it the village will look bad. Myth. They are between their back and a hard place. Kakashi. First death at 2C now with a psychologist and many reports for me. Habarama. A C rank mission that becomes a B rank, though I doubt that won't increase to an A rank. Upon hearing the words of the gods, many agreed, although the one they would leave out, except for Madara, was Ares. Kushina. Study she would say with some revulsion, although that perverted Paloma must stay away from my baby. On screen. Elsewhere. A dwarf is seen walking escorted by several armed men, facing a bandaged subject. Dwarf. Zabuza, you failed. I paid a lot of money for you. You were supposed to be expert assassins. He complained. Zabuza. This time I'll take charge he would say pointing his great sword towards the subject you can count on a cat. Hat. Yes, but apparently Tazuna has high-level ninjas protecting him. Zabuza. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? I am Zabuza Mamachi, the demon hidden in the mist. Hat. I hope so he would say watching the missing men retreat. Masked man. Are you sure Zabuza-sama? Zabuza. That's right, just do your part if it goes wrong. Asked. Hi. The screen turns off. Hiruzen. A renegade swordsman of the mist. Orochimaru. And it seems he has one of the seven, the Kubikurumchim, the decapitating sword. Madara. So this is what that tycoon looks like, an idiot dwarf with delusions of grandeur. Kushina. I hope they kill him in the cruelest way possible, I would say seriously. Minato. He's masked, it worries me. Habarama. I think he has a Kekkei Genkai. Jiraiya. It could be, Kurigakure had a civil war where its cage went crazy and from one day to the next began to massacre Kekkei Genkai carriers. Madara. Death, he thought, knowing who could have caused it. Kakashi. It could be a Jinjutsu. Jiraiya. I thought about it, but it is said that the cage is a perfect Jinchuriki. Madara. A Sharingan can control the Kyuubi, he would say, leaving the doubt. Kyuubi? Damn Madara. Zagrias. Well, they're free for now. So the group dispersed throughout the place, leaving only the god, who simply snapped his fingers and set Tobirama free. Zagrias. You better not do anything stupid, because I can be good but not an idiot. Without further ado, Tobirama also left grumbling for not obtaining the power he wanted for the village. Chapter 11. The group was scattered around the place. Jiraiya on his side was sitting under the shade of an olive tree, enjoying the calm that it gave in its shade while looking at a book, one of the myths, one that in particular caught his attention, Leda and the Swan, since he wanted to know how Zeus chose his lovers and be able to create a saga of Ichigo books oriented to Greek mythology but with several human characters using the chakra gifts that the Rakuto gave. He was so immersed in his new ideas that would give resounding improvements to his writing habits, including everything, adventure, romance, tragedy, war, glory, fame, misfortune and punishments. Everything was so well posed and written that it made the myths he read become pure poetry before his eyes. Tsunade and Mito were on their side, reading some of the medical writings of Asclepius, the son of Apollo who came to revive the dead and in the end ended up being punished. Ashurama spoke with Madara of numerous old glories, while they read a few of renowned heroes, some from Greece, others from Rome, but not the only ones, Heracles, Julius Caesar, Alexander, Lubu, Qin Shi Huang, Miyamoto Musashi, Zikatenkatl, a long list of names, all making history and placing themselves in a time and place where they would have been remembered until the cataclysm that buried him. Hiruzen and Kakashi, on their side, peacefully read Ichigo under a laurel tree, while Tobirama looked around very seriously until he came across the couple that, according to him, would bring misfortune to the world. Minato and Kushina played in the stream, laughing and throwing water at each other. Their laughter and knowing glances reflected the beautiful moment they shared, allowing their love to flow freely. Out of the corner of their eyes, they both glanced at Tobirama, who didn't spy on them or cover things up, but he cared little for the decisions and words of a dead man, someone who lived through the horrors of wars, such as the clan wars. They both knew he did a good job developing the village, as he was primarily responsible for establishing the academy, or even introducing the idea of the Chunin Exams, but Tobirama held hatred in his heart. He possessed the curse of hatred, directed primarily at the Uchiha. The fateful night in which countless Uchiha died had mostly to do with him. Tobirama was a blatant racist who caused suffering to a generation of shinobi and civilians. He also created several jutsu that should not have existed in the ninja world, such as the Edo Tensei. Even Tobirama was one of the biggest contributors to most of the shinobi wars, and who, from what Zagreus spoke with them, was the one who was leading the world to a fourth shinobi war for being the one who ostracized the Uchiha, which led Madara to desert the village he had founded with Hashirama and begin the plan that no one on the continent knows about of the infinite Tsukiyomi. And the couple, if it weren't for Zagreus, would not know. Everyone in the area felt they should return, so they did just that, sitting in their chairs in the makeshift room. Zagreus. I was wondering if I should call them. Minato. We've already come, we're curious how this will continue. Kushina. Turn on the screen, Tebane, I want to see my baby. Kakashi. I want to see how that mission will turn out, please. Hiruzen. I must say the same, since with all the arguments they presented, the mission, despite my regret, had to continue. Zagreus said nothing and activated a nearby lever as the screen began to project an image. Hashirama. I hope things go well. On screen. Team 7 continued their mission to protect Azuna from the thugs sent by Geto. They decided to cross the sea that separated the mainland from the small, remote island. Without a ninja village to defend them and isolated from everyone, the island became the perfect breeding ground for Geto to seize power. Taking advantage of his status as a tycoon, he paid thugs who extorted the population, stripping them of whatever little dignity they had left, even killing children for a piece of bread. On the boat things were calm, except for the blonde's a bit of motion sickness, which would start to laugh. Sakura. What are you laughing at? She asked, surprised. Naruto. It's just the memory of a god. Sasuke. You read so many dope gods, which one are you talking about? Kakashi. Tell he would say, taking his eyes off the Aeneid. Naruto. Weren't you reading Ichigo? Kakashi. We have to change things up a bit, he said nonchalantly. Naruto. The myth says that a group of pirates attacked a ship, he would comment, drawing Tizuna's attention. On that ship was the then demigod Dionysus, son of Zeus, god of lightning and king of Olympus, with the mortal Semel. Tizuna. What happened to him? Naruto. Upon seeing the young son of Zeus, who was spreading his cult, given that he was the creator of wine, an alcoholic beverage that gave happiness to the sad, made the bitter dance and the mute sing, they mistook him for a prince and decided to ask for a ransom or sell him as a slave. Sakura. That's horrible. Naruto. Seeing how the pirates treated him, when they put him on their ship, the transport began to fill with vine plants, grapes, causing bewilderment in the pirates, because the grapes were addictive in their flavor and juice, that many ate them. Taking advantage of the confusion, it is said that the incipient future god, transformed into a lion and running between the vine branches with agility and elegance, scared all the pirates who, terrified, jumped into the sea and tried to escape by swimming. But, upon entering the water, their feet melted into fins, their noses rose into snouts, and where before there were men, a pod of dolphins appeared, and for the first time they sailed the sea next to the ship. Being known from that day on as the Friends of Man in the Sea, helping lost sailors and playing around the ships. Sakura. Well, that was cruel, but they were pirates, they deserved it. Sasuke. Wow, the gods are vengeful. Naruto. And they don't know how. Kakashi. I read about Zeus's wife who always took revenge on lovers and the children that came out. Naruto. Yep. So they continued sailing until they reached the shore. They got off the boat and began their journey towards Tizuna's house, but on the way something stopped them. Off screen. Kushina. I think they are traveling very well. Minato. I believe it. Tsunade. And from what I see, here eats that drunken wine god. Hashirama. Although try that drink, if it is as described it must be good, don't you think? Madara. I'd bet it's good if that's how it's described. Jiraiya. I'm surprised that guy ascended to god being a demigod. Orochimaru. Surely some tournament like the Chunin Exams, he would say without worrying too much about the subject. If they ascended, why wouldn't the gods do it if any of them started their life as a demigod? Hearing the fragment, many remained silent, but it revealed the vengeful nature of the gods. They only hoped that Naruto would not be so vengeful. Zagrias. I hope you prepare to see it, thought the fallen god. Myth. It seems like problems are just starting. Kakashi. Yes, and we're going against a fog swordsman. On screen. Kakashi. Down everyone, he shouted. The giant sword passed over them, getting stuck in a tree and revealing a ninja on top of the sword. Kakashi. Wow, apparently it's Zabuza Mamachi, a lost ninja from the village hidden in the mist, rank A, nicknamed the Demon of the Bloody Mist. Zabuza. Kakashi of the Sharingan, right. It's a pleasure that someone who has copied more than 1000 jutsus knows about me. Kakashi. If you're our opponent, I think I'll have to use this, placing his hand on the part of his ninja bandana that covers his eye. Hearing this, Sasuke looked at Kakashi, surprised by what Zabuza was saying, as the silver-haired man had a Sharingan without being an Uchiha. Zabuza. That's very bad, but you'll have to hand me over to the old man preparing for the fight. Hearing this, Kakashi positioned himself in a battle stance, while his genins were bewildered, and Naruto directed his hand back towards the quiver. Kakashi. Everyone in defensive position. The four of them got into a defensive position, while Naruto aimed his bow. Kakashi. Guys, I leave Naruto in charge, I don't want you to interfere in the battle, and Naruto, wherever you can, get Sakura onto Sephiroth and leave with Tizuna. Naruto. Hi. Zabuza. I am honored to see the Sharingan that everyone is talking about. Sakura. What is the Sharingan? Everyone talks about it, but I don't know what they're talking about. Sasuke. The Sharingan is a power that lies in the eyes of the Uchiha. Whoever uses this Taijutsu is able to see through any Jinjutsu, Ninjutsu and Taijutsu. Zabuza. You're right, kid, but the Sharingan is more than that. It can analyze the opponent's technique down to the smallest detail, and then copy it, he would say, starting to draw hand seals Kurigaku no Jutsu. At that, after the jutsu, a large fog began to rise, obstructing the view. Off screen. Kakashi. Will I be so well known in the future? Incredible, I guess he would say with his characteristic personality. Madara. And for not being an Uchiha, you handle that Taijutsu very well, praised the strongest Uchiha. Kushina. You left Naruto in charge. Habarama. I doubt an archer could beat a swordsman. Tsunade. From a distance, probably. Jiraiya. He'll beat him if he hits him. Orochimaru. Kukuku, and I doubt he'll beat the demon hidden in the mist. Minato. Take care, son. On screen. Naruto. Shit, he would say, putting away the bow and arrow, this is getting difficult. Sakura. Wouldn't it be better to wait for hand-to-hand combat? She would comment with a kunai in hand. Zabuza. When I was in the Mist Village Assassin Command, I got information from you and wrote you in the book of the guys I want to face, and I also wrote this the man who has copied more than 1000 techniques, Kakashi the copy ninja. Sakura. Is Kakashi-sensei such a strong ninja? She thought. Sasuke. I don't understand, the Sharingan is something that manifests in some Uchihas, could it be him? He thought. Zabuza. Alright, let's stop talking. I have to kill that old man, but first I'll have to finish you off, Kakashi. Taking his sword that was embedded in the tree and jumping into the water. Sakura. Is it floating in the water? Naruto. No, it's chakra management at a level higher than ours. Kakashi. Zabuza belonged to the elite of assassins, with a silent assassination technique, and as the name indicates, he is capable of finishing you off at great speed and without you hearing a sound. It is possible that you are dead before they realize it, and I will not be able to use my Sharingan correctly because of the mist, so do not let your guard down, if you make a mistake you will die. Sakura. He's very calm for what we're going through. Naruto. Sakura, concentrate the mist and calm down, he would order, putting the shield and spear in defensive form, in a phalanx shape. I wish we were more. Sasuke. You can do the shadow clone. Naruto. It's a good point, he would comment, making the seal cage bunshin no jutsu, he would exclaim, taking out 15 Narutos. We will defend this. Clones. AU. Sakura. That was unnecessary. Naruto. Sasuke, if it gets complicated, take the builder. Sakura. We won't leave you. Sasuke. Are you sure? Naruto. 50. Zabuza. 8 points. Sakura. What do you say? Zabuza. Larynx, spine, lungs, liver, neck, head, and heart. Which vital point would you prefer to be pierced? Kakashi began to emit an intense killing intent. Sensing this, Sasuke began to tremble, but Naruto placed a hand on his shoulder to calm him. Kakashi. I will protect you, you must not be afraid. Off screen. Minato. Well, they're not doing badly at all. Habarama. But not so good either. Hashirama. They are caught between admiration for their sensei and seeing what he will do and their duty to defend the client. Jiraiya. A phalanx. I would say surprised to see 15 Narutos of a known jutsu. Habarama. So use my cloning jutsu for that. Kakashi. Wow, I didn't know he would emit so much killing intent. Orochimaru, Tobirama, Madara and Hiruzen. That's nothing. Myth. Although it is good to know that no one leaves. Tsunade. That's what Kakashi teaches them. Kakashi. Anyone who breaks the law is trash, but anyone who abandons a friend is worse than trash. Minato. Who would have thought that you would apply that more than a Beto? I would say seriously. Kushina. It's really sad. On screen. Naruto had his clones form a double file formation, leaving Sakura, Sasuke, and the builder in the center. Zabuza attempted to disappear and reappear in the center, but his sword, the Kubikirabacho, one of the 7 swords of the mist, collided with Naruto's shield. Zabuza. Apparently you have a brat who is not useless, he would say, being pierced by the blonde spear, dissolving into water, revealing himself to be a clone. Zabuza would appear next to Kakashi, cutting the aforementioned in half, but he would dissolve in water. Zabuza. When? Kakashi. Don't move, he would say, appearing again behind Zabuza, pressing a kunai on his neck. Zabuza. So you copied my water clone technique when you gave your speech and made me talk so I wouldn't notice. I must admit you're good, but you know you're not that easy to beat, he commented, appearing behind Kakashi and hitting him towards the water. Sakura. Sensei. Sasuke. Damn, his hand-to-hand techniques are very strong. Zabuza. Goodbye Kakashi, he would say, tracing hand seals Surum no Jutsu. Kakashi. Shit, I trusted him, I didn't think he would be that strong. Zabuza. And now I'll kill them, he would say, tracing hand seals Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu. The clone would move away from the original towards the phalanx that pointed its weapons. Sasuke. Dope. Naruto. Have Sakura and Izuna ride Safiro. Sasuke. Sakura, you must go with the builder. Sakura. What? But Sasuke-kun and Naruto. Sasuke. Naruto will want to buy time, and I will help him double that time, just protect the builder. Sakura. Sasuke-kun. Sasuke. Take the shinobi profession seriously, and I might be interested in you, he would say, helping the old man up. Sakura. Hi, she would affirm while getting on the horse. Sasuke. Your friend said to leave. The horse would neigh as it set off towards where Izuna led it, followed by his escort, Castor and Arcas, supporting the pink-haired girl. Off screen. Minato. Not bad, he would say, seeing his son's defense. Jiraiya. And it seems the others don't know what to do. Kakashi. I should have been a better sensei. Hiruzen. You should have seen it coming, I'm the professor and I didn't read between the lines of a client's mission. Hashirama. Confidence is good, Kakashi-san, but it's usually a downfall in the middle of a fight. Madara. It's true. Orochimaru. Kukuku, it seems that Haddock is too confident. Kushina. What will they do what? Myth. All three of them should have gone with the builder. Kakashi. They plan to release me. Jiraiya. I'll point out that your animals are very loyal, huh? Tsunade. It's true. On screen. Zabuza. You three wear headbands, like ninjas, but a ninja is someone who has been through life or death situations several times. In short, you can call yourselves ninjas when you appear on my list of people I want to fight. Naruto. What a shame, I don't aspire to be a ninja, I aspire to be better. Zabuza. Oh dreamer, who do you aspire to? Naruto. To the best warriors that humans of the past had. Zabuza. Enlighten me. Naruto. Achilles, Ajax, Hector, the Mysticals, Callisto, Leonidas, all of them warriors in their own right, did not depend on having chakra since they were born before the sage, but they had something better. Zabuza. They sound intimidating if you want to compare yourself to them. Naruto. They were the best, they had their courage, their pride as warriors, as well as the sweat of their brow and the strength of their backs. Zabuza. Let's see how much. Helios. You are strong but don't abuse it, Achilles' curse has its weak point Naruto, I advise from inside. Zabuza's clone would launch himself against the blonde, who would send his clones against him in a charge, but the clone with an R of water jutsus would take them off, remaining face to face with the original, beginning the battle. Naruto is Hector, and Patroclus is Zabuza without a shield. Zabuza's sword and Naruto's shield collided several times, surprising Sasuke who was going to help Kakashi, making the emo boy surprised. Naruto was good only when Zabuza broke the blonde spear and he unsheathed his sword, making the clone fall apart with 3 slashes, the black-haired boy would come out of his stupor. Naruto. Let's help sensei. Sasuke. He's leaving me behind, but he's not strong enough to take revenge, his motives are different, I'll have to see his motives, he thought, surprised and determined. Kakashi and Zabuza were surprised. Kakashi knew why Naruto was so exceptional. The Achilles curse. Naruto was born with it, which raised his battle abilities to a maximum level. He only had one weakness, the same as the one whose name bears the curse. Zabuza. Not bad brat. Naruto. You know life without belittling whether you are a ninja or not, it is difficult, but that does not mean you have to live it like a coward, running away from it, he would say hitting his shield with his sword, I will wait for you. Kakashi. Naruto. Sasuke realized the situation and decided to distract the missing nin to free Kakashi. At the same time, Zabuza sent several water clones to stop the blonde, but he didn't count on the emo boy being close behind him. Sasuke threw a pair of shurikens, drawing the rogue Kirinin's attention and causing him to lose focus on his jutsu, allowing Naruto to hit him with his shield. Kakashi. Well done to both of you, you worked as a team, now I'll take it launching himself against Zabuza. Minute 1048 onwards, I'm not going to narrate the fight. Off screen. Madara. Both of them are determined to fight I would say, recognizing those brats for that. Hashirama. Yes. Hiruzen. Curse of Achilles. Zagrias. It's a blessing or a curse, depending on where you look at it, it takes its name from its first bearer, the hero Achilles, of whom you will surely see more later. Minato. Could you explain it? Zagrias. Gladly. The Curse of Achilles is a sort of divine blessing granted by immersing a person in the waters of the river Styx, the river that carries the dead to the underworld. Anyone who bathes in those waters would become practically invulnerable to any physical harm. Swords, arrows, fire, nothing could harm them. Orochimaru. That doesn't sound like a Kukuku curse I would say tempted. Zagrias. However, the curse has its weakness, as it anchors a fatal point, which will vary for each bearer. Achilles's was his heel. Even so, the physical pain will still be felt. Well, you won't be burned by fire, you will feel the pain you would feel if you were burned, without needing the wound. Achilles' curse is not only physical, but could also have emotional implications, such as increased hyperactivity, along with problems concentrating or relaxing, sleep problems, in addition to generating a certain dependence on the curse. Jiraiya. I see only one carrier that would explain the small number of people who could have had it. Tsunade. But Naruto was never submerged in those waters, how come he was born with them? Zagrias. Blame the old women for fate, not even cows understood that detail, but it was never given importance, since without anyone knowing before the Chunin exams, Naruto seems to have lost her. Kushina. I have an idea of who tied her up. Zagrias. Oops, spoilers. Madara. Leaving that aside, I must admit that the brats played it well and the boys' fight with the ninja was interesting. Hashirama. Yes. Minato. And Kakashi, despite your fight you're getting rusty. Kakashi. sorry, sensei. On screen. After a long fight, 3 senbon needles would bury themselves in a tired Zabuza, giving him an apparent death, while a masked man came out of a tree. He seemed to be an Anbu, a hunter. He carried the insignia of Kurigakure no Sato, while he waited patiently for Kakashi to check the renegade shinobi. Masked man. Your fight ends here for now, I must go deliver the corpse since it is full of secrets. If you'll excuse me, I appreciate you weakening it. After that, the masked man would retreat in a gust of air, while Kakashi decided to return with Tazuna, who due to Sephiroth, was returning to the area. Kakashi. Very well, we have to take Tazuna home. Tazuna. Sorry for everything kid, but now let's go rest at my house. Before Kakashi could even walk, he fainted. Naruto caught him before he hit the ground. Sakura. Sensei. Naruto. I have him, he would say, holding him back. It's a feint. Do you think you can carry him, Sephiroth? He would ask the horse, who would give a neigh confirming it. Okay, Sasuke, help me. As if he were a sack of potatoes, they would place Kakashi so that his head was not facing downwards to prevent blood from flowing to the brain. Sakura. Mr. Tazuna, we follow you. Tazuna. This way. Off screen. Jiraiya. Just in time, an Anbu hunter from Kiri. Hiruzen. And doesn't it seem suspicious to you that he didn't join the fight? He would say, narrowing his eyes. Minato. Something's wrong. Kakashi. At least they care about me, he would say with a bit of sarcasm, seeing how they carried him on the horse. Kushina. Oh come on Kakashi, you love them, she would say smiling. On screen. Azuna led them down the village path, which seemed dead in life. The people were devoid of any signs of vitality, as if their lives had been extinguished. The children tried to fish or gather something to eat, but they were content to chew on tree bark. Naruto didn't like that. Sasuke. There's more joy at a funeral. Naruto. Can you blame them? A tyrant is whipping them with an iron fist. So they continued on their way to Tazuna's house, which was facing the waters. They laid Kakashi down on a kind of futon, indicated by Tazuna's words. Naruto. What do we do? Sasuke. We should probe. Naruto. I'm faster at Sephiroth. Sakura. Go, she would say resignedly, just be careful. Naruto. We are a team, and until my heart stops beating, I will be here to fight by your side. Naruto would mount his horse and leave the house as he headed toward the village. Upon reaching the village, he would dismount and see a pair of children chewing on almost dry tree leaves. Naruto. I won't leave you alone. Naruto, while the group of children watched him, would touch a tree from which an abundance of fruits would begin to grow. From the bushes and low plants sprang vegetables and greens, transforming hardship and poverty into an abundance of food. A fearful boy approached Naruto, but the blonde boy smiled gently and extended a piece of fruit. As he took a bite, the boy began to cry with happiness. He hadn't eaten anything in days, and the fruit quelled his hunger a little. With that, the other children approached the area, and those who were already satiated ran home to find a basket to take food back to their families. Helios. If I didn't know you, I'd say you were Hescha's son, said the son to the blonde. Naruto. I can see that you went through the same thing as me, and even worse, he replied. I won't stand by and do nothing while others suffer. Off screen. Kushina clenched her fists in rage, as it reminded her of what the Uzumaki must have suffered after Yuzu fell. At that, Minato placed his hand on the Redeed's shoulder in a sign of support, which calmed the potential beast. Hiruzen. When I return, I will send a team to kill Geto, and I hope there are no people from the village involved. Zagrias. If it's worth anything, Danzo is the one who allowed Geto to reach the wave, isn't he, Orochimaru? Orochimaru. Why deny it anymore, he would say smiling. I was part of that cover-up. Geto used his influence to get boys and girls with Kekkei Genkai that Danzo used for the root and surely still does. Minato. Hiruzen. Jiraiya. Sensei, I don't want to tell you what you should do, but… Tsunade. Simply put, you must kill that mummy and that's it. The problems it's causing in the future will bring down the village. Hiruzen. Yes, he would say without further ado. There was no turning back his former partner, so he just had to proceed. He just hoped there were no more things that Danzo had done. Myth. Your son Kushina is a good person. Kushina. Yes, my baby is such a noble and good soul. Minato. Despite everything, you are humble. Madara. The opposite of being a god. Tsunade. Hestia must be a big-hearted goddess for Helios to compare to her. Zagreus. You have no idea, he would say smiling. Hestia is and always would be the kindest and best goddess of all Olympus. On screen. At Tazuna's house. Kakashi was resting on a futon in one of the rooms in Tazuna's house. Sakura. Miss Tsunami, sensei woke up, he would say, calling a woman. Kakashi. Wow, I think I used my Sharingan too much. Tsunami. Are you okay, sensei? Kakashi. I won't be able to move for a week, but after that, yeah. Tsunami. If that's the case, it's better not to move for a while. Sakura. The Sharingan is impressive, but it consumes too much chakra, which is something you should take into account. Kakashi. Sorry. Sakura. Okay, but sensei, the masked boy, who was he? Kakashi. He was an Anbu from the Mist Village. Anbu are ninjas specialized in erasing any trace of a ninja's existence. A ninja's body contains a great deal of information, such as jutsus, medicines that have been used on them, or important information about the village they come from. For example, if I were to die, they would study the secret of the Sharingan. In the worst case, all my techniques and the Sharingan would be stolen. Sasuke. At least he's dead, he said while Kakashi looked at him, isn't it? Kakashi. I think it's true, something that doesn't fit is that the Anbu hunters destroy the body on the spot, but this one didn't do it. Sakura. He could have done it later. Kakashi. Yes, well, he works with Zabuza. Sasuke. So. Kakashi. That masked boy took Zabuza, if he had been dead, it would have been enough for him to take his head, and the other problem is with the weapons that the boy killed Zabuza with. Sasuke. They were just long needles. It can't be. Kakashi. Aha. That's it. Izuna. What are you talking about? Kakashi. Possibly Zabuza is alive. Sakura. Oh no. Kakashi. Now what about Naruto? Sasuke. Went to do a survey with Sephiroth, left his wolves. Sakura. But sensei, how is Zabuza still alive? Sasuke. The wounds didn't seem lethal, but they were to the neck and you confirmed his death. Kakashi. You're right, but he was only in a state of near death. The weapon used by the ninja chasing him has a low fatality rate unless it hits a vital point. Most of the time, they're used in acupuncture or medicine. I estimate he'll be out for a week. Sakura. Sensei during this time to prepare while unable to move. Kakashi. I'll train them. Sakura. Wait a moment, even if you train us it won't be of any use, after all Zabuza is a ninja with whom you and your Sharingan had problems. Off screen. Kakashi. Oh, he would say looking at the woman that must be Tizuna's daughter. Kushina. It's clear she's a good mother. Myth. Yes. Listening to what Kakashi was talking about with his ninjas, Madara recognized what he was saying about the Sharingan without being an Uchiha. He had experience and knew that a Dijutsu transplanted to a person who did not have it would drain too much chakra, whatever the Dijutsu was. Minato. He's right, he would say upon hearing what Zabuza said. The point where he hit Zabuza wasn't something vital. Tsunade. Yes, that was at a pressure point where it stops the heart for a while, but it doesn't kill you. I would say gaining attention, the heart at that point continues beating. What that point does is send information to the brain, that is to say there is a nerve there, which informs the brain that the heart is beating. If that flow is interrupted it causes fainting, but it doesn't kill you. Everyone would nod to what the doctor said, while they continued listening until they stopped at the training. Minato. I hope you don't train them like I think, because I will really grab you like you were my son and spank you so you learn. Kakashi. Yeah, I'd say scared to think, I think I should. Kushina. Girl, can you stop being useless? Myth. Yes, you're embarrassing us, you shitty fangirl. On screen. Tiled. So what if they get better? Izuna. Inari, where were you? Inari. I'm back grandpa, he would say approaching Izuna to give him a hug. Tsunami. Inari, thank these ninjas who protected and brought your grandfather home. Inari stares at Sasuke, Sakura and Kakashi for a while. Inari. Mom, they'll die. It's impossible for them to beat Gato. Sakura. Don't worry, we'll be your heroes, smiling at him. Inari. A hero? You look like an idiot thinking like that. Sakura. The heroes. Inari. They are the first to die. He would exclaim, leaving the room. Thug. What a shinobi, a male voice spoke as he approached the boy. On the outskirts of the house Naruto would arrive while looking out the window, so with his bow he would approach very stealthily, tightening the string. Off screen. Madara. Oh, a child, he would say sarcastically. Hiruzen. What he must have lived through broke him. Jiraiya. I hope the Gaki can fix that kid, since that thought will only get him killed for opening his mouth where he shouldn't. Tsunade. He told the girl and it seems that it was too soon, her time had come. Orochimaru. What he said has no truth, even if we were classified as heroes, we are not. Madara. I affirm that. Hashirama. Sadly, we all have blood on our hands, so being a hero as such, as that idea that is sold, does not suit us. Kushina. I'm sorry kid, she would say seriously. She didn't like how the kid expressed himself, but she wouldn't scold him like that without seeing anything else. Kakashi. And Naruto arrived. Minato. I have an idea of what he will do to her. The mercenaries have no honor to see a civilian like that. On screen. Ugh. Well, I'll have fun with her, he would say looking at Tsunami, and you guys will look, and oh, what do we have here, he would exclaim looking at Sakura, but first he would say trying to grab Inari. Naruto. Hey pig. Bully. Eh. Naruto would put an arrow in his eyebrows at short range, killing him. Naruto. There's a reason I hate pigs. You're fine, he would comment, bending down to the boy. Inari. Why? Why did you do it? Cat. Naruto. Come on, let's go outside. Inari would follow Naruto, while the blonde was silent. Naruto. You know, you remind me of myself. Inari. And that would be. Naruto. I grew up without parents, they died when I was born. Inari. But you lived in the village, right? Naruto. Yes, but you don't tell something, the villagers where I live tried to kill me twice. Inari. But it's supposed that inside the villages they treat people well, that nobody. Naruto. I used to think that, he would comment, sitting down, while the boy did so, and the others listened secretly. I used to think that people would look up to me, they would let me be Hokage, and they would stop looking at me badly. Inari. What happened? Naruto. I gave that up because I know one thing. If the world turns against you, and despite having the right and necessary friends, don't let them see you down. If you give them that pleasure, they'll continue to bury you, insult you, beat you, and even curse you. Inari. I see that you think like me, heroes don't exist. Naruto. There is no clear definition of a hero. Inari. What do you mean? Naruto. What is a hero for some, is a villain for others. I'll give you the example of my father, he is considered a hero in Konoha, but in Iowa he is the worst villain, the unspeakable one because of what happened in the war. Sakura. Sensei, she whispered, who is Naruto's father? Kakashi. The yondaime whispered resignedly, this must not be said, because Naruto has a target marked on his forehead, thanks to that hair and his father's enemies outside the village. Sasuke. He's more pissed on by dogs than I am, he whispered, seeing his partner's problem, because the blonde is hated by the village, and on top of that he has his father's enemies after his head. Inari. You're different from the others, you know. Naruto. That's what the kids told me. Inari. I see, it was you, she would comment, smiling. Naruto. Well, let's go back, your mother must be worried. Inari. Sure, by the way. Thanks. Naruto. You're welcome. So, the two headed to the house where everyone was waiting for them. Inari apologized to Sakura for yelling, and she accepted the apology. Meanwhile, Kakashi talked with Naruto about his training, since what they would do tomorrow would be resisted by the blonde, who already knew it and didn't want to do it. Screen turns off. Kushina. That's it. Cheered, that's my boy, mom is proud. Minato. Not bad, son, he would say nervously. Myth. Not bad, kid, a little meat to calm your Uzumaki fury. Hashirama. Up close it's extremely lethal. Kakashi. Artemis raised him very well, too well. Seeing that Inari was going to reprimand him, those present stayed listening to what Naruto said to the boy. It was a pleasant conversation between the two, but they understood each other. Minato strangely felt somewhat strange, knowing that his son was giving him a perspective on him. He knew personally that he was no saint and that Iwa hated him greatly. Hiruzen. I should have waited until I was 18 to know that, although well, he can defend himself better than I expected, and he's not alone. Jiraiya. Although, well, I hope the pink-haired girl keeps the secret. Madara. The Uchiha will keep it, the other. Kushina. Knowing the mother dog, possibly not. Kakashi. And Naruto doesn't want to know anything about Shinobi, why did I have to leave Anbu to be a sensei, he muttered under his breath. Zagrias. If you want, you can leave now, walk around the place until the next reaction. Saved by Jiraiya, the group got up and headed through the area, determined to rest and process what they had seen. Zagrias. Anything worrying you, Jiraiya? Jiraiya. I took the Book of Leda and the Swan, but there are things I don't understand because of the language. Do you think you can? Zagrias. Where are you? Jiraiya. I got to the part where Leda laid 2 eggs, one of which gave birth to Helena and Pollux, and the other to Castor and Clytemnestra. Zagrias. I understand, what do you want to know? Jiraiya. I'm interested in the 2 boys, it's for my novel, he would say, smiling. Zagrias. I can't tell you much since it's something we'll eventually see, but I'll tell you in general terms what those 2 were. Jiraiya. Please. Zagrias. Castor and Pollux were 2 heroes of Greek history, brothers by mother, but both different by father, Castor being the son of King Tyndareus, and Pollux of the god Zeus. Jiraiya. That god is quite a Casanova, huh? Zagrias. You have no idea, would say, causing interest in Jiraiya, but continuing, they were heroes who were known for their many skills and feats. Both brothers were exceptional riders, mastering the art of horsemanship and mounted combat. Their horses were considered sacred and gave them a great advantage in battle. Castor was a skilled swordsman and hand-to-hand fighter, while Pollux stood out for his strength and his boxing skills. As children of Leda, who was closely related to the sea, the Dioscuri were excellent sailors. They participated in many expeditions and adventures, such as the search for the Golden Fleece alongside the Argonauts. They are credited with founding several cities, such as Dioscurias in the Black Sea. And after their death and ascension to the firmament as the current constellation of Gemini, they were considered protectors of travelers and those in danger. Urea. I see, it's not everything I wanted to know, but it helps, thank you, he would say gratefully before leaving the place. Zagrias. Don't worry, I would say to see the sky how much you have all been forgotten, you who have done feats that today would be easily admired and tried to replicate with this energy. Greek Heroes 1. Zagrias lamented the loss of memory of many heroes in human history, not only those belonging to Greece, but also those from different cultures. Some were barely remembered by people in the land of iron, after all Sasaki Kajiro or Akita Sauji were few names that in a samurai-oriented country would not be easily lost. His lament was noticed by several, especially by Mito, who along with Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya and Kakashi were returning from their rest to at least accompany Zagrias in his reflection. Sitting in silence, willing to accompany him at that moment. The others slowly approached, trying not to attract too much attention from the ancient fallen god, while Madara looked at the sage with different eyes. After all, from what he heard, he was a complete hypocrite. The Kyuubi, asleep, enjoying his peace wherever he is in the area, after all, you can't leave the place. Kurama, on the other hand, was trying to think of another plan, given that the man himself was a fanatic about order and control, but nothing he did was going to work. The place where they were was not Konoha, it was not a village where everyone like sheep follows a shepherd. Hashirama simply watched as his brother dropped all traces of what once characterized him in the public eye, while Hiruzen understood who Tobirama's most faithful apprentice was, and that being Danzo. Zagrio. I see you're back. Kushina. That's right. Minato. We saw him a little alone so we decided to accompany him. Zagrias. I appreciate the gesture. Hiruzen. I see you were thinking, I guess it's because of all the forgetfulness that Hagoromo caused. Zagrias would just nod since it was true, causing the others to fall silent. Madara. I'm curious to know what creatures lived with humans in the past. Hashirama. Me too. Zagrias. Well, it's the least I can do, he would say, using his power so that the screen would reflect a new stage of creatures, turning on the same, but showing flaws. Hashirama. It seems something has gone wrong. Zagrias. Sadly, it seems there is no data now, but perhaps there is some data on demigods and heroes of the past. Minato. I would like to see it if it is not a bother. Kakashi. Same here, I guess. Zagrias. Good, he would say, sending his power to the screen. On screen. Adonis. Adonis was born under tragic and extraordinary circumstances. His mother, Murra, had been the victim of a curse that caused her to fall in love with her own father, King Cinyras. Upon discovering her act, Cinyras attempted to murder her, but the gods intervened, transforming her into a myrrh tree. From her trunk was born Adonis, a child whose beauty was so astonishing that he seemed to have been sculpted by the hands of the gods themselves. His golden brown hair shone like threads of sunlight, his deep, intense blue eyes evoked clear skies, and his skin seemed lit from within, reflecting the vitality and spirit of a young life full of promise. When Aphrodite, goddess of love, beauty, and desire, discovered the child, she was deeply captivated. Fearing for his safety, she entrusted him to Persephone, goddess of spring and the underworld, locking him inside a chest that was then entrusted to her care. Upon opening the chest, Persephone found little Adonis and, moved by his fragility and perfection, decided to raise him under her protection. Persephone, with her serene bearing and maternal tenderness, assumed the role of mother to Adonis, educating him in the arts of the earth, farming, and observing natural cycles. In the tranquil underworld, protected from the ambitions of others, Adonis grew up surrounded by an environment where life and death coexisted in harmony. Under Persephone's care, Adonis grew into a vivacious young man, endowed with a natural elegance that radiated in his every move. The goddess treated him like her own son, teaching him not only about farming and the seasons, but also lessons in patience, wisdom, and balance. Thanks to this nurturing, Adonis developed a noble and grateful character, which made him not only a beautiful young man, but also a charismatic and deeply human figure. When he reached adulthood, his beauty again attracted the attention of Aphrodite, who sought to claim him for herself. This dispute between the two goddesses reached Zeus, who decided that Adonis would spend part of the year with Persephone, part with Aphrodite, and the rest would be his. Although Aphrodite introduced him to the pleasures of hunting and passionate love, he always maintained a special bond with Persephone, whom he viewed as a maternal figure who had nurtured and protected him in his formative years. Finally, his tragic end came when, ignoring Aphrodite's advice, he confronted a wild boar during a hunt. Mortally wounded, Aphrodite rushed to his side but was unable to save him. Where his blood touched the earth, anemones sprang up, flowers that symbolized the ephemeral beauty and fragility of life. Despite his brief time on Earth, the memory of Adonis remained an eternal symbol of youth, love, and rebirth, while his upbringing under the guidance of Persephone ensured that his legacy was imbued with wisdom and gratitude. Off-screen. Myth. Adonis. Kushina. I won't lie, it's beautiful, but in what parts does it not fail? Minato. I won't lie, he's a beautiful guy. Madara. So the mortal man who fell in love with two goddesses. Tsunade. Although her origin is somewhat sick. Hashirama. And a goddess who fell in love with him is the same one who cursed his mother. Hiruzen. What a turn of events. Kakashi. That boar is not normal. Zagrias. I see you noticed. Aburama. A jealous divine lover. Zagrias. That's right, Ares was Aphrodite's lover, so when he found out that she was with a handsome young man he let him go. The problem was that when Ares saw the young Adonis, he became enraged because he was somewhat feminine in appearance, so for that reason he turned into a boar and killed him. Tsunade. Jealous. This says that gods tend to be guided a lot by their emotions. Jiraiya. I think without fear of being wrong, the best goddess is Hestia. Zagreus. I support you on that, Mr. Jiraiya. On screen. Perseus. Perseus was born into a context of prophecy and tragedy. His grandfather, Acrisius, king of Argos, had received a dark omen from the oracle at Delphi. His grandson would be the cause of his death. Fearful, Acrisius imprisoned his daughter Danae in a bronze tower to prevent her from having children. However, Zeus, the king of the gods, fascinated by Danae's beauty, who possessed hair as golden as wheat and a gaze as bright as the sky at dawn, transformed himself into a golden shower to join her. From this union was born Perseus, a child whose destiny was marked by glory and danger. When Perseus was just a few years old, Acrisius, horrified to discover this, threw him and his mother into the sea inside a chest. They were saved by Dictys, a humble fisherman who took them in on the island of Seriphos. There, Perseus grew up to be a brave and strong young man, with a physique that reflected his divine lineage. Hair as black as night, deep blue eyes full of determination, and an agile, muscular body, characteristic of his training since youth. His spirit was as lively as his appearance, filled with youthful vigor and a noble heart that resisted injustice. At age 16, when King Polydex, the tyrannical ruler of Seriphos, attempted to force Danae to marry him, Perseus bravely resisted. Polydex, seeking to rid himself of him, challenged him to bring back the head of Medusa, the most dangerous of the Gorgons, whose snake-like hair and petrifying gaze had doomed countless victims. With the help of the gods, Perseus set out on his quest armed with a helmet of invisibility from Hades, winged sandals from Hermes, and a mirror-bright shield given to him by Athena, the goddess of wisdom, whose bearing reflected a stern, divine beauty. The confrontation with Medusa, a being of terrifying magnetism, took place in her lair, surrounded by petrified figures, evidence of her deadly power. Medusa, whose skin was as hard as marble and whose eyes radiated a dark menace, was sleeping when Perseus cautiously approached. With the help of the reflection in his shield and guided by the voice of Athena in his mind, the young man managed to decapitate her with a single blow from the sickle he carried. From Medusa's blood were born the winged horse Pegasus and the giant Chrysaor, children of her union with Poseidon. Perseus returned triumphantly to Seriphos, where he freed his mother from Polydec's yoke by petrifying him with the head of Medusa. After numerous exploits, including the rescue of Princess Andromeda, who would become his wife, Perseus became one of the most legendary heroes of antiquity, a symbol of courage, cunning, and the strength of a young man destined to change the world with his actions. Off-screen. Kushina. What a strange way to be born. Hashirama. Golden shower. Aburama. That Zeus hasn't forgiven anything or anyone. Madara. He is a sick god. Myth. At least the boy lived long enough and Hera didn't attack him. Kakashi. Wow, facing Medusa as a teenager just to protect his mother from an idiot. Tsunade. And defeat Cetus on the way back, taking a wife in between. Minato. Without a doubt, a great example to follow. Hashirama. It also seems that it had a good ending. On screen. Theseus. In the sunny region of ancient Greece, Theseus was born to King Aegeus of Athens and Aethra, a woman of extraordinary beauty and gentleness. From a young age, Theseus displayed unusual strength and agility, inherited from his divine lineage by Poseidon, who also claimed paternity over him. With dark curly hair, deep green eyes that reflected his determination, and a body that grew stronger with every workout, Theseus grew up with the appearance of a young man destined for greatness. Despite his youth, his brave and daring spirit was evident to all. When Theseus was around 17 years old, Athens lived under the shadow of a tribute imposed by King Minos of Crete. Every 9 years, 14 young Athenians were sent to the labyrinth to be sacrificed to the Minotaur, a fearsome beast, half man and half bull, born of a cursed union. With dark brown fur covering its sturdy human torso and a bull's head with sharp horns, the Minotaur was an embodiment of brutality and fury. Theseus, determined to free his city from this curse, offered himself as one of the tributes, displaying the bravery that already defined him as a hero. The labyrinth, designed by Daedalus, was an intricate and suffocating underground maze of stone walls and endless corridors. Before facing the Minotaur, Theseus received help from Ariadne, the daughter of King Minos. Delicately beautiful and radiant, with golden hair and curious eyes, Ariadne gave him a ball of magic thread so he could find his way back. An immediate bond developed between them, a mixture of gratitude and a young, impulsive love. Inside the labyrinth, Theseus faced the Minotaur in a fierce battle. Despite his youth, his training and strength allowed him to dodge the beast's brutal attacks. Armed only with a sword he had hidden in his robes, he managed to harness the Minotaur's blind rage to strike at the opportune moment, ultimately destroying the creature. His victory not only marked the end of the sacrifices, but also cemented his place as one of the great heroes of his time. Theseus, with Ariadne at his side, escaped from Crete and returned triumphantly to Athens. However, his story didn't end there, as his subsequent decisions and adventures secured him a place in history as a cunning leader and peerless warrior, whose actions would continue to resonate in the memories of mankind. Off-screen. Madara. Interesting. Myth. Mortal father and a god who claims to be his father. Zagrias. Considering that it could be considered an infidelity on her part, the mother would have been killed if in those times they had not known divine wrath. Bikashi. Athens' tribute to Crete. Why did it happen? Zagrias. As I recall, it was due to the assassination of King Minos in Athens during games between the two cities, all caused by jealousy of their rulers, among them King Aegeus. One thing led to another and Aegeus hired assassins to kill King Minos' son, which came to fruition and led to a war in which Athens called for a ceasefire that ended with a group of 7 maidens and 7 young men having to be given as sacrifices to Minos every year, who threw them to the Minotaur. Leonardo. I see. Pearson. And the boy was very brave, that gives me great respect for him. Zagrias. Had an affair with a queen of the Amazons, and they had a son named Hippolytus who consecrated himself to the goddess Artemis swearing eternal chastity, but then he married another woman, who was in love with her son, Hippolytus, and the boy not reciprocating that, was accused of something he did not commit, which included the grape of the woman and Theseus, in an act of blinded fury, banished and repudiated him. Bikashi. That's it. Minato. That's falling low, the first thing Theseus should have done was believe in his son, not his wife, his blood would have more validity. Madara. What if the boy's story had been a lie? His decision was between a sword and a spear. Pearson. It wouldn't be easy. Kushina. And with Ariadne. Zagrias. There are many versions, one of which is that he abandoned her on an island after she became separated from the group and Theseus believed she was dead. Whatever the version, she ended up becoming the wife of the god Dionysus. On screen. Jason. In the lands of Iolcus, Jason grew up as a young man destined for greatness, though his destiny was marked from the start by danger and betrayal. The son of Aeson, the rightful king of Iolcus, he was taken from his family as a child when his uncle Peleus usurped the throne. With a face defined by a strong jaw, light brown hair that fell in messy waves, and amber eyes, Jason exuded a blend of youth and charisma. Despite his inexperience, his noble bearing and giftedness earned him the respect of many. Peleus, fearful of a prophecy that foretold his downfall at the hands of a man with only one sandal, sent Jason on a seemingly impossible mission. To bring back the Golden Fleece, a symbol of power and divinity, from its safekeeping and distant Colchis. At just 20 years old, Jason took on the challenge, assembling the Argonauts, a group of exceptional heroes. Among them were Heracles, the giant of prodigious strength and imposing muscles. Orpheus, a young, dark-haired musician with a dreamy gaze whose music could enchant even wild beasts. And Atalanta, a huntress with athletic elegance and determined eyes. The journey to Colchis was a test of ingenuity, endurance, and courage. At every port, Jason demonstrated his leadership prowess, not only in combat, but also in his ability to inspire his comrades. His youth was evident in his face, still unstained by time, but his actions spoke of a maturity born of the need to claim what was rightfully his. In Colchis, Jason confronted King Aetes, a stern man with eyes that burned with the intensity of a ruler who brooked no disobedience. Guarded by a dragon that never slept, the Golden Fleece was virtually inaccessible. However, Medea, the king's daughter and a sorceress of bewitching beauty and danger, became the key to his success. With her night-dark hair, deep-set eyes, and lips that hid both promises and threats, Medea fell in love with Jason and used her magic to help him. Jason managed to obtain the Golden Fleece and escape with Medea and the Argonauts. His victory not only marked the fulfillment of his mission, but also led him to an even more complex destiny, intertwined with decisions of love, betrayal, and power. In his youth and courage, Jason left an indelible mark as a leader, adventurer, and hero who defied the impossible. Off-screen. Bikashi. Oh, that's the guy Naruto was reading at the team presentation. Minato. Seeing that, I'm glad I don't have a brother. I would say seeing that Jason's uncle overthrew his father. Hashirama. I don't know what you're complaining about, mine is a bitter one. Habarama. I heard you. Madara. Mine is dead. Myth. And I see that he fell in love with the daughter of Eats. Zagrias. That woman was crazy. When Jason realized it, it was when she, out of jealousy, ordered her own sons to kill a supposed lover of his, and then she killed them both in front of Jason. On screen. Orpheus. In the valleys of Thrace, Orpheus was known not only as a man of extraordinary beauty, but also as a musical prodigy. His face was a mixture of gentleness and strength, with a defined jaw and lips that seemed made for singing. His dark hair fell in waves over his shoulders, and his eyes, as deep blue as the sky at dawn, were always full of melancholy and passion. Son of the muse Calliope and the river god Aegus, Orpheus inherited both divine grace and an unsurpassed talent for music, capable of moving not only men, but also beasts and the gods themselves. Orpheus found his true love in Eurydice, a young nymph whose beauty was comparable to that of the flowers she tended. Her skin was luminous, her green eyes recalled the forests from which she came, and her laughter was like the song of a crystal-clear stream. The two shared a bond so pure that they seemed like two souls destined to be together since the beginning of time. However, tragedy struck when a snake bit Eurydice, taking her prematurely to the realm of the dead. Unable to accept his loss, Orpheus descended into Hades, armed only with his lyre and his determination. In the underworld, his melodies echoed with such heartbreaking sadness that even Persephone, the queen of the underworld, was moved. Persephone, with her night-black hair and a beauty that blended the warmth of spring with the austerity of death, persuaded her husband Hades to allow Orpheus to take Eurydice, under one condition. He must not look at her until they were both out of the underworld. Orpheus ascended the dark halls of Hades, guided by the sound of Eurydice's footsteps. But just before he stepped into the light, doubt and fear overcame him. Turning around, he saw his beloved vanish like a broken dream, doomed to remain forever in the shadows. The loss of Eurydice left Orpheus in a state of perpetual melancholy. His music, once joyful and lively, became a lament for his lost love. Despite his tragic fate, Orpheus continued to play his lyre, leaving an immortal legacy. His music lived beyond its time, a testament to the power of love and art, capable of defying even the laws of the gods and death itself. His story became an eternal symbol of devotion and sacrifice, remembered by all who have ever loved. Off-screen. Urea. Oh, a great musician plunged into a great tragedy. Minato. And despite death he remained loyal to her. Kushina. Romantic, but how did she die? Zagrias. He was killed by some nymphs, since he always rejected them in his pain, so they killed him in revenge. Hiruzen. And about them? Zagrias. As far as I know, Apollo punished them for killing his son. Hashirama. A great love between two people. After those words, the room was filled with a hubbub of opinions coming and going, trying to sound convincing about what they saw, cheering Zagrias up a bit, at least among the living in the territory, the legacy of the past could live on. Chapter 12. Everyone was talking about what they'd seen, debating, some with a little more enthusiasm than others, highlighting certain aspects. Madara, as always, weighed the pros and cons of fighting them, focusing mostly on Heracles, since he seemed like a good candidate to give him a good run for his money. Urea. And of all of them, I see that only Perseus had a happy ending. Tsunade. Pure tragedies, that's what awaits most heroes. Hashirama. It's not as if in our era, shinobi who place themselves in villages as heroes and legends don't have their tragedies. Madara. Everything must be balanced, just as there is joy, there is sadness, and it's the same the other way around. Zagrias. I wouldn't have said it any other way, Mr. Madara. Hiruzen. It's true, but at least we can remember them for what they were, knowing their sins so as not to commit them today. Minato. Although most would surely have sinned with some similar action. Kushina. Yes, but oh well. Kakashi. I hope if we keep watching the mission it won't go so badly. Urea. You think so? Orochimaru. Knowing the rumors of that old man, just wait for something bad to happen, Kukukik. Zagrias. I think we're ready, right? Habarama. I don't like seeing these things, so by putting them up after all you leave us no choice. Myth. You are actually the only one complaining, and if you think I will return to the pure world to be at peace as it was without any action, you are wrong. Zagrias. The public demands it, he would say, raising his hand and sending an orb of power to the screen. Minato. That was it. Urea. I didn't know the Rasengan did that. Zagrias. I took the idea, then I'll give you the payment for the copyright. Minato would simply laugh quietly, since he didn't expect that, but if he was blessed, he would gain something no matter how small, and hopefully it would be stamina, since his Kushina wants more children he was going to need it. On screen. It was morning in the land of waves, and its inhabitants woke up with the same heavy burden as always. Work and pay every last cent of the day to Gato's thugs. They prayed it was all it would be, as the thugs often ended up raping a random villager in front of her husband, boyfriend, father, brother, or other relative. As for the children, they went to the same place where the blonde had given them food, finding his secret hiding place. Hidden from the tycoon's thugs, they managed to bring some joy to the people, but they also caused them some worry. At Tazuna's house. Team 7, except for Naruto, was waking up from their nap and having some breakfast. Tsunami, despite not having much, had put what little she had into feeding her bodyguards. Kakashi. Good. Tsunami. I'm sorry it's not enough. Kakashi. Don't worry. Tazuna. Cat is strangling us more and more. At that moment, Naruto walked in carrying a dead deer. His chest and clothes were covered in blood. Inari, who had come in with him, was also quite dirty and covered in blood, but overall, he looked cheerful. Tsunami. Inari. Kakashi. Naruto. Sasuke. What a dope. Naruto would leave the deer in the kitchen while crouching down in a sign of respect to Tsunami. Naruto. I know you didn't have anything, so I got up early to go hunting, and since I saw Inari using his crossbow, I decided to take it with me. I know it's not much, but I hope it helps. Tsunami. I know it may not be much, but the thought counts, and I'm glad you're both okay. Sasuke. Dope, how do you hunt? Naruto. Since I was 8 years old, in addition to using a bow and arrow with my knives. Sakura. Does he want me to be interested in him? He hasn't called me Sakura-chan in a while, she thought. Naruto. Well, I think I'll change a bit and wash up. Oh, I already had breakfast. Kakashi. Go. Off screen. Kushina and Mito clenched their fists, remembering the news of how Yuzu was left and if there had been any survivors on the island after the fall of the Uzumakis, so seeing that made them imagine worse things. Kakashi. Even though it's little, I think she really shines. Tsunade. She is a good woman and mother. Kushina. I can't argue anything against that logic. Minato. And Naruto, I would say, surprised for not seeing him until I saw him enter the house with a dead deer. Hashirama. It's a nice gesture. Madara. He also took the boy, who would say that the future god of hunting would have his first follower. Hiruzen felt somewhat annoyed upon hearing that position would be his grandson's, but he decided to leave those thoughts aside. Why the hell did he think that if he accepted that Konoha on screen was a follower of the blonde, but that another one took the place of his blood, made him feel strangely jealous. Kushina. At least she'll go wash. Kakashi. Yes, hygiene on missions is important, and seeing this, why do I feel like I'm going to feel very proud? Minato. There are 2 of us, he would say, somewhat intrigued. Jiraiya. My perverted senses are at their peak. On screen. Naruto retreated to Inari's room as the boy had offered to let him sleep with him. He took out his chiton and a cloak that crossed his torso to dress. Then, he left the house with his bow, quiver, and hunting knives, heading toward a nearby lake. Upon arriving, he scanned the perimeter a bit and not noticing anyone, he decided to strip off his clothes, leaving himself naked, and jumped into the water to cleanse himself of the blood of his hunt. Due to his upbringing with Artemis, Naruto emanated an aura and scent that drove all the nature spirits crazy. As he refreshed himself in the cold, crystal clear waters of the lake, he didn't notice several nymphs, drawn by curiosity to see him and by his charming scent and aura, approaching. Nymphs are female nature spirits, often associated with a particular location or terrain. They represent the creative and nurturing activities of nature and are depicted as beautiful maidens in many works of literature and painting. Naruto noticed her presence and tried to cover his private parts. Artemis had warned him that, as a teenager in puberty and a young virgin god, his scent and aura would drive the female nature spirits mad and they would do everything they could to take his chastity. However, for him, there was only one person who would have that honor. Despite having covered himself, he was caught by 4 of them, while the 5th and final nymph tried to arouse the young god, moving provocatively and rubbing his manhood. Due to puberty and his hormones, Naruto was slowly giving in to the idea of abandoning his chastity there. After all, he was a boy. However, faithful to the teachings of his mother Artemis, he resisted as best he could until the arrival of his savior. Kakashi, noticing that he hadn't returned, arrived and, seeing the scene with the nymphs, they fled in terror. Kakashi. That's my student, he would say, wiping away a tear of pride. Naruto. They almost raped me, Iro-Nison. Kakashi. So? You'd leave your childhood there and become a man. Anyway, get dressed. I doubt you'd want to go naked, even though you're very used to it. Naruto. Yes, I'm coming, he would comment, putting on his chiton and cloak. Off screen. At first, they didn't say much when they saw that Naruto would bring extra clothes to change into. After all, that was a relatively normal thing to do. However, things became tense when, as soon as Naruto stripped and jumped into the water, a significant number of young women came out to see the young blonde man. Kushina. What do they think? What do they think those cradle robbers are doing? She would say, wanting to defend her son. Minato. That's my son, he would say with great pride in his thoughts. It wasn't suicidal to say that in front of an upset Kushina. Kakashi. My student and son of my sensei, he thought proudly watching Naruto being taken by women. Jiraiya. That's my godson. He would say smiling with a perverted and proud face. Orochimaru. History will only remember you as a failure, my friend Kukikuku, he would say, moving away. The sound of knuckles cracking and popping was heard behind Jiraiya's back, so the Sannin turned around very carefully, only to be grabbed by Mito's chains and hit hard by Tsunade and Kushina. Kurama. I've heard of those nature spirits, no doubt the Gaki is very lucky, I can't wait to take over his body. Aburama. It is admirable how you resist. Orochimaru. Kukikuku, but he's in puberty, so that will make him fall, the hormones are naturally activating. Madara. Sadly. Hashirama. I can attest to that. Hiruzen. And a hero arrives, he would say looking at Kakashi. Kushina. What a great teacher you are, she would say, hugging Kakashi to thank him for not desecrating her son. Kakashi. Yes, he would say, being squeezed to think later. As an adult, you are an idiot, we could have made him debut. He mentally scolded himself. On screen. They both arrived at the area where Team 7 was, where Sakura saw Naruto's face quite suspiciously when she noticed a kiss mark on his neck. Sasuke. It suits you well, dope, he would say noticing the outfit. Naruto. Thanks, it's quite comfortable. Kakashi. Well, I'll teach you how to walk in the trees. Sakura. But. Naruto. Sakura, have you done it without hands and walking vertically without falling? Sakura. Well no, that's impo. Kakashi had even started walking up the tree on crutches until he was upside down. Sasuke. Will you do it? Naruto. No, they know that I hate the shinobi life, although I have to be one out of obligation. Kakashi. Then give us some cheering music and then you train your way. Naruto. Okay, he would say taking out a flute. Thus they would begin to practice climbing trees with their feet, while Inari joined Naruto's side, admiring how he played the flute. Violin is also a flute, use your imagination. Sasuke and Sakura were a little more motivated by the music, while Kakashi, watching out of the corner of his eye, noticed how Naruto's attraction was generating among the nature spirits. Even satyrs made themselves visible and danced to the music. Kakashi. It's surprising, I would say, to think about it later, it's incredible, the spirits of nature, satyrs, naiads, melides, nymphs of fruit trees, dryads, as well as a couple of nereids, are very attracted to him and his music, although the unholy looks of all female spirits do not inspire confidence in me. Sasuke. Ow. He would complain falling to the ground. Sakura. Sensei, I did it. Kakashi. Okay, now practice it until it comes naturally, until it comes out without you thinking you'll do it. Naruto. I'm going to practice. Inari. Ito, you teach me how to improve with a bow. Naruto. Of course. Thanks to Inari's quick thinking, Naruto saw that the boy had brought a makeshift target along with his crossbow and a bow that was about to break. Since the deer's sinews were about to be destroyed by tsunami, Naruto took them and used them to reinforce the boy's bow. After lightly burning them with fire and cooling them with water, the bow was ready. After lunch, Naruto took the boy to the area where Tizuna worked, while Kakashi trained and watched over them. Using the lessons Hinata had given him on bow use, Naruto taught the boy how to shoot. Off-screen. Kushina. Oh, how handsome my baby is, he takes after his mother, she would say proudly. Minato. Son of a tiger, he would say with pride. Jiraiya. I wonder how many women he will make full before him, after all the Hyuga girl has her at her feet. Hiruzen. Wait a moment, he would say thinking about what he had just heard. Tsunade. You took a genin team on a mission. Hashirama. Without teaching him about trees and chakra control. Kakashi. No yet, he would say whispering the last thing. Orochimaru. Kukikuku, I'm surprised he's a good shinobi if he's a terrible teacher. Aburama. Doesn't he want to learn chakra control? Who does he think he is? Kakashi. Music is something important, he tried to defend his student. Aburama. Nothing of the sort, you give the order and he must obey it without question. He stated firmly. Those words would resonate deeply with many, but hearing Naruto's tunes while the team trained threw everyone off. Jiraiya. He does have talent. Myth. Satyrs and many nymphs. Hiruzen. The boy makes them come out and dance to his music. Tsunade. And without the need for wine. Zagrias. Naruto has a very high musical ability, on par with Orpheus, he commented. Madara. And leaving that aside, it seems he will train in his own way and take the child. Hashirama. although the bow repaired it in a strange way. Zagrias. Before the plant fibers of bows, the tendons of animals that humanity devoured to survive were used, so he used that method. Kakashi. Surprising. On screen. For nearly 7 days, they were taught tree climbing. On one of those days, a effeminate man caught the blonde's attention and he stealthily moved alongside his wolves. Naruto noticed the boy gathering flowers and medicinal herbs and mentally thanked his uncle Apollo for the teachings. He sent Arcas with a message for Kakashi and followed closely behind the effeminate man as he entered a cave. Zabuza. Are you ready? Boy. Yes, Zabuza-sama. Zabuza. Okay, I hope you're ready with this. Boy. It will be. Zabuza. I want you to go and kill one of those brats Gen and Haku, will you? Haku? Yes, Zabuza-sama. Naruto didn't listen anymore and left, meeting Kakashi on the way back, telling him about the situation, but… Haku? So you heard me, I'll have to kill you anyway, I'm sorry it's like this preparing a kunai. Naruto would pull out his hunting knives, a silver blade shining like moonlight, long enough to slit someone's throat. Haku would lunge at Naruto, while Kakashi pulled out a kunai, but Naruto with his blades would be faster, causing the boy to bleed from his mouth. Minute 0.53. Haku? Yuck. Kakashi. Naruto, are you okay? Naruto. Yes, he would answer, removing the boy's daughter. Haku. I'm sorry, Zabuza-sama, I failed you. Haku would fall dead on the spot as Naruto and Kakashi carried him away, placing him in an area with his eyes closed. Sasuke. Who is he? Sakura. Do her clothes look like him? Kakashi. He's the hunter who took Zabuza, worked for him, and tried to attack us. Naruto. What do we do? He would ask, cleaning the leaves of Haku's blood. Kakashi. The most important thing is that we take care of Tazuna and his family. So after that day, Team 7 began to train a little harder, as Zabuza wasn't the easiest situation. There was still no Geto. That's why, on the 7th day, Kakashi decided that Naruto would stay at home practicing hunting and archery, while the rest headed to the bridge with Tazuna. Off-screen. Kakashi. And we go to a time skip. Hashirama. In 7 days many things can be done. Aburama. Yes, and it seems you sent the boy to follow a hunch. Minato. The hunter Anbu ha. Kushina. And it seems that Naruto is not one of those who hide. Hiruzen. They came face to face. Minato. Daggers. Jiraiya. And it seems to be very lethal with them, I would say, seeing the moment Naruto killed Haku. Myth. I feel like there will be a brutal bloodshed. On screen. At home. Tsunami was washing the dishes. Thanks to Naruto and Inari's hunting and the powers of plant and vegetable growth, they had eaten their fill over the past few days. The food was so plentiful that they had leftovers for a long time. Tsunami. I hope this gets better, she would say, sighing, but a hand would cover her mouth. Ugh1. SHHH, calm down, darling. He whispered, covering the woman's mouth. Bully 2. This he would say, taking out his member. You are going to enjoy it, little one. 2 thugs infiltrated the house silently, intending to grape and then kill Tsunami to send a message to Tazuna about the bridge. However, they didn't count on Naruto, and a boy sensing something was wrong entered, seeing the situation. Naruto, following the advice of his mother Artemis, seeing a rapist, something he deeply hated, took out the blade she had given him when he took out Hephaestus at a request. The thug was about to penetrate the woman when a jet of blood came out of the area of his member, causing her to scream in pain. Thug 2. Bully. Who was it? Who was the wretched monster who did this? Naruto. Your worst nightmare, she whispered from behind as she stabbed him in the chest with the hunting knife, killing him. Thug 2. Es wait, he would beg, crawling in fear. Please just see Kun, we were following orders. Naruto. I was always at the mercy of guys who followed orders, he would say, burying the knife in his head. Inari. Mom, seeing the aforementioned in shock. Mom. Are you okay? Tsunami. Yes, I'm fine, it's just the scare. Off screen. Hiruzen, Hashirama and Madara would have an angry reaction to what was shown on the screen, given that they were guys with a certain level of honor. Mito, Tsunade and Kushina began to emit a strong murderous instinct when they saw what those 2 guys wanted to do with Tsunami, while the rest watched this seriously. However, upon seeing what Naruto did, many were frozen, since by inertia the males, including Zagrias, covered their manhood in terror. Kushina. That's it, Naru-chan, mom loves you. Tsunade. That's Gaki. Myth. Prove that you are Uzumaki. Jiraiya. MHMHMHMHMHH, he muttered under his breath, and his translation is crazy women. On screen. Naruto headed into the room and put on his breastplate, removing his cloak and leaving the chitin on his private parts. He put on his calf guards, placed his sword at his waist and his helmet, then headed out to his horse. As he mounted, Inari handed him his shield, asking him with a look to save his grandfather. Naruto nodded and, spear in hand, set off for the bridge. On bridge. Izuna and Team 7 had arrived, but something had happened. The workers were tied up and the fog was so thick they could barely see their friends or allies beside them. Kakashi. Protect the builder. Zabuza. Kakashi, today your genin die. Kakashi. What are you talking about? Zabuza. Someone killed my partner, he would say annoyed. I will take revenge by killing them, but you will live with the stigma of not having been able to save them. Sasuke's fear and shock of emotions would awaken the Sharingan with a blade. Sakura. Sasuke-kun, she would say, holding a kunai in her hand. Your eyes. Kakashi. Calm down. Zabuza. Wow, the Uchiha brat activating it for the first time, you know, you're a disappointment, waking him up late. I don't understand how Itachi didn't kill you. Kakashi. Huh? Zabuza. Oh yeah, information flies in the books. Bingo, Itachi Uchiha, defector of Konohagakure no Sado, Uchiha prodigy, threat level S, perpetrator of the Uchiha massacre. Blah blah blah. Zabuza. You were taking too long. I'm surprised the hidden demon of the bloody mist is so talkative. Kakashi. Aoi Rakusho, so the leaf defector with the rain headband. Off screen. Minato. Naruto is going there and the situation is not good. Kakashi. Say it like you don't have a Miss Swordsman going crazy for killing his protege or partner. Kushina. It seems that things are going wrong there. Madara. Did the Sharingan just wake him up? He would say with a somewhat disappointed tone. Habarama. 12 years old and Sharingan. I remember many Uchiha awakened it at a younger age. Hiruzen. They were different circumstances, master. Tsunade. I will support the brat in something, they should stop comparing him with his brother, as if he should be the shadow. Myth. That's the worst. Kushina. Fugaku team will surely have said it. Kakashi. Aoi Rakusho. Isn't that one of the new genin? Hiruzen. And I see that he will desert, but why? Zagrias. That is something I cannot reveal. There are things that must follow their course, they are called canon events, and even if they are told they will happen no matter what, so there is no point in preventing them from happening. On screen. Sakura. Who is he? Kakashi. Aoi Rakusho, thief of the sword of Nidaime Sama. Zabuza. I can handle. Aoi would treacherously bury a kunai in Zabuza's throat, killing him, while losing his life, watched this with fury. Aoi. You're expensive, Zabuza, Gato asked me to kill you, didn't he, boss? Pat. Indeed, he would comment, appearing surrounded by 50 thugs. Aoi. What do you order, boss? Pat. Kill them both and leave the girl, you'll pay me a good price for a virgin. Aoi. Howard. Ga. He would say to be cut by a spear in the chest, ending his life. Kakashi. Until you arrive. A neigh was heard as the thugs, on Cat's orders, threw themselves at him, but a skilled rider was killing them at the gallop of his steed. Minute 2.36. Off screen. Habarama. So he stole my sword. Hashirama. Sadly. Kakashi. And Gato attacks from behind. Hiruzen. I hate those guys. Minato. He's not the only one. Kushina. It always happens if they are rich guys who refuse to lose a penny. Jiraiya. And it seems that Naruto is arriving. Tsunade. Killing a traitor in the process, who would have thought? Hashirama. A spear to the chest. Myth. What a good aim. On screen. Naruto proved to be a skilled rider and knew how to fight from horseback. The thugs who charged at him were cut down by his sword. Eventually, he approached the dead Aoi and took the spear from him, killing 2 more of the tycoon's thugs. Kakashi and a bewildered Sasuke joined the fight, eliminating the remaining ones. Of the remaining thugs, 10 fled in terror, while Gato tried to crawl away. Naruto dismounted just as Inari arrived with the village armed with torches, tridents, shovels, and pickaxes, demanding Gato's head. Sakura. Naruto, your arm, she would say, pointing to a cut. Naruto. Oh, it's nothing. Sakura. Come on, she would comment, taking out some bandages. You must be more careful, she would scold, bandaging the blonde after applying some disinfectant. Naruto. I know. Pat. No, please don't kill me, I'd beg for mercy by escaping. Naruto. Do you want me to do it? The people would cheer yes. Loudly, so Naruto, with the approval of Team 7, especially Kakashi, would give him the go-ahead. Pat. I'll give you whatever you want, please. Naruto. What do you offer? Pat. Money. Naruto. No. Pat. Fame. Naruto. No. Pat. Women, please have mercy. Naruto. No, he would answer, annoyed. You are a pig, not even beings like that deserve that you compare yourself to them, damn disgusting being, besides I am not going to kill you. Pat. Thank you, he said, relieved. Naruto. I said I wouldn't kill you, not that you would live, he would say to look at a child making a sign to him. Kakashi. Are you sure? Naruto. Yes, I would answer to add in whispers, it is so that he sees that revenge will not return anything. Kakashi. I understand. Inari from the crowd approached as the poor tycoon remembered that child. Off screen. Jiraiya. What a carnage. Kakashi. Yes, and I'm surprised by the work I'm going to have with the psychology of the first death. Kushina. Well, at least Gato was alone. Minato. What would you do without your thugs? Madara. Without them, he is certainly a pathetic being. Seeing that Naruto was seeing a crowd of villagers and encouraging them to define the tycoon's destiny, Jiraiya closed his eyes, since as a pacifist, he did not like to see these things. Habarama. He offers him so many things and he rejects them, but he won't kill him. Why? Hashirama. Something is planned. Tsunade. But why give the decision to the child? Orochimaru. Kukikuku, so you want to prove something. Kakashi. But for Sasuke. Minato. Will show that revenge will not give him anything back. I don't know if that will serve as a lesson, considering the boy is a child. On screen. Pat. No, please, he cried for mercy and clemency. That child reminded him of a certain man he had killed in the past. Inari would take Naruto's sword, so with his nod he would approach. Pat. Please, I'll give you whatever you ask for. Inari. Bring it, he whispered. Pat. What? Inari. Bring him back. Bring my dad back. Bring every one of us you murdered and ordered executed. Pat. I can't do it, but please have mercy. Inari was no longer willing to listen to the man, so he drove the sword inch by inch into the man's chest, while the magnate's life flame was extinguished. Inari. For my father, he would say, turning the sword. Inari then collapsed in tears while Naruto hugged him, as if he were a younger brother seeking comfort from his older brother. Kakashi. What will we do with the bodies? Naruto. We must burn them. Sakura. What? Sasuke. And that. Naruto. We don't know what will happen in the future, but we know that the second one devised a technique capable of bringing the dead back. Kakashi. Ito Tensei, that's true. Sakura. But how, the dead? Kakashi. To do that technique a tissue or blood sample is required, which is why it would be a good idea. Off screen. Seeing what Naruto did to Inari and seeing how he fell into tears, Minato and Kushina understood why their son wanted to do it, since it taught a strong lesson. Madara. Now what will they do with the bodies? Hiruzen. Cremate them. Hashirama. That makes some sense. Habarama. So they will be cancelled so that they can be used in the future with my technique. Orochimaru. Kukikuku, that's ingenious, he would say between hisses. On screen. Hizuna. What do you need? Thus Naruto would explain what was necessary for the funeral, so in a short time, with wood and dry straw, they managed to create the funeral altars. With the help of Kakashi and Sasuke, given Sakura's disgust at touching a dead person, except for Aoi, whose head was removed and sealed in a scroll, the three male members of Team 7 placed coins on the eyes of the dead. Sasuke. Dope, what are these? Naruto. Drachmas, it's the payment for the ferryman. Sakura. Who is the ferryman? Naruto. He is the one who takes souls to the afterlife, to the underworld, where those who enter will receive a judgment according to what they did in life, and given their sins, it will be determined where they will spend the rest of eternity. Kakashi. Do you know anything about the trip? Naruto. Yes. Sakura. Tell us what it's like. Naruto. After entering hell, the deceased will head to the banks of the river Styx, the river that surrounds the underworld and which was crossed aboard the boat of Charon, the ferryman. On the other bank, the soul will meet the guardian Cerberus, the three-headed dog that prevents the deceased from leaving their realm and prevents the living from entering, and the three judges of the underworld, Rhadamanthus, Minos, and Aeacus. The souls encounter three rivers of ill-fated memory. The Acheron, or river of affliction, the Phlatanus, or burning river, and the Cocytus, the river of laments. After the three judges render their verdict, the souls of the righteous are taken to happy places like the Elysian Fields or the Isles of the Blessed. If you are found guilty of wrongdoing, you will be sentenced to spend eternity in the second part of the underworld, the fields of punishment. Sakura. There's something else, she said fearfully. Naruto. Yes, the third and final part of hell, Tartarus, a place of eternal torment, the place where the worst evils have been imprisoned by the gods. Sasuke. I see. Kakashi. We must proceed. Naruto would take a torch as well as other members and proceed to burn the niches of Haku and Zabuza, where the latter carried the sword he once wielded. Naruto. May Lord Hades receive them in the afterlife, and may they reach the place they should. Off screen. Seeing what Naruto did and the explanations he gave, many remained silent since it was a good ritual, and in Orochimaru's case, he frowned since it left standing a way to counteract anyone being used with Ito Tensei. Minato. Without a doubt, a great culture. Kushina. Yes, and I hope the Charon guy is a good guy. Zagrias. He's a first-class miser. Hiruzen. Still, the path of the dead is a good journey to know your destiny after death. On screen. After the funeral, 2 days would pass during which the village, with the help of the workers and shinobi present, would build the bridge connecting the island to the mainland. With the bridge now complete and inaugurated, it was time to leave. Naruto was saddling Sephiroth, while Sakura and Sasuke were preparing their luggage. Kakashi. Okay, everyone ready? All three? Yes. Inari. Wait, would say appearing with the people. Naruto. Inari. Inari. Do they really have to leave? She would ask sadly. Naruto. Yes, we must return to our village, he would comment, caressing the boy's hair, but that doesn't mean we won't see each other again. Inari. Do you promise? Do you promise you'll come back? Naruto. Yes, I wouldn't be in Uzumaki if I broke promises, and he would comment while going to Sephiroth and taking something out. I carved it myself, this is the mark of our promise. Inari. Thank you, and I will train with her, I will become strong. Naruto. I'm counting on it, he would say, getting on the horse. Kakashi. It's time to go, team. Sakura. See you. Sasuke. Goodbye. Naruto. ±1/2 macron. So, Team 7 departed from Nami, while several village members threw white rose petals at them and shouted their thanks. At the same time, Sasuke was thinking about something. Naruto had allowed the boy to take revenge, but instead of seeing it as satisfying, he saw it as empty. They were trying to get him to understand something, and they were succeeding. Inari. What shall we call him? Tazuna. The Great Tazuna Bridge. Inari. No. Tsunami. What about the Great Whirlpool Bridge? Inari. Yes. Inari's pav. It hurt to see them go, but here we are, watching them walk across the bridge. Well, we discussed what to call it. I would have liked to suggest the Great Naruto Bridge as its name, but we wanted to do it this way. The whirlpool represents the Uzumaki more than Konoha, that's what my grandfather told me, and Naruto, one of our saviors, was in Uzumaki, despite not having that blood-red hair color, but there he was resplendent with blonde hair with flashes of sunlight. They fought and gave us back something we lost, our hope to see a better future. Screen turns off. Kushina. And they're leaving. Kakashi. Well, part of a journey is its end. Hiruzen. And it seems that the boy will have something. Madara. Already gained a follower. Hashirama. It's also a nice gesture. Habarama. And now the name. Mito and Kushina. The Great Whirlpool Bridge. They would exclaim, surprised and happy. Madara. Uzumakis. Habarama. Crazy. Hiruzen. It's a nice gesture. Minato. They gave them back hope, that's a very good thing. Tsunade. Yes. Jiraiya. I feel proud. Zagrias. You can go to rest, I will call you to react later. Without waiting for a response, those present would nod their heads and retire to rest in the area. Chapter 13. Everyone was scattered around the place enjoying their peace, and although many wouldn't admit it, they were starting to like staying there. Hiruzen was the one who enjoyed it the most, since even upon retiring as Hokage, he still had to sign paperwork, so it was better to be there than in the office, a fate that Minato was determined to avoid at all costs. He was recently elected, so for him there would be no other choice, he would resign from his position. He would resign from being a shinobi and go with his wife. Kushina had heard her husband talk about what he wanted to do, and she accepted it without hesitation. They didn't need to live in a village, just visit it from time to time, so she would decide to take her leave and go with her beloved, and her destination was the only place where they wouldn't be bothered, Yuzu. Madara was enjoying the place, though bored, he opted to read forgotten history, finding names that caught his attention, and upon returning to the pure world, he would ask for a fight. Lubu-Hosen, Raiden Tamamin, Rostam, Siegfried, Sigurd, Simurgh, and the list goes on. He even considered finding a monkey to fight. All names that marked a point in human history, something Hagoromo forced to be forgotten to make way for his era. It was when Hashirama was going to touch a book by a certain Asian that Zagrias called them so they could start over, so putting the book back on the shelf, he went with the rest to the place. Upon arriving, he chose to sit with his wife and granddaughter, while Tobirama stayed away like Madara, while Jiraiya sat next to Hiruzen and Kakashi next to his sensei and wife, leaving Orochimaru far away on his own, who was also not too far from his former mentor. Zagrias. I'm glad you're back. Kakashi. Well, that means we'll continue, right? Zagrias. That's right, so eyes on the screen, he would say, sending an orb of power. On screen. Hanahagakure no Sado. It had been a few hours since Naruto and his team left to accompany Tazuna, and at the Uzumaki residence, like every day, Konohamaru was being trained, just like Naruto, in the arts of Greece by Apollo and Eros. Artemis watched, remembering everything she experienced with her little one. His laughter, sobs, moments of fury, and their shared nightmares, which demonstrated the deep love a mother has for her son. Although they were Greek, Artemis raised him to be normal and not incestuous. She also taught him about his enmity with Aphrodite, which led the little blonde boy to use the same insult she did when the goddess of love spoke. With Konoha, the goddess remembered what she had experienced since she arrived. That boy, who proclaimed himself a rival to her son, seemed like a little crazy at first, but with all the training and the way he began to call Naruto, added to the fact that she knew he was an orphan, softened her heart. Although he was the grandson of the Sandaime, his parents, who were Anbu, died on a mission when he was only 2 years old. Artemis came to consider him as a son as well. She thought about how her hunters would have taken the fact that she was the mother of a son. However, those thoughts were interrupted when the presence of 3 old women chilled the blood of everyone in the mansion. Apollo and Eros knew who they were, so they treated the boy calmly and continued with their business. Artemis, Clotho, Lachesis and Atropos, the 3 old women of destiny. Atropos. It's good to see you again, Artemis. Lachesis. Even if your threat is shortening. Artemis. How much I have left by your side. Clotho. He will be with you until before they announce some exams. Atropos. I recommend that you stay with him as long as you can when he returns, and you will leave. Lachesis. Those are Lady Cow's orders. Clotho. In addition to sending us this letter, Iris will allow him and a friend to keep in touch, he will only have to use drachma to use it. Artemis. Thanks to all 3 of you for the heads up. Clotho. That's all, we're leaving. Atropos. Good luck with what's left for you. Lachesis. You must give him your domain before you leave. Thus, the 3 old women left, clearing the air of that icy presence. Apollo heard everything, and although he didn't show it, he was saddened inside. After all, she was his sister, and he was his family, along with Naruto. Off-screen. Hiruzen. Oh wow, a vision after they left for the mission. Kakashi. No doubt, that's good, and his grandson really becomes very loyal to Naruto. Hiruzen. Yes, he would say, not very convinced, but I'm glad that Artemis sees it that way, and not as good. Hashirama. A little crazy one, he would say, laughing a little. Minato. Although something is happening. Jiraiya. A presence that chills the heart. Orochimaru. So the Sisters of Destiny Kukuki. Tsunade. Is your time running out? Kushina. No please, my son will break, no please. Myth. We knew it would happen, just not how much. Aburama. So she will die, well, it was known that it would happen. Madara. Could you have a little more animal touch? He would say with a frown, since he could read the atmosphere. Hashirama. Losing a family member is always hard, very hard. Madara. Experience something we both have, my friend. On screen. 1 month time jump. Team 7 was returning to Konoha after a heavy mission, the 4 were at the gates of the village. Kakashi. Well, we're back. Naruto. It seems so. Sakura. I need to relax and do some training to improve. Sasuke. HMP, he said with a smile. Kakashi. Well, we will enter the village, he would say, looking at Izumo and Katetsu, the guards of the Leaf Village. Naruto. Those 2 don't change, he would say with a poker face. Kakashi filled out the village entry forms, while Naruto, with Kakashi's nod, rode on horseback toward the Hokage Tower. Kakashi and Naruto gave the report to Hiruzen, who, with a sad look, revealed something. Naruto. Gigi, what's going on? Hiruzen. It's Artemis, she started feeling sick a few days ago. Naruto didn't think twice. He ran out of the Hokage Tower and mounted Sephiroth, galloping at full speed toward the Uzumaki district. Kakashi, watching him, decided to go find Team 7 to support his teammate. Off-screen. Jiraiya. And we return to the time when Team 7 returns. Kushina. That pair must be kept away from the doors. Minato. I don't understand how they don't invade us with that security. Orochimaru. Seriously, those 2 would make it easy to bring in an army without any problems. Aburama. They must be punished. Tsunade. And Naruto finds out the news. Myth. I hope I don't get depressed. On screen. Uzumaki Mansion. Naruto went into full speed as heroes opened the gates to the compound. Naruto. What happened? He would say, getting off the horse. Heroes. She is sick, we don't know what it is, not even Apollo has been able to determine it. Naruto, upon hearing that, ran towards Artemis's room, where he found her lying down with a cloth on her forehead. Naruto. Mom. Artemis. My child, she said weakly. Naruto. I'm here, he would say, taking his hands. Artemis. I'm glad you are, but I think our time together is about to end. Naruto. But he would comment, trying not to let them see him cry. Artemis. Don't be ashamed to see you cry, she would say while moving a little. Come. Naruto would lie down next to his mother while she stroked his hair. Naruto. Just like when I had nightmares. Artemis. Yes, and that makes it good, she would comment, hugging him. Naruto. I thought this day would never come. Artemis. But you must be strong, and even though I'm not with you, I will always be by your side. Naruto. I know mom, although I would have liked to see you pampering my children, well you look like a grandmother, contradicting me when I scold them, despite the fact that you warned me several times about the mischief I did. Artemis. Hehehe son of the heart, stop crying, I will be by your side, and they will never hurt you again. Naruto curled up like when he was a child, while Artemis comforted and lulled him, until they both fell asleep hugging each other, transmitting the purest love of a mother for her son. Team 7 arrived at the mansion, where Apollo greeted them. They stood in the living room, waiting to see their friend, teammate, and student. The three felt their cheeks warm as they heard Artemis cooing to Naruto. Apollo was also greeted by Kakashi with a hug of comfort and support. They remained like that for a few hours, until Hinata, accompanied by Hiashi and Hanabi, and Konohamaru, who shed a few tears, joined them, while Hiashi and Hanabi supported those present. Finally, Naruto and Artemis woke up, smiling at each other, as she placed a loving kiss on his forehead. Then, at Apollo's request, everyone went inside to say goodbye. Artemis. Thank you for being my child. I would be grateful to begin whispering. I Artemis, goddess of the moon, the hunt, maidens, childbirth, wild animals and virginity, I give my domains to you my child. A silver flash emanated from Artemis and shot toward Naruto, who was receiving his mother's titles. This caused amazement in everyone present, while Naruto collapsed at the sight of the woman he could call mother, the woman who gave him love and comforted him in his darkest moments, leaving. Unbeknownst to him, he understood that when a god dies, they disappear and become nothing, living only in the memories of those who remember them. Artemis's body remained there motionless, waiting for her funeral arrangements before she finally left. Kakashi. Naruto, he would say, hugging his student. I'm so sorry. Sakura. I'm sorry, she would comment, joining the hug. Sasuke. Here we are friend, he would say, placing a hand on the blonde's shoulder. Konohamaru. Boss, he would say, hugging the aforementioned. Hinata. Naruto-kun, we're here, she would comment, hugging him. Let it all out. Naruto hugged Hinata tightly and let out his tears as best he could while she comforted her friend. Hiashi. I'm sorry. Off-screen. Tsunade, Mito, and Kushina would hug whoever was closest to them, like Hashirama and Minato, since this time, the screen was touching their hearts. None of them liked seeing Naruto cry. Minato clenched his fists as he watched his son suffer, while Kakashi watched, fully understanding the blonde's feelings. Hiruzen simply bowed his head out of respect, just as Hashirama and Madara did, while Tobirama and Orochimaru were the only ones who remained unaffected. However, despite everything, the surprise came when Artemis ceded her domain to Naruto, generating a bit of excitement. On screen. That day, news of the death of the leader of the Uzumaki clan spread. Many showed their respect, for she was a woman worthy of admiration, like few others. Tsumin Yuzuka, one of her few close friends, was deeply affected by her passing. However, despite the sadness, some wanted to take advantage of the situation. Danzō ordered his root Anbu to enter the Uzumaki compound and seize the body for Orochimaru's investigation. Furthermore, the civilian council celebrated the loss, as they could now determine the fate of the demon child. They began to hatch a plan to get rid of him, with the support of Koharu Utatane and Hamura Midokado. The funeral was announced, and the Uzumaki compound was open to everyone to pay their final respects. Hiruzen respected Naruto's decision to cremate her. During the ceremony, Danzō, who was present, ordered his Anbu to retrieve the body, making the ceremony difficult. The woman lay atop a pile of wood and dried grass, with 2 drachmas on her eyes. Hiruzen. Today we say goodbye to Artemis Uzumaki, one of the bravest and most determined women of our village, leader of a prestigious clan, mother, sister, friend. Danzō realized his root Anbu couldn't find the body. Then he saw Naruto coming up with a torch. The old man gritted his teeth, very annoyed at having failed to obtain an Uzumaki body before he departed to the other world. He watched the blonde as he spoke a few words. Naruto. Goodbye mom, I hope you can be happy in the other world, he would say, receiving the Hokage's nod. May Lord Hades receive you mom. Naruto lit the fire as everyone, dressed in black, said their final farewells. Smoke and flames rose into the sky as everyone watched intently as the body disappeared. A very annoyed one-eyed man left the ceremony, followed by his root Anbu. Only Kakashi Haddock witnessed Danzo's behavior, watching as the one-eyed man pestered and talked to those present. That bastard was up to something. Following the loss, Kakashi gave Team 7 a week to help Naruto grieve. Surprisingly, as the days passed, Naruto began to grow stronger and master what his mother had bequeathed to him. He displayed abilities to understand animals and detect virgin people, which was unusual. Furthermore, he could restore endangered or near-extinct populations and grant blessings of purity. His teammates were aware of these abilities, some of which seemed strange to them, but they didn't judge, as each clan has its own specific abilities. Off-screen. Hashirama. So they cremated her. Orochimaru. Kukuku, what a pity it can't be used with Ito Tensei. Jiraiya. Danzo. Hiruzen. What are you up to now, Danzo? Minato. That old man where he comes near my family. Kushina. I don't like it. Aburama looked at Danzo seriously, there were things that didn't seem right about his former student, maybe Zagrias was right about what he said about him, and that in the end he chose the bad over the worst, but that ended up being fairly good. Tsunade. Her abilities. Hashirama. Those are his god domains. Jiraiya. A god of nature. On screen. Time skip 7 days later. It was a new morning in the Leaf Village. Naruto walked to the kitchen to have some cereal for breakfast due to the obsession that Demeter, his Oba-chan, had instilled in him. He finished his breakfast, left his home, and locked it. He felt the presence of several of Danzo's rude Anbu, something that had become normal since he lived there, since the mummy had always been bothering him since he was a baby. He met his teammates on the bridge of training camp number 7. He arrived late, even though Kakashi hadn't arrived either. Unlike other times, Sakura didn't scold him. She simply greeted him kindly. She had decided to change her attitude. Although she would continue to be a Sasuke fangirl, she would take her shinobi life seriously. Sasuke had told her to take her career seriously, which excited her. Furthermore, Naruto had told her the story of the strongest and most feared women in history. The Amazons. They were warriors by choice, living in a matriarchal society where women lived alone, away from men and even the rest of civilizations. Although today they are a forgotten people, in past eras they were legendary. Sakura, knowing this, asked the blonde to teach her how to fight. Naruto explained what they would do and how, which caused her to blush. However, determined and resolute, she agreed to the conditions. Interrupting the others' thoughts, Kakashi spoke from atop one of the bridge's pillars. Kakashi. Hello, good morning everyone, I got lost today and… Sakura. Yes, make excuses that no one believes. Naruto. Sensei, what missions will we do? Will we continue with boring tasks that civilians can't do because their nails are damaged, or will we have real missions? Doing so many mediocre things bores me. Kakashi. Sorry, but we'll keep doing D-rank missions for the time being. Hearing this, the 3 genin were disappointed, but they only nodded slightly. After the talk, Team 7 spent the day on missions such as collecting trash from the river, walking dogs, and cleaning gardens. Once all the missions were completed, the 3 genin and their sensei walked through the streets of the village. Off-screen. Minato. It was a prudent time. Hiruzen. Yes, that's right. Kushina. Although well, the good thing about this is that pink-haired girl wants to train. Jiraiya. Amazons. Will they be like Nadeshiko's Kunoichis? Zagrias. Similar, but with the difference that they had their dark past. Hearing Kakashi's words and the missions, many frowned, since those tasks should not be classified as shinobi missions. Tsunade. The good thing is that girl realized that she needs to improve. On screen. Naruto dedicated himself to training Sakura, who was shocked by the changes she had to make, including her diet and, to her surprise, training naked, just like Naruto. He began instructing her in the Greek arts. Blushing and feeling embarrassed, Sakura began training and practicing discus, javelin, and boxing with Naruto and Konohamaru, who proved to be no joke and encouraged the Pinkat to continue getting stronger. Naruto and Hinata grew closer, to the point where they often showed affection and hung out as if they were more than friends, although without going too far with each other. They became best friends, almost boyfriend and girlfriend. They developed mutual feelings, sharing outings, games, and even practices. Hinata joined Naruto and Konohamaru in several training sessions, watching them spar naked. Although she blushed a little, she grew accustomed to seeing these 2 young Greeks training and sparring. After a while, Kakashi reassembled Team 7 at the training camp. He attempted to train them, but noticed how Sakura, one Sasuke's fangirl, was now taking steps toward becoming a warrior. The fruits of her Greek training were evident. She had become braver and had begun wearing leather armor, using a sword and shield, which caught Sasuke's attention. Kakashi, coming out of his stupor, decided to speak. Kakashi. Well, we'll leave everything for today. I'll wait for you here tomorrow at the same time. The 3. Yes, sensei. Sakura. Naruto, let's go train. Naruto. Of course. Sasuke. In that case I'll leave you. Sakura and Naruto improved their relationship to the point of seeming like siblings, although they didn't show that they cared for each other, they both had their pride. Off-screen. The Kunoichis present smiled at the development Sakura was having, although they blushed a little at how Naruto made her train, as did several males in the room. Kushina. I would like to see Mabuki's face, she would say smiling. Minato. You won't forgive her, right? Kushina. I was your crazy fangirl, so no. Jiraiya. And what an improvement that brat had, I would say, seeing the new clothes. It definitely deserved to be written in a sketchbook of a future Ichigo. I correct myself, a new story that does not follow the lines of Ichigo. Kakashi. Well, they made my job easier. Aburama. Both hate the shinobi life. What's next for the Uchiha too? Madara. I'd like to see that. On screen. Konohamaru. Boss. He would shout coming out of nowhere, sword in hand. Naruto and Konohamaru would clash swords while Sakura watched them. Sakura. Men are so stupid. The aforementioned. Quiet Amazon in training. Naruto. Hey little brother, who are they? Boy. I love factorial decomposition, I'm Yuden, he said, wiping his nose. Girl. I am the most attractive Kunoichi in the village, Mogi. Konohamaru. And with me they form. The three. Team Konohamaru. Sakura. Wow, they are good, she said sarcastically. Konohamaru. At least I wasn't a fanboy. Naruto. Konohamaru, some advice, run. Konohamaru looked a little lost by Naruto's words, but suddenly felt an immense killing intent behind him. He slowly turned his head until he saw Sakura, who was furious, sharpening her sword with her arm guard, with the veins on her head marked. Seeing this, Konohamaru ran away while Sakura chased him, determined to get revenge and make him suffer painfully. Naruto. These two, he would say, coming out behind to calm both of them down. Konohamaru didn't look where he was going because he was going to crash into a cat-like boy with makeup on his face. Konohamaru. Oh. Boy. Wow, looks like we have a little bastard, he would say, grabbing him by the clamies. Konohamaru. Hey, put me down. Boy. You crashed into me, now you'll pay. Girl. Hey Kankuro, put it down, you'll get us in trouble. Konohamaru. Put me down, catboy, I just bumped into you. Sakura. You better put the boy down. Kankuro. You don't order me around, bitch. Sakura. Call me a bitch again, she would say, unsheathing a sword, and I will cut off your genitals, slowly and painfully. Naruto would arrive on the scene seeing everything and would put his sword to the boy's neck. Naruto. Put it down if you value your life. Kankuro. Okay, he would say, releasing Konohamaru. Helios. A Jinchuriki with a poorly made seal is behind you, I advise you to help him, you know how they treat them, spoke the son. Off screen. Hiruzen. And it seems you appear back, my grandson. Tsunade. I think like the pink one. Myth. It's true. Madara. Don't think we're like that. Kushina. Some are, I would say, amused. Hashirama. Your grandson would do well to know where to talk, he would say amusedly. Orochimaru. That's a good insult, Kukuku. Jiraiya. And crashes into a transvestite cat. Hiruzen. So soon. He would say, seeing the arena insignia on them. Aburama. Sand ninjas in our village. Myth. The Chunin Exams. Minato. Interesting. Kakashi. Knowing me, I'm going to recommend them. However, upon hearing Helio's voice alerting them both as Kankuro lowered Konohamaru to the ground. Minato. A bad seal. Kushina. I hope it's not the Biju I think it is. Kurama. Oh, the Jinchuriki of the Tanuki idiot. Hashirama. Bad seal, but they're supposed to have good seals. Orochimaru. I think you're forgetting that the seals can be opened, and if someone is thirsty for power, they'll want to make the Jinchuriki use more of the Biju's power, so they'll interfere, affecting the seal. Jiraiya. Sadly and logically, everyone is treated as outcasts, except in Kumo, or at least that's what they say about the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. On screen. Naruto. Who are they? Girl. I am Sabaku no Tamari, we are from the village of Suna. Naruto. Honestly, as much as I would like to see how the dwarf solves his problems, he would say, squeezing Konohamaru's shoulder, I would like your effeminate companion not to approach him. Kankuro. Effeminate. Naruto. You don't wear makeup on your face. Kankuro. It's war paint. Naruto. If you say so, oh, and can you tell the Redeed next to my partner to come down? Sasuke. When did he arrive? He would say, going down and seeing the Redeed who came down in a sand shunshin. Tamari. Gaara. Kankuro. Gaara, I'm sorry little brother. Helios. Pretends to be friendly and fixes the seal with your essence, the son recommended. Gaara. You're bringing shame on the Kankuro village. Naruto. Don't worry, it's just a misunderstanding, he would say, extending his hand. Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara. Sabaku no Gaara, he would say, returning the greeting. Gaara felt a surge of energy that restored the sleep he'd lost to the Ichibi, the beast sealed within him. At the same time, the voice of the obese one-tailed sand raccoon vanished from his mind. Gaara. Who is he? I don't hear mother's voice anymore. He thought, surprised. Naruto. Between Jinchurikis we help each other, he would say, smiling at her. Gaara. He's like me, he thought, returning a slight smile, I'll have to ask him for help and advice to see what he does and how he proves his existence. Naruto. Anyway, team, we must go. I wish you a prosperous day in our village. Konoha was going to go but. Sakura. No, no sir, you're coming with me. Konoha. Oh. Naruto. Take responsibility for the situations, little brother. So the four of them retreated towards Samaria. Off screen. Kushina. Are they the children of Kurara? Minato. Yes, the children of his marriage to Rasa. Hashirama. The boy has a bad seal, his face shows signs of insomnia. Hiruzen. What would you do Naruto he would say seeing how after pretending kindness, he greeted with a handshake. Habarama. Use the power of Helios. Myth. He cured it and fixed the seal. Madara. Interesting, he just got his first follower after the Hokage's grandson. Jiraiya. A good deed. Tsunade. An action is worth 1,000 words. Hiruzen simply laughed a little when he saw that Sakura would talk to his grandson, it was obvious that he should solve his problems by himself. On screen. In the Hokage's office. All the jounin responsible for a team of genins were standing in front of the Hokage. Hiruzen. Very well, I called you here for a reason, and I imagine you already know it he said, taking a drag from his pipe. Kakashi. The time has come, hasn't it? Asuma. And apparently the other villages already know, I've seen some who are in the village already. Kurenai. When will it be? Hiruzen. In a week, you will decide whether to participate or not. Kakashi. Huh? It's very sudden. Hiruzen. I will make the official announcement he would say taking the pipe out of his mouth and releasing the smoke in 7 days from today the Chunin exams will begin, the final say will be up to you whether you participate or not. Off screen. Habarama. You're giving too much freedom. Hiruzen. I'm aware of that, but I also know that some senseis prefer to give more tools and experience to their genins, so I contemplate that. Minato. I support the idea of the Sandaime. Kushina. Me too. Jiraiya. We are not in a war so the decision is correct, quality over quantity. Habarama. Exaggeration is a weapon in war. Hashirama. But they are at peace. Madara. Cold War. On screen. In the streets. Team 7 was talking among themselves when they entered the Uzumaki district, the reason, they had told Sasuke something, to help the team and stand out together, something that seemed strange to the Uchiha. Sasuke. Well, we arrived, what do you want to do? Naruto. Sakura and I thought about having a distinctive feature from others he would say by putting an outfit on his friend. It has the Uchiha logo on the chest. Sasuke. Has leather. Naruto. Will resist kunai and shuriken. Sasuke. Roman. I thought since you two are Greek. Sakura. We are Hellenic as well. Sasuke. I will do it he would say unsheathing his sword. Naruto. Copy my sword style with your Sharingan every time I practice, maybe you'll get an idea. Sakura. In that case, let's show what we're capable of. Screen turns off. Kushina. Wow, that looks good. Kakashi. They are a very close-knit team. Orochimaru. Too much I would say seriously, the Uchiha did not want revenge that would complicate his plans. Hiruzen. Rome. Zagrias. Later I will tell you about your civilization. Jiraiya. I must admit they are very close. Tsunade. Without a doubt. Myth. I've never seen a team this united. Madara. We'll have to see what they achieve he would say with a good feeling. Zagrias. Well we should rest. Greek heroes too. After Zagrias's words, the group was getting up from their seats, ready to leave the area for some secluded spot where they could unwind, talk, and relax. Or so they had been until someone raised their voice. Madara. Wait a minute you said that in ancient times, warriors were unbeatable even without relying on Charka. Zagrias. I said it, even with its flaws and virtues. Madara. Well, that is a rest you give us their lives, it works for me. Minato. Now that you mention it, you're right. Hiruzen. I think the same, I must look for stories for my future grandchildren. Hashirama. Well, I guess listening more doesn't hurt. Myth. Interesting. Tsunade. If they say so. Jiraiya. Well, what are we waiting for? He would say excitedly, he needed information for his new books The Age Before the Shinobi, he didn't know if it would be a good title, but even if it had to be used as a refuge for pleasure by obtaining relics and photos of them to add to the book, he would do it. Kushina. Good. Kakashi. How badly I wanted to read he would say with crocodile tears. Kushina. You say something else and I'll burn that little book. Kakashi. As Kushina-sama says he would say terrified. Zagrias. Okay, we'll get started right away he would say creating a green orb eyes to the screen, he would say throwing the orb. The screen would receive the orb while a silhouette with numbers was reflected on it. On screen. Pastor and Pollux. In the region of Sparta, Pollux and Castor, known as the Dioscuri, were born, twins whose bond transcended mortality. Although they shared fraternal bonds and heroic deeds, their origins were not the same. Pollux, son of Zeus, possessed immortality and prodigious strength. His light brown hair shone in the sun, and his athletic build made him look like a living statue, sculpted by the gods themselves. On the other hand, Castor, son of Tyndareus, king of Sparta, was mortal but equally outstanding. His dark brown hair framed a serene face, and his agility and fighting prowess made him a master of hand-to-hand combat and horsemanship. From an early age, the twins proved their worth by facing challenges few men would have dared to face. Barely 16, they fought bandits and beasts, displaying a bravery and unity that made them living legends. Their first great feat was the rescue of their sister Helen, kidnapped by Theseus and Pirithous. With the audacity of youth and the strength of their union, they stormed Athens, recapturing Helen and reclaiming their family honor. Around the age of 20, the Dioscuri joined Jason on the Argo expedition, where their participation was crucial. Pollux, an expert fighter, excelled in hand-to-hand combat, confronting and defeating Amycus, the king of the Bebryces, in a duel that sealed the Argonauts' victory. Castor, meanwhile, led the sailors in complex maneuvers, thanks to his skill as a charioteer, ensuring the Argo's safety during storms and clashes. Together, they were the perfect combination of strength and strategy, a duality that made them an invincible team. However, his fate was marked by tragedy. In a confrontation with Aphareus' sons, Idas and Lynceus, Castor was mortally wounded. Pollux, unable to bear the thought of a life without his brother, begged Zeus to unite them forever. Zeus, moved by brotherly love, granted them a place in the sky, where they became the constellation Gemini, a symbol of the eternal union between brothers. The Dioscuri left an indelible legacy. Their story celebrates not only bravery and skill, but also the unwavering love and sacrifice between brothers. Even today, in the radiance of the twin stars, their heroism and devotion remain as a reminder of the power of the brotherly bond. Off-screen. Orochimaru. So the powerful king of the gods impregnated a woman. Tsunade. Wait a second, they were born from an egg. Zagrias. In order to sleep with Leda, their mother, Zeus disguised himself as a swan. Since many things the gods do are logically meaningless, this meant that Leda laid 2 eggs, one golden and the other silver. From the golden one, Pollux and Helen would be born, making clear their lineage from Zeus, and from the other, Castor and Clytemnestra, both children of Tyndareus. Madara. So those two, only united by their mother, were that close, he would say, moved, remembering his brother Izuna, looking at Tobirama with some hatred for it. Tobirama. It's interesting, but it's useless if your family betrays you, since loyalty is never 100%. Tsunade. What happened to him? Myth. She died a virgin or so, I think. Hiruzen. In fact, it was said of a son that he could have had with an Uchiha, but that woman was found dead and her womb destroyed while she was pregnant. Hashirama. Is that true? Tobirama simply remained silent. It was one of the things he would take to his grave and never say. Author's note. Note that reference to a Wattpad story. Minato. Question. Both of them faced those two, but why? Zagreus. If my memory serves me right, it was because of a duo of women, both twins, whom the 2 pairs of brothers desired, but who reciprocated the Dioscuri. Curiously, the 2 dead were their cousins. Kushina. And both preached a value that we Uzumaki always uphold, family first. On screen. Hel and Phrixus. In the land of Orchomenus, Hel and Phrixus lived a childhood marked by tragedy and danger. Hel, barely 11 years old, was a girl with golden hair that shone like wheat in the sun. Her eyes were blue, like the clear sky, and her gait, although childlike, reflected the dignity of a princess. Phrixus, her older brother at 13, possessed a slender yet strong build for his age. His brown hair and intense gaze revealed a maturity forced by circumstances. The two shared a deep bond, providing mutual comfort in the face of the misfortunes that beset them. After the death of their mother, Nephel, the 2 children fell under the cruel guardianship of their stepmother, Ino. Ambitious and ruthless, Ino plotted their downfall to ensure that her own children would inherit the throne. By tampering with the harvests and blaming the children, she convinced the people and King Athamas that only a human sacrifice, that of Phrixus and Hel, could appease the wrath of the gods. The night before the sacrifice, Nephel, the children's deceased mother, came to their aid from the afterlife. She sent a winged ram with a shining golden fleece, a divine gift from Hermes, to rescue them. Phrixus determinedly helped Hel climb onto the majestic animal's back. Together they took a desperate flight, leaving the chaos and betrayal of their home behind. As they soared through the skies, the journey brought tragedy. Hel, dazzled by the height and the unfamiliar landscape, lost her balance and fell into the sea. Her brother, helpless, watched her disappear into the waters. The region where she fell was named in her honor. The Hellespont. Phrixus, heartbroken, continued on until he reached the land of Colchis, where he was welcomed by King Aetes. In Colchis, Phrixus offered the golden ram as a sacrifice to Zeus and gave the precious fleece to the king, marking the beginning of a new life. However, the memory of Hel and her courageous escape endured in history as a testament to the strength and sisterly love that united them during the darkest moments of their short lives. Off-screen. Kushina. That bitch, she would say furiously, for the stepmother of those poor children. Myth. That damn thing. Hashirama. Poor young people, they didn't deserve to go through that. Madara. Greed is a very human thing, and that led them to have to flee. That woman was undoubtedly a trickster. Minato. Damned, he would say angrily upon seeing Adamante privileging his people over his children, seeing that his own decision caused a suffering of his own, made him mature abysmally, deciding not to make the same mistake. Aburama. And I repeat my observation, even your family can betray you, and be careful Yondaime, if a leader must choose between the prosperity of his people and his family, he must do what is right for his people. That is something that must be done. Myth. Although Phrixus's gesture to King Aetes was a good one. Zagrias. Although later, depending on the story, he slept with his daughter. On screen. Agamemnon. Agamemnon, descendant of the house of Atreus and king of Mycenae, was one of the most powerful and revered heroes of Greek mythology. His name resounded like thunder throughout the Hellenistic lands, and his leadership was consolidated in the epic Trojan War. Before the great conflict, the gods had already determined his fate. It was the sacrifice of his own daughter, Iphigenia, ordered by the goddess Artemis, that allowed the Greek fleet to sail toward Troy, calming the opposing winds. This act, though cruel, paved his way to fame and ruin. On the walls of Troy, Agamemnon distinguished himself not only for his bravery in combat, but also for his cunning and indomitable will. For 10 long years, he led and guided the Achaeans, confronting illustrious heroes and ruling with an iron fist. His spear, adorned with representations of Mycenaean lions, became a symbol of authority and power. But glory in war did not guarantee him peace in his homeland. Upon his victorious return to Mycenae, he brought the prophetess Cassandra with him, provoking the wrath of his wife, Clytemnestra. Betrayal hung over him like a dark shadow. In his own palace, he was murdered by Clytemnestra and her lover Aegisthus, in an act of revenge that shattered the most sacred bonds of family and love. Thus, the life of Agamemnon, marked by divine designs and human crimes, reflected the tragedy and greatness of ancient heroes, enduring as a warning and a legacy in the vast network of Greek mythology. Off-screen. Hashirama. Wow, a good kind of leader died in that disgrace. Aburama. That's why I never got married. Madara. As if any woman could have put up with your shitty temper. Kushina. Another guy who fought in the Trojan War. Minato. Surely that war was important, but sacrificing your daughter just for a stupid war. Zagreus. The Trojan prince, according to the Greeks, had kidnapped Helen, who had married Agamemnon's brother, Menelaus, king of Sparta. I think the rest is self-explanatory. Hirzan. Sadly. On screen. Asclepius. Asclepius, son of the god Apollo and the mortal Coronus, was a prodigious physician in Greek mythology, known for his ability to heal and even revive the dead. From birth, he was destined for greatness. He was rescued from the womb of his deceased mother by Apollo and given to the centaur Chiron, who taught him the art of medicine. Asclepius became an unparalleled healer, whose knowledge was so vast that even the gods feared him. Using healing herbs and his vast understanding of the human body, he accomplished unimaginable feats. He resurrected several fallen heroes, including Hippolytus and Glaucus, defying nature and altering the course of destiny. Zeus, seeing the dead return to life, was filled with fear at Asclepius's power and decided to intervene. With a lightning bolt, Zeus killed Asclepius to restore the balance between life and death. Yet his legacy lived on. After his death, he was venerated as a god, and temples were erected in his honor as healing centers known as Asclepia. These temples became refuges for the sick and wounded, where priests, his followers, continued his legacy of miraculous cures. The serpent entwined around his staff, the caduceus, remains a symbol of medicine, perpetuating his influence in the art of healing. Asclepius, the divine healer, left an eternal mark on mythology and the history of medicine, his figure immortalized in the memory of the Greeks and beyond. Off-screen. Tsunade. A doctor. Madara. Son of Apollo. Minato. A demigod. Hashirama. Even several gods came to fear him. Orochimaru. Interesting. Kukuku, tell me more. Myth. I didn't know medicine would go so far. Kushina. So they punished him. Minato. And it seems it was Zeus. Kakashi. Although, well, even for us, reviving the dead is a taboo. Aburama. It's not that difficult. Orochimaru. Kukuku is a great example, don't you think, Tsunade? He would say with some malice. Tsunade. If that were the case, why weren't you a doctor, you filthy waterworm? Urea. Hehehe, that was good. On screen. Archimedes. Archimedes of Syracuse was born with a spark of genius that set him apart from the rest. From a young age, he became obsessed with the mysteries of mathematics and physics, exploring concepts that others could not imagine. His fame quickly spread throughout ancient Greece, eventually reaching the ears of King Harem II, who frequently called on him to solve impossible problems. One day, the king asked him to determine if his new crown was made of pure gold without damaging it. Archimedes accepted the challenge and, deep in thought, headed to the public baths. As he submerged himself in the water, he observed how the level of the water rose, and suddenly, an idea lit up his mind. Leaping out of the bath, he ran naked through the streets of Syracuse exclaiming, "Eureka! I found it." Thus, he discovered the principle that bears his name. The law of buoyancy. But his intellect wasn't limited to physics. During the Second Punic War, when the Romans besieged Syracuse, Archimedes built ingenious war machines to defend his city. Catapults, grappling hooks, and burning mirrors that concentrated the sun's rays to set enemy ships on fire were his lethal inventions. Unfortunately, his life ended tragically. When the Romans finally stormed Syracuse, a soldier found Archimedes absorbed in a mathematical diagram and, failing to recognize his greatness, killed him, robbing the world of one of its greatest geniuses. The legend of Archimedes lives on, immortalized not only in his discoveries, but also in the epic and mysterious stories of his achievements. Off-screen. Madara. A mad scientist. Orochimaru. So the creator of Greek fire, huh? He would say, interested and fascinated. Kakashi. Boy, was he crazy to go out naked shouting Eureka. Kushina. Although the Romans were not very intelligent. Kurama. Although I understand why they killed him if they had known about him, it would have made them stronger idiots. He would say with a frown, that Roman soldier was undoubtedly stupid. Hiruzen. The law of floating a guy ahead of his time. Hashirama. Although his weapons outside his area were undoubtedly crazy. Madara. A clever guy, really without being a warrior he earned my respect. On screen. Achilles and Patroclus. Achilles, the greatest of the Greek warriors in the Trojan War, son of Peleus, king of the Myrmidons. And Patroclus, his beloved companion and faithful friend, shared a story of heroism, love, and tragedy. From childhood, Patroclus was raised alongside Achilles under the tutelage of the wise centaur Chiron, where they formed an unbreakable bond. During the Trojan War, Patroclus became Achilles' closest confidant, accompanying him into every battle and never leaving him. When Agamemnon, the leader of the Greeks, wounded Achilles' pride, he withdrew from the fight, nearly ruining the Greek army. Desperate to save his companions, Patroclus begged Achilles to allow him to wear his armor and lead the Myrmidons in battle. Achilles, worried but convinced by his friend, agreed. Patroclus stood bravely, inspiring the Greeks and bringing terror to the Trojans who thought Achilles had returned. Patroclus fought with courage and skill, but fate intervened. Before the walls of Troy, he was confronted by Hector, the Trojan prince, who defeated him and killed him, leaving Achilles devastated by the loss. Enraged and consumed by grief, Achilles returned to the battlefield in an unstoppable rage. In a ferocious duel, he avenged Patroclus's death by killing Hector and ruthlessly dragging his body around the walls of Troy. However, this victory brought little solace to his tormented soul. After avenging the death of Patroclus and continuing his relentless campaign against the Trojans, Achilles became the target of many gods and mortals. Finally, during the siege of Troy, Paris, under the guidance of Apollo, shot an arrow that struck Achilles' heel, the mighty warrior's only vulnerable spot. The wound proved fatal, and, besieged by pain, he fell in the midst of battle. The fall of Achilles marked the twilight of one of the greatest heroes of Greek mythology, leaving behind an immortal legend of bravery, friendship, and tragedy. Off-screen. Madara. So the best, huh? Zagrias. The best known as the swift-footed, also known for his curse, a kind of invulnerability in his body, with the exception of his heel. Orochimaru. Very interesting, I would say, wanting to know more. Kurama. How he gained that invulnerability. Zagrias. His mother, the sea goddess Thetis, having a vestige of her son's destiny, tried to avoid it by immersing him in the waters of the river Styx, but Peleus interrupted the ritual, wanting his son to lead a human life. For Kurama, Peleus was a complete idiot, no doubt, but the others understood very well what the man wanted to do, not plunge the young man into a world where he would become a conceited and arrogant man who would end up worse than he did. Minato. And his friend Patroclus, without a doubt, is something to admire. Kushina. They seemed to be siblings. Zagrias. Patroclus was older than Achilles, although well, depending on the story it was suggested that they were lovers. The men in the room were at a loss for answers, while the three women present thought it would be interesting to know, demonstrating a Fujoshi side dormant within them. On the other hand, Orochimaru, having experienced both sides, was cautious, not saying anything that would compromise his reputation. On screen. Linko. Lynceus, son of Apollo, was born with the grace and beauty that characterized his divine father. From a young age, he displayed an extraordinary talent for music and poetry, being endowed with a melodious voice and skill with the lyre. Apollo, proud of his son, educated him in the arts and mysteries of celestial music. Linko, although talented, developed an arrogant temper due to the constant praise he received. He boasted of being superior even to the muses, the deities of artistic inspiration. Offended by his insolence, the muse Calliope decided to teach him a lesson. One day, as Linko was singing his own hymn to the sun, Calliope appeared and challenged Linko to a musical duel. Despite his prowess, Lynceus was outmatched by the muse, whose music possessed a divine power he could not match. Humiliated and enraged, Lynceus attempted to attack Calliope in a fit of rage. Apollo, upon learning of his son's insolence, decided to punish his disobedience and arrogance. He transformed Lynceus into a lynx, condemning him to live in the forests, far from the glory and recognition he so sought. In his beast form, Linko wandered the forests, learning humility and respect for the gods. Linko's story served as a warning to those who dared to challenge the gods, reminding them that arrogance and insolence only lead to ruin. Off-screen. Jiraiya. Wow, he would say without knowing what to say. Aburama. This shows that if you have a position of power you cannot show favoritism or privileges even with your family, you have a duty to fulfill, and even though he was your son you should have punished him, even though it hurt your heart and soul. Kushina. TSH. Minato. I understand, but seeing how my son ended up, I won't do that stupid thing. Tsunade. Although I agree that that brat deserved a punishment, he went a bit too far. Myth. I say the same thing. Hashirama. Yes. Kakashi. Although he is still a worthy example of a son of the sun, he would say without flinching. On screen. Meliodas. Meliodas, son of Althea and Aeneas, king of Calydon, was one of the most revered heroes of Greek mythology. From birth, he was destined for greatness, marked by a fateful thread. The fates predicted that his life would be tied to a burning log. As long as the wood remained untouched, Meliodas would live. Growing into a brave warrior, Meliodas led an epic hunt for the ferocious Caledonian boar. This monstrous boar, sent by the goddess Artemis as a sign of revenge against King Aeneas, devastated the countryside and terrorized the population. Meliodas, along with other famous hunters like Atalanta, ventured into the forests to confront the threat. During the hunt, Meliodas displayed incredible courage and skill. With astonishing accuracy, he managed to throw his spear and mortally wound the boar, earning himself great glory and recognition. However, this success also brought conflict. In an act of honor and love, Meliodas gave the boar's hide and head to Atalanta, infuriating his maternal uncles, who considered women unworthy of such honors. The dispute escalated rapidly, and Meliodas, blinded by rage, killed his own uncles in defense of his decision. Althea, consumed by grief at losing her brothers, took the fateful log and threw it into the fire, thus fulfilling the prophecy and sealing her son's fate. Meliodas died suddenly, leaving behind a legend marked by heroism, tragedy, and the inexorable pressure of divine destiny. Screen turns off. Madara. So a hunter. Hashirama. And it seems he also had a tragic fate. Kushina. I think the boy did well. Myth. And his uncles were idiots. Tsunade. They wished they were born in this era and could face the best Kunoichis at their peak. Hiruzen. Sadly, that thought of Meliodas' male relatives caused death. Kakashi. Atalanta, I'm intrigued to hear about her. Kushina. Leaving that aside, how crazy do you have to be to murder your own son? I would say shocked. I understood that in some cases it could happen, but justifying it in cases where there is madness or a lot of excessive ambition, but for revenge, it is the worst thing a mother can commit. Zagrias, who heard Kushina's thoughts on the subject, felt slightly confused, given that as far as he knew in the multiverse, a certain loudmouth mercenary would comment something that said, if you only knew to simply disappear, so he would just let those thoughts go. Zagrias. Well, that's all for now. If you want, you can rest and we'll continue in a while. Those present would nod, including Madara, so they stood up from their seats and walked around the place, making it clear that several of them would go to read in the library, and others would enjoy the nature of the environment where they were wanting to relax better. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.